Imagine putting all that blood, sweat, and tears to wipe out an entire martial arts clan, only to find out you were played like a cheap fiddle the whole time. The sky darkens as smoke billows over the shattered, blood-stained roof of the Grand Estate, signaling that the brutal massacre has finally come to an end. Following her master's dark command, our female lead has officially wiped out the legendary Nam Gung family, leaving bodies strewn across the stone steps like autumn leaves. But wait, is this really the victory she sacrificed her entire life for? Or is something much darker lurking in the shadows? Standing amidst the slaughter, she gazes back with a bewildered expression, genuinely questioning why things had to end in such a senseless tragedy. Honestly, guys, if your master sends you on a solo genocide mission without giving you a proper explanation, that's red flag number 1. Swoosh. Enter the main villain himself, the shirtless, long-haired blood demon who casually catches her blade mid-swing like it's a floating feather, asking her what on earth she thinks she's trying to accomplish. The sheer pressure of his energy makes the air freeze in an instant. She vows that her mission won't be complete until his life is forfeited too, but against a monster like him, words are completely useless. Meet the Grand Chief of Evil himself, the leader of the blood cult. As she stares at him in sheer horror, the dark aura swirling around him turns the night sky pitch black. Man, this guy really walked onto the battlefield topless just to flex his 8-pack abs on everyone. Talk about ultimate villain arrogance. Stab. Before she can even react, a cold blade pierces straight through her torso from behind with a terrifying gasp as he tut-tuts at her complete ignorance. Whispering chillingly into her ear, he drops an absolute bombshell on her. She isn't just some orphan assassin he picked up. She's actually the final surviving member of the Nam Gung clan. Thud! Her eyes widen as she collapses, staring right into the lifeless face of a slain warrior lying in a pool of his own blood on the cold floor. He callously reveals that the man lying dead right in front of her is none other than her biological father. Bro, imagine finding out you killed your own dad right after you stabbed him. That is peak emotional damage right there. Absolute villain behavior. Slash. With a single cruel strike, he knocks her away while mocking how her father gave up his exalted position as clan leader just to search for his missing daughter, only to die as a bounty hunter. She drops to her knees, gasping for air as her sword scrapes the stone pavement. He laughs in her face, mocking how her internal energy completely shattered the second she realized who she was fighting. Her face is a picture of total heartbreak and betrayal. You can literally pinpoint the exact frame where her heart shatters into a million pieces. Talk about top-tier angst artwork. Whish! As the blood demon casually swings his weapon, memories flash through her head of how weird it was that a ruthless killer who treats human life like trash went out of his way to raise her for years. The psycho smiles with genuine delight, revealing that he personally groomed her from childhood specifically for this twisted grand finale. He wanted the proud Nam Gung clan to be destroyed by their very own flesh and blood. A sick game played purely for his own twisted entertainment. Okay, this guy officially takes the award for most petty and devious villain in martial arts history. Holy cow! He bursts into a maniacal, bone-chilling laugh that echoes throughout the courtyard like a nightmare. Cough. She spews up dark blood onto the pavement, completely broken physically and mentally under the crushing weight of his cruel laughter. Grip! Her knuckles turn ghostly white as she squeezes her sword hilt with every last ounce of hatred remaining in her dying body. But the blood demon just looks down at her with pure apathy, sighing that the whole revenge drama has suddenly gotten super boring to him. Wow, after ruining someone's entire life, he really just goes, meh, I'm bored now. Talk about an absolute menace. Whoosh! Dark, suffocating shadows swirl around his muscular frame as he turns his back on her, completely losing all interest in his broken puppet. With a cold, emotionless glance, he gives her one last fake compliment, thanking her for being such an entertaining disciple before walking away. Lying in a growing pool of her own blood, her vision fades as she bitterly curses her own stupidity for blindly obeying a monster who lived only for slaughter. Drip, drip, crimson blood streaks down the dark void as her life fades away, leaving behind nothing but regret and dark silence. Gasp! Suddenly her eyes snap open as warm sunlight fills her vision. She finds herself tucked under soft white sheets inside a cozy wooden room. Ah, yes, the classic regression reset button hit right when you think it's game over. Gotta love manual logic. Creak. She sits up, staring blankly at the wooden beams and ladder leading upstairs, utterly confused as to how she's still drawing breath. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she notices something crazy. Her body feels light as a feather, completely devoid of any fatal sword wounds or agonizing pain. Splash! She reaches out toward a bronze water basin resting on a wooden table, ripples disturbing the clear surface. Gazing into the water reflection, her jaw drops in complete disbelief as a child's face stares right back at her. She touches her smooth, youthful cheeks in utter shock, realizing she's been sent back in time to when she was roughly 10 years old. Look at those adorable round cheeks. It's wild seeing a ruthless assassin looking like a cute little dumpling. Loud chatter and clinking glasses echo from downstairs, making her realize she's currently staying on the upper floor of a bustling local inn. Looking over the wooden balcony, she spies a room full of patrons eating, drinking, and exchanging the latest local gossip over their meals. Bang! Her heart jumps as she eavesdrops on the customers talking about how the Grand Namgung clan just increased the bounty reward again for finding their lost child. Down at the table, men munching on steamed buns talk about how unbelievably persistent the Namgung family head is being about his missing kid. Gulp, an old man takes a swig of liquor, scoffing that there's no way they'll ever track down a child who vanished nearly 8 years ago, sending a jolt of realization through her mind. The tea downstairs is spicier than the food. Talk about perfect timing to overhear your own life story. Standing quietly in the shadows of the balcony, her eyes narrow as piece by piece, the puzzle of her past starts coming together. Swish! She pulls her dark hair aside to reveal the nape of her neck, showing a distinctive leaf-shaped birthmark hidden beneath her skin. The patrons below continue chatting, mentioning that the missing child's only identifying trait is a unique birthmark right on the back of her neck. Gasp! Her breath hitches as she realizes the terrifying truth behind her entire existence and memory loss. Tap. Tap. Walking out into the vibrant town square clad in her purple martial arts robes, she remembers how the blood demon intentionally scarred her neck to hide that very birthmark from the world. The blood demon really thought of everything to keep her isolated. Talk about master-level gaslighting. As she strolls past colorful market stalls, she connects the dots. He used his own demonic internal energy to seal her childhood memories forever, making her believe she was just a nameless orphan. Looking down at her smooth, unblemished young hand, she realizes that by some divine miracle or ancient law, time has been rewound. Boom! With images of her ruined clan flashing in her mind, she vows that this time around, she won't be anyone's mindless puppet, and she'll stop the blood demon before he destroys the world. Crunch! She grips her fist tightly with unwavering resolve, feeling the surge of determination burning in her chest. Looking straight ahead with fierce, sharp eyes, she makes her decision. She's going straight back to where it all began. Now this is what I call a protagonist glow-up. She's ready to rewrite history and kick some serious cult butt. The bright blue sky spreads across the horizon, carrying her thoughts back to the home she once destroyed with her own hands. Standing at the entrance of the bustling city, the grand gates of the Namgung domain welcome her back. Pause! But just as she steps forward on her heroic quest for vengeance, her eyes lock onto a street vendor selling glossy candied fruit skewers. Gulp! Her super serious, vengeful demeanor completely melts away as she stares with wide, sparkling eyes at the mouth-watering Tongholyu, swallowing her saliva like a hungry kid. The friendly vendor smiles brightly and asks if she wants a taste, leaving our fierce, regressed assassin looking totally flustered and confused with a big "huh" on her face. Hey, even badass regressed assassins need a sugar rush before saving their clan from total destruction. Priorities, right? Welcome to Nok Nam County, home of the infamous Black Cloud Gang stronghold. If you thought our regressed assassin girl was going to take a break after waking up 10 years in the past, think again. She's already pulling up to her first target under cover of night. Knock, knock. She punches the massive front gate so hard, the whole doorframe vibrates like an earthquake. Talk about zero chill for an uninvited guest. Slide! The little door hatch slides open and a confused guard peeks out, asking who's knocking, only for a tiny voice from below to tell him to lower his eyes. And look at her! She's standing there casually munching on a Tongholyu skewer with her hand on her sword hilt. Honestly, pulling up to an enemy base while snacking on candied fruit is the ultimate power move. The guard blinks, utterly unimpressed, and tells her to scram because criminal gang strongholds aren't playgrounds for toddlers. Crunch. She takes another bite, points right at his nose, and blurts out that she's here on official business with the Ark Lord. The guard's jaw drops. This kid really does have a death wish. He starts scoffing, asking if she thinks the big boss meets with random children, until boom! A single wave of her internal chi detonates the heavy wooden door into a million flying splinters. Crash! Wood debris flies everywhere while she stands there totally unfazed, skewer still in her mouth, silently judging if her 10-year-old body can handle maximum output yet. Gasp! The guard's soul practically leaves his body, and the rest of the gang comes swarming into the courtyard screaming at her for blowing up their entrance. Tap, tap. She strolls over the broken timber like she owns the place. She remembers wiping out this entire gang in her past life. But hey, since she's trying out the whole righteous hero thing now, maybe she won't murder everyone today. Maybe. A gang member steps up shouting threats, but swoosh! A blinding red energy line flashes right past his eyeballs, freezing him dead in his tracks. Thud! She casually snipes her leftover wooden tong hulu stick right through the thick door behind him like a sniper bullet. Talk about lethal recycling. She tells him to convey a message to the boss. The master of Firebird Tower has arrived. Gulp. Every thug in the courtyard breaks into a cold sweat as she calmly announces she's here to pick up a special delivery. Her eyes glow with a chilling blue light as she demands the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Man, her aura in this panel is top-tier badass. You see, demonic blood martial arts rely on snatching chi and blood, which turns your internal energy super dark and toxic. Step, step, a sinister crimson aura oozes off her tiny body as she realizes she can't return to the noble Namgung clan looking like a demonic cultist. They'd execute her on sight. So to cleanse her corrupted internal energy, she needs that legendary Shaolin Mount Hua elixir, and she's not leaving without it. Gasp! The gang members tremble in terror as the sheer weight of her killing intent makes the air itself feel heavy enough to crush them. Hap? She steps forward smoothly. In her previous life, this gang delivered the pill directly to the blood demon, so intercepting it right now is just fixing history. Boom! Right on cue, a masked insider drops to his knees in full respect before her. He greets her as the young master of Firebird Tower and respectfully requests that she follow him inside. As he guides her through the dark corridors, she lets out a cold smile. This time, that priceless pill is going straight into her own pocket. Moments later, she's seated politely on a silk cushion in the Grand Hall, formally greeting the gang lord of the Black Cloud Gang. Look at how neat and proper she looks. You'd never guess she's a ruthless regressed killer. Sitting on his throne, the gang lord smirks down at her, admitting he never expected the famous Firebird Tower prodigy to be a pint-sized little girl. He chuckles arrogantly, praising her polite manners before snidely asking why her master is being so aggressive lately. She bows her head, secretly rolling her eyes. It's super annoying having to take the heat because her old psycho master pissed off Shaolin and Mount Hua. While maintaining her bow, her sharp eyes scan the room. 8 elders, 1 gang lord, and about 150 muscleheads waiting in the shadows. Chibi Ilhua scratches her chin, thinking, since I'm a good guy now, I should really try talking my way out of this first. Look at that adorable chibi design. I can't take her seriously. She bows her head all the way to the carpet, offering a humble apology for her master's rudeness, but the gang lord just sneers back. She promises that if they ever visit Firebird Tower, she'll treat them with utmost hospitality, but the gang lord takes it as an insult, yelling if she thinks they're starving beggars. Clang! Dozens of armed guards surround her with swords drawn, but she stays bowed, calmly warning the gang lord not to make a decision he'll regret. Close-up of her glowing blue eyes, she warns him that his men will pay with their lives, but the arrogant boss cuts her off, declaring she's dying right here. Boom! The gang lord erupts with rage, shouting for his men to execute her immediately. Swoosh! Assassins leap from the rafters like raindrops, blades aimed right at her neck while she calmly reaches for her sword hilt. Flash! In the blink of an eye, her seat is empty. She vanishes into thin air at sheer godlike speed. Slash! A massive crescent wave of bloody sword chi erupts through the air, dicing the attackers before they even hit the ground. Gwhack! Blood spray. Blood paints the walls as she glides through the air like a phantom reaper. The action art in these panels is absurdly good. A thug thrusts a polearm at her with a loud shout, but she casually dodges it without even looking back. Flip, she somersaults over his weapon in mid-air with effortless acrobatic grace. Thud, she lands silently right behind him, leaving the guy wide-eyed and sweating bullets. Glow, dark purple blood energy surges along her blade as she whispers that she gave them every chance to walk away peacefully. Chwa! In a single flash of light, 4 fully armed martial artists are torn to shreds simultaneously. Scream! Dismembered thugs collapse into pools of blood, leaving the gang lord staggering back in pure, unadulterated terror. Slash! She moves like a whirlwind of death, butchering every guard who steps into her range, while the gang lord frantically questions if he let his guard down because she's a kid. Pook! He realizes that's not it at all. They were on high alert, but her martial skill is simply on a whole different dimension. She ducks under another blade and counter-slashes through a guard with completely dead, emotionless eyes. Cold-blooded menace energy right here. Dramatic split-panel contrast between her icy killer gaze and the gang lord's trembling, horrified face is artistic perfection. Enough! The gang lord screams at the top of his lungs, causing every surviving member to freeze dead in their tracks. Sweating rivers and hyperventilating, the gang lord stammers in shock, realizing she isn't a child at all. She's an ancient monster who achieved enlightenment and reversed her age. Sheathe. She stands serenely without a single drop of blood on her robes, while the gang lord begs her to put her blade away and screams for his men to hand over the great rejuvenation pill right now. The defeated gang lord practically crawls backward on the floor, shaken like a leaf as he surrenders the great rejuvenation pill to our pint-sized powerhouse. Step, step. Having secured her prize, she makes a clean exit into the quiet forest, thinking back to how much faster this guy folded compared to her past life. Perched on a high tree branch, she glances around the dense forest, searching for a secluded spot where she can sit down and safely circulate her internal ki. Swoosh! She leaps off the branch, soaring through the tree line with light, effortless steps. This girl moves like a literal ghost. Shine! Suddenly her sharp blue eyes narrow as her heightened senses catch a subtle disturbance in the air behind her. Rustle. The leaves tremble in the distance as an undeniable presence follows close behind her tail. Tap! She lands smoothly on a stone path, immediately halting her movement to face her stalker head-on. Calmly looking up toward the treetops, she calls out to the intruder, telling them there's no point in hiding when their presence is this obvious. Swoosh! Leaves drift through the moonlight as an eerie silence settles over the forest, setting up a super tense atmosphere. A mysterious man perched lazily on a branch grins down at her, chuckling that she made a smart choice by keeping her sword in its sheath. Sitting casually atop the branch with a leaf between his fingers, he smirks, calling her a pretty sharp kid. Man, this guy exudes major overpowered mentor energy. She looks up with wide eyes, instantly recognizing the legendary martial artist towering above her. An epic aura card flashes into view. Siab Mugwang, the leader of the Gale Wind Sword Unit and one of the Namgung clan's top 3 powerhouse masters. He tilts his head with a playful smile, casually asking the tiny assassin who she is and what she's doing out there alone. Glare. His eyes suddenly turn razor sharp as he gives her a chilling warning. She better choose her next words very carefully if she wants to leave this forest alive. Despite the intense killing intent, our heroine stands her ground, sweat dripping down her face as she calculates her next move. Gasp! She realizes with a shock that this master was actually on an undercover mission. Talk about running into the worst possible person at the worst possible time. Grip. Realizing she can't fight a top-tier Namgung elder with her current suppressed power, she clasps her hands together in a formal martial greeting. Bowing respectfully, she introduces herself by her alias, Siolwa, paying proper homage to her esteemed senior. Talk about top-tier acting skills. Seop Mugwang raises an eyebrow in disbelief, repeating the name Seohwa like he's trying to place where he's heard it before. Tap! He drops down from the tree with effortless grace, sneering that he's never had a junior with such a sinister, unpleasant aura before. Leaning down right into her face, he bluntly asks how old she's supposed to be, completely unfazed by her polite stance. She deadpans that she's around 13 years old, adding that an accident wiped out all her childhood memories before age 5, so she's just guessing based on what others told her. Siab Mugwang goes dead silent, staring down at her with a heavy, unreadable expression. You can practically hear the gears turning in his head. He glances down at the back of her neck, asking how she got that nasty burn scar peeking over her collar. Walking alongside her through the woods, he probes deeper into her background, asking who taught her martial arts. She lies smoothly, claiming she served the master of Waru in Yunnan. He frowns at her answer, noting that she phrased it like she doesn't serve him anymore, prompting her to reply that her former master tried to kill her. Step. She explains that she needs to use the pill to purge her corrupted demonic chi, even if the process is extremely dangerous. He stops in his tracks, looking down at her with genuine curiosity, asking why on earth she's so desperate to get rid of her powerful internal energy. Looking up with innocent, glossy eyes, she admits that if she returns home carrying such dark, demonic power, her family will never accept her back. He asks where her hometown is, and when she replies Hefei in Anhui province, his jaw nearly hits the floor. Gasp! He strokes his chin in shock. Hefei is the exact territory where the Namgang clan's main estate is located. What are the odds? He gazes down at her in complete silence, realizing this mysterious, traumatized kid might actually be a long-lost child of his own noble clan. Pat! He places a heavy hand on her shoulder, muttering a soft, "Fine," leaving our little assassin looking completely bewildered. With a bright, cheerful grin, he declares that he'll make an exception and help her out on her journey. Pat, pat. He aggressively pats her head, laughing that since she's purging her ki, she'll need a strong guardian to keep her safe, and he's taken the job. Sighs. Chibi Ilwa groans internally, totally annoyed that this overly enthusiastic powerhouse is sticking to her like glue, but realizing she has to play along for now. Flashback cutback. Meanwhile, back at the Black Cloud Gang stronghold, the gang lord is trembling on the floor, breathless with fear as a cold blade presses against his neck. Shiver, a masked assassin from the Huaru cult glares down at the defeated boss, demanding to know why he betrayed their agreement. Panic. The terrified gang lord stammers that he didn't smuggle anything. The young mistress of Huaro already showed up an hour ago and took the pill herself. The assassin's eyes narrow as he demands a full description of this so-called young mistress, leaving the boss sweating bullets as he describes a 10-year-old girl. Pant, pant. The gang lord gasps for air, realizing he was completely played by a child who wasn't even acting on her cult's orders. Swoosh! The masked assassin signals to his shadowy squad standing in the dim hall, their eyes cold and lethal. Glare! With a grim look, the head assassin commands his squad to move out immediately. They've got a rogue prodigy to hunt down. Boom! The assassins vanish into the night sky, leaping across the rooftops like shadowy phantoms on a deadly search mission. Back inside the ruined hall, the gang lord collapses onto his knees, gasping for air as the heavy pressure finally lifts. Thud! His trembling hands hit the floorboards right next to a small wooden token left behind on the ground. Staring at the glowing token, he gasps out, "Young mistress," realizing the sheer scale of the chaos that's about to erupt in the martial world. Flip. We see our badass heroine casually tossing her small pouch in the air as she warns the gang lord that Huaru assassins will burn his stronghold to the ground if he doesn't run. Chilling look. Standing tall with her hands on her hips, she delivers her parting shot, explaining that the gang is officially burned because she has cut all ties with the cult forever. Talk about a boss move. Imagine outsmarting your enemies so hard that you drop a full geopolitical forecast on them right after beating their entire crew. Our pint-sized former assassin calmly warns the trembling gang lord that major righteous sects like Mount Hua and Shaolin are already marching to wipe out his fortress, and that his supposed allies are just waiting to backstab him. She doesn't hold back either, spilling the tea that the secret cult plans to assassinate him and steal his entire power base the second things get messy. Talk about a brutal reality check. Reaching into her robes with total unbothered composure, she pulls out a sealed purple ribboned envelope and hands it over to the bewildered boss. Swish! She demands that in exactly 7 days, he follow the precise instructions written inside that document if he wants any prayer of surviving the coming storm. Thud! The envelope hits the floorboards right before his sweat-soaked face, serving as his ultimate lifeline in this deadly game of chess. Gasp! Completely overwhelmed by her chilling aura, the gang lord collapses onto his hands and knees, hyperventilating as he realizes just how terrifying this little girl really is. Sweating bullets with his head pressed to the ground, he can't help but wonder just how many moves ahead this child genius is playing. Honestly, watching this grown gang leader get mentally dismantled by a kid is top-tier comedy. Russell, cut over to a secluded, lush green cliffside hidden deep in the forest. Our heroine stands alongside the legendary swordmaster Siab Guang as he introduces her to his secret training grounds. Turning to face her with a slightly worried look, the seasoned warrior asks if she's really going to be fine taking on such a risky process by herself. Looking up with those big, innocent eyes, our clever assassin deadpans that being her guardian just means sitting nearby while she does her breathing exercises. She even cheekily questions why a total stranger is being so insanely dedicated to protecting her. Caught off guard, the top-tier master clears his throat and stammers, trying to figure out how to explain his sudden big brother instincts without looking soft. Tap! He pokes her right on the forehead, hilariously yelling that first off, he absolutely hates people who radiate dirty demonic energy like she does. Clap! But then he immediately bursts into a huge, cheerful grin, clapping his hands together as he admits that trying to purge dark chi is super admirable, and he actually feels bad for her tragic past. Standing with his hands folded in a polite gesture, he beams down at her with pure, wholesome mentor energy. You've got to love how fast this guy swapped from stern elder to proud foster dad. Looking over her shoulder, our little powerhouse softly thanks him, acknowledging that without his help, she wouldn't have found such a safe, hidden sanctuary. The legendary swordsman gets the most wholesome, goofy smirk on his face. This hardened warrior's heart is completely melting in real time. Pat, waving his hand dismissively, he playfully tells her not to go dying on him and asks if there's anything else he can do. Naturally, our independent queen just deadpans that she can handle it all by herself. Crossing his arms with a chuckle, he teases her that once she's reborn, she really needs to fix that stiff, robotic way of speaking because she's got zero childish cuteness. He warns her that when she finally reunites with her long-lost parents, being this cold and formal is going to break their poor hearts. Hearing that, our assassin actually pauses to consider if she should work on her acting skills. Smile! Giving a soft, sweet nodding response, she agrees to try. Meanwhile, Siub Mugwang leans against the rock face in the background, smugly proud of his advice. Russell, as the leaves rustle overhead, he casually calls out, asking if a kid like her even has a favorite food, to which she quietly mutters, "Tongue hulu." Kicker, hearing her name a candied hawthorn snack, the master snickers aloud, satisfied that she actually has at least one normal childlike trait hidden under that icy exterior. Shine. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of leaves as the quiet peacefulness of the forest sets the stage for her upcoming life or death meditation session. Gasp! Inside the dark, secluded cave, our heroine sits cross-legged on a stone pedestal, carefully unspooling the glowing golden Great Rejuvenation Pill while her guardian bids her good luck from the outside world. Gulp! Without a second thought, she pops the glowing golden elixir right into her mouth to begin the intense purification process. Radiating a serene calm, she locks into deep meditation as a brilliant blue surge of pure internal energy begins to swirl around her body. Crash! She feels a massive, ocean-like tidal wave of profound internal energy wash over her entire spirit. It's like comparing a tiny river to the boundless sea. Sweat beads form on her brow as she concentrates every ounce of her willpower, knowing one wrong move here means total destruction. Inside her spiritual core, that radiant golden pill collides violently with the dark crimson blood energy. She realizes that even the ultimate holy medicine can turn into deadly poison if her internal energy gets tangled and triggers chi deviation. Whoosh! Blue spirit flame-like energy erupts around her as she pushes her meridians to force the process faster and fiercer. Spark! Crackling blue lightning surges through her hands as she forms an ancient hand seal, determined to eradicate every single drop of dark blood energy left in her system. Boom! A massive waterfall of blinding blue chi explodes inside the cave chamber with sheer destructive force. The visual effects in this panel are honestly incredible. The artist went all out with the lighting. Pant. Under the overwhelming weight of the spiritual pressure, her tiny body trembles as she struggles to maintain her composure. Cough. A painful gasp escapes her lips as the corrupted dark forces fight back against the purification. Drip. A trickle of dark blood spills from the corner of her mouth. She grimaces, realizing just how deeply rooted this sinister blood technique truly is. Swirl! Clashing fiery red corrupt energy swirls relentlessly against her pristine blue chi, stubbornly clinging to her soul like the evil blood demon who enslaved her in her past life. Glow! Glowing veins flare across her cheeks as her inner fire burns bright. She vows with absolute conviction that she will never be anyone's mindless puppet ever again. First, with an explosive burst of pure white-blue light, she completely vaporizes the remaining red flames, crushing the dark legacy once and for all. Waiting. Meanwhile, back outside the cave, Su Mu Guang sits nervously on a stone ledge with a leaf in his mouth, checking his imaginary watch because she's taking way longer than expected. Shiver. Pacing back and forth in a panic, the master starts sweating buckets, spiraling into crazy worst-case scenarios like twisted meridians or lethal chi deviation. Tap, just as he starts agonizing over whether it was a massive mistake to let a tiny kid do this alone, a quiet footstep echoes from the cave entrance. Whip! He spins around instantly, his eyes wide with shock and anticipation. Seeing who emerges, a massive look of relief washes over his face as he laughs out loud at just how ridiculously tough this kid really is. Step, covered in soot and dirt, but radiating an absolutely divine blue glow from her eyes, our heroine steps out of the dark cave like an immortal goddess reborn. Stretching his arms behind his head, Siab Muguang praises her for successfully driving out all that nasty demonic energy, while she politely bows and thanks him for standing guard. Swish! Before she can even settle down, the proud master thrusts a mystery brown paper bag right into her face. Holding the heavy bag in her hands with a totally blank, confused expression, she asks what it is, only for him to happily announce it's a special survival present. Looking down at her dirty little face, he marvels in his head that she didn't just cleanse her corrupted ki, she actually managed to expand and build up her clean internal energy reserves. Talk about a cheat code build. Peek! She opens the paper bag and peeks inside, and her glossy eyes instantly light up in pure, genuine surprise. Sparkle! She pulls out a freshly made glossy stick of Tang Hulu. Blushing softly with sparkles practically flying out of the background, she quietly thanks him with a sweet smile, making all that intense life or death training 100% worth it. Talk about a master who acts tough on the outside but is secretly a total softie. Instead of flexing his sword skills, Siab Muguang gives our little heroine the ultimate backhanded compliment, thanking her for simply surviving her crazy ki purification process without kicking the bucket. Pat, pat. He gently pats her head while she's busy munching on her candied hawthorn, casually bringing up that she hasn't washed in 3 whole days and definitely needs a warm bath before doing anything else. Swoosh! Before she can even protest, he scoops her up under his arm like a bag of groceries. Our stoic little assassin can only blink in deadpan silence as she realizes 3 days went by in the blink of an eye while she was meditating inside that cave. Flashing a bright, cheerful grin, the seasoned warrior asks if his tiny protege is starving after surviving on pure spiritual energy for 72 hours straight. Thud! Stomping his foot down with explosive force, he promises to treat her to the grandest culinary specialty in the city of Hefei, warning her to hold on tight unless she wants to take an unexpected flying lesson. Whoosh! In an instant, they shoot right off the edge of the cliff, soaring through the night air like a pair of shadow phantoms. Honestly, the sheer speed of this guy's movement technique is ridiculously cool. Swish! Descending gracefully through the dark forest canopy, he cradles her securely while navigating the steep drop like it's a casual Sunday stroll. Tap, tap! Bouncing across the treetops with effortless mastery, he leaves the dense wilderness behind as the gleaming lights of the city start appearing on the horizon. Glow. Landing stealthily atop the wooden rooftops, they finally arrive in the vibrant heart of Hefei, taking in the spectacular nocturnal skyline below. Steam! Cut to the local tavern table where a piping hot basket of handmade soup dumplings and a glistening bowl of savory noodle soup are served up with divine visual flair. Man, the food art in this series always makes my mouth water. Sniff. Our little powerhouse leans over the table, staring at the delicious spread with those huge, unblinking eyes, trying to figure out if this local delicacy is actually worth the hype. Sitting across from her, the master eagerly digs into his bowl, encouraging her to eat up since he specially ordered a massive portion fit for a king. Sighs. Holding her wooden chopsticks with total indifference, our icy queen deadpans that her sweet Tang Hulu treat completely ruined her appetite, leaving the master frozen mid-slurp in utter disbelief. pout. With a hilariously salty expression plastered across her face, she silently judges the plain-looking dishes like a severe food critic who just got served cafeteria food. Chuckle! Setting down his chopsticks, Seob Mugwang smugly asks her what she thinks is the most common comfort food in every roadside inn, to which she casually replies with dumplings and noodles, obviously. Drip? Poking the translucent dumpling wrapper with precision, he lets the rich golden broth ooze out onto the plate, lecturing her on how making a world-famous dish out of something so ordinary requires absolute perfection. Handing her a freshly prepared plate, he brags that people who eat here swear they saw the afterlife after one bite. Though our sassy heroine inwardly notes she already visited the afterlife when she swallowed that holy rejuvenation pill. Nom. Taking a tiny, hesitant bite, she chins cautiously while her mentor grins, boasting that she's about to shed tears of joy and beg him for seconds. Sparkle! The moment the explosive flavor hits her taste buds, her glossy eyes light up with pure, unadulterated heavenly bliss. You love to see a ruthless former assassin get completely conquered by good cooking. Gulp, throwing all her stoic composure out the window, she starts stuffing her face at lightning speed while the proud master laughs out loud, thoroughly enjoying his total victory. Slurp! She buries her entire face into the noodle bowl, gobbling up every single bite as if she hadn't eaten in a whole decade, while Seob Mugwang rests his chin on his hand, watching her with peak wholesome dad energy. Pat! Plunking his hand right on top of her head mid-slurp, he affectionately chuckles at her newfound appetite, completely melting over how cute she looks when she's not acting like an emotionless killing machine. Wait! Beaming with pure pride, the legendary swordmaster promises to keep ordering full courses until her tiny belly literally bursts from satisfaction. Cheek cough. With her cheeks completely stuffed with food like an adorable little chipmunk, our heroine blinks up at him, visually defeated by deliciousness. Seriously, the artist deserves an award for these reaction faces. Buzz, cut outside to the dimly lit alleyways at night, where drunk tavern patrons stagger home after a long evening of feasting and drinking. Swoosh! High above the noisy streets, Seob Mugwang stands tall on the roof tiles with a cold, serious expression, asking if all the hidden lurking rats have been dealt with. Kneel! A masked shadow operative instantly materializes behind him, bowing respectfully as he confirms that every single spy watching them has been eliminated. Handing over a torn piece of dark cloth stamped with a blood-red bird emblem, the assassin reports that these hitmen were skilled professionals, bearing a strange crest never before seen in this region. Flutter, inspecting the sinister crimson bird marking, the swordmaster realizes this situation is so much bigger than expected and decides he must return to report directly to his family clan head, though his subordinate anxiously asks if they're really going to leave the child unattended. Turning his head with calm confidence, Seob Mugwang reassures his lieutenant that having a shadow guard tailor from afar is more than enough, since that little girl is far too dangerous to get bullied by local small fry. Zzz. Meanwhile, tucked safely under a warm blanket back in her cozy inn-room, our little queen sleeps peacefully like an angel, holding tight to her sheathed sword. Talk about contrast. Boom! Shift perspective over to the majestic, towering fortress of the legendary Namgung family, the famed Hall of the Celestial Tiger. Slam! An angry fist slams down onto the solid wooden desk with deafening force, echoing through the grand hall. Yells! Enraged by that massive bounty, Namgung Changsan fumes aloud that 8 whole years have passed without finding a single hair of the missing young mistress, questioning if throwing 300 gold bars at the problem will actually change a thing. He argues that 300 gold bars could literally buy out an entire merchant guild, openly doubting if the missing child is even still alive, triggering an immediate, furious rebuke from his older brother, Changhae. Standing upright with righteous fury, Namgung Changhae scolds his younger brother, asking how utterly heartbroken their eldest brother Chang'un would be if he heard such heartless disrespect toward his lost daughter. Groan. Frustrated, Changsan argues back that their eldest brother has been wandering the land for 8 long years on a wild goose chase, forcing Changhae to shoulder the massive burden of managing the entire clan's daily affairs all by himself. Silence! Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of absolute aura suffocates the entire room as a deep, booming voice commands them to shut their mouth. Behold the legendary patriarch of the Namgung clan, the heavenly dragon sword sovereign, Namgung Muchian. Bow. Instantly terrified by their father's terrifying presence, Changsan snaps into a deep bow, nervously answering his lord's call. Looking down with grand authority, the ancient patriarch calmly validates that 8 years is indeed a long time for Chang'an to run an escort agency just searching for his lost child. Cuff. The surrounding elders listen in tense silence as the patriarch admits that because Chang'an has been gone so long, the position of young lord has remained dangerously vacant. Fixating his sharp gaze on his third son, Muchon directly asks if he harbors deep resentment toward his eldest brother, to which Chongsan stammers that he just thinks it's high time his brother gave up and returned home. Pause. With a heavy, tragic look in his eyes, the patriarch quietly asks how any loving parent could ever be expected to abandon their own child when there's no official proof she's dead. Talk about hitting right where it hurts. Head down. Realizing the sheer callousness of his words, Chongsan hangs his head in deep shame, meekly admitting that he was short-sighted and foolish. Rubbing his temples in exhaustion, Lord Muchon strictly orders him never to speak so carelessly again before dismissing the tense meeting with a troubled frown. Thinking? As the elders quietly filter out of the grand chamber, the patriarch ponders in dark silence, realizing that Changsan is definitely not the only person dissatisfied with the current power vacuum. Shadows! He shrewdly sees right through the court politics, realizing some manipulative snake in the shadows likely pushed the naive Changsan to act as a mouthpiece for their own greedy ambitions. Tap tap, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the carved wooden armrest, Lord Muchion knows he cannot let this dangerous internal strife fester any longer without the clan tearing itself apart from within. Clack! Tightening his grip on the chair, a sharp spark of inner light flashes in his eyes as he receives word that the mysterious child has finally set foot inside his domain. Dramatic pause, with the stage officially set for an explosive family reunion and high-stakes clan political warfare. Our heroine is about to shake the entire martial world to its core. Tense silence. Picture entering the grandest hall in the martial world, only to find the patriarch dismissing his counsel with a cold, intimidating glance that could slice through solid steel. Nodding with a subtle grin, Xiao Muguang clears out the remaining elders, signaling that the real high-stakes meeting is about to begin, behind closed doors. Left alone in the massive chamber, Patriarch Muchon leans forward, asking if his long-awaited guest has finally arrived, to which Mugwang smugly promises that a super cute, highly prickly little girl is on her way. Enter Namgung Moon, the general manager of the clan, stepping up with an eyebrow raised and looking like he's already exhausted by whatever drama's about to unfold. Footsteps. Mun remarks that the entire elder meeting was shut down abruptly just for her, but Mugwang simply points toward the entrance, announcing her grand arrival. Glow. In walks our stoic little queen strolling down the royal carpet, surrounded by literal flower petals and looking like an absolute miniature warlord. Honestly, the artist went all out with this entrance. She's serving pure main character aura. Squinting his eyes, Manager Mun takes one look at her facial features and instantly freezes in total bewilderment. Tears spurt. In a matter of seconds, Mun turns into an absolute waterfall of emotion, ugly crying as he screams out that the lost young lady has finally returned home. Panic. Mugwang frantically whispers for him to pull it together and stop jumping to conclusions before they verify everything, while Mun aggressively snuffles in the background. Smirking under his breath, Mugwang can barely hide his amusement watching the clan's top manager completely lose his cool over a kid. Unfazed by the adult chaos, Ilhua stands dead center in the hall like a tiny stone statue, keeping her composure completely locked in. Gulp! Beneath her calm exterior, she takes a quiet swallow as she looks up at the massive throne looming over her. Aura, boom! Sitting on that throne is the heavenly dragon sword sovereign himself, radiating an invisible pressure so dense it feels like being stared down by a mythical dragon. Talk about an oppressive family boss fight. Gripping the hilt of her sheath, Ilhwa internally talks herself down, reminding herself that the ancient tyrant isn't currently an enemy, and she shouldn't show any fear. Bow. Executing a flawless martial arts greeting, she respectfully bows to the patriarch, who gives her a short, dignified nod of welcome. Clearing his throat, Manager Mun steps in to conduct the formal interview, asking her for her name, which she coolly gives as Ilhwa. Mun presses further, asking if she's claiming to be the long-lost child, pointing out that the missing heir has a birthmark on her neck that nobody can verify on Ilhwa. Unbothered, Ilhwa bluntly replies that she knows nothing about a mark, only that lingering memories of growing up in this estate led her back here. Leaning forward with deep curiosity, Mun asks her to detail these memories step by step. Flashback. Soft golden light fills her mind as she recalls walking along a path overflowing with vibrant red poppies and weeping willows beside a serene pond, holding on to an adult's hand. She recalls how huge, firm, and warm that hand felt, even though her tiny toddler fingers could only wrap around a single finger. The contrast between her dark assassin past and these sugary soft memories is almost comedic. Back in the grand hall, the atmosphere drops back to absolute silence as all three men digest her strangely specific story. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Lord Muchion murmurs that her recollection is surprisingly extraordinary. Whatever you say. Internally, Ilwa smirks to herself, knowing full well that the only place in the entire Namgung territory with poppies, willows, and a pond is the Lord's private garden. Sinful reveal! But here's the ultimate plot twist. She actually knows this garden because she broke into the Lord's Hall during her past assassin life, hallucinated from poppy poison, and literally torched the entire flower field to ashes. That's absolute menace behavior. Hiding her secret crime behind an innocent face, she aloud asks if these childhood memories are enough to satisfy them. Cold shot. Lord Muchion shuts her down instantly, dryly stating that poppies, ponds, and willow trees exist everywhere across the Central Plains in any wealthy noble's yard. Resting his arm on his throne, he cold shoulders her, questioning if she really thinks that weak story proves she's a blood relative of the Namgung family. Blinking up at him with total deadpan indifference, Ilwa simply says she doesn't understand his logic whatsoever. Sweat dysfunction. As Mugwang and Moon break out into cold sweats, Ilhwa boldly turns the interrogation around, asking if the Namgung family wasn't the ones desperately searching for the missing child. She drops the ultimate mic drop question. Why on earth does she have to be the one proving her identity to them? Smile! Flashing a bright, delightfully cheeky grin, she completely shatters the heavy, serious vibe in the room. She adds that she came here expecting them to have a reliable way to identify her, causing Mugwang to grab his head in pure panic behind her. Bro is having a full-blown stress migraine right now. Dark aura? Lord Muchion fixes her with a piercing stare, his shadow deepening as he asks if she's implying he was mistaken. Panic waver. Mugwang jumps in, waving his arms frantically to smooth things over before the old tyrant loses his temper, but Ilhwa just unapologetically agrees with herself. Roar of laughter! Suddenly, the entire room vibrates as Lord Muchion erupts into a booming, belly-aching laugh that echoes off the golden pillars. Ilhwa stands there tilting her head, wondering why this ancient sword god is losing his mind over basic common sense. Wiping a tear of amusement from his eye, the patriarch chuckles aloud, admitting that the kid actually hit the nail right on the head. Smirking with newfound respect, he agrees that the burden of proof shouldn't rest on a young child's shoulders. He clarifies that while the family possesses a secret method to verify her bloodline, it can't be conducted immediately, letting Mugwang and Moon finally breathe a sigh of relief. Beam! Giving a nod, Ilhwa flashes a sunny smile, agreeing to wait out the process inside the estate. Wide shot. Lord Muchion commands his subordinates to immediately prepare top-tier accommodations for her stay. Cut to the Heavenly Guest Pavilion, the single most exclusive VIP residence reserved only for royalty and supreme masters. Sunlight. Narration reveals that after a full year of sitting completely empty, the Grand Pavilion doors were ordered open for an unannounced, mysterious guest. Glancing around at the magnificent garden courtyard, Ilhwa takes in the breathtaking luxury of her temporary palace. Walking behind her, Outer Council Lord Namgung Yam is blinking in total disbelief, mentally screaming over the fact that he's babysitting a literal grade schooler in the clan's highest-tier pavilion. Flashback shadows! Yam recalls Manager Mun strictly warning him never to ask questions or dig into the guest's background, leaving him utterly baffled by why this kid gets royal treatment. Trying his best to play a courteous host, Yem boasts that the pavilion gets scrubbed 5 times a day and offers her full VIP service for any whim she has. Flowers. He reassures her that elite inner hall guards are surrounding the grounds for maximum protection, offhandedly mentioning that he heard she hasn't eaten yet. Sparkle? The second the word food leaves his mouth, Ilhwa's ears perk up and her eyes light up like Christmas trees. You can take the assassin out of the dark world, but you can never separate her from free delicious food. Imagine walking into a dining hall expecting basic prison gruel, only to be hit with a 5-star Michelin feast that looks so delicious it could make a grown warrior weep. Holding her chopsticks like a master ready to strike, Ilhwa stares at the mountain of mouth-watering food, practically drooling as her tiny stomach lets out a thunderous rumble. She zeroes in on a strange leaf-wrapped package, poking it with her chopsticks as if it's a dangerous hidden trap. Confusion! With massive question marks hovering over her head, our fierce little assassin is completely stumped on how she's supposed to consume a literal wrapped leaf. Honestly, watching a top-tier martial artist get defeated by basic food packaging is peak comedy. Sensing her quiet panic, a friendly maid gently steps up to offer a helping hand, which Ilhwa instantly accepts without breaking her stone-cold poker face. The maid sweetly explains that these are bamboo leaves, acting as a natural wrapper to lock in the rich flavors. Steam rises. Unwrapping the parcel, she reveals a glistening dish of sticky rice packed with juicy shrimp and chestnuts that smells like absolute heaven. As the maid boasts that the Namgung clan serves only the absolute best for their esteemed pavilion guests, Ilhwa's eyes turn into sparkling dinner plates. Nom nom. Encouraged to dig in, Ilhwa drops all formal martial arts etiquette and starts inhaling the food at light speed like she hasn't eaten in a decade. Watching her munch away with stuffed cheeks, the maid gushes internally over how ridiculously cute this little guest is, asking if the food meets her standards. Munching away with absolute bliss on her face, Ilhwa gives a quiet, satisfied nod. Check out the artist adding those tiny sparkle effects. It's impossible not to love her. Food coma. Cut to an hour later, and our legendary warrior is completely defeated, lying flat on her back like a bloated starfish after eating her entire body weight in gourmet dishes. Turning her head toward the ceiling, the full weight of her reality finally begins to sink into her mind. Lying inside the grand heavenly guest pavilion, she whispers to herself that she has officially crossed into the heart of the Namgung family domain. Flashback distortion. Glancing outside at the peaceful courtyard, her mind splits between the serene present and the blood-red, burning nightmare of her past life. Her stoic expression darkens as she reflects on the familiar faces of the clan members who treated her with such unexpected warmth today. In her previous life as a ruthless assassin, she remembers invading this exact clan hall, holding a cold blade over a battered Namgung elder while demanding the location of their secret manuals. That elder had spat blood right in her face, screaming that he would rather have his limbs torn apart than betray the Namgung family. Swoosh! She recalls leaping through the dark night, a heartless killer driven entirely by bloody vengeance and cold duty. She had leaned in close, mocking the elder's heroic speech and promising to tear him limb from limb without a second thought. Talk about a dark contrast to the cute kid eating sticky rice 5 minutes ago. Standing over the bloody aftermath of that massacre, her past self had stared down at the carnage with a chilling, hollow gaze. Covered in blood, she had wondered why these people fought so stubbornly, dying for a clan that ultimately fell to ruin anyway. Back in the present, Ilhwa clutches her chest tight, feeling a sharp, unfamiliar sting in her heart as those gruesome memories crash into her current reality. Thump, thump. She squeezes her robes, utterly confused by why talking casually to these same elders fills her with such a heavy, suffocating discomfort. Rolling onto her side, she closes her eyes tight, repeatedly reminding herself that the tragic future hasn't happened yet in this timeline. Silent promise? As moonlight streams into her grand chamber, she whispers into the dark that she still has time, swearing that she will personally rewrite history and stop the destruction before it starts. Meanwhile, over in the main command hall, an elder looks at his reports in total disbelief, asking if a mere child truly managed to derail the secret operations of both Hwasan and Shaolim. General Manager Mun confirms the insane news, reporting that the rival sects were caught trading great rejuvenation pills under the table until she threw a massive wrench in their plans. Rubbing his temples, Mugwang scoffs that the infamous Black Cloud Gang turned out to be complete frauds since a little girl flattened their entire operation single-handedly. He points out the bigger concern. Someone far more powerful must be pulling the strings behind the scenes for the gang to defeat Hwasan's elite forces in the first place. At the center of the table sits Lord Muchian, chin resting on his hands and eyes closed in deep, impenetrable silence as the council looks on anxiously. Mugwang waves his hand frantically, asking if the ancient patriarch is even paying attention to the high-stakes political discussion. High IQ analysis? Munn nervously assumes the family head is running complex strategic simulations in his head, carefully weighing the balance of power between the major grand factions. Fantasy reveal! But inside his head, Lord Muchon is literally surrounded by imaginary flower petals, gushing over how the cute little girl has possessed his legendary handsome features ever since the day she was born. I swear, the art style shift here is absolute comedy gold. Proudly nodding to himself, the old tyrant boasts aloud that now that she's grown up a bit, her resemblance to him is uncanny, leaving Manager Munn completely speechless at his leader's delusion. Sweat dropping hard, Munn reminds him that she's barely a grade schooler, warning that giving her the clan's top VIP residence might be ridiculously premature before verifying her identity. Lord Muchon casually lifts his teacup, spouting poetic wisdom about how even strangers can become lifelong comrades over a single cup of water. Taking a smooth sip, he smugly asserts that a true patriarch can instantly recognize his own bloodline, no matter the circumstances. Leaning forward, Munn asks if that means he's officially declaring her as the genuine missing heir. Snap! The patriarch's expression instantly drops into a terrifying, razor-sharp glare as he slams his teacup down, stating that merely recognizing her isn't nearly enough. Setting the cup down, his tone turns deadly serious as he asks for an update regarding their secret investigation into the shadowy Firebird Tower. Top-down view reveals the intense meeting in full swing as Manager Munn voices his underlying fear. What if this mysterious child was sent here with an ulterior motive to destroy them from within? Mugwang falls into a heavy, silent grimace, unable to instantly shoot down his colleague's valid paranoia. Demonic flames. A dark vision of Ilwa shrouded in evil aura flashes across their minds, reminding everyone that she was raised as the young mistress of a notorious assassin cult. Heavy text stresses the harsh reality of the martial world. Even if her body carries Namgang blood, there is no guarantee her heart belongs to the family. Mugwing admits that her claims of wanting to return home could very well be a masterfully crafted lie to infiltrate their inner sanctum. But he leans across the table, pointing out one undeniable truth. No assassin would ever willingly destroy their own internal cultivation energy just to pull off a fake trick. He highlights that giving up years of martial arts power is an impossible sacrifice, proving her desire to join the clan comes from a place of pure sincerity. Bam! Slamming his fist onto the wooden table with a massive grin, Mugwang proudly declares that he completely trusts the kid and backs her 100. Seeing his dramatic turnaround, Moon smirks and teases him for becoming an unhinged fanboy after spending just one day with her, causing Mugwang to aggressively flush and deny everything. What an incredible dynamic to set up the next chapter. The council meeting takes a spicy turn as one elder strokes his beard and suggests a brilliant shortcut. If they can't bring themselves to trust the mysterious kid, why not just grill her directly about the whole Wasan incident? He points out that the patriarch has an ancient tradition of hosting lavish banquets for VIP pavilion guests, making it the perfect excuse to test her motives over dinner. Meanwhile, Mugwang is in the back waving his hands around, practically begging everyone to just trust the poor girl already. And speaking of the legendary patriarch, Lord Muchion completely transforms. Surrounded by imaginary blooming flowers, he erupts into joyful laughter at the thought of having a cozy family dinner with his precious grandbaby. Sparkles! He's already beaming with excitement, grinning from ear to ear like he didn't just spend the last hour acting like a ruthless, cold-blooded warlord. Seriously, the mood swings on this old man are unmatched. Meanwhile, back inside the quiet sanctuary of her room, Ilwa sits cross-legged in deep meditation, floating in a breathtaking pool of radiant blue aura that swirls gently around her tiny hands. Feeling the soothing energy flow through her body, she realizes this pure internal force is completely different from the chaotic, blood-soaked arts of her past life, refreshing every single meridian point like a cool mountain spring. Sure, her current power level is pretty weak compared to her former peak, but this clean energy doesn't crave violence or blood, making it 10 times easier for her to control without losing her mind. Ripple, realizing she already unlocked the legendary Hwagyong stage in her previous life, she knows she can blast through the cultivation levels at lightning speed this time around. The blue aura erupts around her bedchamber as her determination skyrockets. She doesn't just want to regain her lost strength, she absolutely must if she wants to save this family from total annihilation. Whoosh! But just as the energy peaks, Ilwa suddenly freezes and pulls back, bringing her aura to a sudden, grinding halt. She catches herself just in time, realizing that since she hasn't officially been taught the Namgung clan's core cultivation manual yet, suddenly showing up with massive internal energy would raise a ton of red flags. Sigh. Sinking down onto the mat, she reminds herself that the top elders would get suspicious immediately. No matter how impatient she gets to reclaim her god-tier power, breaking trust before she even earns it is an amateur rookie mistake. It's honestly hilarious how annoying it is to play dumb and pretend she doesn't possess decades of forbidden martial arts knowledge. But hey, survival requires supreme patience. Slide! Right on cue, the sliding door opens up as a gentle maid pops her head into the chamber, visibly surprised to see the young guest already awake and active. When the maid politely asks if there's anything she needs, Ilwa skips the small talk and bluntly asks where she can find a proper training ground. The maid explains that a top-notch private facility is reserved right inside the pavilion, but Ilwa tilts her head and asks if there are any public training areas available instead. Bowing respectfully, the maid clarifies that as an honored VIP, she has full clearance to drop by any of the outer hall training grounds whenever she pleases. Turning down an escort, Ilwa decides to head out all by herself, reasoning that if she can't practice her internal aura without raising suspicion, she might as well grind her external sword techniques. Cut to the stunning, sunlit grounds of the Namgung clan domain, where massive grand pavilions stretch into the bright blue sky. Manhwa background artists really don't get enough credit for these architectural details. Tap, tap. Dressed in crisp white and blue robes, our tiny protagonist strolls down the stone pathway, thinking it's way smarter to train around other disciples rather than swinging a sword in total isolation. Plus, if she accidentally slips up and flexes high-level Namgung swordsmanship, she can easily play it off as a lucky kid just copying what she saw the older disciples doing. Stepping up to the open-air outer hall, she's actually impressed that the clan allows outsiders to catch a glimpse of their training, proving just how confident and bold the Namgung family really is. Peeking out from behind a wooden pillar, Ilwa zeroes in on the action, getting her very first look at the current generation of Namgung trainees. Swoosh! Across the dusty courtyard, a group of young disciples in red uniforms march in formation, swinging wooden practice swords in synchronized unison while shouting out their first form. Clang! They slice through the air with clean, disciplined strikes, pouring every ounce of sweat and effort into repeating the exact same fundamental moves. Ha! One over-enthusiastic trainee grunts with maximum dramatic tension, completely unaware that a reborn assassin master is sitting right behind him judging his entire existence. Watching them train, Ilhwa acknowledges that these hardworking youngsters represent the literal roots and future foundation of the entire clan's martial legacy. Their movements are undeniably sharp and show endless hours of blood, sweat, and tearful dedication. But there's a massive catch. Ilwa's eyes instantly turn ice cold. She scoffs to herself that this isn't real swordsmanship. They've memorized pretty choreography, not actual combat. If these kids got dropped onto a real bloody battlefield, they'd be slaughtered before even finishing their fancy stance. Poofed! Deflated into a hilarious chibi mood bubble, she lets out a heavy sigh, deeply disappointed by the lack of real life-or-death instincts among the clan's youth. Deciding they still have a mile-long way to go, she turns away toward the weapon rack to grab some gear and focus strictly on her own grind. Stop! Just as her tiny hand reaches for a wooden sword, an aggressive voice suddenly barks across the yard, ordering her to freeze right where she stands. Thud, thud! A taller, arrogant trainee stomps over with a total bully scowl, demanding to know what a random little kid thinks she's doing touching official weapon racks. He looks down his nose at her, smugly declaring that heavy practice swords aren't shiny toys meant for little children to mess around with. Ilwa calmly points toward the active field, asking why the other kids get to practice while she gets singled out. But the guy snorts, condescendingly telling her she's completely different from the official students. Scratching his head with a condescending smirk, he starts making up wild assumptions right on the spot about who this uninvited visitor could possibly be. He scoffs that she must be one of those pathetic failures who flunked the warrior entrance exam, assuming she's just a low-tier cleaning attendant trying to secretly copy their elite moves. Swish! Waving his wooden blade around like a total hotshot, he lectures her that the way of the sword isn't something a scrub can pick up just by peeking from the sidelines. He rudely shoos her away, telling her to scram back to her mop and bucket duties before a stray wooden splinter accidentally hurts her. Look at Ilwa's deadpan face. She's literally counting the seconds until she puts this clown in a stretcher. Completely ignoring his petty lecture, Ilwa grabs a practice sword off the rack with a cold snort, leaving the bully utterly stunned that a kid dared to ignore him. Swoosh, tap thud. Losing his temper, the guy lunges forward to snatch the sword back, screaming at her to hand it over. But Ilwa smoothly ducks under his swinging arm, taps his ankles with effortless balance, and sends him tumbling headfirst into the dirt. Poof! Veins bulging on his forehead, the angry trainee pops up red-faced, screaming at the top of his lungs about how an elder was speaking and demanding where her manners are. He aggressively demands to know which attendant is responsible for her so he can get them punished, but Ilwa just lets out a bored, heavy sigh. Glare, shadows fall over her face as her pupils glow with pure assassin malice, muttering under her breath that dealing with arrogant weaklings is an absolute pain. Shiver, hit by a wave of suffocating bloodlust, the guy visibly flinches, stumbling backward in absolute terror over a literal child's terrifying aura. Pow! Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he recklessly charges forward to strike, but Ilwa executes a flawless mid-air backflip right over his head, delivering a lightning-fast kick directly to the back of his neck. Huh? In slow motion, his eyes roll back as his brain fails to process how a tiny kid just turned gravity off and wiped the floor with him. Crash! With a loud explosion of dust, the arrogant bully hits the dirt face first like a sack of bricks, while Ilwa lands softly on her feet without missing a beat. Lying flat on his belly with his soul practically leaving his body, the guy stares blankly at his fallen sword in utter shock, completely unable to comprehend what just hit him. Click! Unbothered by the knocked-out fool behind her, Ilwa casually swaps for a smaller wooden sword that actually fits her current height, leaving us on the ultimate badass note for the next chapter. Seeing their squad leader sprawled on the floor like a deflated pancake, the other trainees burst into loud laughter, asking if he somehow managed to trip over his own feet. Meanwhile, Ilwa just glides away with her hair flowing softly in the breeze, holding her wooden sword like she didn't just casually wipe the floor with a grown guy. Stumbling back onto his feet with his face turning beet red, the humiliated leader fumes that words clearly aren't getting through to this bratty kid. Grab. Snatching his wooden weapon back off the dirt, he mutters through gritted teeth that he doesn't know what kind of dirty trick she just pulled on him. Swish! Swinging into a martial stance, he roars at the top of his lungs that today he's gonna personally teach her a brutal lesson about respect. Ilwa casually glances over her shoulder with an icy glare, calmly muttering a single "fine," like she's accepting a delivery instead of a challenge. Whoosh! The angry squad leader charges forward like a wild bull, letting out a loud battle cry that echoes across the entire training field. From a top-down view, Ilwa stands completely still while this absolute maniac rushes straight into her strike zone. Talk about zero self-preservation instincts. Floating in her thoughts, she figures if this guy is so eager to get humiliated twice, she might as well play along for a little bit. Slash! Bringing his blade down with maximum force, he screams that he'll show her what true manners actually mean in the martial world. But from overhead, you can see his telegraph swing coming from a mile away as Ilwa shifts her body position without sweating a single drop. Swoosh! With effortless grace, she leans under his weapon, letting the heavy wooden blade slice harmlessly through empty air. Tap! She smoothly steps inside his guard, tapping his back leg so hard that he wobbles out of control with a panicked gasp. Spin! Twirling her sword with flawless momentum, her icy blue eyes stay totally locked on her opponent's broken balance. Leap! Launching herself into a graceful aerial vault, she glides over his shoulders like a ghost while he flails around like a giant toddler. Panicking out of his mind, the guy desperately swings his weapon over his head, screaming, "Damn it!" as his heart drops straight to his boots. Clang! With a sharp counterstrike, Ilwa hits his wrist with pinpoint precision, popping the wooden sword right out of his trembling hands. Flip, flip! In high-speed motion, his weapon goes spinning wildly through the air like a helicopter rotor. God, the practice sword stabs straight into the dirt right in front of him while the squad leader collapses back onto his rear in absolute defeat. Looking down at the groaning mess on the floor, Ilwa casually rests her sword on her shoulder like a boss who just finished her morning walk. Watching from the sidelines, the rest of the trainees stand frozen in horror, whispering among themselves that this isn't even a duel, it's a brutal one-sided beating. Resting the blade against her neck, Ilwa casually asks if he's done yet or if he wants to continue getting schooled. She points her sword right at his nose, telling him that if he really wants to keep going, he better stop underestimating her and actually give it his all this time. Catching his breath on the dusty ground, the guy stares up at this tiny child in sheer disbelief as reality finally slaps him in the face. Gulp! Swallowing his bloated ego, he grips his sword tighter, realization sinking in that he's facing a genuine martial arts prodigy. Rise! Slowly standing back up on his feet, he lets out a heavy breath and mutters a quiet, "All right," ready to take this dead serious. Bow! Raising his sword with both hands in a traditional bow, he humbly asks her to do this properly. Honestly, character development speedrun right here. Observing his shift in posture, Ilwa notes to herself that his eyes have finally changed as he instinctively starts gauging her true martial depth. Turning around to face him, she drops into a crisp baseline stance, ready to give this humbled warrior a proper lesson. Thoughts. She reflects on how living under the grand reputation of the Namgang name has made these young disciples soft and complacent due to lack of real life-or-death battles. Sweat dripping from his brow, the squad leader focuses all his energy into his posture, exhaling a calm mist into the air. As the wind blows past, Ilwa reminds herself that long-standing peace dulls both a warrior's sword and their inner fighting spirit. Clang! Rushing forward with genuine technique this time, the leader strikes out, but Ilwa catches his blade with instantaneous precision. Holding off his attack with one hand, she admits to herself that she's actually pretty curious about these kids. Whoosh! Slicing through the air, she wonders if she can hammer their hearts back into shape and temper them like legendary steel blades. Parry. Deflecting his heavy downward slash, she resolves to heat him up and hammer out all that arrogant laziness through sheer martial discipline. Swish! Their swords blur together in a fast-paced rally as the squad leader strains with all his might while Ilwa glides through the motions effortlessly. On the sidelines, the surrounding trainees stare with wide open mouths, completely unable to process the ridiculous skill display happening right before their eyes. One guy stammers out under his breath, asking if a little kid possessing this level of sword technique is even physically possible. Boom! Sparks explode into the air as they fight, or rather, as Ilwa deflects every single incoming strike without letting a single hit graze her robes. Bang! Sidestepping his flurry, her cold blue eyes remain entirely calm, proving that panic has zero place in a master's mindset. Push! Off-balancing him once again, she forces him to stumble backward while his lungs burn for fresh air. While he's gasping, she lectures him like a stern master, pointing out that dumping raw brute force into a swing doesn't make it a good attack if you can't control it. Whoosh! Raising her blade for another strike, she sternly reminds him that true swordsmanship requires mastering precise speed and directional control. Crash! She slams her wooden sword into the ground right beside his foot, creating a shockwave that sends dirt flying everywhere as he leaps back in panic. Eyes wide with shock, the leader barely manages to stay upright, realizing that if that strike was aimed an inch higher, his foot would be pulverized. Dash! Before you can even recover his footing, Ilwa zips right back into his personal space with terrifying assassin speed. Tap! Knocking his arm out of position, she continues her lecture, warning him that overexerting makes his body stiffen up, completely robbing him of blade mobility. Whack! She delivers a swift, sharp strike to his ankle joint, sending a jolt of pain through his leg as he lets out an agonizing yell. Swoosh! Flowing into a full-body spin around his off-balance stance, Ilwa puts on an absolute masterclass, leaving the poor guy completely at the mercy of her legendary swordsmanship. Talk about a jaw-dropping power gap. Shockwaves rip through the floor as the squad leader stands frozen in place, his mind completely shattered by how effortlessly a tiny child just dismantled his entire stance. Before he can even register what hit him, the sheer pressure from her blade sends him sliding backward across the dirt like a human curling stone. Whoosh! A heavy cloud of dust explodes around the training ground as the impact settles into a tense, stunned silence. Panting like he just ran 10 miles in full armor, the guy drops to one knee, desperately leaning on his wooden sword to keep from face-planting into the dirt. Seriously, bro went from arrogant bully to humbled student in under 2 minutes flat. Tap, tap. Casual footstep sounds echo through the yard as Ilwa walks past, coldly pointing out that his entire lower body is weak, which is why his balance keeps collapsing the second real force is applied. The leader freezes mid-breath as the wooden sword rests inches from his throat, his eyes wide with pure, unfiltered terror. Turning around with that ice-cold main character aura, Ilwa looks down at him like she's merely reviewing a novice's warm-up routine instead of a life-or-death duel. Gasp! Leaving him wheezing on the ground, she glides past without looking back once. Can we talk about how smooth the transition is from high-octane martial arts action to casual stroll? Giving a deadpan sigh, Ilwa internally rolls her eyes, wondering if her quick lecture actually penetrated his thick skull or if it went straight out the other ear. Swish! Flipping her hair back, she dismissively mutters that since proper training here seems like a lost cause, she's packing it up and heading back to her quarters. Left choking on her dust, the guy gapes at her retreating back, completely gasping for air while his bloated ego takes a fatal blow. Sunlight glimmers off her flowing ponytail as Ilhwa struts out of the courtyard like an absolute boss, walking away from an explosion without looking back. Walking down the corridor, she internally facepalms, realizing all she managed to do was draw a massive spotlight onto herself instead of staying under the radar like a true assassin. Gazing up at that majestic estate architecture, she reassures herself that she's given those trainees more than enough advice, so whether they actually live up to the clan name is strictly their problem now. Looking down at her tiny hands, she notes with a subtle grimace that controlling her true strength in a frail child's body is way harder than she remembered. Regression stamina bar is no joke. Stumble, right on cue, a sudden wave of intense dizziness hits her out of nowhere as her vision tilts and her knees buckle beneath her. Dud! Losing complete control over her body, she starts plunging sideways toward the hard stone walkway. Her ponytail sways heavily as darkness edges into her sight, her child body finally giving out from the sudden exertion. Grab! Right before she hits the pavement, a broad hand catches her out of thin air, a deep voice grunting in mild confusion behind her. The camera zooms in on a rugged face with a stubbled chin. Turns out her scruffy uncle figure caught her right in the nick of time. Holding the limp child against his torso, the bearded man blinks in total perplexity, wondering why on earth she just fainted mid-walk. Ilwa groggily opens her eyes, realizing she's being cradled against his chest like a bag of rice. Talk about zero dignity for a former Grandmaster assassin. Looking down at her with genuine worry, he asks what's wrong and points out that she looks pale enough to pass for a ghost. Pushing against his robe, she feebly grumbles that she's completely fine and just had a minor dizzy spell. Completely ignoring her pride, he scoops her up under his arm in one swift motion, making her let out a squeak of total betrayal. Sway! Carrying her like a bundle of laundry, he casually walks off while Ilwa dangles helplessly, angrily demanding to know where he's taking her. This man treats a legendary master like a sack of potatoes, and it's hilarious. With a confident grin, he tells her that what she needs right now isn't toughing it out, but a proper medical checkup from a real professional. Step! Entering the tranquil medical wing, rows of fragrant herbs and traditional potion jars line the wooden shelves in perfect order. Shouting into the empty hallway, the scruffy uncle calls out for the doctor, dragging a reluctant Ilwa inside by the hand. Scratch! Looking around the quiet office, he scratches his head in annoyance, complaining about how the doctor vanished again after being told to stay put. Turning to Ilwa, he tells her to stay right there while he looks around, and she gives a quiet nod of agreement. Left alone, Ilwa scans the room, mentally appraising the high-grade medicinal ingredients and admitting the clan's medical facilities are top tier. Staring at the bronze scales, she ponders why she never ran into the head of the medical hall during her past life before the clan's ultimate downfall. Click-clack, elegant footsteps echo on the wooden floorboards as someone in refined purple and white robes steps into the doorway. A soft, melodic voice giggles from behind the screen, expressing pure amusement at the unexpected little visitor standing by the desk. Snap! Ilwa turns around sharply, her pupils shrinking in instant, visceral shock as her eyes lock onto the incoming doctor. Framed by a background of blooming pink flowers, a breathtaking woman with dark hair and striking green eyes chuckles playfully at Ilwa's wide-eyed expression. Talk about an artistic contrast between soft floral aesthetics and hidden menace. Bending down to her height, the woman beams warmly, cooing that she doesn't recognize this adorable little face at all. She teasingly giggles that Ilwa looks just like a startled little kitten fluffing up its fur in surprise. Grit. Dark shadows fall over Ilwa's face as she clenches her jaw, inner danger alarms blaring at absolute maximum volume. Flashback. A sinister memory floods her mind. A terrifying figure shrouded in dark mist. A ruthless assassin who used deadly poisons and reveled in cruel massacres. The cruel smirk and emerald green eyes from her past life match the woman standing right in front of her with terrifying perfection. Shock, Ilwa realizes her true identity? Dockwell, the notorious bloodthirsty head of the medical hall of the Blood Sect. Finding a major future villain acting as a cozy clan doctor is an absolute horror story. Completely oblivious to the murderous tension in the room, the scruffy uncle scratches his head, telling his companion to stop teasing the kid and just check her pulse. Reach! Smiling sweet as honey, Dokkwol holds out her hand, gently asking the little girl to present her wrist for an examination. Ilwa instinctively flinches back in disgust. Slap! Fast as a lightning strike, Ilwa swats the woman's hand away with a violent smack, refusing to let those poisonous fingers anywhere near her skin. Backing away with fierce, glowing blue eyes, Ilwa glares up at her with pure venom, sharply warning her not to lay a single finger on her. The scruffy uncle steps in between them, trying to diffuse the drama by explaining that the doctor just needs to check her pulse to see why she fainted. Poor uncle has zero clue he's standing next to a human chemical weapon. Thoughts? Ilwa's brain works at warp speed, calculating that Dockwell hasn't officially joined the Blood Demon yet in this timeline, but if she's already operating as an undercover spy, she'll instantly try to eliminate anyone who suspects her. Kneeling down beside her with genuine warmth, the bearded man gently begs Ilwa to cooperate, completely unaware of the deadly game of mental chess unfolding right before his eyes. Talk about playing with fire. Uncle Mugwang tries to assure Ilhwa that this cozy clan doctor is totally legitimate, while Dokkwal giggles in the background, playfully teasing our tiny grandmaster to call her big sister instead. Little does Uncle know, he just introduced an assassin to a literal human poison factory. Uncle Mugwang keeps lecturing Ilhwa like a worried parent, pointing out that even if she's a total martial arts prodigy, she hasn't been eating or resting properly for days. Ilhwa just stands there completely speechless, probably wishing she could vanish back into thin air. Gasp, and then comes the ultimate childish bribe. The doctor offers to buy her a mountain of candied fruit if she just sits still for a quick pulse check. Ilhwa's chibi expression completely freezes in place. Seriously, bribing a centuries-old assassin with sweets is wild. Thoughts? Ilhwa's internal alarm bells are going off at full volume. She realizes throwing a tantrum over a basic medical checkup will make her look totally suspicious, so she has zero valid excuses to back out right now. Giving a heavy sigh, she realizes she can't just act like a scared kid without raising major red flags. Meanwhile, poor Uncle Mugwang stands there with a huge question mark floating over his head, totally clueless about the deadly mental chess happening right in front of him. Nod. Calculating her odds, Ilhwa figures that with Uncle Mugwang sitting right beside them, even a notorious poison master like Dokkwal won't dare pull off any funny business. She reluctantly agrees, putting on her best calm composure. Tap! They both sit down on the tatami mat as Dokkwol gently reaches out to check her wrists, promising it'll only take a quick second. The top-down camera angle here really sets up a super tense, high-stakes medical examination. Glow! The second Dokkwol touches her wrist, a mysterious stream of luminous blue energy begins flowing directly into Ilhwa's arm. It looks like a simple diagnosis, but to a trained grandmaster, it feels like a sneaky probing attack. Swoosh! The raw energy surges through her meridian channels, creeping deeper into her veins like a spreading spider web. The artist's use of glowing aura effects in this panel makes this simple touch feel incredibly intense. Dokkwol offers a sweet, deceptive smile, telling her to just hang tight for a few seconds longer. But before she can finish her sentence, flash! A razor-sharp wave of lethal intent fills the entire room. Crash! Talk about zero reaction time. Ilhwa explodes forward like a coiled spring, pinning Dokkwol straight to the floor with a deadly throat grab. Bro, she went from helpless child to merciless executioner in 0.1 seconds flat. Dokkwol lets out a choked gasp as Ilhwa's tiny hand clamps around her neck like a vice grip. Her eyes widen in total shock. She definitely didn't expect a little girl to possess raw murder instinct. Flame? Fiery crimson aura explodes around Ilhwa, her eyes glowing with terrifying blue light as Uncle Mugwang instantly grabs her arm. He barks at her to let go immediately, utterly horrified by the sudden outbreak of violence. Glaring with lethal intensity, Ilhwa sharply warns him that the doctor was channeling internal energy to attack her. But Uncle Mugwang refutes her instantly, explaining that using internal energy is standard medical procedure for sensing energy pathways. Talk about a massive misunderstanding. Realizing she overreacted based on future memories, Ilhwa slowly pulls her hand back, her fierce aura fading as she stares down in tense, brooding silence. Rub. Dokwal gently touches the faint red mark left on her neck, still catching her breath from being ruthlessly tackled. Honestly, getting choked out by a toddler has got to be the ultimate hit to her pride. Brushing it off with a playful chuckle, Dokwal rubs her bruised neck and jokes that this little kitten certainly has sharp claws. She's acting completely unbothered, but you can tell her interest is officially piqued. Thoughts? Uncle Mugwang stares at Ilhwa in deep, brooding silence. He mentally notes that the second Dokwal moved her inner power, Ilhwa reacted instantly with a level of killing intent you'd never see in a standard assassin. He inwardly shivers, realizing that whenever Ilhwa decides to strike, her hands move with zero hesitation or mercy, exactly like someone who has taken countless lives in cold blood. The tension here is insane. Swish! Dusting herself off, Ilhwa cold shoulders the entire situation and curtly announces that she's heading back to her quarters. Tap, tap. Her tiny footsteps echo down the corridor as she walks away without looking back once. You gotta respect her ability to drop a bomb in the room and casually stroll out like nothing happened. Back in the room, Dokwal rubs her neck again and asks Uncle Mugwang where on earth he managed to pick up such a feisty stray cat. She admits she's never encountered a kid quite like this before. Worried about her sudden fainting spell, Uncle Mugwang frantically asks if the doctor managed to diagnose her condition. Dokwal just smirks, pointing out how lively and aggressive she clearly is. Weaving her hand dismissively, Dokwal sighs that it was way too brief to give a proper diagnosis, but mentions that something about the child felt a bit peculiar. Gasp! She casually notes that based on her brief scan, it seems like the kid has been desperately scavenging for food recently. Uncle Mugwang's eyes widen in total shock at the news. Sitting back comfortably, Dokwal boasts that despite her youthful looks, she used to be the elite doctor in charge of the 7th Heavenly Pulse. She chuckles, chalking Ilhwa's skittish behavior up to being a scaredy cat. Grin. With a sinister glimmer in her eyes, Dokwal urges him to bring the little kitten back later for a much more thorough examination, leaving Uncle Mugwang looking super confused. The camera pulls in close on Dokwal's sharp profile as her smile fades into a cold, scheming expression. Whatever she's cooking up in that head of hers definitely spells major trouble for our protagonist. Swoosh! Sunlight bathes the peaceful courtyard as Ilhwa walks alone under the warm sky, her long ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. Flashback, a blood-red memory flashes in her mind, an old conversation echoing back from her past life before regression. I heard you killed another blood cult member. In her previous timeline, Dokwal sat relaxed in dark assassin garments, leisurely smoking a long pipe while chatting with Ilhwa in a dim, ominous chamber. Dokwal casually puffed on her pipe back then, asking Ilhwa with a smirking face if she was just stopping by to give her another boring lecture. Puff! Blowing out a cloud of thick white smoke, Dokwal brushed off the murder, claiming that liquidating fellow cult members was just a harmless little hobby of hers. Talk about a psycho mindset! She boasted that even the blood demon turned a blind eye because she held the prestigious rank of the 12 Moons. Swearing loyalty directly to the cult leader gave her absolute immunity. Dokwal bragged that she held the sacred moon badge and mastered the cult's secret techniques, so killing a nobody shouldn't warrant any scolding at all. In the memory, past Ilhwa just gave a tired sigh, admitting she only brought it up because it happened to pop into her mind. Dokwal teased her, remarking how unbelievable it was that someone as ruthless as Ilhwa used to belong to a righteous sect. Past Ilhwa sarcastically took it as a compliment. Resting her chin on her hand, Dokwal then asked what motivated a former righteous warrior to defect to a dark cult, to which Ilhwa gave a vague, secretive answer: shadow. That's when Dokwal's face darkened with a terrifying, malicious grin, her emerald eyes glowing as she asked if Ilhwa joined the cult just to hunt down a specific person. Snap back to reality. Ilhwa looks down in deep reflection, her side profile framed against the bright courtyard. Thoughts? A heavy question lingers in her mind. Who was Dokwal so desperately obsessed with killing back then? Splash! Crouching down on a carved stone bridge, Ilwa watches the gentle ripples in the pond below, completely lost in thought. She mentally admits that in her past life, she never bothered asking because she didn't care about anyone else's vendettas. But if she had known they'd cross paths again in this timeline, she definitely would have pried for answers. Step. Heavy, authoritative footsteps echo behind her as a deep, dignified voice breaks her focus, remarking that she seems lost in thought. Gasp! Enter the Titan. Dressed in majestic blue robes with intricate silver dragon embroidery, the patriarch of the Namgung clan himself stands before her, exuding immense aura. Bow. Instantly switching to polite junior mode, Ilwa stands up and bows respectfully, offering greetings to the clan leader and claiming she was just enjoying the peaceful garden view. Patriarch chuckles warmly, but his expression turns serious as he reveals that news about her recent altercation has already reached his ears. He mentions the hot-headed kid from the Red Dragon unit who dared to point a blade at her, shaking his head at how reckless and overambitious the young trainees are getting. Wave! Ilwa humbly plays it down, insisting it was just a wooden sword duel and nobody got hurt, but the patriarch sternly reminds her that a true swordsman must exercise utter caution before drawing any blade. When Ilwa casually remarks that she wasn't even scared, the patriarch asks if it's because she knew she was stronger. Ilwa sagely replies that while the kid had decent internal energy, true martial arts mastery is about far more than just raw power. Talk about wisdom beyond her years. You know that feeling when you try to act like a wise, ancient warrior, but your grandpa just laughs it off like you're telling a cute bedtime joke? Yeah, Patriarch Namgung is literally standing there chuckling, completely unbothered by Ilwa's solemn martial arts wisdom. The old man lets out a soft grin, his face softening with pure grandparent affection. It's hilarious how this absolute powerhouse of a clan head looks at a terrifying reincarnated assassin and just thinks, "Aw, what a precocious little kid." But as the warm sunlight hits her profile, his voice suddenly drops all the playful tone. Staring directly at her, he drops an absolute emotional bomb, admitting that part of him honestly wished she wasn't actually his granddaughter. Gasp! The mood in the courtyard drops below zero in a split second. Standing behind her with his hands tucked behind his back, he sternly points out that no normal child radiates the kind of bone-chilling killing intent that constantly surrounds her. Bro went straight from proud grandpa to master detective. Shadow! Dark crimson aura begins swirling through his mind as he looks right through her outer shell. He admits he can see the invisible blood staining her tiny hands and the crushing resentment of a life spent bearing agonizing burdens. Glimmer? An eerie reflection ripples across the water, showing a phantom shadow of Ilwa's past life as a ruthless assassin draped in dark robes. Honestly, the artist cooked so hard with this visual transition, it gives you instant goosebumps seeing her dark past looming right behind her innocent present. Sighing heavily against the golden sunset, the patriarch reveals his true feelings, confessing that all he ever wanted was for his granddaughter to grow up in peace, completely untouched by the horrors of war and bloody clan rivalries. Turn. Spinning around to face her, his eyes turn razor sharp as he demands to know who on earth trained her to become such a cold-blooded killer. But Ilwa just gives him a nonchalant look, asking if that even matters anymore, to which he sternly snaps that it's the only thing that matters. Fume! Dark, suffocating aura begins boiling around the old man's silhouette as his expression twists into pure rage. He growls that he needs to find whoever put her through that hell so he can personally bring down absolute retribution upon them. Swoosh! Violent winds of wind start whipping around his boots as he vows that the monsters who turned his sweet grandchild into a weapon will never get a quick death. In fact, ripping them limb from limb wouldn't even come close to settling the score. Talk about top-tier overprotective grandpa energy. Boom! Massive swirls of glowing blue energy explode around the pair, kicking up leaves and shattering the peaceful garden atmosphere. He roars into the wind that if anyone caused her even an ounce of suffering, he will hunt them to the ends of the earth and annihilate them. Blink! Caught right in the center of his terrifying aura storm, Ilwa's eyes widen in utter shock. Looking up at the furious Grandmaster, she quietly whispers the ultimate question. What if she isn't actually his real granddaughter at all? Blow! Her glowing turquoise eyes sparkle with sheer disbelief as the fierce wind blows her hair across her face. Seeing a legendary clan master get so genuinely furious on her behalf completely shatters her cold, distant persona. Whoosh! The raging storm of spiritual energy instantly dies down, leaving the courtyard in stunned silence as the two just stand there staring at each other. Man, the tension in this panel is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Grip? Without saying a word, the patriarch reaches down to grab the hilt of his massive dragon-embossed divine sword resting at his waist. Thud! In one smooth, powerful motion, he slams the heavy scabbard straight into the stone tiles right beside her, causing a shockwave of dust to burst across the ground. He steps back with a satisfied huff, casually folding his arms while observing her reaction like a proud mentor testing a star pupil. Whoa! Ilwa takes a step back, her eyes practically popping out of her head as she stares at the legendary weapon embedded right in front of her. The sheer size of this blade next to her tiny frame is honestly equal parts awesome and hilarious. Look! Tilting her head up, she hesitantly asks if this majestic weapon is the famed Chanmyung sword she's read about, and the patriarch gives her a firm, proud nod. Tap! But instead of giving a long lecture on martial arts theory, the formidable patriarch gently reaches out and rests his large, battle-worn hand right on top of her head. Fluff! Ilwa completely freezes up as his palm gently pats her messy hair. Her eyes blink in pure confusion. She was totally prepared for a high-level interrogation, not wholesome family affection. Pat, pat. The old man offers a soft smile, gently ruffling her ponytail while casually mentioning that he heard through the grapevine how much she loves eating delicious food. Pulling his hand back, he breaks out into a warm, hearty laugh, completely brushing off all the dark, heavy atmosphere from just moments ago. Touch! Left standing alone in the garden, Ilwa slowly raises her hand to tap the top of her forehead where his hand just rested, looking completely lost in thought. Seriously, watching a former ruthless killer get completely undone by a simple head pat is top-tier wholesomeness. Press! She squints her eyes and gently rubs her forehead, trying to make sense of these overwhelming warm feelings that never existed in her dark past life. Nightfall. As the golden sun sets, night settles over the grand Namgang estate, casting deep blue shadows across the serene courtyard ponds and traditional wooden corridors. Creep. But as a quiet maid walks through the dimly lit hallway, an ominous ink-black trail of demonic smoke begins silently snaking along the ceiling behind her. Turn! Sensing a sudden draft, the maid spins around with a confused look, but the dark corridor appears completely empty and peaceful. Talk about classic horror movie foreshadowing. Slither. Meanwhile, deep inside the inner chambers, that same pitch-black miasma creeps under the wooden door and slithers across the floor toward the bed where Ilwa is fast asleep. Ring. As Ilhwa rests her head peacefully on the pillow, pulse-like rings of malicious red energy start radiating through the dark bedroom, echoing with a demonic frequency. Snap. In an instant, Ilwa's eyes snap open in the pitch darkness. The dormant killer inside her instantly recognizes the unnatural bloodlust infecting the room. Rustle! Demonic red tech swirls around her head, screaming at her to wake up, draw her blade, and slaughter every single person in the clan. Resisting the dark urge, Ilhwa quietly swings her legs off the bed and grips her sword hilt. Drip. The sinister voice grows louder and more aggressive, commanding her to drench the entire estate in blood and paint the floors with the corpses of the Namgoon family. Clink. With a sharp metallic sound, her hand unsheaths the blade just an inch, releasing a terrifying pulse of fiery red energy that illuminates the dark room. Knock, knock. Outside the door, a worried maid calls out, asking if the young miss needs anything after hearing noises inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, red aura is violently whipping around like a raging wildfire. Flash! Without warning, a razor-sharp wave of fiery red sword aura slashes straight through the air. The maid outside gasps in confusion as Ilhwa's face lights up with lethal, uncontrolled, murderous intent. Slash! The demonic whispers reach a fever pitch, roaring for complete destruction as crimson bloodlight completely engulfs the screen. Man, the sound design you can imagine for this panel is straight out of an action anime climax. Shift. Cut back to earlier that day in the clan council room where an elder raises his eyebrow and snarkily asks if someone could speak a little softer before their fragile ego completely breaks. Top-down view reveals the three high-ranking elders sitting around a massive desk cluttered with official scrolls and reports engaged in a heated debate. gesture, the wild-haired elder known as the Galewind Sword shrugs dramatically, ranting about gruesome butchery right in front of the others, while the chief scholar sweat drops and desperately tries to calm him down. Flustered, turning his sights on the patriarch, the elder teases him about boasting in front of a little girl and losing a silly bet, prompting the Grandmaster to quickly hide his embarrassed face behind a scroll. Sweat? Peekaboo! The mighty clan head peeks out from behind the paper with a big sweat drop on his forehead, nervously stammering that he was just trying to reassure his worried little granddaughter. Point! The chief elder smirks, wiggling his fingers mockingly as he teases the patriarch for acting like a overly dramatic parent who tattles on every tiny thing the kid does. You gotta love how these legendary grandmasters bicker like retired old men in a park. Stiff! The Galewind Sword elder slams his hand down, whining that he couldn't just ignore what happened, but mid-sentence, his entire body suddenly freezes in place. Gasp! In a flash of motion, the patriarch abruptly turns his head toward the door, his eyes wide with absolute shock as his relaxed demeanor vanishes into thin air. Huh? The chief scholar blinks in utter confusion, holding a scroll in midair as he asks what could possibly be wrong to make the clan head react like that. Sniff! A dark, ominous trail of reddish-black smoke slowly seeps under the heavy wooden doors, carrying a sickening metallic stench into the council chamber. Glare, the patriarch's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits as his face turns deathly serious, darkly muttering that the distinct smell of fresh blood has just filled the air. Stomp! Without hesitating for a single second, he bursts out of his chair and strides down the dark corridor with lightning-fast, heavy steps. Doh! Reaching the hallway, they encounter a terrified maid clutching a bundle of blood-stained rags, who instantly drops to her knees in total panic to greet the clan head. Talk about a massive cliffhanger to end on. What on earth just went down in the estate? Stepping straight into the aftermath of that chaotic aura storm, the patriarch's face drops as he stares down at the floor, demanding to know whose blood is staining the ground. Following his gaze, we see a trembling maid nervously clutching a cloth soaked in fresh, dark crimson blood. And man, you can practically hear her heart hammering in her chest. Realizing this isn't something for public ears, the patriarch immediately erects a glowing blue soundproof barrier around them, calmly noting that the blood actually belongs to a visiting VIP guest. Lowering her head in deep remorse, Ilwa quickly tries to cover for herself, claiming she was just practicing her sword techniques late at night and accidentally ended up with a minor wound. She bows down onto her knees, quietly apologizing for causing such a huge scene over a simple mistake. Honestly, seeing this former master assassin bow her head like a disciplined student is a wild plot twist in itself. But the patriarch isn't buying it for a single second. He looks her dead in the eye and reminds her that with the barrier up, she can spill the absolute truth about what really went down. Remaining steadfast with her cover story, Ilhu insists that nothing sinister happened and that she simply lost control of her blade for a brief second. Reaching down toward her arm, the Grandmaster softly points out that despite her claims of it being a minor scratch, the wound is still actively bleeding through her bandages. Gently wrapping a clean cloth around her wrist, he delivers a heartfelt message, urging her to place her trust in him just as deeply as he trusts her. Man, talk about an absolute top-tier grandpa move right here. Looking down at her with pure tenderness, his usual terrifying Grandmaster presence completely melts away into genuine care and concern. Ilwa blinks up at him in awe, her cold defense crumbling as she softly nods and promises to keep his words close to her heart. Noticing a shadow outside the door, the patriarch mentions that the medicine hall chief has finally arrived to properly treat her remaining injuries. Giving her hand one last reassuring squeeze, he warmly tells her that he'll drop by to check on her again tomorrow evening. Left alone for a split second, Ilwa gently touches her bandaged wrist, pondering how differently the Grandmaster views her compared to her dark past life. Outside the room, the patriarch gives final instructions to the martial artist standing guard before heading out into the night corridor. Back inside, Ilwa's mind races with anxiety. She worries about how long he'll keep turning a blind eye to her mysterious nature, and whether she could ever explain the truth. Staring down at her bandaged forearm, she remembers the terrifying moment she woke up with a sword in hand, realizing she had to cut her own arm just to regain control. Sitting on her cushion, she comes to the grim realization that the malicious voice echoing in her mind was without a doubt the blood demon taking over her body against her will. Frustrated by her lack of answers, she grits her teeth, knowing there's only one person around who might actually understand the dark curse plaguing her frame. Speak of the devil, the door slides open and the cheerful female medicine hall chief peeks her head in, playfully asking if she can come inside to check on her favorite little kitten. Flashing a warm, sly smile, the female doctor enters, and Ilwa realizes this eccentric lady is the exact person she was looking for. A soothing trail of white incense smoke drifts across the room from a brass burner, filling the chamber with a relaxing herbal scent. Taking a seat across from her, the doctor explains that the burning incense will help dull the pain, but warns that the upcoming treatment might still sting a little bit. Leaning casually against the wall, the wild-haired male doctor crosses his arms and lets out a grunt of approval, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. Using a pair of wooden tongs, the female chief carefully applies a green herbal salve onto Ilha's arm, teasingly praising her for being such a brave little cat who doesn't even shed a tear. But instead of reacting to the teasing, Ilha calmly asks if she can inspect another injury she's hiding under her robes. In an instant, the male doctor's eyes pop out in chibi shock as he yells out in total panic, asking where on earth else she could possibly be hurt. When Ilwa bluntly replies that the injury is on her abdomen, the overly protective male doctor immediately charges forward, demanding to see it right away. But as soon as Ilwa specifies that the wound spans all the way from her chest down to her abdomen, the poor guy completely freezes dead in his tracks. Realizing he was about to inspect a young girl's "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Shifting her focus, Ilwa asks if the doctor can evaluate what appears to be an internal injury lingering deep within her body. The female doctor nods thoughtfully, explaining that checking internal damage requires channeling her own internal energy, and expresses surprise at how easily Ilwa agrees to it. Lightly placing her fingers against Ilwa's wrist, the doctor beams with joy, playfully asking if this sudden cooperation means her little kitten finally trusts her a bit. Whoosh! A brilliant burst of golden spiritual energy erupts between their hands, illuminating the dimly lit room in a gorgeous, warm glow. The intense flow of spiritual aura whips Ilhwa's long hair across her face as she closes her eyes and lets the energy flow through her meridian points. The doctor's playful expression turns deeply focused as her glowing energy probes deep into Ilhwa's internal body system. Suddenly, a sinister dark void fills the scene, echoing with a chilling direct question. Have you ever felt murderous intent? The doctor's eye widens in subtle shock as she realizes Ilwa is communicating directly through high-level mental telepathy while their energy is linked. Using her own private voice transmission, the doctor asks why she's suddenly bringing up murderous intent, but Ilhwa sternly demands a straight answer. Softly replying through telepathy, the doctor admits there was indeed a time she felt consumed by bloodlust, but notes that the feeling faded once the target of her rage died. Curious, Ilhwa asks why she wanted to kill that person in the first place, to which the doctor gently reveals it was because they dared to hurt someone she loved. Looking tenderly at the young girl, the doctor turns the question back on her, asking if Ilhwa still carries someone she loves in her heart. As the golden energy swirls around them in the dark room, Ilhwa drops the real bombshell via telepathy, asking if the doctor is truly aligned with the Namgung clan. With a mysterious smirk, the doctor notes that it's a tricky question with no simple yes or no answer. Asking if her vague answer satisfied her curiosity, the doctor receives a quiet, knowing nod from Ilhwa. Packing up her wooden medicine kit, the doctor reflects that while she holds no supreme loyalty to Namgung, she certainly bears no grudge deep enough to side with the blood demon either. Gazing down at Ilhwa's bandaged hands, the doctor softly observes that unlike Dokwol from her past life, who slaughtered innocent people purely for entertainment, Ilhwa clearly acts out of love and protection. Ilhwa listens quietly in profile, her mind processing the doctor's profound realization. Suddenly, the doctor reaches into her box and pulls out a sinister container labeled Blood King Poison, her expression instantly shifting into dead seriousness. Turning back with wide eyes, the doctor reveals she knows Ilhwa's true hidden identity, reassuring her that this time around, her fate can end up completely different. Imagine finding out the medical expert patching you up is actually an undercover badass who holds all the secrets to your survival. Ilhwa looks her straight in the eye and drops a bombshell. She needs her help specifically to stand against the menacing blood demon once and for all. To understand why this alliance is so huge, we gotta take a quick flashback trip into the dark history of the royal court, where a cruel second prince once brought total ruin upon an innocent village. This petty royal literally drowned an entire town in a sea of blood just because a low-born woman dared to reject his advances. Talk about fragile ego syndrome taken to the absolute worst extreme. In this corrupt world, high-ranking nobles treat innocent lives like disposable toys, so wiping out an entire village was just another Tuesday for them. But the lone survivor, a young child, wasn't about to let that slide. Driven by pure vengeance, that surviving kid managed to infiltrate the royal palace, working behind the scenes under the station of an assistant to the royal physician. And wouldn't you know it, one fine day, that infamous second prince mysteriously dropped dead from lethal poison. Karma really comes back with interest in these stories, doesn't it? Bringing it back into the present, Owa pieced together the doctor's secret backstory and asked if that's how she eventually escaped the palace and joined the Nongun clan. The doctor practically jumps out of her skin, sweating bullets as she frantically clarifies that she never ran a background check on Ilhwa, wondering on Earth how a kid knows her deepest dark secret. Ilhwa just smirks internally, remembering how back in her past life, this chatty doctor wouldn't stop blabbering about her backstory until Ilhwa's ears almost bled from total annoyance. Calming the panicked doctor down, Ilhwa reaches out her hand and assures her that she isn't here to expose her, keeping her true request super simple and straight to the point. She holds out her bandaged arm again, asking the doctor to do a deep diagnostic on her internal condition one more time to check her body properly. Please remember that this is not medical advice or a diagnosis. You should always consult a healthcare professional or seek care. Looking deathly serious, Ilhwa reveals the chilling reality. There is a terrifying dark curse lurking inside her body that's constantly trying to override her free will. She explains that this malicious force is known as a suggestion, a dark mental imprint designed to hijack our actions. Honestly, mind control tropes always turn the tension straight up to 11. While the doctor listens in disbelief, Ilhwa outlines that this dark magic controls a person's mind through specific triggers, effectively turning them into a puppet. There are only two ways to break free from this mental chain: either track down and kill the original caster, or let the curse totally dominate you until you go on a rampage and burn out its energy. Ilhwa realizes the only reason she regained control of her mind tonight was because the puppet master behind the curse wasn't in close physical range to maintain total dominance. The doctor listens intently, noting that while a weak connection allows brief moments of clarity, it's an extremely dangerous double-edged sword for everyone nearby. In other words, as long as this curse remains active, the puppet master can pop up out of nowhere at any moment and force Ilhwa to slaughter everyone in her path. Flashback to that ominous moment, the dark fog of the blood demon carried a clear, spine-chilling warning that ignoring its command would lead to absolute destruction. Watching the memory fade, Ilhwa wonders if that bloody message was a direct threat sent by the master behind her mind control. She tried getting Choryeon to figure out an alternative cure for the curse, but sitting around waiting like a helpless sitting duck is a luxury she just can't afford right now. Frustrated, she briefly considers locking herself deep in the isolation of the mountains, but realizes the faction watching her every move would never let her walk away so easily. She knows she urgently needs a reliable team, people who can draw the enemy's attention away and pull off high-stakes diversions while she works behind the scenes. Walking out into the courtyard the next morning, her eyes scan the training ground, searching for potential candidates to recruit into her inner circle. Since her current body is still that of a young child, she needs strong muffle heads to handle heavy physical tasks she can't easily pull off right now. Most importantly, she's searching for genuine allies who will stand by her side and build up her faction's core power base. Pausing thoughtfully, Ilhwa spots an outer hall warrior intensely practicing his sword techniques under the bright morning sun. Hot! The warrior lets out a fierce battle cry, swinging his wooden training sword through the air with furious power and relentless dedication. He executes a sharp, fluid blade sweep, driving his weight into every strike with textbook form and passion. Dripping with sweat, the guy pants heavily, taking a brief pause as steam practically rises from his exhausted body. Taking a deep breath to reset his stance, he grips his wooden weapon with both hands, determined to push his physical limits even further. You can see the pure desperation and grit in his eyes. He's clearly a hardworking guy who feels stuck in his current rank and wants to prove his worth no matter what. Wanting to test his actual combat level, Ilha steps onto the field with a wooden sword of her own, crossing blades with him in a casual sparring position. Whoosh! Without giving him a second to prep, Ilha dashes forward like a lightning strike, announcing her attack as she lunges straight at his guard. The warrior's eyes widen in utter disbelief as her wooden blade shoots past his defense before he can even bring his own sword up to block. Clang! A heavy impact echoes through the courtyard as Ilha's strike completely overpowers his guard in a single fluid motion. Staggering back, the warrior analyzes his mistake in shock. His footwork was totally off balance, his stance was way too stiff, and his muscles locked up from raw panic. Crash! She presses the assault instantly, forcing him to swing out of pure inertia and panic rather than actually reading or movement. In high-level martial arts, panicking during a duel is basically signing your own defeat ticket before the fight even begins. Creak! The warrior desperately tries to lock blades and push her back, but the intense pressure from Ilha's wooden sword begins to crack his weapon straight down the middle. Shatter. With a sudden burst of raw force, Ilha snaps his wooden sword into pieces, leaving him completely defenseless in midair. The top half of his sword flies off, leaving the shocked warrior staring blankly at the broken hilt in his hand as his jaw practically hits the floor. As the dust settles, the brutal reality sets in. The massive gap between them isn't just raw power, it's decades of dark life-or-death battle experience. Dropping the shattered remains of his weapon, the warrior slumps over, panting heavily as total humiliation washes over his face. Looking down at his hands, he mutters to himself in utter defeat, realizing how arrogant he was to think he was a decent swordsman among the outer guards. He drops to one knee, completely heartbroken, calling himself pathetic for getting utterly destroyed by a young girl. Talk about getting your ego completely dismantled in under 10 seconds. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he takes a deep breath and slowly raises his head, trying to process what just happened. Huh? Looking up, he's startled to find Ilha standing right in front of him, staring back at him with a calm, unreadable gaze. Instead of mocking his defeat, Ilha looks down at him with quiet evaluation, seeing a dedicated warrior whose raw potential just needs the right guidance to bloom. Flustered and speechless under her sharp gaze, the warrior can only stare back in silence, totally unaware that his life is about to change forever. Imagine humbling an elite swordsman so badly in sparring that when he sees you the next morning, he bows down like you're a walking martial arts god. Outer Hall warrior Jipyeong comes shuffling over, bowing super politely, and greeting Ilha like she's his absolute superior. When Ilha tells him to chill with the formal stuff, Jipyeong turns redder than a ripe tomato, frantically apologizing for mistaking her for a maid girl yesterday. Honestly, the guy is sweating bullets from sheer awkwardness, while Ilha just stands there with a deadpan expression thinking, bro, I'm the one who almost died of embarrassment here. After clearing up the massive misunderstanding, the two finally exchange proper introductions. She's Ilha, and he's Namgung Jipyeong. You gotta love how manhwa characters can go from breaking wooden swords in half to exchanging business cards in 0.5 seconds. Walking up close to him with a sharp glance, Ilha notices his aura is completely different today. She calls out how his sword style got drastically sharper overnight, asking which sworn enemy he was picturing while swinging his blade. Jipyeong starts sweating buckets under her intense gaze. Ilha just drops a smirk and asks if the terrifying demon opponent in his mind was actually her. Bro's soul literally left his body right then and there. Talk about getting exposed on the spot. Seeing him completely speechless, Ilha waves it off like a boss, telling him that training with a target in mind is 100 times better than swinging a dead sword. She advises him to keep that fire burning if he's actually serious about master-level swordplay. Bow! Absolutely blown away by her wisdom, Jipyeong drops into a deep bow, thanking her like she just handed him the secrets to the universe. Ilha just casually strolls away, tossing back a cool glad to help, like giving life-changing martial arts tips is just another casual Tuesday for her. Before she can get too far, Jipyeong dashes after her, nervously asking if she's staying at the Namgung estate for long. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Ilha hints that if everything goes according to plan, she'll be around for a very long time. As she gives him a subtle glance over her shoulder, Jipyeong stammers, visibly working up every ounce of courage left in his body. You can literally see the inner monologue gears grinding in his head. I mean, check out the artist going full romance manhwa lighting on this panel. Under the soft glow of cherry blossoms, Ji Pyong looks at her like he just witnessed an angel descend from heaven. Bro is officially down bad, and honestly, can you blame him? Suppressing his nervous jitters, Ji Pyong stands tall and asks if it would be okay for him to seek her personal guidance while she stays at the estate. He's practically begging for a chance to learn under her. He quickly adds that even just having her supervise his training from the sidelines would mean the world to him. Pausing in her tracks, Il-hwa gives a swift, nonchalant, "Sure, why not?" that instantly makes his whole day. In full chibi mode, Ji Pyong's jaw drops as he stammers in utter disbelief. Il-hwa reaffirms that, yeah, she's actually willing to coach him, totally unbothered by how huge of a deal this is for an outer guard. Hyped out of his mind, Ji Pyong eagerly asks if he can choose the training spot. Il-hwa gives him the green light, asking where he wants to meet up. Il-hwa sets the strict ground rules right then and there, tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit, which is basically 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Man, waking up at 5 a.m. for a brutal training session? That's true martial arts dedication right there. She tells him to meet her at the guest pavilion training grounds. Ji Pyong repeats guest pavilion like a broken record, totally oblivious at first. Boom! Suddenly, realization hits him like a freight train, sending his jaw straight to the floor. The guest pavilion is reserved strictly for VIPs and honored guests of the highest order. With a sparkling aura floating around her, Il-hwa smiles sweetly as Ji Pyong puts two and two together. The ultra-mysterious, legendary guest that's been causing a massive buzz across the entire clan is literally this young girl standing in front of him. Cut to the evening at the guest pavilion, where the serene lotus ponds and elegant traditional architecture set the stage for a top-secret meeting. The vibe shift here from comedy to high-stakes political intrigue is insane. Walking into the courtyard, Il-hwa is dressed in a gorgeous traditional handbook with braided hair and floral pins, looking every bit like a high-born noble princess. The artist really went all out making her look ethereal here. Waiting for her inside is none other than Lord Namgung himself, the battle-scarred patriarch of the clan. He warmly gestures for her to take a seat at a table loaded with a royal feast. As Il-hwa politely sits down, Lord Namgung notes that he dismissed all the servants and guards so they can speak freely without any sneaky spies overhearing their conversation. Whoosh! Without even lifting a finger, the clan leader uses high-level telekinesis energy to casually levitate a bowl of hot rice right into Il-hwa's hands. Talk about the flex of all flexes, using supreme martial arts energy just to pass the food. Lord Namgung asks about her physical condition and whether her recent injuries are causing her pain. Il-hwa takes a sip and calmly reveals that her body's physical senses are completely dull and numb. Hearing that, the old master's face instantly drops into total confusion, asking her what on earth she means by having dulled senses. Taking a casual bite with her chopsticks, Il-hwa nonchalantly drops a dark bombshell, revealing she almost died when she was just 5 years old. She explains that back then, a powerful master forced immense internal energy into her frail body to save her life, but the massive surge permanently erased her past memories and fried her physical senses. Despite her tragic backstory, she stuffs her cheeks full of gourmet food like an adorable hamster, internally thinking that eating this high-tier clan food is definitely why all the Namgung kids look so ridiculously healthy. Classic Il-hwa moment right there. Gasp! Lord Namgung suddenly freezes mid-bite, his eyes widening in pure horror as he asks if the mysterious figure who saved her life was the infamous Master of Weiwaru. The camera zooms in on the old man's face, and man, the shadow and lighting detail here is phenomenal. You can feel the sheer terror and gravity radiating off his expression. Standing up slowly, Lord Namgung confirms her connection and drops the million-dollar question. If that legendary master saved her life, why did she end up betraying him? Il-hwa swallows her food in absolute silence, her expressive blue eyes locking onto him as the tension in the room thickens to a boiling point. Looking down at the banquet from above, Lord Namgung warns her that the current Namgung clan isn't strong enough to destroy that faction without getting totally wiped out in the process. He sternly asks if she's being sincere about taking them down. Il-hwa looks back without flinching, declaring that even if the odds are stacked against them, she will make her move regardless. Lord Namgung hits her with a harsh reality check. Even if she manages to take out half their top leaders, surviving an assault from 5 high-tier grandmasters at once is practically impossible. He heavily sighs and calls her plan a baseless fantasy, leaning in with razor-sharp eyes to see how she'll react to his warning. Instead of arguing, Ilwa calmly dips her index finger into a bowl of liquid on the table, asking him if he actually knows who this shadowy threat really is. Slowly and deliberately, she begins tracing Chinese characters onto the wooden table surface using the water droplets. The suspense in the scene is chef's kiss. Her finger glides across the table, finishing the intricate symbol for restriction or taboo blood magic right under his nose. Setting her finger against her lips, Ilwa gives a chilling shh gesture, warning him that uttering their name out loud is an instant death trap. Clatter! Lord Namgung recoils so hard his chair practically flips over. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he gasps out the name of the terrifying restriction curse. A terrifying image appears of a victim wrapped in blood-red strings, coughing up blood as their internal organs explode. Lord Namgung realizes this curse automatically kills anyone who tries to spill the faction's secrets. The perspective shifts to the dark night sky over the pavilion. Lord Namgung realizes in horror that this evil organization has held an invisible blade to the Namgung clan's throat for years, and a massive wave of blood is about to crash over them. Shaken to his core, he stammers, asking how such a massive threat went unnoticed for so long. Ilhwa plainly tells him it's because key people inside the clan have been deliberately covering their eyes and hiding the truth. Lord Namgung winces as the dark truth sinks in. There are high-ranking spies embedded deep within their own family structure. The art panel transitioning to the silent estate at night really sells the paranoia. Standing under the dim moonlight, Ilwa looks at him with a quiet, shadowed expression, asking if he still trusts her after hearing all these terrifying secrets. Gazing back at her with immense weight, Lord Namgung asks one final, ultimate question. What is her true reason for returning to the Namgung clan after all these years? Looking him dead in the eye, Ilwa delivers her core mandate. She returns specifically to stop the ultimate fall and destruction of the Namgung family. The old master softly asks, why? With absolute conviction in her brilliant eyes, Ilhwa drops the hardest line of the chapter. Because I am a child of Namgung. Bro, that line gave me actual goosebumps. Closing his eyes with a thoughtful hum, Lord Namgung accepts her resolve. The patriarch knows that despite all the secrets and curses, her loyalty to the bloodline is 100% real, sealing their unstoppable alliance. Picture carrying the dark secrets of a bloody timeline while trying to convince the most powerful patriarch in the martial arts world that you're totally on his side. The old master stands tall, staring down Selwa with massive skepticism, basically telling her that talk is cheap, and he's going to be watching every single move she makes in the Namgung estate to see if she's actually trying to save the family or pull a fast one. He lays down the ultimate Grandmaster ultimatum, reminding her that as the head of this entire clan, the second she does anything fishy that threatens the Namgung name, he's going to shut her down without hesitation. Man, talk about zero room for error. You can practically feel the sub-zero pressure radiating off him. Heavy pause. The old man softens his rigid tone for just a split second, dropping a massive however that leaves the entire room hanging on a thread. He admits that if her actions prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that she's really fighting for the clan's survival, everything changes. Look at Seolwa's face here. She's practically holding her breath waiting to hear if she just earned herself a powerful ally or a deadly executioner. And boom! The patriarch delivers the ultimate promise, assuring her that if she proves her loyalty, he'll stand as the ultimate sky protecting her against any storm. Okay, can we talk about this artist's background flex? Wrapping the Grandmaster in mystical lotus clouds makes him look like a literal martial arts deity, and I am 100% here for it. Giving her his absolute word of honor, the old lord closes out the heavy negotiation with total conviction. Talk about going from terrifying interrogator to the ultimate protective granddad in under 2 minutes. Swoosh! Meanwhile, miles away in the bustling, lantern-lit streets of Yunnan province, the mood shifts completely as we jump over to the shady underworld operating in Huaru. Perched up on a dark rooftop sipping wine, a mysterious masked villain mutters about the infamous wind and thunder god, clearly scheming something wicked under the dark night sky. A masked assassin bows in respect, reporting that the girl followed the enemy without even putting up a fight, and that the cultists chasing her were wiped out by the Wind and Thunder God's own elite squad. Man, the political web in this story's getting spicier than a bowl of Sichuan hot pot. Taking a slow sip, the masked mastermind scowls behind his leather mask, questioning how on earth the girl could have known so much when he was dead sure he had wiped every last drop of her memory. The henchman casually asks if they should just take her out quietly since she clearly betrayed him and swiped his precious goods. Like, bro's first solution to every minor setback is instant assassination. Talk about having zero chill. Yeah, but the master just bursts into a dark chuckle, utterly convinced that the girl can't actually escape his clutches and will end up crawling right back to him on her own 2 feet. Check out that sinister smirk on his face. He looks like every classic webtoon villain who thinks they're playing 4D chess while the MC is already 3 moves ahead of him. Gazing down at the clueless tavern patrons drinking below, the villain cold-heartedly mutters that sacrificing a few useless minions is a tiny price to pay if it means getting his hands on the ultimate prize. Walking over to his loyal subordinate Pawo, he asks if the guy is doubting his grand strategy, prompting the assassin to instantly bow down and pledge total obedience to his master's dark will. Swishing his dark cloak, the leader orders them to stand down for now and let the girl play around as much as she wants, claiming the final hour is drawing near. Pause, stopping dead in his tracks with a cold side profile, the villain pauses for a dramatic beat as a dark realization hits him. Whoosh! Dark red demonic energy explodes around him as he vanishes into the shadow-filled void, declaring that he needs to personally prepare a very special gift for her. Yikes. Whenever a guy like this talks about giving gifts, you know someone's about to end up 6 feet under. Gentle ripple. Cut back to the peaceful moonlit lotus pavilion at the Namgung estate, where the gentle moonlight sparkles off the serene water. Inside the glowing pavilion, a skilled female physician kneels down before Seolhwa, channeling soft, golden healing aura into her body to run a full medical diagnosis. Finishing her scan, the doctor bows deeply before the patriarch to deliver her official medical findings. She confirms the old master's worst fears. There are clear dark traces of a nasty curse placed deep inside Seolhwa's body, functioning as a severe internal restriction. When the patriarch urgently asks if she can cleanse it, the doctor shakes her head, admitting that no traditional medical art on Earth can cure it unless the person who casts the sinister spell undoes it themselves. Seriously, why is medical science in Murim always like, sorry bro, only a miracle or beating up the caster will fix this? She reassures them that the curse seems designed to slowly wear off over time on its own, leaving everyone in the room staring in tense silence. Seolhwa quietly sits in the dark light, realizing that by the time her enemies finally drop their masks and reveal themselves, her internal restrictions should finally fade away, letting her unleash her full power. The patriarch leans over the table, sternly warning her that her life is constantly hanging on a thread, and she can't afford to take anything lightly, while Seolhwa nods obediently. Sigh. Clutching his head in growing frustration, the patriarch asks if there are any other red flags, only to learn something even more terrifying. Seolhwa's physical senses are completely dulled, meaning she literally cannot feel physical pain. Imagine being a frontline warrior who can't even tell when they're bleeding to death. That is a total nightmare. The narrative panel highlights the horrifying reality. Without sensory warnings, she can't judge how severe her injuries are or how much damage her body can take. In the ruthless gang-ho where life and death are decided in a split second, that's practically a death sentence. Refusing to let the bad news stop there, the old lord grinds his teeth and demands to know what other secret issues are hiding inside her system. The doctor reveals that her meridians are super unstable because her previous internal energy was violently purged, leaving the old grandmaster deeply troubled by the sheer trauma her body has endured. Stepping up behind Seolhwa, the grandmaster tells her to stay completely still while he uses his own supreme martial energy to conduct a deep inner check.
Flash! The whole courtyard erupts as brilliant blue dragon chi surges from his palm, wrapping around Seolhwa in a majestic storm of glowing scales and pure aura.
Look at this gorgeous visual. The spectral dragon swirls around her body, probing deep into her energy channels to examine the state of her soul and internal organs. The artistic budget on these dragon aura panels is honestly ridiculous. Swoosh! As the glowing dragon chi slowly dissipates back into his body, the grandmaster lets out a heavy breath, looking down at his lost granddaughter with overwhelming emotion. With tears welling up in his hardened eyes, the patriarch softly whispers that she has finally made it back home after crossing a massive expanse of painful time. Gently placing his hand on her tiny shoulder, the Grandmaster laments how cruel the past 8 agonizing years must have been for her, finally offering her a heartfelt welcome back that could melt a heart of stone. Seohwa blinks in utter shock as the old man sighs, wishing her father could have seen her when she was still healthy and unburdened by curses, making her tilt her head in confusion. Shout! Suddenly, loud panic screams echo from outside the pavilion, calling out for young Master Ill as heavy footsteps come barreling down the hallway. The panic guards outside scream that they haven't even had the chance to formally report to the Patriarch yet, completely breaking the emotional family moment. The Grandmaster grumbles at the terrible timing, realizing that his reckless son must have literally used high-tier light footwork to fly across the compound the second he heard the news. Rushed! Draped in magnificent blue robes with a luxurious white fur collar, a handsome figure comes flying through the air while servants scramble behind him in total chaos. Seohora turns her head, her eyes widening in absolute awe as she catches her very first glimpse of the frantic newcomer. A delicate flower-framed box confirms the shocking truth. This gorgeous, emotional man standing right in front of her is none other than her real father. With tears literally streaming down his face, Namgung Chong, unknown throughout the world as the legendary Sword of Namgung, stares at her, while Seohwa's mind flashes back to the tragic reality that he was the last man she killed in her past life. Talk about an emotional gut punch. The father and daughter stand face to face across the pavilion in a stunning silent standoff that's dripping with heavy tension and unsaid words. Grip. Seohwa nervously grips her silk dress, her heart hammering against her ribs as she struggles to process seeing the father she thought she'd lost forever. Breaking the dramatic silence, the Patriarch scolds his crying son for sobbing like a baby before even verifying her identity, telling him to get it together and check her properly. Instantly dropping down on one knee to meet her at eye level, the teary-eyed dad gently asks if he can examine her body, prompting Seohwa to cautiously ask why. He warmly explains that powerful martial clans have endless enemies who love to kidnap or swap children to create political weaknesses, which is why he took a very special precaution the day she was born. He reveals that when she was an infant, he personally placed a secret mark on her body that looks like 5 ordinary moles, but when connected, forms the precise shape of a dragon. Gasps! Man, talk about the ultimate secret fatherly security check. Imagine trying to prove your long-lost daughter's identity, not with a modern DNA test, but with a secret star chart mapped across her baby body. The Sword of Namgung reveals that the very day Seohora was born, he marked 5 distinct moles on her skin, forming a hidden dragon constellation, stretching from behind her left ear down to her collarbone, index finger, and right knee. Holding her tiny foot with trembling hands, he finds the final mark right on her left heel. Below them in the quiet pavilion, this legendary swordsman drops to his knees in the dust, completely overwhelmed by the truth right in front of him. Speechless and fighting back tears, Chang-un stares up at Seohwa as the reality crashes over him. This really is his precious baby girl who was ripped away from him 8 long years ago. Standing in the background, the old patriarch and his elite guard watch the emotional scene unfold. Honestly, look at the Grandmaster's face right now. He looks like a relieved dad who just watched his reckless son finally find his purpose again. Gope, the female physician, and the nearby clan elder take a collective breath of relief, thankful that this intense family confrontation ended in tears of joy rather than a bloodbath. Reach! With his hand shaking uncontrollably, the master swordsman reaches out, unable to keep his distance for even one more second. Crash! In one swift, emotional move, Chang-un pulls Seohwa into an overwhelming hug, wrapping his arms around her like he's trying to shield her from the entire world. Clutch! Tears freely stream down his face as he buries his head against her shoulder, clutching her tightly to make up for 8 agonizing years of regret and heartbreak. Soft moonlight washes over the Lotus Pavilion as the weeping father softly promises her that he's back, while the Grandmaster looks on with a rare, gentle expression. Man, the artist really flexed with the ambient lighting in this panel. It's top-tier cozy. Seohwa blinks in utter shock over his shoulder, her mind reeling as she tries to handle the intense affection of the man who was literally her worst enemy in her previous life. Sob! Tenderly holding her face, Chang-un can't stop weeping, whispering how much she's grown while Seohwa closes her eyes, feeling the warmth of a father's love for the very first time. Splash! Shifting over to her private bedroom quarters, Chang-eun insists on kneeling on the floor to wash her weary feet in a wooden basin of warm water. But as he gently dries her feet with a cloth, his joyful expression instantly shatters. Seeing jagged scars and deep wounds covering her skin makes this hardened warrior look completely heartbroken. Selwa points out how red and swollen his eyes are from crying, but Chang-eun just flashes a radiant, goofy smile, declaring that he doesn't care at all because he's happier than he's ever been in his life. Thinking, little Seolwa's brain completely short-circuits as she watches him switch from a sobbing wreck to beaming sunshine in under 2 seconds. Seriously, dealing with overenthusiastic parents is clearly harder than fighting assassins. Softening his voice, the handsome father calls her name tenderly, catching her off guard as she blinks up at him. Shake! He warmly asks if she knows the true meaning behind her name, Seolhwa, prompting the young girl to shake her head in silent curiosity. Flashback. He explains that snow is heaven's most delicate white flower, and on the exact day she entered the world, a breathtaking blizzard covered the entire land in snow blossoms. Check out this adorable flashback visual. Her late mother beams with pure affection while cradling newborn baby Seolhwa, proving that her life originally started wrapped in total warmth and love. Lowering his gaze with a touch of deep sadness, Chang-eun acknowledges that she probably doesn't remember her mother's face after all this time. But he firmly reminds her that her mother loved her more than anything in the world back then, and continues to watch over her from the heavens today, urging her to hold that truth close to her heart. Smile! Laughing happily, he tells her how overjoyed he is to have her home, and Seolhwa gives a small, genuine nod, softly admitting that she's glad to be back too. Taking full advantage of the sweet mood, Chang-eun excitedly asks if she wants to go on a fun father-daughter date around the local city tomorrow. Kicking her feet off the bed, Seolhwa internally sighs. She was literally planning to spend all of tomorrow grinding elite Namgung internal energy techniques. You gotta love her mindset. Girl is strictly about that martial arts grind set. Blush, but the second he offers to take her to the famous candied Tanghulu shop she used to obsess over as a baby, her stoic defense completely crumbles as her cheeks turn bright pink. Dramatic pause. The narrative text highlights her hilarious inner logic. Fine, since she's stuck living as Namgung Chang-eun's daughter in this timeline, she supposes she can play along for some free snacks. Under the serene blue twilight sky, Seolhwa finally gives in and nods, leaving the quiet compound bathed in peaceful night air. Whoosh! Meanwhile, across the family estate in the grand compound of second young master Namgung Changhae, night falls over a high-stakes political hub. Flicker. Inside the dimly lit study, a single candle flickers beside fine calligraphy brushes and dark ink. Changhae sits at his desk writing, his sharp eyes narrowing as he questions his top lieutenant about the secretive guest resting at the local inn. Kneeling respectfully before him is Namgung Horak, leader of the Hongryong Combat Squad, confirming that his intelligence network has double-checked every single detail. Changhae finds it suspicious. Why on earth would a high-class establishment bend over backwards for a random young girl, unless she's a hidden Grand Master from a major sect? Dipping his brush into dark ink, he scoffs at the report, noting that her internal strength doesn't even match a basic first-class warrior. He wonders if she's a high-level master who can completely conceal her internal aura from normal eyes, admitting that the full picture remains unclear. Man, watching these snobby political schemers overanalyze Seolhwa's Smurf account is pure comedy. Smirk? Horak gets a sharp glint in his eye, dropping a massive piece of insider info that he knows will turn his master's world upside down. Slip! The moment Horak reveals that the first young master is personally staying at the inn with her, Changhae's hand twitches, dragging a dark ink blot right across his pristine parchment. Jerking his head up in utter shock, Changhae gasps out whether his legendary older brother has finally returned to the domain. Leaning over his ruined desk, Changhae's mind races into hyperdrive, assuming that anyone traveling alongside his brother must be a massive political player in the Central Plains. Deep jealousy twists his thoughts, as he fears his brother is secretly assembling powerful allies to reclaim his position as clan heir. Blot. As black ink bleeds across the paper, Chong-hae panics, knowing that despite the elders' council backing him right now, his father has always wanted the older brother to inherit the leader's throne. Horak quickly speaks up, telling his master not to lose his head because this meeting isn't the grand political alliance he's imagining. He explains that according to eyewitness reports, the first young master was acting embarrassingly affectionate, literally strolling through the inn's flower gardens while holding the girl in his arms like a precious princess. Gasp! Chong-hae's eyes shrink in pure shock as a sudden, mind-blowing realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Slamming his hands on the desk, Chong-hae springs up from his chair, shouting in absolute disbelief if his brother actually managed to track down Seolhwa. Looking up with a cold, serious glare, the unit leader prepares to push his ambitious master into taking drastic action. Horak sternly warns him that with the true prodigal son returning, Chong-hae can no longer sit around waiting for the succession title to land in his lap. He commands Chong-hae to strike first and make a move before his older brother secures his place in the clan. Talk about kicking the family rivalry into maximum overdrive. Pledging full military support, Horak assures him that 3 full combat units will stand right behind him, wrapping the second young master in a dark, ambitious aura. Pant, pant. Cut to the next morning. A young male martial artist lies flat on his back in the dirt, hyperventilating like he just survived a brutal boot camp. Standing right over his exhausted body, Seolhwa looks down with utter disappointment, casually roasting him for passing out after lifting a tiny 30 kilograms. Man, her training standards are truly terrifying. Ever wonder what happens when a little girl turns out to be a terrifying martial arts instructor? This poor guy is screaming his lungs out because he's forced to carry over 200 pounds of weights on his limbs without using a single drop of inner energy. Seolhwa just casually scratches her head with a deadpan stare, roasting him on the spot by pointing out that no wonder he's been so embarrassingly weak this whole time. Oof, her words stab straight into his soul like invisible arrows as she lists every single flaw, calling him out for dropping his sword, tripping over his own feet, and being all talk with zero actual skill. Completely destroyed by the truth, the warrior collapses face down in the dirt, while Seolhwa asks how long he plans on napping. Out of sheer humiliation, he shouts at her to stop rubbing salt in his wounds. Grit. Dragging himself up off the ground with shaking arms, he refuses to give up his pride and vows to push through whatever torture she throws at him next. Sweating bullets and gasping for air, he grits his teeth and declares he can keep going, determined to prove he's not a total loser. He forces his trembling body back into position, raising his wooden sword into a straight thrust while every muscle in his arm shakes like crazy. Shake, shake! Look at his legs wobbling like jelly! Holding a frozen stance under extreme physical weight is absolute torture, and he's already regretting questioning her methods. His knuckles turn completely white as he desperately grips the hilt, silently praying for time to move faster before his arms completely give out. Sweat drips down his chin as his legs buckle under the pressure, and he realizes he's literally 1 second away from crashing face first into the dirt. Swoosh! Just as he loses his balance and starts tipping backward, a gentle breeze rustles through the courtyard air. Blink! He gasps in confusion as a bizarre sensation suddenly shifts through his entire frame, completely stopping his fall in midair. Opening his eyes, he sees Seolhwa standing right beside him, casually pointing her tiny index finger directly at his wooden blade. Gasps! In total shock, his eyes widen as the crushingly heavy weight on his arms and legs suddenly feels like it completely vanished into thin air. Seolhwa nonchalantly explains that with just 1 single tap, she adjusted his posture to distribute the heavy load evenly across his entire skeleton. She gives him credit for having raw physical power, but points out his fatal mistake. He wastes all his energy by trying to exert full force all at once. Adjusting his stance even further, she reminds him that swinging wildly with pure muscle will only leave him exhausted and defenseless in a long fight. Glare! Check out the artist's intense atmospheric shift here. Seolhwa's gaze turns deadly serious as glowing feline eyes loom behind her. She warns him that against truly powerful opponents, patience and energy preservation are key to landing the ultimate counterattack. A soft aura wraps around the warrior's body as she emphasizes that real mastery requires a perfectly balanced form that minimizes wasted strength. Sparkle! A sudden light bulb goes off in his head as he feels the flow of energy settling smoothly into his core for the very first time. Crash! Before he can celebrate his breakthrough, Seolhwa abruptly calls an end to the lesson, causing him to instantly collapse into a giant cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Lying flat on his stomach and coughing up dirt, the poor guy hyperventilates like he just ran a marathon through hell. Stumble, wobbling back onto his feet like a newborn deer, he stares down at Seolwa with overwhelming awe and respect. Bow. Cupping his hands together in a formal martial arts salute, he bows deeply and sincerely thanks her for giving him a glimpse of a realm he could only dream of reaching. Seolwa tilted her head and asked if the workout was too brutal, but he quickly assures her that every second of suffering was 100% worth it. Smirk, Seolwa flashes a cute smile and casually adds that once he gets used to this level, he should easily be able to lift 500 pounds with a single arm. Deadpan, the warrior's jaw drops to the floor as he nervously sweats, asking her just how much weight she can lift herself. Selhara casually flexes that she's currently carrying over 1,200 pounds total across her body like it's no big deal, leaving the poor guy completely traumatized by her monster strength. Shifting back to business, Selwa tells him to bring along any other outer court warriors who want to train starting tomorrow, since group workouts boost morale. He double-checks if she's really willing to train low-ranking guards, and she nods warmly, knowing that building a strong foundation for the clan is crucial for her future plans. Sparkle, sparkle! Look at the starry-eyed reverence in his face. He's fully convinced she's a legendary grandmaster who has achieved total unity between sword and body. Background flowers bloom as he gets totally hyped up, realizing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all the outer court underdogs to level up. Pumped up, he aggressively promises to recruit every single warrior he can find, while Seolwa nonchalantly waves her hand, telling him the more victims, students, the better. Cheers! He throws both hands in the air with a heroic shout, completely energized while Seolha calmly walks away from the training grounds. Scene change, moving over to the bustling city center, the local marketplace is packed with lively crowds and vibrant street vendors. Dressed in an elegant white robe and a veiled bamboo hat, Namgung Chung-un gently holds Selwa's hand, softly telling her to hold on tight so she doesn't get swept away by the crowd. Strolling through the colorful streets, the overly attentive father suggests grabbing a bite first and asks if there's any special delicacy she's craving. Perk! Selwa's eyes instantly light up with recognition as she spots a familiar sign down the alleyway. She takes the lead and points toward the restaurant, leaving her handsome dad tilting his head in silent curiosity under his veil. Steam! Check out this mouth-watering shot of a piping hot bowl of somyeon beef noodles topped with fresh herbs and rich broth. Man, the food art in this chapter is top tier. Sitting comfortably inside the tavern, Chung-un beams with pure happiness, mentioning how much he loves dumplings and warm noodle soup. Cute overload. Seolwa carefully picks up a soft, steamed bun on a small plate and hands it over to her father, catching him completely off guard. Chung-un's heart basically melts into a puddle at her sweet gesture, while Sheliwa happily slurps up her noodles with chopsticks. Chewing on her noodles, Seolwa internally freaks out over the insane flavor, wondering how a humble street eatery tastes 10 times better than the fancy chefs back at the Namgung estate. Chibi mode, stuffing her cheeks with delicious food, she tries to recall if this place existed in her past life, suspecting it might be a newly opened hidden gem in this timeline. Pat, pat! Chung-un reaches across the table with a radiant smile, tenderly patting her head while telling his precious daughter to eat lots and grow up healthy. Freeze! Suddenly, the cozy family atmosphere is brutally shattered as a loud, aggressive voice starts screaming from across the dining hall. Crash! Over by the counter, a massive thug smashes dishes onto the floor and violently threatens the elderly restaurant owner over an unpaid tab. Bang! The arrogant ruffian slams his heavy foot onto the floorboards, hurling cheap excuses about forgetting his coin pouch while bullying the terrified staff. Stomp! As the greedy bully continues making a scene and threatening to ruin the shop, Chung-un's gentle expression instantly hardens into a terrifying glare. Looks like someone just picked the worst possible day to ruin a father-daughter date night. Imagine walking into your local diner for lunch, only to find a brute in martial artist robe slamming the shop owner against the wall for having the audacity to ask for payment. This thug isn't just any street bully. He's wearing the crest of the noble Namgung clan, using his family's high status to terrorize innocent villagers. With a loud crash, the terrified shopkeeper gets thrown straight onto the wooden floor, desperately babbling about how much he respects the Namgung warriors just to save his own skin. Crouching over the trembling man, the thug smugly lectures him, claiming that since their clan protects the town, they shouldn't ever have to pay for dumplings or noodles. Talk about total entitlement. Sweating buckets, the poor shopkeeper looks back in utter despair, realizing this freeloading nightmare isn't a one-time thing. It's been happening every single day. To make matters worse, the corrupt warrior pulls out the oldest excuse in the book, loudly roaring that he simply forgot his coin pouch. The surrounding customers freeze in dead silence, lowering their heads to their soup bowls, too terrified to speak up against clan warriors. Observing the entire scene from across the room, our hooded protagonist catches the commotion, letting out a heavy sigh as the heavy atmosphere in the diner drops below freezing. Broken and defeated, the shopkeeper bows down into a deep, humiliating apology, begging the thug to just bring his payment next time. Seeing the weak villager fold like a deck of cards, the villainous warrior flashes a wicked, greasy smirk that makes you instantly want to punch his lights out. Boisterous laughter echoes through the tavern as the thug gloats about how much smoother things go when everyone just cooperates with his extortion scheme. Strutting out like they own the place, the gang of bullies casually tosses back a fake thanks for the meal, leaving a trail of shattered dishes in their wake. Tack! The sliding door slams shut, leaving behind a heavy silence broken only by the sound of weeping. Dashing out from the kitchen, the shopkeeper's young son rushes to his father's side, checking if the poor old man is severely injured. The furious son insists on reporting the thugs to the local authorities, but his father bitterly shakes his head, knowing corrupt officials would never dare side with commoners over the mighty Mungung clan. Over at the corner table, the hooded lord calmly stands up after finishing his tea, leaving little Seolhwa to chew on her warm dumplings. With a gentle smile, he tells Seolhwa to stay put while he steps out to take care of business. Seolhwa just nods nonchalantly, already sensing that her adoptive father secretly placed hidden guards outside to trap those thugs. Watching him slip out the door, Seolhwa internally smiles. There's no way a righteous leader like him would allow dirty scoundrels to tarnish the Namgung family name in their own front yard. To rock! The heavy wooden door slides shut as the mysterious lord steps out into the bright afternoon light. Seolhwa sits back with a mischievous glint in her eye, wondering what kind of brutal, life-ending punishment those bullies are about to receive. A few moments later, the lord returns to the table, calmly announcing that he identified the offenders and ordered them back to the main estate for self-reflection. Taking a graceful sip from his cup, he casually adds that he's deducting 3 months of their salary and handing every single coin straight to the shopkeeper as compensation. Seolhwa blinks in utter disbelief, waiting for the real punchline. When he confirms that's literally the entire punishment, her jaw almost hits the table. Staring at him with wide eyes, Seolhwa straight up asks why he didn't chop off their hands and rip out their tongues. Bro, this little girl's idea of justice is straight out of a horror movie. She cold-bloodedly explains her logic. If you use martial arts for evil, you lose your hands. And if you use your tongue to slander the clan, you lose your tongue. Simple math, right? Taking another bite of noodles, she internally rationalizes that if this were the ruthless blood cult, those guys would already be 6 feet under, but Namgung is supposed to be a righteous sect. The Lord softly chuckles, explaining that severing their limbs would ruin their lives forever, preventing them from ever holding a sword or speaking normally again. He firmly believes that every stray warrior deserves at least one genuine chance to reflect and redeem themselves before face-melting punishments are dished out. Under his traditional straw hat, the Lord gives a soft, wise smile, holding true to his unshakable moral compass. The camera zooms into his striking blue eyes, radiating the unwavering resolve of a true martial arts master who leads through compassion rather than fear. Shortly after, the dynamic duo takes a leisurely stroll through the colorful market district, with Seolhwa blissfully munching on a sweet candied fruit skewer. Seeing the lavishly dressed pair walk by, an overly enthusiastic street vendor bows low, hyping up his fresh inventory of rare accessories. The Lord points out a gorgeous shiny bracelet, asking if Seolhwa wants it, but she deadpans back that he literally just bought her a fancy hair ornament 2 minutes ago. In full chibi comedy mode, the doting dad whines that a single gift feels too lonely, while Seolhwa reminds him that he already bought her shoes, a ring, and half the market stall. Ugh, dark comedic fumes radiate off Seolhwa as she squints in irritation. Turns out being utterly spoiled by a billionaire martial arts dad can actually get super exhausting. Stopping dead in her tracks, Selwa suddenly calls out, "Father," making the Lord blink in total surprise. Looking up at him with the most innocent, sparkly eyes imaginable, she candidly announces that she urgently needs to find a restroom right this second. The kind shopkeeper happily lends them a private guest room upstairs. Stretching her arms, Selwa chuckles to herself, thinking a dark back alley would have been more than enough for her actual plan. Click! Unlatching the wooden window frame, Seolho smirks as she realizes this high-up guest room gives her the perfect escape route to slip out unnoticed. Perching lightly on the windowsill like a nimble ninja, she calculates her window of opportunity before the clan guards realize she's pulled a vanishing act. A cold, murderous aura flashes across Seolwa's eyes as she recalls the faces of those three extortionist thugs. She recognized them from her past life and refuses to let them live to cause more trouble. Scanning the perimeter, she takes note of guards posted at the main entrance, the ground floor, and even sweeping the rooftop tiles. Casual. Silently slipping out through the blind spot at the back of the building, she moves faster than a shadow in the night. Pat! Launching herself into the air with master-level lightness technique, her small body glides gracefully across the open courtyard sky. Swoosh! She lands silently on the dirt below without kicking up a single speck of dust. Talk about absolute peak assassin skills. Looking back toward the guest room with a sinister grin, she whispers under her breath that she'll wrap up this bloody chore in record time before her father even notices she's gone. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded alleyway, a giant looming shadow stretches across the brick walls as someone mutters an annoyance about running into high-tier masters today. It's the three corrupt Namgung thugs. They swagger down the narrow lane, spitting on the floor and grumbling about why high-ranking clan officers were randomly patrolling commoner streets. The henchmen start bickering among themselves, blaming the main thug for getting greedy and shaking down the dumpling shock every single day until they got caught. Shoving his comrade's face in frustration, the main bully barks at them to shut their traps before someone hears them, totally unaware that a tiny, lethal reaper is already waiting in the shadows right ahead. Just when you thought those street bullies learned their lesson, these corrupt Namgung guards are already out in the alleyway scheming their next move, wondering if the local innkeeper somehow recovered his stolen cash. Walking down that narrow alley with smug expressions, they start complaining about missing out on their extortion money, with one of them actually suggesting they turn back right now to trash the shop all over again. Leaning up against the wooden wall like seasoned thugs, they figure that once the main clan saves face, nobody will care about a small-town inn, deciding their best bet is to terrify the innkeeper into staying dead silent. The bearded brute grins greedily, ducking behind a pillar to check if the high-ranking officers have cleared out, when suddenly a chilling voice whispers right behind his ear, "What are you doing?" Freeze! Bro's entire body goes instantly stiff. You can practically see his soul leaving his body as he realizes a lethal shadow slipped up behind them without making a single sound. Gulp! Sweat drops pour down his cheek like a broken faucet as his eyes dart around in utter panic. The comedic art style here captures that instant regret moment so perfectly. Tremble, he tries to raise his arms to break away, but dark, smoky aura wraps around his wrists, completely locking down his nervous system. Bam! Total immobility. His brain is screaming at his legs to run, but his body is completely offline. Talk about instant karma delivered on a silver platter. Unseen from behind, little Selwa calmly rests her palm on his back, casually informing him that she tapped his meridian points, locking his body for hours and sealing his vocal cords so he can't even scream for help. The thug's eyes widen in sheer terror as he glances over at his two buddies, only to find both of them completely frozen in goofy, petrified poses. Man, she took down three grown martial artists in less than 2 seconds flat. Looking up at them with a deadly calm expression, Seolhwa calls out their real names from her past life, Ilryong and Sambong, instantly making their hearts drop straight into their boots. With her cold blue eyes locked onto them, she demands to know why 2 former blood cult members are masquerading as noble clan guards, looking down on them like a predator analyzing prey. She tears down their pathetic excuse with surgical precision, exposing how they lied about wanting a new life just to hide under the Namgung banner and exploit innocent villagers for easy cash. In her previous timeline, these exact same scoundrels started out as mountain bandits before joining the dark side, so Seolwa knows their corrupt nature better than anyone on the planet. Looking at them from behind, she coldly reflects that snake-like traits never change. No matter how many chances you give them, rats like these will always betray their masters and crawl back to the shadows. Brr, a terrifying murderous aura fills the alleyway as Seohwa bluntly admits that they aren't even worth redemption, and she'd honestly prefer to end their lives right here and now. Gulp! The main thug sweats profusely, shivering in his boots as Seohwa takes a breath, admitting she'll grant them a temporary pass strictly because they still wear the clan's uniform. Closing his eyes in sheer relief, the thug internally celebrates, thinking the noble family crest just saved his wordless skin from an early grave. Swoosh! Before he can even finish his thought, Seohwa grabs a teal cloth and forcefully shoves a mystery pill straight down his throat. Talk about zero chill. Gulp! Bro stands there with his eyes bulging out, making the funniest shocked face as he involuntarily swallows the pill. Panic. As he internally freaks out about what he just ate, Seohwa gives a sinister little smile, clarifying that while she promised not to execute them today, she definitely never said she was letting them go free. Raising her glowing blue hand, she dramatically flexes her fingers, revealing that their lives are now tied directly to her every move. Shock. Pure horror washes over the thug's face as he realizes she just infected them with the notorious Godok goo poison, the flesh-eating parasite bug. Check out this hilarious cutaway panel. The artist draws two cute little parasite bugs wearing fancy tuxedos and dresses to explain how mother and child poison bugs share the exact same pain and soul. With an evil, adorable smirk, Seohwa casually offers to detonate one of their hearts right now just to prove the poison is 100% real. Talk about top-tier psychological torture. No! The three frozen thugs scream internally in absolute terror, practically begging for mercy with their eyes as sweat drenches their uniforms. Gathering her ornate dress, Seohwa turns around gracefully, letting them know she's wrapping up for today since her adoptive father might get suspicious if she stays gone too long. Her cute little flower slippers click against the stone floor as she spins around to leave them stranded in the alleyway. Looking back over her shoulder with her dark hair blowing softly in the wind, she drops one final, bone-chilling warning for them to behave like good little boys. Flash. Her eyes gleam with a lethal killer glare, sending a wave of dark purple pressure crashing over the helpless thugs that leaves them traumatized for life. High above the alleyway, the camera looks down at the three thugs standing completely frozen like statue props, crying internally as they pray for the paralysis to wear off. Meanwhile, back inside the luxurious guest room, the warm sunlight shines through the carved wooden lanterns, illuminating the peaceful hallway. Quang! The high-ranking bodyguard reaches out to check the door, warning his young master to stay on guard, when suddenly Seohwa bursts right back through the doorway. Swoosh! Standing tall with wide, innocent puppy dog eyes, Seohwa acts like she was just taking a peaceful stroll, looking as sweet and harmless as an angel. Quick move! She instantly slips behind the guard, pretending to frantically search her pockets for a missing coin pouch, while the veiled lord looks on. The poor guard scratches his head in total bewilderment, wondering how a tiny girl could completely erase her presence to the point where even a top-tier martial artist couldn't hear her breathing. Stepping forward with a gentle vibe, the veiled lord softly asks if she took care of her business, tenderly straightening her dress and hair buns like the ultimate doting father. Whoosh! The camera pans out to a breathtaking vista of misty mountain peaks and ancient pavilion roofs hidden high among the clouds, the legendary Mount Hwasect. Inside a dim hall filled with rising mist, a senior elder kneels respectfully before a grand throne hidden behind flowing purple silk curtains. The old master solemnly reports that a child, formerly known as the young Tower Lord of Firebird Tower, has stolen the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. The elder is revealed to be No Beck, head of the Wu-Hawk Pavilion, and he confirms that according to all intelligence reports, the child is heading straight toward the Namgung clan. Purple incense smoke swirls through the grand hall as No Beck explains that the pill was originally lost by the Black Cloud gang on the border, matching their recent enemy encounters. Urgency fills No Beck's voice as he urges his supreme master to strike immediately and retrieve the mythical elixir before the child consumes it and gains godlike power. From behind the dark veil, a deep, ominous voice cuts through the room, asking No Beck if he doesn't find this entire situation ridiculously suspicious. The headmaster points out that for a simple street rumor, the details are far too specific and arrived right at their doorstep at the absolute perfect moment. Kneeling low on the grand carpet, Novak acknowledges the risk of falling into a trap, but insists they have no choice but to pursue the ultimate power boost. Sighing heavily in the dark mist, the mysterious headmaster slowly bows his head, giving the final order to mobilize their forces despite all the glaring red flags. Cut to the intense training grounds where dozens of young martial arts disciples are sweating bullets, practicing their sword techniques under the hot sun. Clang! Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a pair of golden bells attached to a blood-red cord begin to jingle ominously over a pulsing red ripple background. Dread! Wrapped in suffocating red tendrils of dark energy, a young girl struggles violently in a nightmare realm, desperately trying to break free from the sinister shadows pulling her down. Drark! A heavy blood-red atmosphere settles over the room as tension spikes through the roof. Ha! Ha! Doubled over in pain, our little heroine gasps frantically for air, her body completely rejecting the dark pressure surging inside her. Sweating bullets in the dimly lit chamber, she stumbles back as shattered ceramic pieces and fresh blood coat the floor tiles. Yeah, things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Staring down at her trembling palm, her eyes widen in absolute horror as the realization hits her like a freight train. Gasp! Her hand is completely drenched in crimson. Man, the artist really knows how to dial up the dramatic lighting to make you feel the sheer panic in this scene. Stepping in to hold her wrists, the senior female attendant scolds her sternly, warning that if she keeps secretly getting hurt, the secret about her hypnosis is going straight to the top brass. But instead of backing down, little Sealhua glares right back and drops a bold counter threat of her own. Boom! She casually whispers that she knows the attendant's secret identity as the notorious Blood King Poison. The woman's face completely explodes in chibi shock. Talk about getting your own trap flipped on you. Panic, looking around frantically to check for eavesdroppers, the attendant gasps out in a whisper, totally baffled by how effortlessly this kid handled such top-secret intel. Honestly, check out this adorable chibi thought bubble. She's sitting there wondering if this little girl isn't some innocent stray kitten, but a literal disguised tiger waiting to pounce. Smirking slyly, the physician teases her, asking if our little baby tiger wants to hear some massive juicy news, instantly popping out cute tiger ears and a tail on Seilhua. She reveals that the clan head himself is planning to personally perform the legendary Baelmo Suesu technique on her, leaving Seilhua completely stunned. Leaning forward with wide eyes, Soha asks if she really means the legendary energy infusion method, and the attendant confirms that the master is about to purge all her impurities and open her meridians. She explains that the clan head noticed her abnormal blood flow and carefully prepared the technique so it won't harm her tiny body, leaving our cold-blooded former assassin genuinely flustered by all this unexpected doting. Glow! A gorgeous aura diagram breaks down how Baelmo Susu works. It literally reconstructs a warrior's internal structure using raw chi, though one tiny slip-up could cause permanent chi deviation. Seilhua can barely wrap her head around her insane luck. To receive a technique this risky from a grandmaster with flawless energy control is basically a 1 in a million heavenly blessing. Her brain starts calculating the massive gains. Since her young body is a blank slate, this shortcut will rocket her straight into upper first-rate ranks in no time. Surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, her heart pounds with excitement as she realizes she might actually surpass the power level of her entire previous life. Aha! Catching her beaming with pride, the attendant breaks into a smug grin, completely busting her cute little excited moment. She teases Seilhua relentlessly for dropping her usual stoic killer face the second she heard about a power boost, man. Their banter's easily one of the best parts of this arc. With a soft, fond smile, the physician watches over her like a proud big sister, loving every second of this little kid acting like a real human for once. Cut to the next morning, and Seilhua is decked out in the most luxurious, colorful hanfu outfit, complete with cute hair clips, looking like an absolute princess while awkwardly adjusting her hair. Remembering how the female servants were gushing over how adorable she looked, she marches down the stone steps grumbling to herself about how weird these people are. Strolling through the sprawling estate courtyards, she genuinely wonders if everyone in the Namgung clan has lost their minds with all this affection. As she approaches the main dining pavilion, lively laughter echoes through the paper screen doors, reminding her that they literally invite her to every single meal. Inside, a grand feast fit for royalty covers the entire wooden table. Roast duck, seasoned fish, gourmet side dishes, you name it. The young second master boasts loudly about beating up some thugs, while his stern older brother immediately lectures him to control his wild temper. In the background, the Grand Clan head chuckles warmly at his son's usual chaotic dinner table antics. It's such a wholesome family dynamic. Standing outside the threshold, Seolwa freezes as her inner thoughts darken, reflecting on how all these cheerful people died horrible deaths in her past timeline. Looking at the glowing hall, she quietly ponders what it actually means to belong to a real family, a concept completely foreign to a former assassin. Suddenly, the scruffy bodyguard Siat Mugwang sneaks up right beside her, asking with a grin why she's standing out in the cold instead of going in. Look at this guy's goofy beard grin. You can tell he's got total cool uncle energy written all over him. Strolling alongside her, Mugwang softly admits that hearing all that genuine laughter coming from the dining room actually brings a smile to his face. He chuckles quietly, sharing that since he never grew up with a proper family meal either, moments like this feel a bit surreal to him too. Seolwa's mind drifts back to her grim past life in the blood cult, where family just meant a bunch of ruthless snakes waiting for the perfect chance to stab you in the back. Looking up at Mugwang with cold, serious eyes, she suddenly asks him a chilling question. If real family members die? Does a person actually feel true sadness and grief? Talk about dropping a heavy existential bomb in the middle of dinner time. Mugwang stops dead in his tracks, looks down at her with a deadpan stare, and raises two fingers like a loaded weapon. Flick! He delivers a high-speed forehead flick right onto her skull. Ouch! You can practically hear the loud smack ringing out across the courtyard. Yell! Breathing fire in full chibi rage mode, Mugwang yells at her to stop asking depressed old man questions and stop overthinking useless hypotheticals. Crossing his arms with a huff, he tells her that if she's got time to contemplate existential dread, she should spend it grinding her martial arts training instead. Pout, holding her sore forehead with teary blue eyes, Seolwa gives him the absolute pettiest glare ever. This facial expression is pure gold. But Mugwang's eyes turn deadly serious as he locks onto her, demanding to know why she keeps sneaking around getting new injuries without telling anyone. Looking down at her bandaged hands, he sternly reminds her that hands are a swordsman's most sacred tool, and nobody will let her fight if she keeps wrecking her body. Flame! Puffing out his chest dramatically, he warns her that he'll be watching her every move from now on, while Seolwa just groans out a tired agreement. Brushing off the sting, she takes a deep breath and realizes he's right. She doesn't have time to drown in past guilt or what-ifs. Walking up to the grand dining pavilion, flanked by respectful servants, she resolves to face whatever future comes her way head-on. Swoosh! The wooden sliding doors glide open, revealing the warm, golden light streaming from the lavish room inside. Standing right at the entrance, a handsome young master in blue silk robes greets her with the warmest, most radiant smile you've ever seen. Alongside him, the white-haired clan master smiles gently down at her, welcoming their cherished little daughter home to the family table. Imagine walking into a high-stakes family dinner after years away, only to realize your return just triggered an all-out civil war for control of the clan. Sitting across from his rival with a cold expression and a cup of tea in hand, our handsome young master observes the heavy atmosphere. Welcome to the current Namgung clan, where every single bite of food comes with a side of deadly political scheme. Sucking down his tea while shooting dagger eyes across the table, he isn't here to play nice. The sheer tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a broadsword, setting the stage for a power struggle that's about to explode. Swoosh! Stepping right into the center of this dangerous nest of vipers, our little heroine Seolwa makes her grand appearance looking like an absolute noble princess in a gorgeous pastel hanfu, secretly resolving to completely rewrite the tragic fate of this clan. Glow? With a sweet, picture-perfect smile framed by blooming white flowers, she bows gracefully and introduces herself as Seolwa. Talk about putting on a masterclass in acting like an innocent child while holding the soul of a lethal assassin. Cling! Resting his hands on the lavish banquet table filled with roasted meats and delicacies, the clan's eldest son beams with genuine joy, welcoming Seolwa back home and noting how much she resembles her childhood self after everything she's endured. Turning to the brooding teen sitting right beside him, he gently instructs young Soryang to greet his official elder sister, who happened to be born just 6 months before him. Glare! Look at Soryang's salty face right here. A huge, petty dark cloud forms over his head as he bitterly fumes to himself. He's been living comfortably as the precious eldest grandson this whole time, so why on earth should he bow down to a girl who just randomly popped out of nowhere? Forcing out a stiff, barely audible greeting, he quickly looks away. Man, if teenage jealousy had a poster child, this guy would definitely be on it. Seeing the tension, the upbeat uncle in white nudges his adorable little boy, Woong, telling him to introduce himself to his new cousin. Brightening up the room instantly, little Eung beams with a giant smile, warmly welcoming his long-lost sister home. Finally, someone at this dinner table with pure vibes and zero ulterior motives. Chuckling sweetly in response, Seo-hwa offers a polite thank you, completely melting the ice for a brief moment. The uncle claps his hands with a booming laugh, expressing his total shock that the mysterious top guest at the Grand Pavilion was actually their very own niece all along. Leaning back with a nostalgic grin, he reminisces about giving her piggyback rides back when she was just a tiny toddler, wheezing with joy over her healthy, independent return. Honestly, this uncle is such a golden retriever character. Joining the conversation with a gentle smile, the dark-haired aunt admiringly compliments Seo-hwa, praising how much of a gorgeous young lady she's grown up to be. Gently pulling forward her timid little toddler, the aunt introduces baby Hwarin, noting that the two of them have never met before. Trip, shaking like a leaf, tiny Hwarin clings tightly to her mom's robes, drooling in absolute awe and total embarrassment while everyone tries to coax her out. Nodding with cool composure, Seo-hwa assures her aunt that it's no big deal. Since they're all living under the same roof now, there's plenty of time to build a bond. Snap! Suddenly, a tiny chubby hand reaches over to the dessert platter, snatching a skewer of glossy, candied fruit. Out of nowhere, the little toddler stretches her arm all the way across the table, offering the sweet tanghulu skewer directly to Seo-hwa. Gasp! Seo-hwa's jaw practically drops in shock as her aunt giggles, explaining that tiny Hwarin wants her big sister to have her favorite snack. Look at the artist giving us this adorable side-eye view of the kid peeking out. Blush? Flushing bright red, the cute little toddler instantly buries her face behind her mother's dress. Seriously, if this comic gets any cuter, my heart is gonna explode right here. Rumble. The wholesome vibe reaches its peak as the Grand Clan head chuckles with deep pride, announcing that tomorrow he will officially reveal Seo-hwa's return at the Grand Elders Council and orders everyone to cherish her. Heartily cheering in agreement, the goofy uncle promises to shower her with endless piggyback rides, hyping himself up like the ultimate cool relative. Poke! He goes on bragging that she can even pull out all his hair and he won't complain, until his sharp-eyed wife ruthlessly jabs him right in the ribs to shut him up. Meanwhile, the clan head takes a slow, heavy sip of tea as the mood shifts. Ripple! Setting his teacup down with a quiet clink, the patriarch's tone turns dead serious as he decides to drop a massive bombshell on the entire gathered family. Boom! Looking down over the grand dining hall, the Grandmaster calmly announces his intention to personally perform the legendary Belmo Susu energy reconstruction on Seo-hwa. What? The entire room instantly freezes as the eldest son turns back in absolute unadulterated disbelief. Grasping Seo-hwa's shoulder in sheer panic, he stammers out, desperately asking if his father really means the forbidden, life-risking divine technique. Looking up with her usual unbothered deadpan expression, Seo-hwa casually wonders if there's somehow a second version of the technique she hasn't heard of. Thud, stepping into the light with a dark, stern grimace, the dark-robed eldest master Changgun flatly declares that this decision is way too dangerous. Rising from his seat, Changgun confronts his father directly, reminding him that he is the sole pillar of the entire Namgun clan, and questioning why he would risk crippling his own body for a child. Spark. Eyeing his son with cold authority, the old master sharpens his gaze, demanding if Changgun dares to question his flawless cultivation and skill. Grandfather dismisses his son's fear of bad luck with a stinging rebuke, asking what anyone could ever accomplish if they live in fear of hypothetical failures. Shake. Realizing his father won't budge, Changgun clenches his fists in bitter defeat while his son Soryang hangs his head, trembling in silent rage as his dreams of inheriting the clan head position vanish into thin air. Talk about a family meal turning into a full-blown political war zone. Slam! Trying a different angle, the uncle in white leaps up, nervously arguing that giving away a grandmaster-level energy infusion as a simple welcome gift is completely insane, and asking if the kid even asked for it. Roar! Turning on him with fierce, sharp eyes, the old patriarch snaps back that Sailwise is flesh and blood who survived 8 brutal years of hardship, declaring that as her grandfather, nothing is off limits. Crash! Slamming his hands onto the wooden table in a sudden outburst of pure jealousy, the uncle shouts out why his father never offered such a heavenly blessing to his own daughter Huirin instead. Rumble, the entire pavilion shakes as a dark, suffocating wave of pure, heavy chi explodes from the old master's hands onto the table. Dread, the ambient lighting darkens to pitch black as the Grandmaster's sheer killing intent locks down the entire room. Yeah, somebody just crossed a massive line. Look at those glowing, icy blue eyes. The artist went absolutely insane with this terrifying close-up, making the old patriarch look like an unyielding war deity ready to crush anyone in his path. Gasp! Trapped under the crushing weight of his ultimate pressure, the relatives sit frozen in absolute terror, unable to even utter a single breath. Tap, tap. Breaking the silence, the Grandmaster coldly declares the meal officially over, ordering Xiaohua to follow him as he turns his back on his stunned family. Swoosh! Walking out through the grand double doors, he leaves the dining hall in dead silence while the rest of the clan stares in utter defeat. Holding on to her grandfather's massive hand as they step outside into the cool night air, Selha glances back at the chaotic hall they just left behind. Sweat? A drop of cold sweat trickles down her cheek as her eyes widen in realization. She thought her former life in the assassin cult was crazy, but this noble family dynamic is built different. Flash! A stark text effect flashes across the screen. This dinner table isn't a cozy family gathering. It's a bloody battlefield for supreme power. Turning back with a softer look in his eyes, Grandfather senses her anxiety and softly asks if she feels like she's causing trouble for the family. Strolling along the grand marble balcony, he chuckles faintly, acknowledging how difficult it is for the greedy family members to accept his decision. Halting his footsteps, the old master gazes up at the night sky, confessing that his sons probably view him as a cold, heartless ruler who ignored succession politics for years. Sigh. Shaking his head in deep disappointment, he plainly admits that none of his sons have what it takes to lead. One is a petty schemer, and the other is an incompetent fool, leaving no one worthy of carrying the Namgung name. Out of nowhere, the old patriarch brings up the concept of the heavens, leaving little Solwa completely baffled as to why he's getting so deep and philosophical late at night. Standing over the balcony, Grandfather casually drops a deep question, asking if she knows why everyone across the land compares the proud Namgung clan directly to the sky itself. Selwa pauses for a second, digging deep into her memories of every Namgung warrior she's ever crossed paths with in her chaotic past. Swoosh! Flashback surge of battle-hardened swordsmen bleeding out on the battlefield, holding their blades high with an unyielding spirit that refused to bow down even in total defeat. Staring down at her tiny hands, she secretly wonders why on earth those warriors were willing to throw away their very lives just to protect a family name. Talk about total fanatic dedication. Grandfather chuckles softly, guessing that she thinks it's all because their internal chi shines with a bright blue hue, just like the clear sky above. But before she can even nod along, the old master shakes his head and flatly tells her that she's looking at the whole thing completely backward. Whoosh! He explains that the blue aura isn't just some random hereditary flex. Their inner force turns blue because they dedicate their lives to practicing the sacred martial arts of the heavens. He goes on to reveal that every single martial artist holds a different spirit in their heart, meaning their inner energy can actually manifest in completely unique colors. Glow! Reaching his hand toward the full moon, he paints a beautiful picture of how an ambitious soul might radiate an orange sunset hue or a shadowy dark aura. Yet all these different skies merge into one supreme entity. Squeezing his fist tightly over the grand estate, the old man declares that walking the Namgung path means standing tall as a beacon of righteousness and living a life as pure as the azure sky. Look at the artist adding all these magical blue flowers and sparkling lens flare around the patriarch. They really pulled out all the budget to make this old man look like a legendary divine saint. Overlooking the serene courtyard below, the Grandmaster preaches that upholding the way of heaven and protecting the innocent is the true core of Namgun chivalry. His mood suddenly sours as he mutters that his own descendants still haven't learned a single thing, prompting Sehwa to realize this poor old master has been stressing over his useless family for decades. Staring at him sideways with her sharp assassin eyes, Sehwa takes a moment to process the sheer weight of his words. Rumble. She internally acknowledges that Namgung Muchan is truly a grand hero who commands supreme respect, able to crush enemies with raw power while keeping absolute dignity as clan head. But as a ruthless former assassin who knows how dark the world really is, she can't help but doubt whether such pure idealism can actually survive in the real world. Flames, dark images of poison, sorcery, and brutal betrayals flash through her mind, reminding us that the Namgung clan was already wiped out once before by the insidious schemes of the blood cult. Turning back to her, grandfather drops a classic martial arts proverb: a straight tree is bound to break under a strong wind. Leaning on the railing, Sehwa challenges his philosophy, asking if a tree that gets broken can ever truly rise from the dead. The old master falls silent, her hardened features softening as he ponders her heavy question. Stroking his chin with a thoughtful hum, he bluntly admits that in his eyes, it's infinitely better for a warrior to break with honor than to bend like a coward. Think, Sehwa argues back in her head. What's wrong with bending if it means surviving? Isn't staying alive to fight another day way more important than dying for rigid rules? Tap. Gently tapping his temple, the old patriarch insists that as long as the core spirit of the individual remains untainted, nothing else matters. Sprout! Beautiful green vines illuminate the panel as he explains that a tree with intact roots will always sprout new leaves and rise again, no matter how long it takes. On the flip side, he warns that a tree that constantly bends to avoid conflict will build fragile roots and a weak trunk that will never grow into something grand. Staring at a barren winter branch, he notes that such weak trees might survive for a short while, but they'll never withstand the test of 100 years. Smiling down at her with genuine warmth, grandfather reassures her that as long as the fundamental roots of the clan remain preserved, the Namgung name will never perish. Shine! As soft blue light swirls around Sehwa, she contemplates his words, realizing he truly believes the clan's legacy can always be reborn. Flashback, gruesome visions of her own tragic death and the fallen bodies of her former life flood her vision. She doubts whether any uncut sprouts could ever truly survive to avenge the clan against the blood cult. Standing side by side, high above the silent estate, the master and child share a moment of heavy quiet under the night sky. Glare. Locking her eyes forward, Sehwa comes to a definitive conclusion in her heart. Staring out over the massive rooftops, she realizes that even though the blood cult slaughtered everyone, they could never truly break the unbreakable spirit of the Namgung warriors who died, protecting their secrets. Breaking the quiet, grandfather turns to her with a serious expression and asks for her opinion directly. Looking her straight in the eye, he demands to know if she is truly ready to step up and live her life as an official child of the Namgung family. He explains that while the Elders' Council is set to announce her return tomorrow, he's totally willing to hide her existence forever if she wants a quiet, safe life. Gust. A chill wind blows past as he warns her that after missing for 8 long years, stepping back into the spotlight as a main lineage child will draw insane amounts of attention from every faction. Shadows! Dark silhouettes hover over a young Sehwa as he cautions her that every single move she makes will be judged, criticized, and targeted by jealous enemies looking to bring her down. Looking down at the little girl, the old master softly voices his concern over whether a young child can handle such a suffocating burden. Snap! Without a single second of hesitation, Sehwa shuts him down with a firm, resounding no. Swoosh! Leaves flutter gently in the breeze as she stands tall, declaring with absolute pride that she is, without a doubt, a bloodline child of Namgung. Spark! Look at grandfather's shocked face. Sehwa vows to take every single poison arrow and secret attack aimed at the family and personally slice through them all with her own blade. Wind, watching the leaves soar into the night air, she firmly commits herself to walking this dangerous, blood-stained path to the very end. Zoom in, cut to the next morning, and we get this hilarious close-up of a sweating, traumatized trainee looking like he's about to see God himself. Gasp. The elite clan guards are struggling for their absolute lives in a brutal horse dance with heavy iron weights tied to their arms, while little Sehwa casually pokes their limbs with a wooden sword like a tiny drill sergeant from hell. Holding her training sword with complete calm, our little menace sweetly tells the giant grown men to keep pushing because they've almost reached the finish line. Sweat? Look at this hilarious cartoon contrast. While the poor guard is sweating buckets and crying tears of pure agony, Seowa is literally whistling a cute little tune like she's taking a casual stroll in the park. Trembling like leaves, the adult warriors bitterly regret ever agreeing to join this hellish workout session. Thud! One poor guy collapses onto his face on the dusty training ground, internally screaming at his captain for promising them elite instruction from a top-tier master. Fire! Flames of sheer rage and exhaustion burn behind the trainees as they grind through 996 push-ups, cursing their fate and calling her an absolute bratty monster in disguise. Talk about an assassin child putting grown warriors through boot camp. Puff, pant. Imagine being a battle-hardened adult warrior forced into a brutal 1,000 push-up boot camp by a pint-sized child. Sweat pours off this poor guy as he shakes violently, barely wheezing out counts 997, 998, and 999 while his arms look ready to snap in half. Thud. With one final earth-shattering grunt of agony, he screams out count 1,000 and collapses flat on his face into the dirt. Talk about reaching absolute physical rock bottom right out of the gate. Grown! Look at the training ground now. It looks less like an elite martial arts courtyard and more like a battlefield casualty zone. Trainees are lying scattered like fallen leaves, groaning in total misery, while little Seohwa just stands over them with her wooden sword casually resting on her shoulder like a stone-cold drill sergeant. Whew, the poor guys are hyperventilating on their knees, completely drained of every last drop of chi and stamina. Man, look at how the artist drew their soul-drained expressions. It's hilarious how a 7-year-old child is single-handedly traumatizing an entire squad of grown men. Tap! A pristine white boot steps cleanly beside the head of the face-down guard, who's whimpering in the dirt like he's at death's door. Staring down at his trembling form with a completely neutral expression, Seohwa innocently asks if he actually finished all 1,000 push-ups. Coughing up dust from the ground, the poor warrior groans out that he somehow survived all 1,000 reps, though he's pretty sure his lungs are about to collapse on the spot. Gasp! Without batting an eye, Seohwa casually remarks that a simple 1,000 reps should be child's play for a big, strong warrior. The poor guy's face contorts in sheer outrage. Seriously, lady, he's literally coughing up blood here. Show some mercy. She then drops the ultimate bombshell, suggesting that next time he should strap heavy iron weights to his back so his bones develop properly. The trainees stare back in total horror, internally screaming over how a little kid could say something so utterly demonic with a straight face. Shine! Turning around with sparkling eyes of pure sadistic encouragement, Seohwa announces that the rest of the crew gets to strap iron weights to their thighs next time. The guards instantly gasp in pure terror as dark red waves of absolute dread wash over the courtyard. Sweat! Raising a trembling hand, one brave soul meekly asks if that kind of insane training won't actually kill them. The rest of the guys are practically praying for their lives, nodding along in total desperation. Tilting her head with cute, clueless innocence, Seohwa sweetly reassures them that a little bit of weight training definitely won't kill them. Seriously, her definition of safe training is scarier than any dark magic in the Muram. Rumble! An ominous purple cloud of despair instantly hangs over the 4 trainees as their souls visually leave their bodies, leaving them standing there like lifeless statues with completely blacked out eyes. Swoosh! Broken in spirit, the guards hang their heads and start shuffling away in defeat, muttering among themselves that this little monster is a literal demon disguised as a child. Selhoy just watches them walk away with a confused question mark floating over her head. Seeing them give up, Seohwa casually calls out that if they stick to her training regime, they'll all be skilled enough to enter the prestigious inner hall in no time. Freeze. The trainees instantly freeze dead in their tracks. Whip! Spinning around with wide, disbelieving eyes, they gasp and ask if she's actually serious, unable to process the idea that outer hall rejects like them could ever dream of reaching the inner hall. Namgung Jipyeong, the squad leader, wipes his forehead in deep thought. He knows a guest of honor at the Heavenly Guest Pavilion wouldn't just throw around empty promises, but he can't help wondering if she actually has a concrete plan or just insane confidence. Flames! Fire flares up in the trainee's eyes. Clenching his fist with newfound passion and dramatic tears, the guard shouts that if it means getting a shot at the inner hall, he'd willingly march through hellfire. Bo, crossing her arms, Seolha asks if they really have what it takes to keep pushing forward, prompting the guard to drop to his knees and beg her to drag them through whatever hellish training she has planned. Sweat dripping down his face, Jipyong slowly bows his head too, agreeing to join. You gotta love how quickly these guys go from calling her a demon to worshiping her like a deity the second a promotion is mentioned. Standing tall with her hands behind her back, Seolhwa senses the heavy shift in the air, quietly listening as Jipyong prepares to lay out the harsh reality. Jipyong looks down somberly, his voice dropping into a dark tone as he confesses that no matter how hard they train or how strong they become, the inner hall will remain frickin' forever out of reach. Resting her wooden sword over her shoulders, Seolhwa turns her gaze toward him, listening attentively to his bitter warning. Gasp! Noticing how battered they all are, Seolhwa dismisses the group for the day, letting out a loud sigh of relief as the exhausted guards collapse onto the dirt like sacks of potatoes. Bow. Trembling like leaves on their knees, the guards bow deeply to express their gratitude before staggering away, internally praying they survive long enough to see tomorrow's sun. Turning to Jipyong, who is still gasping for air on bent knees, Seolhwa softly thanks him for keeping the squad motivated through the brutal session. Wiping the sweat and grit from his brow, Jipyong humbly replies that they're just grateful to have someone of her status actually paying attention to forgotten outer hall warriors like them. Seolhwa then casually announces that starting tomorrow, they'll be moving their daily boot camp to the official Red Dragon unit training grounds. Jipyong's jaw literally drops in shock. That's the elite force's domain! Twirl! Spinning her wooden practice sword with smooth flair, Seolhwa coolly adds that she won't be staying in the guest quarters much longer anyway. When Jipyong anxiously asks if she's leaving the clan, she clarifies with absolute confidence that she's moving out of the guest house because she's about to officially take her place as an official bloodline member of the Namgang clan. She instructs him to spread the word to all the other outer hall guards so they can show up safely for tomorrow's training. Jipyong stands there stunned, his eyes filled with complex worry. Hesitate. Looking at her earnest face, Jipyong stammers slightly, admitting that while he appreciates her trying to inspire the crew, he feels obligated to stop her before she gets everyone's hopes up for nothing. Shadow. A dramatic dark tone settles over the background as Jipyong faces the young master, dropping his head as he bluntly states that their dream of promotion is mathematically impossible. Seolhwa cocks her head in curiosity, asking why he's so sure about that. Jipyong lowers his eyes in bitterness, explaining that no matter how powerful their martial arts become, outer hall guards can never break through the glass ceiling into the inner hall. He admits that giving the men false hope will only destroy them when reality crashes down, but Seolhwa presses further, demanding to know what rule could possibly keep true talent from rising. Crack. A dark, fractured texture engulfs the panel as Jipyong utters the harsh truth. The only reason they fail isn't a lack of skill, but because they don't have powerful backing or highborn blood. Flashback. Visions of his 10-year struggle flood his mind. Jipyong recalls watching younger, vastly inferior martial artists get handpicked for the inner hall while he was repeatedly passed over. At first, he foolishly blamed bad luck and arrogance. Crash! Shattered wood and flying arrows illustrate his breaking spirit. The second and third times he failed, he obsessively analyzed his posture, wondering if his technique was flawed or if his spirit wasn't righteous enough. Snow. A desolate winter landscape appears, showing Jipyong kneeling under a frozen tree carved with 10 notches for every failed exam. Wow, talk about tragic storytelling. The art shift here really makes you feel the weight of 10 whole years of shattered dreams. He remembers overhearing smug, corrupt inner guards whispering behind the corridor pillars, laughingly pointing out that no matter how skilled Jipyong is, he'll rot in the outer hall forever because he lacks connections. Glare. Clenching his fists in dark shadow, Jipyong bitterly realized that even within a grand righteous clan tied by blood, internal politics and ruthless factions dictate everything. Dark? The harsh reality was spelled out plain and simple. The promotion test was never a fair trial. The winners were already picked behind closed doors before the exam even began. Looking down at the little girl standing before him in the dusty yard, Jipyong pours out the crushing weight of his decade-long disillusionment. Seolhwa listens quietly, nodding her head with a subtle smirk, as the pieces of the clan's corrupt puzzle fall into place. Frame. A formal narrative box lays out the grim truth. With the succession battle for the next clan head completely undecided, promotion isn't based on martial strength at all. Shadow. Visuals of corrupt political factions celebrating highlight the reality. It's purely about whose faction you belong to, leaving poor, connectionless kids without even a seat at the table. Swoosh! Silhouettes of clashing swords emphasize that the promotion exam is just a bloody proxy war where power-hungry elders scramble to place their own puppets into high positions first. Blowing out a small breath, Selhwa casually mutters how utterly rotten and chaotic the family's internal system has become in her absence. Plead! Ji-pyong clasps his hands together, begging her not to give the men empty dreams. But before he can finish, Selhwa cuts him off with total certainty, declaring that everything is about to change. Sparkle! Standing tall with a radiant aura and a confident hand on her hip, Solha looks him dead in the eye and reminds him who she is, because now that she's here, the entire game board is getting flipped upside down. Ever wonder what happens when a cute little girl gives a battle-hardened squad leader a total existential crisis? Standing right in front of Ji-pyong, Swalhwa hits him with a heavy question, making him promise to never, ever give up, while he just stands there scratching his head, wondering what she's even cooking up. Fidgeting with the back of his neck like a nervous student in the principal's office, Ji-pyong stammers out that enduring endless suffering is basically his only talent, though he still has no idea why she's making such a big deal out of it. Shine! Unsheathing a terrifying deadpan stare, Selwa asks if he seriously doubts her grand vision, prompting the poor guy to wave his hands in absolute panic, while she silently judges him for not even giving it a shot. Talk about an elite-level guilt trip. This kid knows exactly how to manipulate grown men. Adjusting his chin in deep thought, Ji-pyong realizes that fixing a deeply corrupt clan overnight is mathematically impossible, so backing this mini-monarch might actually be his only ticket out of rock bottom. Turning toward him with a backdrop of soft floral sparkles, Seolhwa softens her gaze and asks him to put his complete faith in her just this once. Sparkle! Flashing a radiant, adorable smile, Seolhwa vows to guide him to the legendary position he should have claimed years ago. Man, you gotta love how manhwa artists pull out the full shoujo flower filter whenever a character's about to lock in a lifelong ally. Tap tap, transitioning away from the training grounds, crisp leather boots echo across polished stone steps as two figures ascend toward the grand estate. Holding her tiny hand tightly, her father looks down with ultimate helicopter dad energy, asking for the 51st time if her hands are okay, while Seolhwa calmly reminds him they healed ages ago. Chuckle. Realizing he's acting like an overprotective parent, her dad sheepishly admits he's being silly, but he just can't bring himself to let go of her hand. Catching his tense profile and twitching green earring out of the corner of her eye, Selwa spots his subtle fidgeting and instantly picks up on his underlying anxiety. Seriously, her emotional intelligence is so far off the charts, it's almost scary for a kid her age. Guiding her down the terrace, her father solemnly announces that today is the day he formally introduces her back to the elders as a grand celebration of her return. Smiling warmly, he gently warns her that the hall will be packed with intimidating political figures, urging her to stay calm and just greet them naturally. Stopping right before the entrance, he places a firm, reassuring hand on her back, promising that her father will always be standing right behind her to protect her. Sowala glances sideways, realizing her poor dad was terrified she'd get eaten alive by the old political foxes inside. Little does he know, she's the biggest predator in the entire building. Creak! The heavy wooden doors slide open with an eerie rumble, revealing a dimly lit, intimidating hall shrouded in dark authority. Step, striding onto the long blue carpet, Selha steps into the massive council chamber where the clan's highest authorities sit in shadow on both sides. Rows of ancient, stern-faced elders glare down at the little girl, filling the air with heavy pressure that would make a rookie warrior pass out on the spot. Looking straight ahead with icy blue eyes, Seolhwa doesn't even blink under their oppressive stares. Look at that cold, unbothered posture. This artist really knows how to draw absolute confidence in a tiny package. Approaching the Grand Patriarch perched high on his golden throne, Seolhwa bows politely and hits him right in the heart by calling him grandfather to solidify her royal standing. The clan lord stammers in shock, utterly stunned to hear her call him grandfather instead of his formal title, while Seolhwa softly remarks that genuine affection easily surpasses a pile of gold coins. Dropping the ultimate emotional nuke, Seolwa puts on a tearful, cute act, admitting she hesitated to call him grandfather because she was afraid of getting too attached if she had to leave. Sub! The Grand Patriarch and his aide instantly burst into dramatic tears. Slam! Won over completely by her cute speech, the grandfather slams his armrest in emotional overload, loudly commanding her to call him grandfather as much as her heart desires. Standing tall while the old man practically beams with joy, Seolwa internally chuckles over how effortlessly her heartfelt trick shattered his hardened exterior. Talk about an absolute masterclass in playing your relatives like a violin. Wiping his happy tears, the clan lord gestures toward the council, assuring her that every single elder present will cherish her from now on. The first elder bows his head with a gentle expression, acknowledging the incredible hardship she endured returning home all by herself. Weep! A bald elder literally wipes tears into his sleeve, sobbing over how vividly he remembers her baby face and how happy he is to see her safe. A mustache-toting elder beams with open arms, praising her sharp intellect and calling her intact return a massive blessing for the whole family. Namgung Gibek, Lord of the Enforcement Hall, gives a polite, charming bow, warmly inviting her to visit his department whenever she pleases. Cry! Namgung Su, Lord of the Finance Hall, clasps his hands in pure financial bliss, weeping with gratitude because her returning on her own saved the clan 300 gold bars in ransom. Wow, you gotta respect the accountant's hustle. This guy is calculating budget savings while everyone else is crying. Namgung Yum, the Outer Hall Lord, chuckles cheerfully, reminding her with a friendly grin that they've already crossed paths before. Looking further down, the rigid leaders of the five-armed division sit in solemn alignment, bowing silently in respectful greeting. Holding her hands together politely before the cheering room, Seolwa takes a mental snapshot of every smiling face in the hall. Narrowing her sharp eyes, her inner monologue kicks in as she wonders just how much of this warm welcome is genuine affection versus fake court politics. Boom! A dark, jagged thought bubble shatters the sweet atmosphere with one deadly question. Who in this room can she actually trust? The mood instantly drops into sub-zero darkness as Seolwa realizes she's standing right in the middle of a snake pit. The dramatic lighting shift here is top-notch storytelling. 1 second, it's wholesome family tears. The next, it's pure psychological thriller. Clenching her fists, she cautions herself to stay patient and refrain from judging people's true intentions too quickly. She decides the only reliable way to uncover their true colors is by directly clashing with their political agendas in due time. Rumble! The Grand Patriarch rises from his throne surrounded by swirling peach blossoms, declaring to the entire hall that the child lost for 8 years has finally come home. Step. Walking down the steps toward her, he firmly states that since the whole world knew about her disappearance, her return will be proclaimed just as loudly. Reaching out to gently touch her shoulder, he orders new notices posted across the Central Plains and all family vaults opened wide to celebrate her return. Whoosh! Striking a grand power pose beside Seolwa, the patriarch yells out his royal decree as all the elders bow in total reverence. Roar! His voice thunders across the hall, roaring that the Namgung clan will stand directly behind the targeted young heiress and crush anyone who dares touch her. Man, Grandpa going full battle mode for his granddaughter is easily the height peak of this chapter. Blaring down at his council, he sternly warns them that the clan will never repeat past blunders or let political enemies undermine them again. Leaning down with intense passion, he demands every elder carve the pain of 8 lost years and the joy of today into their very souls. Thud! In breathtaking unison, every single hall lord and division leader drops to their knees, slamming their hands on the floor in absolute submission. Shout! Their united voices shake the rafters as they swear to carry out the clan lord's will, while Seolwa stands framed in glowing petals as the future sky of the Murim Alliance. A gorgeous close-up portrait shows Seolwa looking ahead with unwavering determination, officially marking her triumphant return to the Namgung clan. The scene shifts outside to a serene, sunlit view of Cloud Rest Pavilion glowing under a bright blue sky. Step, walking side by side across a beautiful white marble bridge, Seolwa and her dad enjoy a peaceful stroll amidst falling cherry blossoms. Holding hands under the warm sunlight, the two share a tender moment of quiet comfort, resting up before the inevitable political storms hit the clan. What a gorgeous ending frame to wrap up such a high-stakes family reunion. Stepping into her new living quarters, Seolha looks around in absolute disbelief, pointing out that this grand place is way too huge for a little girl. But her dad just chuckles warmly, explaining that this beautiful pavilion used to belong to her grandmother, who filled it with gorgeous flowers and statues. Oh, father proudly adds that this pavilion, known as Cloud Rest Pavilion, is widely considered the single most stunning location in the entire Namgung clan territory. Turns out her grandfather personally ordered this paradise to be handed over directly to her. Talk about elite grandpappy privileges. The old man wanted nothing more than for her to be surrounded by pure beauty after enduring 8 long years of suffering. Bo! Suddenly, a polite attendant interrupts their moment, bowing deeply to announce that First Young Master, the General Manager, and the Gale Wind Sword Leader have arrived to pay their respects. The attendant looks up, asking if he should show the distinguished guests inside immediately. Outside the pavilion, General Manager Namgung Moon and Galewind Sword Leader stand side by side with their arms crossed, aggressively avoiding eye contact like 2 teenagers forced to share a room. Glare! Namgung Moon cuts a sharp sideways glare, annoyed out of his mind as he asks why on earth the Galewind Sword Leader felt the need to stalk him all the way here. CO? With a casual smirk, Gale Windsword shrugs it off, replying that he doesn't need a grand excuse. He simply dropped by because he wanted to see the kid's face. Anger? Namgung Mun's veins pop as he scolds him for being so ridiculously rude, pointing out that barging in whenever he feels like it is completely unrefined. But Gale Windsword just laughs it off, claiming he's close enough with the young lady that rules don't apply to him. Tease? Leaning in with a mischievous grin, Gale Windsword taunts him, asking if he's sulking and jealous because he can't get as close to the heiress as he used to. Honestly, watching these 2 grown, high-level martial artists bicker over who is the favorite uncle is pure gold. Rage. Gale Windsword hits him with the classic "you lose if you're jealous," making Namgung Moon boil with dark anger on the spot. Step. Hearing all the noise, Selwa's dad approaches from behind, asking what in the world they're discussing so passionately out in the open. Walking up alongside his daughter, framed in sparkling morning glories, her dad playfully jokes that maybe they should have walked a bit slower so as not to ruin their lovely conversation. Grab. Namgung Moon instantly lunges forward, grabbing her father's hands with dramatic emotion and declaring that they arrived at the perfect moment while bowing to the First Young Master. Swish! Turning toward Xiaohua with a radiant, friendly face, Namgung Moon warmly greets her again as the clan's general manager. Bow. Xiaohua bows politely in return, but the old manager gently requests that she call him Grandpa General Manager, just like she used to when she was a toddler. Selhua obliges with an adorable response, but as she glances past him, her eyes widen as she spots something truly ridiculous sitting right behind them. Dun dun dun! Sitting right in the middle of the courtyard is a massive wooden cart practically collapsing under the weight of glittering gold bars, rare jewels, and sparkling pearls. Shock! Namgung Mun proudly reveals that these heirlooms, fine silks, gold bars, and body-nourishing elixirs are a direct welcome-back gift from her grandfather, leaving Suohua completely stunned by the sheer flux of wealth. Smiling warmly, he begs her not to decline, insisting she's merely receiving what she should have naturally been given years ago. Rummage, Namgung Moon starts digging through the treasure pile, literally tossing a solid gold bar aside like a piece of garbage because gold is too basic, while Selwa and her dad stand there in total deadpan silence. Sparkle! He pulls out a bolt of radiant gold-threaded silk, bragging that they've already tailored high-grade clothes so she won't ever need to make them herself, leaving Sioha wondering why a future warrior needs fancy rolls of fabric. Ta-da! Next, he pulls out a chest of supreme nourishing elixirs, warning her to consume them carefully, though Seowa mentally calculates that it'll take her literally months to chew through that entire stash. Click! Smiling mysteriously, Namgung Moon tells her that this next item is the real showstopper that will leave her completely speechless. Whoosh! As Selhua opens the smooth wooden box, a blinding golden light erupts from within, illuminating her wide blue eyes. Glimmer! Inside lies an array of magnificent handcrafted flower hairpins, gold necklaces, and gem-encrusted ornaments fit for a royal princess. A treasure so rare that her grandfather personally purchased it while traveling abroad years ago. Gasp! Namgung Mun explains that her grandfather kept this priceless set safe for her even before she returned, asking if she loves it while Seolhwa gazes at the craftsmanship in absolute awe. Behind them, her dad sweat drops, whispering that the notoriously stingy finance hall lord would never hand over this much treasure without a fight. Namgung Moon casually admits he had to physically beat the finance lord up after he started crying and throwing a fit. Man, the internal clan politics are ruthless, but at least the general manager has zero chill when it comes to bribing his favorite grandniece. Glare. Watching from the side, Galewind's sword leader squints his eyes, bluntly observing that Seolhwa doesn't actually look all that thrilled with a pile of shiny rocks. Yell! Namgung Moon turns around furious, pointing angrily and yelling that he must be blind because she's clearly ecstatic, though Galewind's sword fires back that anyone with eyes can see she's completely unimpressed. Unwrap, reaching down to his waist, Galewind's sword begins untying a long, cloth-wrapped object attached to his belt. Smirk! Unveiling the object with a proud grin, he asserts that a true martial arts prodigy will only ever fall in love with a gift like this. Grin, flashing a bright, confident smile, he holds it out as his personal gift to celebrate her return. Shine! Selwa gently unclasps the sheath, and as a gleaming metallic reflection hits her face, her eyes light up with pure, unadulterated joy as she realizes it's a sword. Pulse! With her heart racing, Seolhwa looks up excitedly and asks if she can draw it out, and Gale Windsword enthusiastically gives her the green light. Swoosh! Holding the hilt firmly, Seolhwa slowly unsheaths the blade, feeling the razor-sharp precision and flawless weight distribution of the weapon. The metal glimmers with an icy blue light, a smooth unsheathing, a shimmering edge, and a cold, sharp aura pulsing through the air. Whoosh! Surrounded by glowing petals and sparkling light, Seolhwa's inner martial artist instantly recognizes that without even swinging it, this blade is a legendary masterpiece. Shock! Looking closely at the fine steel, Seolhwa gasps, asking if this weapon was forged using the famous steel of the Han clan? Gale Windsword smiles proudly, praising her incredible eye for weapons and asking if she truly understands how insanely rare Han steel weapons are, while Selho blushes in disbelief, asking if he's really giving this to her. Sparkle! While Selhwa happily admires her new legendary blade in a sea of sparkles, Namgung Mun stands in the corner completely depressed, sulking over the fact that his mountain of expensive jewels lost to a single piece of metal. You gotta love how a battle maniac kid will choose a sharp piece of steel over literal gold bars every single time. Pat, pat, patting her head affectionately, Gale Windsword grins warmly, telling her that seeing her this happy makes all the effort worth it, especially after staying up all night manually sharpening the blade for her. Leaning down closer, his expression softens as he reveals a hidden secret. This very sword was the weapon he wielded during his own bloody days on the front lines. Gasp! Seolhwa looks up in quiet awe as his hand hovers over her head, realizing the immense trust and weight behind his gesture. Glimmer! Zooming in on the intricate hilt, the word Gale shines brightly on the polished steel as he formally passes down his legacy. He softly whispers his final request. He wants her to take up his mantle and become the new master of this blade. Clutch, gripping the sheath tightly with deep emotion, Seolhwa looks him in the eye and asks if this legendary weapon carries a name. He reveals that its original name is the Heavenly Thunder Sword, but since it completely belongs to her now, she has the full right to rename it whatever her heart desires. Thump, thump. With her chest pounding in pure excitement, Seolhwa asks if she can test out its power right away, while Gale Windsword puffs his chest in extreme satisfaction, mentally celebrating that his all-night blade polishing session was an absolute victory. Talk about having your priorities straight. The second Seolhwa gets her hands on a shiny new blade, she dashes straight toward the personal training grounds, completely ignoring her dad and Gale Windsword yelling behind her not to play too rough and break anything. Gale Windsword just stands there chuckling while Seolhwa disappears in a cloud of dust, proving that once a martial addict gets top-tier loot, selective hearing kicks in immediately. General Manager Namgung Mun looks on in total shock at her speed, wondering if someone secretly taught this little girl the legendary Heavenly Steps movement technique while she was away. Her poor dad awkwardly bows and apologizes for his daughter's sudden exit, but Namgung Moon just sighs, admitting that seeing the kids so genuinely happy makes all the clan drama worth it. Glancing back at the massive wooden cart overflowing with glittering gold bars and rare pearls, Namgung Moon realizes shiny trinkets won't win over a battle fanatic and starts brainstorming what actual combat gifts he can give her.
He turns to the servants, ordering them to organize the entire treasure hall and haul it directly into Seolhwa's new living quarters.
Suddenly, an attendant steps up with a solemn look on his face, calling out to get the general manager's attention. Bowing deeply, the attendant reveals that another unexpected gift just arrived for the young lady, asking if it should also be placed inside her room. Nam Gung-moon's eyebrows twitch as he asks who sent it, only for the attendant to nervously admit he has zero clue where the package came from or who brought it. Suspicion intensifies. Nam Gung-moon's eyes narrow. It hasn't even been 4 hours since they officially announced Seolhwa's return to the world, making this rapid delivery super fishy. Honestly, delivery speeds in martial arts worlds put modern courier services to shame. Realizing something is definitely off, Nam Gung-moon decides they need to inspect the contents of this mystery delivery personally before letting Seolhwa anywhere near it. Swoosh! Meanwhile, over at the private training grounds, rows of wooden practice dummies and weapon racks sit under the bright morning sun, completely oblivious to the hurricane about to hit them. Whip! Without hesitating for a single millisecond, Seolhwa leaps high into the air, drawing her new sword in a blinding, flawless arc of Scion energy. Flying through the air, she feels the golden hilt mold into her palm so seamlessly, it feels as if the weapon was custom forged specifically for her hand. Whoosh! She drives the blade downward with incredible precision, releasing a razor-sharp wave of sword aura that cuts through the atmosphere. Look at that sinister little smirk on her face. There is truly nothing quite like the absolute thrill of wielding top-tier gear when you've got years of combat instincts stored up. Tap, landing gracefully on her feet, she glances back at the swirling dust, completely head over heels in love with how fast and responsive this weapon feels. Inspecting the dragon-carved guard, she admires its official name, the Heavenly Thunder Sword, and marvels at the sheer craftsmanship built into the metal. Shine! Dropping into a razor-focused low stance, she channels her internal energy, causing icy blue light to envelop the edge of the blade once more. Her bright blue eyes light up with pure combat hype, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence, as if this sword could slice through literally anything in existence. Ominous pulse. In her mind's eye, a giant, jagged, crimson demonic hand looms over her, representing the dark fate and monstrous blood demon she's destined to face in the future. Flash! Pushing off the ground with explosive speed, she transforms into a blur of motion, charging headfirst toward the demonic visualization. Crash! Letting her body be guided purely by the sword's sharpness, she slices through the darkness, surrounding herself in a swirling vortex of blue lightning aura. Slash! Executing rapid, air-clearing sword strikes, she carves an unobstructed path forward, vowing to cut down every single obstacle standing between her and survival. Boom! She finishes her combo with a devastating X-shaped double slash that leaves 2 massive, glowing cyan scars suspended in the air. Leaning over to catch her breath, Seolhwa pants heavily as steam rises from her body following that insane burst of energy. Looking down at the shimmering metal, she decides that a legendary sword entering a brand new era with a new master deserves a fresh name of its own. Glimmer! Admiring the polished Han steel, she renames it on the spot. No longer the Heavenly Thunder Sword, but the Heavenly Lightning Sword. Tap, stepping forward with total conviction, she realizes that if she can perfect a sword technique that fills the entire world, she can shatter the blood demon's grand scheme. Whoosh! Raising her sword high in a majestic stance glowing with blue aura, Seolhwa vows to tear apart the prophesied future and write her own destiny. Crash! Cut to a dark, ominous room where a fine blue porcelain cup shatters violently into a million pieces across the floor. Sitting behind a carved wooden table is a high-ranking noblewoman in dark purple robes, her face veiled in heavy shadows as a toxic atmosphere fills the room. Clack! Reaching for another tea bowl, she fumes in silent rage over the news that the clan lord handed over both the Supreme Heaven's Crimson Skill Manual and Mountains of Wealth to Seolhwa. Sip, taking a calculating sip of hot tea, her sharp purple eyes ignite with pure jealousy and malice toward the returned grandniece. She tilts her head, addressing the subordinate kneeling nervously in front of her table to hear his take on the clan lord's obvious favoritism. Slam! The official tries to rationalize it by pointing out Seolhwa's 8 long years of suffering, but the noblewoman furiously slams her teacup onto the desk, shutting him down instantly. Man, you can always count on bitter clan relatives to throw a massive temper tantrum the second anyone else gets a spotlight. Flinch! The subordinate trembles as she rants that giving away the supreme skill manual is complete madness, claiming young Master Soryang should have received it to become unmatched under the heavens. Coldly looking down, she scoffs that Soryang is already an undisputed genius, and that no child in the entire Namgung clan could ever dream of competing with him. Sweat! The servant frantically nods along, agreeing that Soryang's skills are so absurdly high that even inner hall elites have to step up just to give him proper sparring practice. She snorts in pure contempt, remarking that a divine manual won't magically turn an earthworm into a soaring dragon, which is top-tier villain cope if I've ever heard it. Glare. With a cold, sinister expression, she declares that they need to personally demonstrate that brutal reality to the rest of the clan, leaving the servant sweating bullets. Sip! Bringing the tea back to her lips, she casually mentions that the clan's massive Heavenly Martial Festival is scheduled to take place in just 15 days. Bow. She demands an update on the festival's preparations, and the kneeling man quickly assures her everything is being set up without a single hitch. He explains that since the festival evaluates the progress of outer hall, inner hall, and direct lineage disciples alike, they're making sure the event goes smoothly. Shadow. Her voice drops to a spine-chilling whisper as she agrees that an earthworm won't become a dragon in 15 short days, but her eyes glint with dark intent. Glow. A terrifying purple glint flashes in her eyes as she commands him to ensure that no one inside the clan is allowed to nurture or assist that little earthworm before the festival begins. Ping! Meanwhile, over inside the main palace hall, Seolwa stands before a wooden table staring down at a mysterious wooden token branded with Roman numerals and attached to twin golden bells. Looking up at her grandfather sitting atop his grand throne, the clan lord reveals that a civilian who came to receive grain relief left this token behind as a special gift for her, prompting Selwa to ask if they caught the guy. Bow. General Manager Namgung Moon steps forward, reporting that they detained the messenger, but under a potent truth serum, he confessed he was just a hired errand runner paid by a total stranger. Stare! Selhwa and her dad join Namgung Mun in staring at the suspicious token, realizing that someone within or outside the clan is orchestrating a subtle shadow game. Just when you thought our main character could enjoy 5 minutes of peace with her shiny new sword, mysterious forces are already moving in the shadows. Her grandfather looks down with dead serious eyes, asking if anyone has any clue who left behind this cryptic death threat. Selhwa stands there in silence, her mind racing at 100 miles per hour because it's barely been half a day since her grand return was announced. Talk about efficiency. Villains in webtoons really have 24/7 notification alerts turned on. Staring at the sinister wooden token marked with Roman numerals, she instantly recognizes the chilling signature of the 12 Moons, the top 12 elite assassins serving under the blood demon himself. In the world of martial arts, leaving a token like this isn't just a polite message, it's an explicit challenge to a deadly duel where both sides stake their entire reputation and lives on the line. Every 3 panels, you gotta respect how these assassin guilds always have top-tier graphic design for their murder invitations. Dun dun dun! The message couldn't be clearer. They want a duel of absolute life and death, meaning only one side walks away alive. Seolhwa clutches her hands tight, realizing this lethal invitation is directly targeted at her. Determined to uncover the Blood Demon's grand plot, Seolhwa boldly declares she needs to meet these assassins head-on, but her grandfather immediately shuts that idea down with an absolute no. She tries arguing that this is her personal fight and has nothing to do with the clan, but her grandfather looks at her with fierce authority, reminding her that she carries the proud Namgung bloodline. Slam? Stepping down from his throne, the clan lord makes it crystal clear that as long as she's a daughter of the Namgung family, protecting her from shadowy hitmen is the clan's top obligation. You gotta love a supportive granddad who actually acts like a powerhouse protector instead of a useless elder. Desperate, Shelwa's eyes widen as she tries to interject, knowing that playing it safe will cause her to miss the only lead she has on the impending disaster. But the old master cuts her off with a single commanding word, shutting down any further debate before she can put herself in harm's way. He gently reassures her that while he understands she can't reveal everything due to mysterious restrictions, sending her blind into an enemy trap is out of the question. Ordering the general manager to take the token away for security inspection, her grandfather tells her to focus solely on her own safety, while the clan elders handle the investigation. Tap! Feeling her frustration, her dad gently rests a comforting hand on her shoulder, trying to soothe his headstrong daughter. grit, but Seolwa's mind is spinning. She knows that without confronting the 12 moons directly, figuring out the blood demon scheme before it wipes out everyone is virtually impossible. Clink, looking over at the wooden token sitting inside the wooden box, she realizes that even an enemy's trap can be flipped into a golden opportunity if you play your cards right. Light bulb! Turning back toward her grandfather with a sharp, calculating glint in her eyes, Selwa announces that she actually has a foolproof plan. Her grandfather raises an eyebrow, warning her that he won't tolerate any suicidal stunts. But Selwa quickly counters that as long as she stays completely out of danger, there shouldn't be any issue, right? Puppy eye attack. Clasping her hands, she begs him to listen to her scheme just this once, assuring him there's a flawless way to capture the enemy without taking a single scratch. Honestly, using overpowered cuteness to manipulate powerful martial masters is a certified S-rank strategy. The legendary clan lord lets out a tired breath, completely defeated by his granddaughter's sheer stubbornness. Yielding to her relentless persistence, he finally sighs and invites her to lay out every detail of this master plan. Step. Later that evening, Seolhwa strolls through the serene outer courtyard, holding hands with their dad, who looks like he's carrying the stress of the entire world on his shoulders. Glancing down with deep worry, he points out that even if she doesn't get hurt, just knowing dangerous assassins are targeting her is enough to keep him awake at night. Sweat drop. Look at Selwa's smug little tease. She teasingly sighs that her dad is way too faint-hearted for a martial master, wondering how he survives in such a cutthroat world. Talk about a total role reversal between parent and child. Deep down, though, Seolwa knows the stakes couldn't be higher, resolving that no matter how dangerous the road gets, she has to do whatever it takes to protect her future. Looking up at her father with serious blue eyes, she suddenly changes the subject, announcing that there's something super important she wants to learn from him right now. Pause, tugging on his sleeve, she straight up asks him to personally teach her the foundation of the Namgung clan's cultivation method. Glow. In her inner thoughts, Seolhwa calculates that by solidifying her internal energy flow now, her young body will be primed to master the clan's high-tier martial arts in record time. Her dad blinks in surprise, suggesting she wait to learn it alongside the other children during official clan training, but Seolhwa grabs his hand, insisting she wants to start immediately. Maximum cute overload! She deploys the ultimate weapon in anime history, sparkling anime eyes brimming with pure innocence that hit her dad with 99,999 critical emotional damage. Whoosh! Completely powerless against her overwhelming charm, her dad swoops her up into the air with a giant smile, agreeing to start her training right this second. Man, dads in martial arts stories really stand zero chance against their daughters, don't they? Moving into a quiet, traditional training chamber lined with glowing paper lanterns, her dad assumes a serious instructor persona, promising to guide her energy step by step. Sitting cross-legged on a raised wooden platform, Seolhwa gets into proper meditation posture as her dad sits right behind her, preparing to align their inner chi. Hum! A soothing, luminous blue aura erupts around them as he places his palm against her back, beginning the delicate process of transferring and guiding her internal energy flow. Close up on her dad's serene expression as he explains that this foundational cultivation art is the core root for every single martial technique in the entire Namgung lineage. Swirl. He narrates the philosophy of their art, how it requires opening one's mind to absorb the vast, infinite energy of the blue sky and storing it safely within the body. Gush! Beautiful imagery of clear skies and gentle green leaves fills the screen, illustrating how feeling the passing wind and breathing the mountain air are all ways of harmonizing with the cosmos. The artist really went all out with these ambient visual effects. The soft, glowing particles and flowing light completely elevate this peaceful training scene into something magical. Glow! Channeling the energy through her meridians, her dad emphasizes that learning to harness and master this sky energy is the true essence of their clan's martial path. Boom! Suddenly, the ambient light explodes into a dazzling vortex of cyan energy, formally unleashing the great divine art of the azure sky. Floating inside the swirling storm of divine aura, Seolhwa keeps her eyes closed in deep concentration, effortlessly absorbing the celestial power around her. Like rivers of liquid starlight, threads of cyan ki weave through the architecture of the training hall, creating a breathtaking spectacle of power. Her dad gently reminds her to focus and feel the subtle currents of energy circulating through her body's primary meridians. pulse. Maintaining steady physical contact, he continuously guides the stream of energy to ensure it flows smoothly without causing any internal blockages. Refreshing? Inside her mind, Seohwa marvels at how pure and refined her dad's internal energy feels, like crystal clear mountain spring water cleansing every corner of her body. Stop. Feeling that he's demonstrated the pathway enough for a complete beginner, her dad slowly withdraws his hand, deciding to call it a day. Shock. Expecting her to be exhausted, he starts asking if it was too difficult, explaining that grasping chi circulation usually takes weeks of practice, only to freeze in utter disbelief. Gasp! Right in front of his eyes, Seohwa remains perfectly still in meditation, autonomously driving the blue key through her body without any assistance. Panic! Realizing what she's doing, her dad panics, yelling for her to stop before a wrong turn in her energy path causes catastrophic chi deviation and ruins her body forever. Kaboom! Before he can intervene, a colossal pillar of pure, radiant blue light erupts around Seohwa, illuminating the entire chamber in a blinding display of supreme mastery. Mind blown! Her dad stammers in utter shock, realizing that not only did she succeed, but her energy flow is 100% flawless, executing the exact complex path he just showed her on her very first try. Just when you thought this kid was just taking a peaceful breath, bam! A terrifying vortex of cyan energy explodes from her body, literally vacuuming the surrounding chi right out of the air. Her dad can only watch in complete horror as his own internal energy starts getting sucked straight into her palms. Thud! Sweating bullets, her father stumbles backward onto the floor, staring in absolute disbelief as Seohwa sits enveloped in a blinding blue storm. Honestly, you gotta love how every time a webtoon protagonist does basic breathing exercises, the artist turns it into a Category 5 hurricane. Roar? Swirling around Seohwa like a starved mythical beast, the divine azure key hungrily devours every drop of energy in the room. It's like her inner meridians haven't eaten in 100 years and just found an all-you-can-eat buffet. Phew! As the roaring energy slowly settles into a serene blue mist, Seohwa sits peacefully, smoothly stabilizing the massive surge of chi within her young body without missing a single beat. Flutter! Opening her crystal-clear blue eyes, Seohwa exhales gently, looking as refreshed as someone who just had a nice afternoon nap, rather than someone who almost blew up the training chamber. Silence. Her dad sits across from her with his arms tightly crossed, looking like his entire worldview just shattered into a million pieces before nervously asking if she's finally finished. Sweat drop. Staring at his daughter with a twitching eye, he desperately asks if she already secretly knew the Namgung clan's top-tier cultivation technique before today. Seriously, Dad's cope mechanism is in full swing because accepting reality is just too painful. Seohwa just tilts her head with pure innocence, reminding him that he literally just demonstrated it to her a minute ago. Her dad's jaw drops to the floor. She didn't just learn it, she duplicated his complex energy path on her very first try. Confused? Looking at her oblivious expression, her father practically loses his mind, asking if she even comprehends how many stages of mastery she just skipped in a single breath. Flashback. He breaks down the brutally harsh reality of the martial world. Mastery is ranked from stage 1 all the way to stage 12, where reaching stage 10 makes you a legendary master, and stage 12 makes you a god among men. Talk about a standard Zinshin leveling system that makes zero sense to normal folks. He continues explaining that regular martial artists spend 2 whole years grinding just to hit stage 3. But when Seohwa blinks back with a casual, "Is that so?" you can practically hear her dad's soul leaving his body. In a hilarious little chibi cutaway, her dad slumps over in utter defeat, muttering that reaching that level in a year makes someone a certified genius. But looking back at his daughter's blank face, he realizes logic no longer applies here. Dropping the bomb, he reveals that Seohwa just accomplished in 2 short hours what the most gifted prodigies in history take a full year to achieve. Every time an MC breaks the power scaling this fast, you gotta feel a little sorry for the side characters who train their whole lives. Facepalm! Holding his head in his hands, her dad groans that this isn't something she should be taking so lightly. Meanwhile, Seohwa just nods along with the most nonchalant response you've ever heard in your life. Peeking through his fingers, her father's eyes fill with overwhelming awe and pride as he internally realizes his precious daughter isn't just talented, she's a total monster. Glow. Staring at Seohwa's calm face, he realizes the truth. Her terrifying martial talent is something the world won't see again for another 1,000 years. Step, step. Shifting our view away from the clan grounds, the scene transitions to the bustling streets of a grand realm as wooden sandals clatter against the stone pavement. Whoa! Bathed in the warm golden glow of sunset, we enter Hefe, one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the entire Central Plains. You gotta hand it to the background art team here. The lighting on these ancient multi-tiered pavilions is crisp. Whispers float through the crowd mentioning that Hefe isn't just a trading hub, but also the domain of the legendary Heavenly Dragon Sword Emperor, one of the top 10 strongest masters in the world. Grin? Walking among the crowd is an energetic older master sporting a stylish goatee and bamboo hat. Meet Norman, the grand leader of Mount Huasek's famous plum blossom swords. Sparkle? In a cute chibi moment, his young disciple bounces up and down with excitement, begging to meet the Sword Emperor. Nomon has to quickly pull him back, reminding him they're here for official clan business, not a tourist vacation. But the cheeky kid backtalks right away, arguing that if you're standing next to a river, it's only natural to take a sip. Honestly, martial arts disciples have a PhD in making up ridiculous excuses on the spot. Bonk! With a swift smack to the kid's bamboo hat, Nomon scolds him for his smart mouth, shutting down the endless chatter before they attract unwanted attention. Adjusting his hat with a sharp glare, the stern first-generation disciple Yupio steps in, warning everyone that they must focus on their mission and avoid causing any unnecessary drama. Chuckle, lifting his hat with a sly, playful smirk, another disciple casually agrees, though his mischievous eyes say he's definitely going to cause trouble anyway. Flowers! Surrounded by glowing white daisies and sparkles, he flash smiles at a senior, telling him to just trust him, which is universally known as the most untrustworthy line in anime history. Introduce Yu Kung, the first-generation disciple of Mount Hua who clearly stole the entire animation budget for his handsome flower boy introduction. Walk, walk, reassuring each other that everything will go smoothly, the Mount Hua group strolls through the vibrant evening market, deciding their top priority right now is finding an inn for the night. Flutter. Meanwhile, twilight settles over the city as someone discreetly lifts a woven window shade from a high vantage point, keeping a watchful eye on the main road below. Rattle, rattle. A magnificent dark wooden carriage flanked by armed guards rolls loudly through the dimly lit streets, drawing the eyes of everyone nearby. Gossip! Onlookers whisper frantically among themselves, recognizing the crest on the carriage and realizing the Namgong clan's long-lost young lady must be sitting inside. Through the intricate wooden latticework of the carriage, the mysterious dark silhouette of a young girl can be seen resting quietly in the shadows. Point? Suddenly, an excited kid in the crowd points toward the front of the procession, gasping as he spots the first young master himself leading the escort. Riding tall on horseback with a noble smile, Seiwal's dad makes a grand impression on the townspeople, bringing a sense of relief and stability to the entire city. Creak! But just as the crowd cheers, the camera pans to a dark alleyway where a mysterious figure clad in black assassin robes peeks from behind a wooden pillar. Glare. Narrowing his cold, murderous eyes, the hidden assassin watches the carriage like a hawk stalking its prey. You just knew the peaceful vibes weren't going to last more than 2 panels. Munch, munch. Cut to a private inn room where Salhua is sitting comfortably at a tea table, stuffing her cheeks with sweet candy ting hula skewers. She casually asks if the assassins will really bite the bait just because someone is impersonating her in that carriage. Sip. Sitting across from 2 experienced bodyguards, Seolwa wonders aloud if her dad and granddad are out there running a wild decoy operation for absolutely nothing. The scruffy, bearded martial master at the table takes a calm sip of his tea, telling her to stop beating around the bush and lay out her real logic. Crunch! As Seolhua happily munches on another candy skewer, the scruffy master questions if she shares some secret signal with the enemy, asking how she's so confident the hitmen will attack once the decoy carriage leaves the city. Tap? Casually placing her empty bamboo skewer on the tray, Seolhua drops the ultimate bombshell. Nope, that's literally just my random guess. Sweat drop! The 2 adult bodyguards freeze in dead silence. The scruffy master almost chokes on his own saliva, realizing the entire clan lord's grand security movement was based on an 8-year-old's wild hunch. Laugh, then spin. He chuckles nervously, wondering if he should call her insanely gutsy or just completely reckless. But before he can finish a sentence, the world suddenly starts spinning around him. Swirl. Grit. Clutching his face as a wave of intense nausea and darkness washes over his vision, The master groans in agony as his knees buckle beneath him. Gasp! Dark, poisonous veins flash through his mind. He gasps in shock, realizing that the tea he just drank was laced with a lethal silent poison, and someone slipped it right under their noses. Groan! As a sinister dark mist swirls around his collapsing frame, the poison master desperately wonders who could have possibly pulled off such an insidious attack inside a secure room. Thud! With a loud bang, his body completely gives out, collapsing face down onto the wooden table as the female master gasps in sheer terror. The mood in the room instantly drops to absolute zero as the quiet night turns into a nightmare, leaving the remaining guards in total disarray. Pulse, but look at Selwa. Without showing a single hint of panic, she calmly reaches out and presses her fingers onto the back of his neck, channeling her divine chi to instantly analyze the poison coursing through his veins. Smirk, turning back to the terrified female bodyguard with a sly, supremely confident look, Xiaohua coolly asks why she looks so scared, reassuring her that as long as she's here, nobody's dying on her watch. Talk about absolute boss energy from our tiny main character. Just when you thought the bodyguard was poisoned for real, turns out the green-haired maid just slipped him a mild knockout potion. She clasps her hands together with a sweet smile, assuring Seohwa that she followed orders perfectly and used a super reliable sleeping powder. Sitting on the floor in her dark shinobi outfit, the maid calls out Seohwa's lone wolf mindset, pointing out that using a decoy carriage was never going to fool high-level assassins for long anyway. Looking at her young mistress with genuine concern, the maid reminds Seohwa that no matter how overpowered she is, nobody can carry the weight of the entire martial world on their shoulders forever. Slip! Pulling her black mask over her face, Seohwa gears up to sneak out into the night while her loyal maid begs her to promise one thing, come back alive and in one piece. Sigh! Meanwhile, the scruffy swordmaster is passed out face down on the table surrounded by empty candied skewer sticks. The maid mutters to herself, wondering how Selwa plans to explain this insane mess once the poor guy wakes up from his nap. Turning around to leave, Selwa reminds her maid that her involvement ends here and to play completely dumb when the clan comes asking questions. And honestly, who wouldn't want a plausible deniability clause in a stealth mission? Crawl! With hilarious chibi energy, the maid starts dramatically army crawling across the floor, promising to pretend she got knocked out by the poison too. Seowal calls it super obvious, but hey, if it works, it works. Watching her tiny master disappear, the maid glares into the darkness with a sharp, secretive look, reminding us that in Xianxia stories, even the servants usually have 5 different secret backstories. Pause. Crouched on the roof tile under the midnight sky, Seohwa stops for a second as the cold night wind rustles her dark clothing, preparing to leap into enemy territory. Swoosh! With a single burst of light, Seohwa blurs across the rooftops like a ghost. The movement animation here is ridiculously sleek, making her look like a veteran ninja despite being 8 years old. Leaping over the city walls, she dives straight into the dense moonlit forest outside Hefei, tracking the invisible trail left behind by her stalkers. Dash! Cutting through the shadowed tree line, her speed is so intense it creates glowing blue wind trails in her wake as she draws nearer to her targets. Tack! Softly landing on a mossy patch of grass, Seohwa lowers her stance and listens closely to the subtle rustle of leaves around her. Step 2. Tapping into her heightened senses, she silently counts the footsteps approaching her position in the darkness, waiting for the exact moment to strike back. Flash! 3! Her crystal blue eyes gleam with absolute focus as her killer instinct kicks right in as the hidden enemy makes they move. Clang! With lightning-fast reflexes, Soha draws her blade and parries an ambush strike out of nowhere, sending bright white sparks flying into the night. Whoosh! Before she can even breathe, a deadly flying dagger cuts through the air. Tucking her body into a backflip, Seolha deflects the projectile with effortless grace. Kick! Flipping upside down midair, she uses a high kick to knock away another incoming strike, maintaining perfect balance in a situation that would leave any normal fighter shredded. Shh. Suddenly, a whole volley of sharp throwables rains down from the canopy. Honestly, the assassin throw rate in these manhwas makes you wonder if they carry an infinite inventory bag attached to their belts. Tack! Kicking off a tree trunk, Seolha propels herself upward, dodging the shower of steel by a hair's breadth. Slide! She gracefully maneuvers underneath the lethal trajectory, her blue eyes locked on the shadowy tree line above. Recognizing the specialized throwables, Seohwa immediately connects the dots on who's hunting her and grips her gilded sword hilt tightly. Swing! Unleashing a brilliant arc of radiant blue sword chi, she slashes through the foliage to clear a line of sight. Stance. Drop landing in a low combat stance, she holds her blade at the ready, looking like an absolute boss in the middle of the dark forest. Glare. Mask pulled high, Seohwa coldly orders her hidden attacker to stop playing hide-and-seek and step into the open. Silence. A heavy, tense quiet falls over the woods as leaves slowly drift to the ground between the moonlit trees. Step, rustling through the bushes, a dark figure steps out, mocking Seohwa for being as clueless as ever while casually greeting her like an old friend. Revealing his face, it's none other than Powlin, assassin from her past, with a striking white streak in his dark hair and an insanely petty vibe. Seohwa casually asks why he bothered coming all this way just to see her off, but Pow sarcastically questions why she ran away without saying goodbye in the first place. Talk about toxic ex-colleague energy. Chuckle. Smirking wickedly, Pow admits he was utterly overjoyed when he heard she betrayed their master and fled, but when he asks if she knows why, Seohwa bluntly shuts him down with a hilarious, "not curious." Draw. Unsheathing his short blade, Powell drops his friendly facade, declaring that he's thrilled because now he finally has permission to end her life. He vents his built-up rage, whining about how someone as insignificant as Seohwa got chosen as the young lord, and wonders if killing her will finally earn him that title. Leaping down from above like a rabid hawk, Powell thrust his blade directly at Seohwa's head, screaming out his desperate desire for their master's approval. Swipe! Barely dodging the lethal strike, Seohwa snorts in disgust at his pathetic jealousy, calling him a completely detestable guy as she shifts her footing. Boom! Their weapons clash with explosive force, sending a massive shockwave of blue ki and sparks ripping through the forest floor. Sparks! Blade against blade, the two hold a fierce contest of strength, their eyes locked in mutual hatred. Tisk! Powell pushes down hard, forcing Seohwa to leap backward to break the deadlock before he can overpower her smaller frame. Land! Powell slides across the dirt while Seohwa readjusts her posture, casually telling him that his desire for the title actually works out great for her. Grit! Seohwa mockingly offers him the young lord title since she was going to throw it in the trash anyway, sending Powell into an absolute rage as he grits his teeth. Roar! Screaming at the top of his lungs, Powell demands she respect their master, shouting that she's only alive because of his mercy, which Seohwa just scoffs at beneath her mask, asking if he even knows what mercy means. Flame. Swirling with dark red aura, Powell uncovers his blade, warning her that no matter how hard she struggles, she'll never escape the shadow of their master's palm. He taunts her about the secret seal placed upon her body, calling her a helpless puppet who can't even control her own vessel. Glare. His face goes pitch black with demonic red eyes, showcasing just how deeply brainwashed these cult assassins really are. Thought. Instead of panicking, Seohwa secretly smiles, realizing she deliberately baited him into confirming that he knows about the seal's secrets. Fixing her mask with a calm, dangerous look, she calls out his name one last time, completely done playing around. Offer. Extending her open hand toward him, Seohwa coolly offers to give him the serious fight he's been begging for. Beckon, taunting him with a quick wave of her fingers, her blue eyes shine with terrifying confidence that says, "Come get some." Slash. In a fraction of a second, light trails burst through the air as Powell charges in, their blades clashing at supersonic speed. Close combat. Powell drops in for a brutal close-range flurry, pressing his advantage so tightly that Seohwa can barely create distance. Analyzing, glancing at his tight positioning, Seohwa realizes she can't channel her massive wide-area sword techniques while locked in close-quarters combat, leaving us on an epic cliffhanger as the ultimate duel begins. Ever wondered what happens when an assassin tries to jump an 8-year-old former cult prodigy? Well, Powell's about to find out the hard way. Locked in tight close-quarters combat, Seohwa realizes she doesn't need her massive area of effect sword skills. A quick twist of her blade is all it takes to shift the fight's tempo. Clang! Their steel crosses mid-air as Seohwa effortlessly deflects Powell's aggressive thrust, letting his raw momentum slide right off her sword like water off a duck's back. Chua! Slipping under his guard with terrifying speed, Seohwa drop lands onto the forest floor, her crystal blue eyes locked on her target as Powell stumbles past her. Kang! Sparks fly through the pitch-black woods as Powell spins around in a frenzy, desperately swinging his blade, while Seolwa parries every single blow like she's just doing her daily warm-up stretches. Honestly, the fight choreography here is so clean it puts top-tier anime movies to shame. Parrying another frantic strike, Seolwa coldly points out that despite throwing every ounce of his rage into his sword, Powell is actually fighting at his absolute weakest right now. Hearing her claim he's weaker than ever sends a cold shiver down Powell's spine, his face twisting in genuine panic as sweat beads roll down his cheek. Tsing! Gripping his hilt until his knuckles turn white, Powell angrily parries back, screaming at her to stop blabbering nonsense like a desperate villain who knows he's losing the debate. Trying to convince himself he still holds the upper hand, Powell huffs that her little mind games won't change a thing. Gotta love how villains always double down right before getting annihilated. Roar! Screaming at the top of his lungs, Pow flares his dark aura into overdrive, leaping straight at her to prove that his bloodthirsty resolve is superior. Boom! Red and blue energy explode upon impact as their swords collide, sending shockwaves ripping through the surrounding foliage, while Seolwa's eyes barely even blink. Powell snickers maliciously, warning her that wounds inflicted by blood chi-infused steel don't heal easily, and asking if she really intends to foolishly block every incoming attack. Whoosh! Channeling dark, fiery energy into his blade, Powell declares that dying by blood arts is a mercy someone like her doesn't deserve, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Glow! His eyes streak with demonic red light as he activates the soul-shattering severing sword, shouting for her life force to drain away bit by bit. Talk about a super dramatic move name, classic Shensha villain behavior. Slash! Massive arcs of crimson energy slice through the dark forest as Powell flips upside down in midair, unleashing a devastating storm of lethal sword ki down upon Seolwa. Tack! But Seolwa's movement speed is just unfair, blurring across the mossy grass like a phantom before those destructive slashes can even touch her clothing. Clang! Intercepting his midair assault with a brilliant flare of blue chi, Seolwa meets his crimson sword head-on in a dazzling explosion of raw power. Kabang! The force of their midair collision shatters the night silence, sending shockwaves spiraling outward as Seolwa pushes Powell's force right back at him. Coating his short blade in burning flames, Powell mutters that she's incredibly bold for diving straight into his lethal sword domain. Swoosh! Seolwa leaps midair directly through the blazing crimson aura, suffering a tiny graze on her arm but not giving a single inch of ground. Swing! With a ferocious crosscut, Seolwa slices straight through his defensive stance, shattering Powell's confidence in a single stroke. Flip! Twisting upside down midair with effortless elegance, Seolwa leaves a glowing streak of azure light behind her as she sets up her fatal counterstrike. Boom! Smashing directly into Powell's defense, Seolwa's raw physical force knocks the wind right out of him, making him spit out a strained grunt as his footing gives way. Shin? Gripping her gilded hilt with both hands, Seolwa concentrates her divine energy into the core of her blade, her glowing eyes locked dead on her opponent's vital spot. Plunge. In a horrific splash of crimson, Seolwa drives her blade straight into Powell's torso midair with ruthless precision. Bro really thought he was the main character until he got pinned like a bug. Powell chokes up blood, his eyes wide with utter shock as the realization settles in that he never stood a chance against her in the first place. Kaboom! A blinding column of blue and red sword energy shoots sky high into the dark clouds, blasting apart trees and leveling the clearing in an awesome display of power. As the blinding light fades, heavy smoke lingers over the blood-stained grass while Powell gasps desperately for air on the ground. Slumping onto his knees, Powell clutches his heavily bleeding chest wound in absolute agony, his ego completely shattered along with his ribs. Groan, doubled over in the dirt, Powell curses her under his breath, unable to process how an 8-year-old girl just casually dismantled his entire life's work. Glaring back up with bitter hatred, Powell sneers that she tried so hard to act righteous inside the Namgung clan, but in reality, she's just a bloodthirsty wolf hiding among helpless sheep. Rumble! Flaunting an overwhelming red and blue aura, Seolwa stands completely tall and silent, looking less like a little girl and more like a terrifying god of war. Powell shudders as her killing intent suffocates the air, whining that nobody would ever welcome a monster like her and that her true nature will never change. Shwing! Resting her heavy blade inches from his face, Xiaohua coldly reminds him that an insect like him has no right to lecture her about where she belongs. Slip! Realizing he's seconds away from meeting his maker, Powell secretly pulls out a pair of golden hypnotic bells hidden inside his dark sleeves. Ding! Shaking the bells with all his remaining strength, a disorienting wave of hypnotic sound echoes through the woods, distorting Xiaohua's vision. Poof! A thick cloud of blinding smoke erupts across the clearing, giving Powell a dirty window of opportunity to make a desperate run for it. Cough! Waving her sleeve to clear the mist, Xiaohua quickly realizes this isn't standard smoke. It's infused with a potent sleeping poison designed to paralyze martial artists. Dash! Cursing under his breath, a heavily wounded Powell leaps into the tree line, desperately running for his life like a cowardly villain who just lost his boss fight. Tak-tak-tak! Zipping through the branches, Powell pushes his broken body to the absolute limit, praying to whatever evil gods he serves that he can get out of range. Gritting his teeth and sweating bullets, Powell stammers to himself, wondering how Xiaohua still wields such monster-level power when she was supposed to have expelled all her blood ki. Whoosh! Desperate to escape the monster pursuing him, Powell glances back, only for a lethal flying dagger to cut straight through the darkness right at his head. Thud! Hit midair, Powell loses his balance entirely, spinning out of control and crashing down through the high forest canopy. Cough! Hitting the dirt hard, Powell spits out another mouthful of blood as his body bounces off the harsh terrain. Stab! Digging a kunai into the soil to stop his slide, Powell collapses onto his hands and knees, wheezing and trembling in complete exhaustion. Step! Parting the bushes with a casual flick of her wrist, Xiaohua steps out with a calm expression, dryly noting that he left his dagger behind so she brought it back for him. That level of disrespect is honestly unmatched. Please! Crawling backward in absolute terror, Powell begs for his life, but Xiaohua calmly reminds him that he was the one who arrogantly demanded a life-or-death duel in the first place. Crouching low right in front of the trembling assassin, Xiaohua scolds him for trying to go back on his word the moment things didn't go his way. Panic? As Xiaohua extends her fingers toward his head, Powell panics and screams for her to wait, completely helpless under her icy gaze. Tap. Ignoring his desperate shrieks, Xiaohua strikes a precise pressure point right on his forehead with lightning speed. Tap, tap, tap. Channeling her divine chi through a rapid series of pressure point strikes, Xiaohua completely seals his meridian flow, instantly knocking Powell out cold and ending the battle once and for all. Talk about a total shutout victory for our tiny main character. Tap! Just as Powell expects the final death blow, Xiaohua suddenly jabs her fingers into his pressure points, instantly freezing the arterial bleeding from his shoulder. Powell stammers in pure confusion, staring at her in shock as he feels the burning pain fade and his life force stop draining away. Tearing a strip of fabric from her clothes, Xiaohua kneels down and tightly wraps his bloody stump while Powell stutters, completely lost on why his mortal enemy is saving his life. Grabbing him by the collar, Xiaohua cold stares right into his soul, asking if he wasn't just begging for a chance to live 2 seconds ago. Talk about absolute top-tier mental dominance. She bluntly tells him that she's letting him live just this once, strictly because she refuses to dance to the blood demon's twisted music. Snap! Tying off the bandage, Xiaohua knows that the blood demon never actually wanted her dead. In fact, killing Powell would have played right into the old monster's grand design. Flashback panels remind us of Huadaru, the blood-soaked sanctuary of the cult, where the master views every single disciple as nothing more than disposable pawns on a chessboard. Step? Standing tall, Xiaohua instructs the trembling assassin to stay alive because she needs him to deliver a very personal message straight back to his master. Swoosh! Her dark hair whips through the chilly night air as she coldly declares that she's never returning to that hellhole. Powell's eyes widen in sheer horror as Xiaohua drops the ultimate bombshell. From this day forward, she will serve as the lethal sword of the Namguang clan, not the blood sect. Flare! Azure particles swirl around her petite frame as she makes it official, meaning the next time Powell and her cross paths, they'll be absolute enemies. Looking up at the pitch-black canopy above, Powell's mind completely shatters into a million pieces. Exhausted and broken, Powell stares at her with a face full of bitter resentment, muttering why she always gets to be the special one. Digging his fingernails deep into the dirt, you can literally feel the years of toxic jealousy boiling over right here. Man's whole self-worth just imploded.
Scream! Powell loses his mind, screeching about how hard he bled and suffered just to get a sliver of the Sectmaster's praise, only for Seolhwa to cut him off mid-rant. Looming over his pathetic, crouching figure, Seolhwa doesn't even offer him an ounce of pity.
Steep? Turning her back on him, she dryly points out that both of them were thrown into a meat grinder just for the blood demon's personal entertainment. A haunting close-up on her eye highlights the dark truth. The only difference between them was how long they lasted before being thrown away. Sighing into the night air, she tells him that since they're both trash in the eyes of the cult, he might as well try surviving for once. Shove. Seolhwa thrusts her closed fist right into his face, making Powell flinch back like a kicked puppy. Clutched in her palm are the broken golden hypnotic bells he tried to use on her earlier, and honestly, props to her for keeping receipts. Direct and ruthless, Seolhwa demands to know if he actually knows how to undo the seal binding her power.
Trembling on his knees, Powell desperately waves his one good arm, swearing on his life that he doesn't know a single thing about breaking the seal. Staring him down, Seolhwa listens as Powell confesses the Lord simply handed him the bells as a toy to control her, while her abilities were locked away. A heavy realization hits. The blood demon knew from the start that a weakling like Powell could never actually defeat Seolhwa in a real fight. Clutch! Holding his throbbing head, Powell realizes he was sent on a total suicide mission. You almost feel bad for the guy. Almost. Looking up at the midnight sky, Seolhwa mutters under her breath that her investigation is at a dead end. Blink! Her vision suddenly blurs as the potent sleeping poison from the earlier bomb finally begins taking a heavy toll on her body. Shaken off the fatigue, Seolhwa dismisses Powell, warning him to treat his severed shoulder before he bleeds out in the bushes. Left sitting in the dirt, Powell can only stare in complete speechlessness as his conqueror casually walks away. Savak! Her boots crunch softly against the forest leaves as Seolhwa heads deeper into the dark woods, alone. Thud! Suddenly a gruesome sound echoes behind her, forcing Seolhwa's footsteps to grind to a sudden halt. Whirling around with sharp instincts, Seolhwa's eyes widen in utter shock at what just went down behind her back. Slash! Standing over Powell's freshly decapitated body is a terrifying new assassin, holding a blade dripping with fresh blood. The sudden shift in atmosphere here is so insane! The background literally turns pitch black as dangerous intent suffocates the woods. Powell lies lifeless in an expanding pool of crimson blood, having survived Seolhwa's mercy, only to get executed 2 seconds later by his own ally. Swoosh! Landing with unnatural lightness, the mysterious warrior coldly snickers that Seolhwa always leaves behind a massive mess wherever she goes. Recognition hits Seolhwa like a freight train, and for the first time tonight, genuine terror flashes across her face. Chunk! Sheathing his crimson-stained blade, the man lowers himself into a formal, respectful bow. Intro card drops for Sangwol, the blood demon's personal high-ranking executioner and holder of the Second Moon token, otherwise known as the Hidden Moon. A stark text box spells out the brutal reality. Seolhwa knows with absolute certainty that she cannot beat this monster in her current state. Dun dun dun! Holding his deep bow, Sungwoo calmly greets Seolhwa as the young master, like they're just catching up at a tea party. Talk about unsettling vibes! Raising his head, Sangwoo smoothly asks if Seolhwa enjoyed the little gift he prepared for her. Pointing down at Powell's lifeless corpse, Sangwoo casually apologizes for ruining her gift, explaining he had direct orders to execute Powell if Seolhwa tried letting him live. Standing tall, Sangwoo offers to personally deliver Seolhwa's rebellious message to the blood sect leader himself. Sweat. Seolhwa's jaw tightens as she calculates the sheer gap in power, realizing the current Namgung clan would get slaughtered if Sungwoo decided to raid them. Smirking arrogantly, Sangwoo mockingly compares the Grand Namgung clan to a harmless little kitten that could never stand a chance against a wild tiger like the blood sect. Clang! Grasping her sword hilt, Seolhwa barks back that she'll handle her clan herself, while Sangwoo nonchalantly reminds her that the sect leader is waiting for her return whenever she's done playing house. Grit. Seolhwa firmly shouts that she's never going back, but Sangwoo cold stares back, letting her know she doesn't actually have a choice in the matter. Boom! Massive crimson energy erupts around Sangwoo as a monstrous demonic red serpent aura rises behind him, suffocating the forest in sheer pressure as he prepares to drag her back by force. Imagine having so much monster-level power that even high-ranking demonic executioners start sweating in confusion. As Sangwoo glances over his shoulder, he can't help but stare in utter disbelief, inwardly questioning if Xiaohua was always this ridiculously overpowered. With a nonchalant wave of his green glowing hand, Sangwoo dispels his terrifying red serpent aura into thin air, casually admitting that he might have slightly slept on her hidden potential. Talk about an understated confession. Turning his back on our tiny protagonist with supreme arrogance, he announces that since she doesn't have any further orders for him, he's officially taking his leave for the day. Over his shoulder, Sangwoo drops a chillingly polite smile, telling her to take good care of herself. Honestly, the level of passive-aggressive disrespect coming from this guy is off the charts. Swoosh! Dissolving into floating luminescent petals, the high-ranking executioner completely vanishes into the night sky, leaving a heavy silence hanging over the dark woods. Stumble! Left all alone in the forest, Xiaohua sways on her feet, barely able to keep her balance as her body threatens to give out completely. Dragging her feet across the grass, Xiaohua realizes Sangwoo could have easily captured her on the spot, but chose to walk away instead, almost like he's daring her to cause as much chaos as she wants. Gasp! Breathing heavily with cold sweat dripping down her pale forehead, her pride takes a massive beating. But deep down, she knows this reprieve buys her crucial time to figure out her next move. Knowing she can't just linger out in the open, Sawara forces her battered legs forward, prioritizing her return to the safety of the Nonggun clan. Step by agonizing step, her vision begins to warp as the lingering sleeping poison and mental exhaustion finally take full control over her body. A close-up on her face highlights her pale complexion and strained breathing as her eyelids grow impossibly heavy by the second. Trip! Her legs completely give out underneath her, dragging helplessly across the damp forest soil. Crash! Losing consciousness entirely, Xiaohua tumbles headfirst onto the dirt like a falling leaf. Staring blankly at the ground through half-lidded, unfocused eyes, Xiaohua can barely make out her surroundings as her consciousness slips away into complete darkness. Blur. Through her fading vision, a blurry silhouette comes sprinting toward her position, right before everything fades straight to black. Flashback! A gruesome memory surges forth from her past, showing a panicked young boy splattered in blood as terror consumes his soul. Pant! A younger Xiaohua stands amidst a brutal mountain of corpses in her bloodied white robes, while a harsh, unforgiving voice scolds her for ever hesitating during a fight. Looking up from the gory massacre, she sees the dark figure of her master looming over the slaughtered bodies like an inescapable nightmare. Reaching out a hand dripping with crimson blood, the blood demon sinisterly warns her never to leave behind any future trouble or loose ends behind her back. Drip, blood leaks from his fingertips into the void as his terrifying motto echoes in her mind, kill or be killed. Suddenly, tap! A stray green leaf lands right on sleeping Selwa's face, snapping her right back to reality. Blink, opening her eyes, Selwa finds herself lying on a clean wooden porch, cozy underneath a dark, high-quality outer robe. Shine! Warm morning sunlight filters through the lush green canopy, showing that an entire night has passed while she was knocked out cold. Sitting up in a hurry, Selwa realizes she's been out for way too long. But as she tries to stand, a sudden realization hits her, and her face totally blanks out in complete shock. Glancing down at the uniform draped over her shoulders, she recognizes the distinct plum blossom emblem of the prestigious Mount Hua sect. Russell. But before she can even process that, she realizes her hands and feet are tightly bound behind her back with thick rope. Talk about an absolute total damsel moment for our deadly assassin main character. Step. A casual, friendly voice suddenly speaks up from behind, asking if she's finally awake, causing Xiaohua to snap her head around with sharp eyes. Walking up with a bright, overly cheerful smile as a young Mount Hua disciple, nonchalantly checking if her complexion looks okay and asking if she slept well. Plop! Sitting down cross-legged right across from her, the kid keeps rambling about how lucky she is that the weather is warm, while Selhua glares at him wondering why this random teenager is acting like they're childhood best friends. Coldly staring him down, Solha demands to know who he is and whether his master sent him here to capture her. The guy scratches his head with a super goofy expression, admitting his master has no clue he's here, though he might figure it out pretty soon. Flail! Comically waving his arms around, the kid explains he snuck out last night just to play for an hour, only to get totally sidetracked when he found her passed out in the woods. Selwa commands him to untie her ropes immediately, but the kid hits her with a hard nope, shaking his head like a stubborn little brother. Poking his own head, the kid dramatically points out that she literally has dangerous assassin written all over her face, asking what happens if he unties her and she goes on a wild killing spree. So Walwa huffs that she's no killer, but the guy claps his hands together, dryly counter-arguing that she was covered in blood, reeking of murderous aura, and collapsed in the mountains, which isn't exactly great evidence for her defense. Seolhwa glares back, asking if passing out in the woods is forbidden, and the kid just casually smirks and says, "Yep, totally not allowed." Seriously, the sheer audacity of this guy is hilarious. Grit. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Seolhwa calls out his logic, asking why he even bothered saving an assassin in the first place if he was so terrified of getting killed. The kid strokes his chin thoughtfully, revealing he originally planned to hand her over to the local authorities until he put two and two together and realized who she actually was. Point! Dramatically thrusting his index finger right between her eyes, he prepares to drop the big reveal. Holding his finger up with supreme confidence, the kid looks smugger than a high school valedictorian. Twitch. As he keeps grinning like an absolute idiot, Seolhwa's remaining patience completely evaporates, her veins popping from pure annoyance. Flare! Terrifying dark aura erupts from Seolhwa as she growls out asking if he knew who she was and was still intentionally messing with her, sending the poor kid into a sweating panic. Waving his hands frantically, the guy stammers that he checked her energy earlier and noticed her chi was polluted with weird impurities, so he had to wait for her condition to stabilize. Glow! Explaining that a real assassin would have bitten their tongue the moment they woke up tied, his speech gets cut short as Seolhwa's eyes glow blood red with demonic wrath, barking at him to untie her this instant. Scared out of his wits, the kid screams, "Yes, ma'am!" Loosen! The ropes fall away and Seolhwa sits back casually rubbing her sore wrists while the kid lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Sitting cross-legged, the Mount Hua disciple politely bows, apologizing for his earlier rudeness and claiming he had no other choice under the circumstances. Boom! Before he can even finish his sentence, Seolhwa lunges forward and thrusts a palm bursting with dense azure ki straight for his nose. Whoosh! Wind howls across his face, but the young warrior doesn't even blink, maintaining a relaxed, unfazed expression as her hand stops a hair's breadth away. Crash! The massive shockwave of her palm strike blasts straight past him, completely shattering the wooden deck and trees in a breathtaking display of martial power. Land, absorbing the force of the blow without taking a single scratch, the guy gracefully lands on his feet amidst the swirling cloud of dust. Stomp! Dropping his cheerful demeanor, the young master lowers his stance as glowing pinkish-red energy gathers in his palm, realizing this girl is way more dangerous than he bargained for. Facing off against the mysterious girl, Yu Kang is completely stunned as her hand erupts in a blinding flare of azure martial energy. Whoosh! Reacting with blinding speed, the young Mount Hua disciple raises his arms, channeling his own glowing crimson chi to block the incoming strike. Swoosh! Seolhwa pivots in midair with lethal assassin grace, driving another concentrated wave of martial pressure right at his defenseless flank. Clang! Palms crash together in a fierce clash of opposing energy, radiating shockwaves across the forest clearing. Talk about an absolute visual feast of martial arts animation. Boom! Crimson and azure energy detonate at point-blank range, blasting both fighters backward in a dramatic cloud of dust and wind. Thud! Closing the gap in a split second, Seolhwa strikes straight through his guard, landing a solid heavy blow right to Yu Kang's chest. Crash! The force hurls the poor kid backward into a massive tree trunk with a painful grunt. Cough! Slumping against the tree bark, Yu Kang gasps for air, clutching his chest as he tries to process the sheer strength behind that attack. Wiping a trickle of blood from his chin, the young disciple lets out a breathy laugh, utterly amazed that a girl his age packs that much destructive power. Sparkle! Instead of being terrified, Yu Kang's eyes literally turn into giant shining stars, blushing like a total fanboy who just met his ultimate idol. Deadpan, staring at him in utter disbelief, Seolhwa asks if that ridiculous compliment is seriously all he has to say after taking a beating? She deadpan reminds him that since he claims to know her true identity, he should probably be reacting with a bit more caution or suspicion. Yukong snaps his fingers in sudden realization, comically admitting that she probably expected a proper formal martial greeting instead. Bow! Bowing politely with clasped hands, he formally introduces himself as Yukong, first disciple of Mount Hua, stating it's an honor to meet the young lady of the Namgung clan. Pout! When Seilha asks what on earth brings a Mount Hua disciple all the way to Hefei, Yukong just turns his head with a cheeky pout and claims it's a top secret. Narrowing her eyes, Seilha inwardly notes that the Mount Hua sect arrived far sooner than she originally calculated. Sweat. As Seilha turns around and begins walking away, Yukong trots after her, desperately begging her to put in a good word with his master so he doesn't get beaten to death for sneaking out. Flail! He comically whines about how he kindly covered her with his own outer robe while she was unconscious, begging her to treat him like a true benefactor. Pausing her steps, Seilha glares back over her shoulder and bluntly tells him that neither of them is currently in any position to be helping anyone else. Overlooking the distant town, she coolly adds that she won't forget his help, inviting him to visit the Namgung clan whenever he needs a favor. Yukong's face lights up as he double-checks if he can really visit her at her clan's estate, and she gives him a quiet nod. Pump! Excitedly punching his chest, Yukong immediately proposes a grand sword master duel between the two of them so he can experience the famous sword of the azure sky. Slump! Seilha hits him with a stone-cold nope, leaving the poor guy completely deflated and drooping like a wilted flower. Honestly, watching him get instantly rejected is peak comedy. Smirking slightly, the deadly assassin glances back over her shoulder with a rare, playful glint in her eyes. Shine! Framed by glowing sunlight and fluttering green leaves, she tells him to come back and challenge her once he's actually gotten stronger. Swoosh! Before he can even reply, Seilha leaps off into the tree line, vanishing like a ghost into the morning breeze. Standing frozen on the forest path, Yukong slowly places a hand right over his wildly beating heart. Looking at the empty air where she was standing, he tries to process the overwhelming sensation washing over him. Doki doki, surrounded by floating cherry blossoms and a heavy blush, the young disciple clutches his chest, completely head over heels after being hit by the ultimate cool girl entrance. Dramatic shift! Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the grand, towering gates of the prestigious Namgung clan estate, guarded by solemn sentries. Peering down from the entrance steps, one of the guards suddenly double-takes, shielding his eyes as he spots a solitary figure approaching in the distance. Gasp! Recognizing the dark outfit, he stammers in shock to his fellow guard, wondering if that bruised, shabby figure walking up the path could really be young Lady Seilha? Zoom! The other guard's eyes widen into massive saucers as the horrifying reality dawns on him. Shout, it's the young lady! The young lady has returned! Shrieks the guard, instantly throwing the entire front courtyard into total chaos. Step. A heavy boot comes down on the stone paving tiles as a cold, oppressive presence settles over the estate grounds. Clad in her dark, blood-stained assassin garb, Seilha silently marches through the courtyard while shocked clan members gather around, staring in total bewilderment. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd as onlookers shrink back from her dark, murderous aura and drawn blade. Seilha's eyes remain cold as ice, her keen assassin senses instantly detecting the thick, metallic stench of blood lingering in the clan's air. Step, bloodstains visually coat the background as her quiet footsteps echoing across the courtyard signal that trouble has already breached these walls. Step by step, her boots mount the grand wooden staircase leading into the clan's main inner hall. Entering the central chamber, Seilha stops in her tracks and clasps her hands together in a respectful martial salute, softly announcing that she has finally returned home. Stare. Standing before her is the venerable patriarch Namgung himself, looking down at his granddaughter with a complex mixture of stoic authority and overwhelming relief. Inside the peaceful, elegantly decorated private chambers, sweet incense drifts around intricate wooden screens and blooming potted trees. Sitting across from her, Patriarch Namgung reveals the details of his investigation, explaining how the Galewind sword and the medicine hall master were both found unconscious without a single sign of struggle. He gently holds her hand while explaining that the room was so undisturbed it didn't even resemble a forced kidnapping, indicating an inside job or stealth poison. Looking down at her bowed head, the wise old clan master softly asks if Seilha has anything she wants to reveal to him. Bow. Lowering her head in deep remorse, Seohwa sincerely apologizes for deceiving everyone, confessing that she only ran away because she didn't want anyone else in the family to get hurt. Tenderly wrapping his weathered, warm hands over her small palms, Patriarch Namgung gently scolds her foolish, self-sacrificing mindset, reminding her that taking everything onto her own shoulders only puts her in grave danger. Looking at her with profound ancestral love and wisdom, he asks if she really thinks so little of him and the Grand Namgung clan. Heartwarming! He reassures her that the clan is her true family and refuge, proving that no matter how dark her past as a blood-sect killer was, she will never have to face her battles alone again. What if you tried to carry the weight of an entire blood-soaked past on your shoulders, only to realize your family actually has your back? Returning to her ancestral home, Seohwa looks her grandfather dead in the eye and insists that since she brought this threat upon the clan, she had to handle it alone, because if she'd been honest, he never would have let her walk into danger. Patriarch Namgung looks back at her with a heavy gaze, reminding her that stopping her was precisely how he intended to keep her safe from harm. But Seohwa isn't looking for a cozy hideout. She firmly tells him she didn't return just to hide behind the clan's walls while the blood demon hunts her down, knowing running away won't solve a thing. Driven by fiery determination, she declares that she came back to stand and fight. Man, you've got to respect her spine. She went from rogue assassin to absolute main character energy real quick. Deep down, she knows the brutal truth. If she doesn't break the cycle now, the blood demon will just kidnap another child of the Namgung clan, turn them into an assassin, and force the family to tear itself apart from the inside. Clenching her fists against her dress, Seohwa begs her grandfather for one thing, to punish her however he sees fit to appease the clan's anger, but to never tie her hands and feet from protecting them. Taking a deep breath, she promises she won't die easily and will fight with everything she's got to survive without getting hurt. The venerable old patriarch closes his eyes, letting out a long, heavy sigh as he processes her desperate plea. Honesty time? This old man's heart is probably breaking seeing his grandkid talk like a battle-hardened veteran instead of a kid. Suddenly, he turns around with a strict frown, scolding her for daring to talk about death so lightly. He acknowledges that her stubborn mind won't change, but sternly reminds her that as head of the clan and her grandfather, protecting her is his ultimate duty. Realizing he can't lock her up without breaking her spirit, the old man decides to lay down 3 strict conditions if she insists on going down this path. Seohwa listens intently, her wide eyes locked onto him as the heavy atmosphere in the room shifts. Rule number 1, she is never to deceive the family elders or act alone again, meaning any future scheme must go directly through him. Honestly, having a granddad who sets ground rules instead of grounding you is top-tier parenting. Rule number 2, whenever she steps foot outside, she must take an elite escort along for security. He points out that since she's only 13, she requires, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Swoosh! Walking over to her, the patriarch gently reaches out and places a weathered hand on her shoulder. Kneeling down to meet her eye to eye, the stern martial arts master softens his expression completely, bringing a warm, comforting vibe to the room. Surprised by his gentle touch, Seohwa gasps softly, completely taken off guard. Then comes rule number 3. He commands her to never ask for punishment again, explaining that punishment is meant to guide a child, not inflict harm on them. "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." He gently reminds her that she doesn't have to carry the burden alone anymore. Wrapped in a soft, glowing light, the old patriarch gazes at her with unconditional warmth and pride. Sparkle! Surrounded by floating morning glory blossoms, Seohwa stands frozen in awe as her ice-cold assassin exterior completely melts away. Taking her small hands into his, he asks her softly if they aren't family, causing the word family to echo deeply in her heart. Twitch. Her hand, adorned with a delicate pearl bracelet, quivers as emotion finally overwhelms her suppressed feelings. Grab. Reaching out with trembling hands, Seohwa tightly clutches her grandfather's silk sleeve. Looking up at him with tears welling in her eyes, she softly calls out to her grandfather, finally breaking down her emotional walls. Hesitating for a brief moment as her throat tightens, the deadly killer finally lets herself be vulnerable. Whisper, in a tiny, heartbreaking voice, she finally whispers the word she's held back for so long. "Please help me." "Man, who is cutting onions in here?" that hit straight in the heart. Step, step. Moments later, Patriarch Namgung strides down the grand wooden corridor outside, his posture restored to full authority. Without missing a beat, he speaks up, asking how the situation with Sewal's going. Standing right outside is a handsome, long-haired young noble wearing green jade earrings, looking visibly anxious. Glide. Walking past him, the patriarch coolly informs him that Seohwa suffered minor injuries but needs rest, so he should let her recover. The old master pauses, telling the young warrior that he should head inside too after rushing all the way back from searching past Heifin, revealing this man is none other than Seohwa's father. Turning around with a grave expression, Sewhwa's father begs his father for a moment of his time to discuss a serious issue. Panorama. Overlooking the vast estate grounds, the father warns that dangerous rumors are spreading like wildfire, claiming Seohwa only joined the clan to steal their secret martial arts techniques. Seated back at his grand desk, Patriarch Namgung rests his chin on his hand, telling his son to explain every detail. Her father steps forward, pointing out that everyone in the clan seems suspiciously certain about the rumors, acting as if they personally witnessed her fleeing. He notes that barely anyone actually saw the knocked-out Medicine Hall Master or Gale Windsword, meaning this hostile backlash couldn't have grown this fast on simple gossip alone. The patriarch nods in agreement, stroking his beard, as he realizes that after just one single day, the public outrage is way too intense to be natural. Narrowing his sharp eyes, the old master points out that while search parties are still being organized, someone behind the scenes is already pulling strings. Dark shadows. The ambient lighting darkens ominously as he concludes that an insider is deliberately stirring up hatred against Seohwa. Talk about top-tier detective work from the elders. Her father looks visibly shaken, wondering who could possibly be orchestrating such a vile smear campaign within their own walls. Suddenly, the patriarch drops a bombshell, telling his son that Seohwa is already looking forward to stepping onto her path, leaving the father totally confused. Gesture. The old patriarch raises a hand, asking if it isn't high time they properly back up the young girl's ambition? Boom! Heavy martial aura suddenly bursts from the patriarch's body with a deafening sound effect, sending shockwaves through the study. Glare. Drop in the gentle granddad routine, the master sternly tells his son that if he possessed real authority in the clan, he could have crushed these rumors instantly. Sweating bullets under his father's intense pressure, the young noble listens in silence as the patriarch reminds him that after being gone for 8 long years, his political standing is terribly weak. The room falls quiet as the master lays out a path for his son to regain his rightful influence within the clan hierarchy. Command! He reveals that in 6 months, a grand ceremony will take place to officially install the young clan head, and commands his son to earn everyone's total respect before then. Dramatic shadow. With a chilling, intense stare, the patriarch delivers his final ultimatum. If his son's standing remains this weak in 6 months, he won't be in any position to protect his daughter when the real storm hits. Talk about hype building for the upcoming air competition. Imagine being the son who spent 8 long years away from home, only for your ancient clan head dad to casually announce he's handing you the entire family leadership on a random Tuesday. Sewhwa's father stands there with his jaw practically glued to the floor as Patriarch Namgung drops this political nuclear bomb without blinking. Dropping straight to his knees on the carpet, the stunned noble stammers in total disbelief, asking why on earth the patriarch would ever choose someone as politically weak as him. Patriarch Namgung rests his chin on his hand, calmly explaining that Hei is far too ambitious, and when excessive greed clouds your judgment, you completely lose your broad perspective. When his son nervously suggests Chongsan instead, the patriarch slaps his forehead in pure exasperation. Thud! Seriously, Chongsan can't even manage his own explosive temper, so he'd run the entire clan straight into the dirt in less than a week. You gotta love how this old man holds zero back when roasting his own kids' incompetencies. Looking down at his son, the old master points out that his biggest weakness is having a soft heart, but that exact softness is why he treasures his family above all else and will do whatever it takes to protect them. Swoosh! The scene transitions to a tranquil, moonlit courtyard night where Patriarch Namgung stands alone on a stone bridge overlooking the cool, blue waters. Stap! Sensing a presence stepping onto the wooden balcony behind him, the old master murmurs softly that an urgent secret message has finally arrived.
Tap, tap, a rugged warrior with a stubble goatee walks up, reporting that he personally met with the beggar sect branch head in Yunnan, but came up completely empty-handed. The scruffy warrior explains that to the beggars, it just looked like a shady local tavern, and they aren't leaking a single shred of useful intelligence. Is it just me, or do the beggars sect guys in these stories always pretend to be omniscient until you actually need a solid lead? Narrowing his eyes in deep thought, the patriarch ponders whether young Seol Hua could be mistaken, questioning if it's really possible for an assassin to move without leaving behind a single trace. Looking down at the shimmering lotus pond, the rugged warrior coolly answers that it is entirely possible because a true elite master knows how to erase every single footprint. The patriarch notes grimly that even young Seol Hua is bound under a deadly internal seal, proving that these shadowy enemies didn't hesitate to use the most brutal methods imaginable. Heavy sigh. Reaching his limit, the venerable master closes his eyes and declares that it's time to pull out the big guns and summon Mugwang. Gasp! The scruffy warrior nearly jumps out of his skin, staring at the patriarch in utter disbelief. Flabbergasted, in full comedic chibi panic, the warrior shrieks, asking if that arrogant monster Brother Mugwang would actually answer the call. Man, this warrior's exaggerated expression is absolute top-tier comedy gold. Boom! Dropping all chill, Patriarch Namgung roars at the top of his lungs, declaring that since someone is actively targeting a child of the Namgung bloodline, anyone carrying their family name needs to drop everything and sprint back immediately. The warrior chuckles nervousness, pointing out that Mugwang is literally the most belligerent fighter in the martial world, asking if the patriarch is secretly planning to start an all-out war. Dark shadow. With an icy, ruthless stare, the patriarch firmly responds that if starting a full-scale war is what it takes to protect his family, then so be it. God. Turning on his heel, the old master tells him not to jump ahead of themselves, insisting they need to stay focused on what needs to be done right now. Pausing his steps, the old master casts a sharp backward glance, asking if his subordinate has already forgotten their true priority. Chirp, chirp! The next morning at the Namgung family's secret closed cultivation cave, golden sunlight filters through the dense canopy above a grand, ancient stone gate. Standing before the cave entrance, young Seolha looks completely composed, as an elder nervously asks if she's really 100% sure about going through with this transformation. Panic! The medicine hall master wrings his hands in absolute agony, whining about how physical transformation is excruciatingly painful and how cruel it is to send her into a pitch-black cave before her wounds even heal. He spins around and screams at the Galewind sword to come say goodbye, but the lazy swordsman just crosses his arms with a hilarious deadpan look, asking why on earth he should care. Galewind sword scoffs, casually mentioning that Seolhwa is bold enough to poison anyone if she felt like it, so he isn't worried for a second. Meanwhile, Seolhwa gives him the ultimate side-eye, internally branding him as a petty little man. Honestly, these two having petty squabbles in the middle of a massive arc is easily my favorite running joke. Releasing a quiet sigh, Seolhwa calmly reassures everyone that she'll be totally fine because her grandfather is right there by her side. Sparkle! Clad in his traditional martial arts robes, Patriarch Namgung places a warm, proud hand on her shoulder, promising to give his absolute all for his trusting granddaughter. Seolhwa's mother steps forward anxiously, warning that rushing physical body transformation is insanely dangerous. But the patriarch retorts that stalling will only give the nosy clan elders time to cause a scene. Swoosh! Walking toward the grand entrance, the patriarch instructs her that Seolhwa will emerge on her own after 5 days, so everyone just needs to wait patiently. Step. Holding Seolhwa's tiny hand, the old master strides confidently toward the massive, intricately carved bronze doors of the cultivation chamber. Looking down at her with steady eyes, he tells her it's time to step inside, and Seolhwa gives a firm, trusting nod. Rumble, pressing his palm against the ancient seal, brilliant golden light erupts across the mechanism as the massive stone doors slowly begin to unlock. Look at that lighting and particle effect work. The webtoon artist was clearly flexing their entire production budget on this door opening sequence. Outside, the medicine hall master tearfully clasps his hands and waves, shouting for the patriarch and the young lady to take good care of themselves as the heavy doors begin to swing closed. Clang! With a heavy, echoing thud, the colossal stone doors shut tight, completely shutting out the sunlight and sealing the duo in total dark isolation. Drip, drop.
Deep inside the silent atmospheric cavern, glowing blue crystals illuminate the damp stone floor, highlighting a giant dragon emblem carved into the ancient rock. Standing directly over Seowa, Patriarch Namgung places a firm hand on her head, sternly instructing her that he is about to forcibly induce her internal seal to rampage, so she must not resist and let her chi flow naturally. Hesitating for a brief second, Seowa looks up nervously, warning her grandfather that under the seal's overwhelming corruption, she might lose her mind and attack him. But deep down, Seowa knows that going berserk and attacking her grandfather isn't even her biggest fear right now. Crack! A mental image of shattering glass fills her inner thoughts as panic strikes, realizing that if her energy runs wild, her hidden blood-sect martial arts will be exposed, instantly destroying all the precious trust she worked so hard to build. Talk about intense psychological stakes. One slip-up and her granddad turns into her worst enemy. Glow. A soft, shimmering web of light wraps around them inside the dark chamber as she softly calls out to her grandfather. She asks him if he remembers the critical favor she asked him for earlier before they entered. Seowa turns her gaze upward, her big eyes filled with quiet vulnerability and desperate trust. Patriarch Namgung gazes back at her with silent, gentle ancestral love, his expression remaining rock solid. Closing her eyes, Seowa takes a deep breath and centers her mind, choosing to place 100% of her faith in her grandfather no matter what hidden secrets come to light. Shine! Realizing that worrying is completely pointless, she clears her head, accepting that while human hearts are unpredictable, true family will never turn their back on you. Boom! A massive wave of blue chi bursts around Patriarch Namgung's back as he channels his staggering internal energy straight into the chamber. Surge, injecting a powerful beam of blue energy into Seowa's back, the immense chi ripples through her body with a blinding flash. Crackle, blue lightning-like veins of raw martial power erupt around Seowa's hands as her body begins the brutal, excruciating physical body transformation. Rumble! Glowing blue energy lines streak across Seowa's face as she clenches her jaw, gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain of having her meridians forcibly rewired. Slash! Boom! Suddenly, an explosive, violent clash of blood-red energy and sharp white light slashes across the screen, signaling that her suppressed dark martial arts are violently rebelling against the seal. Swoosh! Imagine trusting your loving grandfather to help heal your internal injuries, only for his chi injection to trigger the literal evil demon dormant inside you? Golden and blue energy explodes through the dark chamber as Seowa is completely overtaken by the inner seal's berserk corruption. Throb. Deep inside her mind, Seowa feels her conscious control slipping away as the shadowy crimson essence takes the wheel, threatening to expose her dark secrets to the one person she wanted to protect most. Glow. Opening her eyes, Seowa's soft gaze is completely replaced by a menacing blood-red glare. She's officially gone full berserk mode, folks. Boom! Wild crimson flames burst around her body like an exploding volcano as the demonic aura completely hijacks her meridians. Man, you gotta give it up for the art team. This fiery crimson aura panel is absolutely peak visual storytelling. Smirking with demonic confidence, the corrupted entity inhabiting Seowa casually remarks how nostalgic this wild energy feels before launching into a lightning-fast aerial kick directly at Patriarch Namgung. Twang! With zero hesitation, the old master raises his arm, effortlessly blocking her bone-crushing kick with a single palm while unleashing a blinding blue shockwave. Flip! Rebounding like an agile cat, Seowa lands gracefully on the cracked stone floor, her body enveloped in pulsing crimson sparks as she prepares her next strike. Gather. Patriarch Namgung flares his golden martial aura, his eyes narrowing as he realizes his granddaughter's body is moving purely on killer instinct. Seriously, imagine your grandpa pulling out high-tier dragon aura just to keep you from wrecking the cave. Step. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from the old master, Seowa swiftly slides backward across the cavern floor to reset her positioning. Thud. Grounding herself in a low stance, she analyzes her opponent, earning a nod of approval from the patriarch, who notes her sharp tactical instincts even while possessed. Pointing toward the weapon rack in the corner, Patriarch Namgung cold-heartedly tells her to pick up a real sword so they can settle this properly. Swing! Drawing a sleek steel blade from the chest, Seowa's eyes gleam with lethal intent as red energy instantly coats the steel. Raising her sword, the narrative reminds us that breaking a mental seal suggestion requires either the caster withdrawing it or burning out the wild key through total exhaustion. And the patriarch confirms they're taking option 2. Grip. Tightening his grip on his heavy golden sheath, Patriarch Namgung declares that they'll keep clashing until every drop of this corrupted energy is totally spent. Rumble! Massive spiritual dragons materialize behind the old Grandmaster as he assumes a legendary stance. Talk about the ultimate final boss energy radiating off this old man. Smirking with absolute confidence, the Patriarch holding his heavy sheath casually dares her to come at him with everything she's got. Honestly, seeing a grandpa invite his possessed grandkid to play with sword techniques is top-tier martial arts humor. Clang, clang! Sparks fly violently through the cavern as Sealhua unleashes a flurry of high-speed sword slashes. Every strike met by the old master's unbreakable sheathed weapon. Flash! Shifting her footwork mid-combo, she transitions into the changing sword style, attempting to throw off his timing with constantly morphing attack angles. Whoosh! The Patriarch casually tilts his sheathed blade overhead, intercepting her low-angle thrust with ridiculous precision and zero wasted motion. Boom! Blue and red energy collide in midair as the old master easily holds his ground against her relentless onslaught. Watching her rapid footwork, Patriarch Namgung mentally notes that she cleverly compensates for her lack of raw physical strength with unbelievable speed, making her a genuinely troublesome opponent. Isn't it crazy how even while fighting for her life, her grandpa's out here giving her combat a solid 4-star review? Whirl! Swirling purple and crimson mist wraps around Sealhua as she gathers density in her sword stance, preparing an even more devastating maneuver. Slash! Executing a blinding horizontal arc, her blade cuts through the air, but the old master parries it instantly with his golden sheath. Clank! Up close, her cold, glowing red eyes stare right into his soul, devoid of any human emotion as her sword slides off his guard. Bound! Pushing off the stone ground, Sealhua leaps high into the dark cavern ceiling, turning the environment into her personal springboard. Swoosh! A massive crescent of red sword light slices down through the shadows toward the Patriarch. Thud! Landing firmly after her aerial strike, Sealhua immediately readies another stance without catching her breath. Standing completely unfazed, Patriarch Namgung coolly taunts her, stating that swinging wildly without direction will never be enough to break through his defense. You gotta love how old martial art masters are 90% wisdom and 10% pure savage trash talk. Blink! Suddenly, the Patriarch's eyes widen slightly as he detects a subtle change in her muscle movement and chi distribution. Flame! Realizing she was merely testing his range, he recognizes that she's finally adopting a structured, lethal sword form as crimson flames erupt around her feet. Vortex! Spinning into a blazing tornado of red energy, Sealhua propels herself forward like a drill aimed straight at his chest. Grasp! Her hands lock tight onto the hilt as bright light streams along the edge of her blade, channeling every ounce of her remaining seal ki. Boom! Descending from the sky like a fiery comet, she unloads a terrifying barrage of arc slashes that leaves the Patriarch stunned. Crackle! Forcing his sheath upward, the old master blocks the crushing downward force as blue and red light split the cavern in half. Explosion! A massive shockwave detonates inside the closed chamber, kicking up giant clouds of dust and stone debris everywhere. Clang! Through the smoke, the metallic rings of continuous parries ring out as both fighters trade high-level sword forms at breakneck speed. Roar! Torrential winds sweep through the cavern, proving that even a closed training cave can barely contain two absolute monsters tearing up the floorboards. The webtoon's destruction physics here are honestly so satisfying to watch. Gasp! Analyzing her shifting forms, Patriarch Namgung is genuinely shocked, identifying the Great Flame Sword technique and the Heavenly Wind Sword technique being used back-to-back. Phantoms? And right as he thinks he's seen it all, phantom birds made of brilliant white energy erupt behind her as she channels the legendary sky-piercing soaring sword. Shadow. Through the blinding glare of white bird phantoms, Sealhua's face remains locked in an icy, unwavering expression of pure lethality. Swipe! Parrying the bird-like energy slashes with an upward sweep of his heavy sheath, the old master continues to dissect her secret moves. Thought, glancing at her stance, Patriarch Namgung realizes that while her mastery of these forbidden arts is astonishing, her execution is still slightly incomplete. Shine! Examining the edge of her sword, he notices subtle, calculated modifications made directly to the traditional martial forms. Meteor! Seowa plunges downward from the cavern ceiling, wrapped in an absolute inferno of concentrated blood-red destruction. Revelation! As green dragon graphics flash across the background, the Patriarch finally realizes the dark truth. These modified sword techniques were explicitly engineered for one sole purpose: to counter and destroy the Namgung family's martial arts. Glare. The full weight of the situation hits him as he looks into her glowing red eyes. She is actively executing an anti-Namgung martial technique against her own blood grandfather. Talk about a plot twist that completely changes the stakes of this family reunion. Boom! Golden and crimson energy detonate in a blinding collision as the old master finally decides to exert a fraction of his true, overwhelming power. Crack. Unable to withstand the supreme force of Patriarch Namgung's true chi, Crack's immediately spiderweb across Selwa's steel blade. Swoosh! With a single authoritative swing of his golden sheath, the master unleashes a tidal wave of pure, heavy force that completely neutralizes her attack. Shatter. Selwa's sword snaps into pieces as she slides across the stone floor, the wild, corrupt ki finally burning out as her body collapses back to reality. Imagine discovering your own granddaughter was secretly trained as a bioweapon specifically designed to murder your entire family tree. As Seolwa stands trembling in the cave, the aura around her shifts as the Patriarch realizes she wasn't trained as a normal assassin, but one specifically engineered to counter the Namgung clan. The old master's face hardens in deep contemplation as he utters a quiet realization of the full, dark gravity of the plot targeting his family line. Gulp! An ominous crimson text warning pops up on screen, letting us know things are about to get ridiculously dangerous. And honestly, when the webtoon itself drops a red flag warning, you know the budget for the next fight scene is about to explode. Footsteps. Meanwhile, far away from the dark cave, the scene shifts to the sunlit corridors of the main Namgung family estate as heavy footsteps echo across the decorated halls. Enter the second young master, dripping in high society green silk and looking like he stepped straight out of a martial arts fashion week. He's approached by two of his top lieutenants with urgent news. The lieutenants stir a total panic attack, frantically reporting that the family lord took his rogue granddaughter straight into the sacred Heavenly Crow Cavern to force a high-risk purification rite without consulting the Elder Council. Glare. Second young master's face stays chillingly calm, his sharp eyes narrowing as he processes every single detail of his father's sudden rogue move. The lieutenants keep pressing him, whining that it hasn't even been a day since that girl deceived the entire clan, insisting they gotta march up to the family lord and demand answers right now. Step. Turning his back on them with ice-cold poise, the second young master firmly shuts them down, declaring that picking a direct fight with the family lord is the dumbest move they could make. He reminds his eager henchmen that while 3 sword divisions might back him, the Council of Elders is still playing it safe, and at the end of the day, absolute authority still belongs to his father. Frustrated, one of the lieutenants grabs his head in defeat, sighing in desperation. You gotta love how political schemers and manhwas instantly break down the moment their master tells them to actually use their brains. Looking up at his lieutenants, the second young master explains that while the old man might look soft-hearted on the surface, he's actually a master strategist who controls the entire faction with an iron fist. He reasons that finding his long-lost granddaughter after 8 years is just a temporary emotional distraction, so if they can just divert his attention, but right in the middle of his evil scheming, faint murmurs echo outside the chamber doors. Knock, knock. Interrupted mid-plan, the second young master demands to know why there's so much noise outside, startling the poor servant outside. The servant stammers out that unexpected VIP guest from the famous Mount Hua sect have just unceremoniously crashed the party, sending a sudden shockwave through the room. Scheme. A sinister smile creeps onto the second young master's face as he connects the dots. If the almighty family lord is currently locked inside a cave while Mount Hua shows up, this unexpected chaos is the ultimate opportunity to strike. Grasp. Back inside the dark depths of the cavern, Seolwa's hands clash directly against the Patriarch's guard with a brutal burst of physical force. Boom! Slash! Shockwaves explode across the cave as white light and crimson sparks tear up the stone ground in an absolute high-octane melee. Clang! The Patriarch ducks under a swift strike, meeting her furious fist head-on as the air cracks from the pressure of their colliding techniques. Swoosh! Selwa zips around the cavern walls like a lightning-fast streak of red light, leaving trails of residual energy cut into the solid rock.
Tap, 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 the narrative breaks down her insane combat style. She's not just using sword forms, but seamlessly blending lethal palm strikes and ghost-like footwork into a continuous, unstoppable combo. Crash! Blinding blue slashes burst from the Patriarch's defense as he effortlessly parries her relentless wave of strikes. Man, the visual effects team really cooked with these electric blue shockwave patterns. Whirl! Mixing fist techniques directly into finger thrusts, Seolha ignites an explosive sphere of concentrated red aura around the Old Master. Gather, watching her seamlessly execute every high-tier move, the Patriarch mentally acknowledges that she's literally mastered the entire Namgung arsenal before casually raising 2 fingers to shut her down. Flip! Refusing to back down, Seolwalla lunges forward like a relentless shadow, her glowing red eyes locked onto her target. Throb, realizing that continuing this fight will force him to accidentally kill his own blood, the Patriarch watches as Seolwa gathers energy into a terrifying, concentrated sun in her palms. Boom! Charging straight at him like a nuclear missile, Seolha unleashes the ultimate final strike, but the Old Master instantly closes the distance and places his open palm squarely on her forehead. Stop. With a single godlike command, Patriarch Namgung halts her entire momentum in midair as dark purple miasma evaporates off her body like smoke. Flash! A blinding, radiant burst of golden white light explodes through the cave, utterly vaporizing the demonic corruption in one single sweep. Whoosh! As the blinding light dims, the chaotic storm in the chamber instantly settles into dead, tranquil silence. Thud! Falling to her knees on the cracked stone, Seolhwa coughs violently as the Patriarch softly utters that it's finally over. Echo! Looking down at her battered figure, the Old Master reveals they've been fighting inside this cave for 2 whole days straight. Talk about the most intense weekend family bonding session ever recorded. Cough. Seolhwa trembles on the floor, gasping for air as the Patriarch marvels at her sheer, pitiful willpower for surviving such an agonizing purification process. Glow, declaring that since she showed him all her secret moves, it's only fair he shows her true perfection. The Old Master places his hand on his golden sheath as brilliant, radiant light begins to spill out. Shine! Golden dragon engravings on the legendary sheath sparkle wildly, channeling pure, immaculate ki into the surrounding air. Swoosh! Grazing his blade skyward, the colossal blue dragon swirls through the cavern air in a blinding display of absolute martial perfection. Split! Declaring that this is the true, untainted sword of the Namgung clan, the master stares down gently while Seolhwa gazes up with wide, mesmerized eyes. Swirling blue energy wraps smoothly around the pristine steel blade, creating a sharp contrast against the lingering dark shadows of the cave. Strike! With a single effortless motion, he swings the sword down, sending a tidal wave of pure dragon chi washing over Selwa's entire body. Gasp! A quiet sigh slips from her lips as the warm, cleansing light penetrates deep into her soul, completely soothing her fractured meridians. Flash! The entire chamber erupts in a peaceful, brilliant azure light that erases every last trace of the demonic curse once and for all. Gentle wind! Soft currents of pure blue energy wrap around Selhwa like a warm blanket, lifting the heavy physical burden off her exhausted shoulders. Sway. With her dark seal completely shattered and her chi restored, Selhwa's strength completely gives out as she sways softly in midair. Holding her close against his chest, the old Grandmaster gazes at her peaceful face with pure relief and deep paternal love. Sigh. Cut to the courtyard pavilion where an elder from Mount Hua strokes his long beard in annoyance, grumbling about how troublesome everything has become. Sitting inside the guest hall, the visiting elder sighs in total boredom, complaining that after traveling all the way to the Namgung clan, all they've been doing is sitting around wasting precious time. Talk about an awkward tea party. The Mount Hua sect envoys casually drop into the Namgung estate, claiming they're just here to pass along good vibes after hearing the missing kid was found. Yeah, right. You just trekked all that way for a friendly check-in? Suspicious much? But the moment they ask to congratulate the family lord face-to-face, the Namgung representative hits him with the classic excuses, revealing the Patriarch just sprinted straight into closed-doored training. Look at this elder's face! He is utterly unamused, staring down the host like a guy who just got told his reservation was canceled at the door. baffled. And when he learns the newly returned grandkid was dragged inside the training cave with him, the elder's brain completely short-circuits. Seriously, who takes an injured kid into hardcore secluded isolation? Trapped in peak political polite talk, the host sweetly offers them free room and board in the guest hall for 5 whole days while they wait it out. Time skip. 2 entire days drag by as the Mount Hua crew remains completely stuck in guest hall limbo with absolutely nothing to do. Sitting alone in his room, the Mount Hua elder strokes his beard in deep frustration. Because let's be real, he didn't travel across continents just for complimentary tea. The scheme. Text flashes on screen confirming their true hidden objective, the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. Turns out Mount Hua came to cash in a major favor and claim that priceless divine elixir. Step, pacing toward the window, the old master fumes over why the patriarch had to pick this exact week to go off the grid. Slurp! Suddenly, his young disciple bursts into the room, casually balancing a giant, steaming basket of freshly baked buns on his head like an absolute boss. Chomp! Chewing away with zero manners, the little guy proudly offers his master a hot rice cake man. This kid's priorities are 100% focused on the buffet. Facepalm, shaking his head at his disciple's endless stomach, the elder shuts down the snacks and demands a full report on what he noticed about the Namgung kid's condition. Dropping the food, the young martial artist grows dead serious, recalling how terrifyingly chaotic the girl's internal blood points felt when he checked her pulse. Shock! The elder jumps out of his seat as the kid insists her meridians weren't just damaged, they were a complete tangled war zone. Explain? The disciple breaks down the creepy details. Inside her body, 3 radically different, high-tier energies were violently crashing against each other in real time. Gasp! He notes that one energy felt utterly vile and corrupt, while the other 2 were unbelievably pure, a combo that should have instantly blown any human body to shreds. Freeze. But here's the craziest part. The kid realized that not a single one of those 3 powerful energies actually belonged to Sewa originally. Scratch! He describes it like forcing 3 completely different spicy soups into one tiny bowl, an unnatural, forced chimera of internal power. Think! The elder's eyes narrow in deep intrigue as he tries to connect the dots behind this sinister bioengineering experiment. Leaning down, the old master asks with dead seriousness if any of those pure internal energies match the holy power of the Shaolin monks. Ponder, because if Shaolin's divine energy was involved, it means the Great Rejuvenation Pill might have already been swallowed to save her life. Blank? The young disciple just stands there staring with a completely empty, clueless expression on his face. Sweat? He casually drops the bomb that he's never actually met a Shaolin monk in his life, so how on earth was he supposed to recognize their energy signature? Knock knock, mid-tantrum, heavy knocks echo at the chamber door, making the furious master yell out in pure irritation. Calm. Recognizing the polite voice of his senior lieutenant Yupio outside, the elder instantly composes his dignity. Slide. The door opens as Yupio steps into the room with quiet, respectful poise, contrastingly calm next to his volatile master. Walk. Glancing at the snack table, Yupio dryly jokes about how the little brat never shares treats with anyone except his favorite elder. Munch. Grabbing a bun to soothe his rising blood pressure, the elder pops it in his mouth and asks what urgent business brought him here. Yupio reports that while walking outside, he ran straight into the second young master of the Namgung clan, who cordially invited them out for a grand feast. Nod. Hearing the name Namgung Chonghae, the elder strokes his beard, recognizing the rising political player of the family. He finds it super suspicious that the first young master hasn't shown his face once, realizing the second young master is actively trying to recruit Mount Hua into his faction war. Panorama. Beautiful light shines over the vast, luxurious rooftops of the Namgung Grand Estate, a place drowning in underlying power struggles. Gaze! Looking out the window, the elder weighs the political risk. If they play along with the second young master, they might finally get their hands on the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Question. Yupio asks if they should actually take the bait and attend this suspicious dinner invitation. Smiling, the elder decides it's time to stop waiting idly and hear exactly what scheme the second young master is cooking up. Flashback. Meanwhile, deep inside Seilwa's unconscious mind, terrifying memories of endless slaughter and blood-soaked blade strikes erupt in a dark nightmare.
Grasp! Monstrous, shadow-like hands grab at her limbs, dragging her down into an abyss of pure demonic corruption as echoing voices scream in her head. Slash! Seowa swings her sword in total desperation, crying out for the horrifying violence to stop as dark crimson blood splatters across her vision. Consume! A gigantic tidal wave of thick demonic darkness threatens to drown her soul completely in endless misery. Sparkle. But right when all hope seems lost, tiny particles of radiant celestial blue light begin to pierce through the suffocating dark fog. Roar! Emerging from the pure light, a majestic ethereal spirit dragon swoops down, tearing through the demonic miasma with divine authority. Explosion! The magnificent dragon unleashes a blinding shockwave of blue energy, utterly obliterating the nightmare and cleansing her fractured soul. Float. Floating weightlessly through a clear, serene sky of sparkling azure light, Seolhwa feels the heavy, agonizing burden finally lift off her chest. Awaken! Her eyes slowly flutter open, revealing bright blue, uncorrupted pupils free from the demonic taint for the first time in 8 years. Pan! The stone cavern ceiling comes into focus as a warm, familiar presence gazes down at her with gentle concern. Blink! Dazed and confused, Seolhwa blinks away the remaining sleep, realizing the nightmare is officially over. Tender, cradled safely in the arms of the legendary patriarch Namgung, her grandfather softly asks if the purification process went well. Smile. The old grandmaster's heart and face melts into an affectionate, relieved smile, looking down at his beloved granddaughter with pure warmth. Restored! Clutching her chest in awe, Seolhwa feels her internal meridians flowing with pristine, smooth energy, finally safe in the protective embrace of her family. Imagine waking up from a suffocating nightmare only to realize your broken body just got a complete restart. Seolhwa stares down at her glowing hands in total shock, wondering if her secret technique actually worked while her grandfather watches her like a hawk. Narrowing his eyes with intense suspicion, the old master leans in and asks if she was secretly raised by rival factions specifically to act as a deadly counter against the Namgung clan. Realizing she accidentally flexed past-life martial arts, Seolhwa nervously looks away, explaining that she developed this counter style completely on her own through intense research and never taught a single person. A huge wave of relief washes over the old man's face as he laughs about how absolutely furious her enemies must be after losing a once-in-a-century prodigy like her. He thoughtfully notes that while her counter technique directly exploits the Namgung clan's flaws, it wouldn't work against top-tier grandmasters, though reaching that insane level of mastery is nearly impossible anyway. Drop in a massive bombshell, grandfather proposes a game-changing offer. Asks if she would be willing to use her secret knowledge to patch up the Namgung clan's fatal weaknesses for good. Talk about an unbelievable plot twist. Seolhwa realizes she can turn her anti-Namgung knowledge into the ultimate clan upgrade, agreeing to help strengthen their roots no matter what it takes. Grandfather beams with pure pride at how fast she makes up her mind. Seriously, this kid makes life-changing decisions faster than most MCs pick their dinner. To cover their tracks, the old man casually suggests telling everyone that she researched and invented this entire new martial art after arriving at the Namgung estate. Seolhwa's mind completely short-circuits into chibi mode because, seriously, who in their right mind is going to believe a 13-year-old invented a flawless high-level martial art in her spare time? With the cover story settled, an intense crimson aura begins swirling through the chamber, illuminating the ancient dragon carvings on the stone floor with a sudden burst of heat. Hovering cross-legged inside a fiery red vortex, Seolhwa locks into deep meditation to purge the remaining toxic energy out of her system once and for all. Opening her eyes with a soft breath, she exhales a cloud of dark residue as the intense red flames around her body finally cool down. Grandfather checks in to see if her internal review is done, and Seolhwa confirms that all her internal injuries and dark curses have been completely wiped out. But there's still a massive lingering issue.
Even though the dark blood curse was severed, her internal energy is still burning a bright, fiery red. Looking down at her glowing palm, she sighs in disappointment, assuming her crimson aura means she'll never be able to attain the famous blue sky chi of the Namgung lineage. Grandfather just smiles warmly and shakes his head, reminding her that the actual color of someone's energy doesn't mean a single thing compared to how they use it. He reassures her that her red hue simply represents the painful road she's walked, promising to perform a complete physical transformation to help her unlock a brand new sky. With a deadly serious gaze, Selhua readies her body as the room's temperature drops drastically, signaling the start of the intense procedure. Pressing his hand firmly against her core, Grandfather channels a vast stream of cool blue energy into her body, telling her to focus and feel the flow. A massive wave of ocean blue chi floods through her channels. It's an energy that perfectly mirrors the fierce and upright nature of the legendary Namgung Muchan himself. Dynamic visual check. Check out this absolute masterpiece panel. Solhwa is literally floating in a boundless sea of surging blue energy like an ascending deity. She mentally braces herself, knowing that even a split second of losing focus would cause her mind to be completely washed away by this unstoppable tide of power. Guiding the roaring blue torrent through every blood point, she meticulously directs the energy into the furthest corners of her physical frame. Boom! A blinding pillar of pure energy explodes upward as her internal pathways are violently blasted open from the inside out. Suspended mid-air in a horizontal float, a blinding core of concentrated chi ignites inside her chest like a miniature sun coming to life. Grandfather sweats in absolute disbelief, stunned by how seamlessly her young body is absorbing every single drop of his high-grade energy without crashing. Realizing he's already poured in 60 entire years' worth of cultivated internal energy, the old master panics internally. Just how much more chi can this girl's body possibly take? Watching her blood vessels open up as if they were starving for power, he decides to double down and push her physical limits beyond human comprehension. Man, talk about an over-generous mentor. He decides to drain another 30 years of his own reserves just to force open all 12 of her primary meridians. Gritting his teeth with absolute focus, the legendary Grandmaster prepares to unleash the ultimate surge of his life's work. Crash! Slamming both hands down, violent blue lightning crackles across the cavern as the sheer weight of his aura shakes the solid stone floor. Deep inside her internal world, red and blue energy streams clash violently before merging into a single breathtaking river of pure harmony. Transitioning to a gorgeous atmospheric shot, the dark underground cave vanishes into a crystal clear blue sky bathed in heavenly sunlight and soft clouds. A serene figure clad in pure white glides weightlessly through the endless sky, symbolizing her complete spiritual rebirth and breakthrough. Opening her eyes to the divine light, Seolhoa realizes in shock that her grandfather actually managed to unlock every single minor meridian in her entire body. Clenching her hand into a tight fist, a super-refined, crystal-clear aura swirls gently around her knuckles. Talk about getting a god-tier upgrade. Exhaling a heavy breath, she collapses back onto her cape as the final wisps of volatile red energy evaporate softly into the air. Sitting cross-legged across from her with a satisfied smile, Grandfather proudly announces that she has officially reached the realm of great mastery. He leans forward with a proud grin, asking if she feels like she gained full spiritual enlightenment during that terrifying breakthrough. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, Selhoi admits she's not totally sure about enlightenment, but she finally understands the true, upright spirit behind the Namgung family's martial arts. The old master breaks out into a loud, booming laugh, praising her for grasping a profound truth that 90% of the clan's elders fail to understand in their entire lives. Smirking proudly, he brags that while he hit the peak realm when he became an adult, she just achieved it at age 13, making her 7 whole years faster than a legendary grandmaster. But as he stares at her closely, his cheerful expression instantly freezes into complete shock as he notices something utterly terrifying about her innate physique. Selwa sits on her dark cloak while glowing particles float around her, looking at him with total confusion as to why he's suddenly staring like he saw a ghost.
Time for a major lore drop. A heavenly scroll panel reveals the ancient myth of the heavenly martial physique, a divine body blessed by the heavens that grants instant chi comprehension and infinite growth potential. Look at this slick panel art featuring a meditating warrior surrounded by howling white gales. If this isn't the ultimate main character cheat code, I don't know what is. Grandfather confirms the unbelievable truth. Her body was literally custom-tailored by heaven itself to perfectly master the Namgang clan's ultimate martial techniques. Tilting her head in deep thought, Seolwa questions the diagnosis, wondering why she was so shockingly weak in her previous life if she really possessed a divine physique all along. Dropping the ultimate final plot twist, Grandfather reveals that her meridians were never locked by him. They were already fully open from the moment she was born, setting up her path to becoming an unstoppable monster. Imagine waking up as a 13-year-old kid, only to realize your body was secretly prepped for God-tier cultivation all along. Grandfather gently inspects Selwa's meridians, explaining that all that nasty, foul energy blocking her channels was just leftover junk from martial arts that didn't fit her divine frame. Looking down in absolute shock, Seolhwa finally puts the pieces together. It wasn't that she lacked talent, but rather that corrupt blood key was holding back her true potential this whole time. Clenching her fists with deadly resolve, she reminds herself that even though she dumped the toxic technique, taking down a big boss like the Blood Demon still requires patience and careful preparation. Outside the secluded training grounds, a sharp-eyed uncle with a rugged stubble eardrops on the surroundings, sensing someone approaching. Talk about top-tier security detail. Selwa's father stands outside looking beyond stressed, practically pacing back and forth as he worries out loud about his daughter and elderly father locked inside that cave. Sigh, it's already been 3 long days without a single update, and Dad's anxious meter is hitting absolute red alert as he gazes at the massive sealed stone doors. The laid-back uncle just rolls his eyes and tries to talk some sense into him, reminding him that stressing out isn't going to make the cave doors open any faster. When Uncle casually suggests grabbing a bite with the VIP guest from Mount Hua, Dad furiously shakes his head. Seriously, does this guy even realize who actually just rolled up to their doorstep? A dramatic flash reveals Mount Hua's legendary heavy hitters, the Plum Blossom Divine Sword himself, alongside the infamous plum-reflected sword Yuppie. Dad knows these dangerous swordsmen didn't cross entire regions just to drop off a friendly gift. Crossing his arms with a grim expression, Dad suspects Mount Hua is scheming something shady behind those polite smiles. Honestly, in the martial arts world, uninvited guests always equal major trouble. Uncle frowns as he considers the situation, pointing out that Mount Hua's grandmasters are specifically waiting for Selhua or the clan lord, so sending anyone else is completely useless. Dad's eyes narrow as a troubling thought hits him. What if his rival, the second young master, uses this awkward delay to suck up to Mount Hua and steal all the political clout? Uncle drops a heavy truth bomb right here, reminding him and us that in this dog-eat-dog world, gaining more power just builds a bigger target on your back. Looking down with a heavy heart, Dad admits his biggest insecurity. Right now, he lacks the sheer strength needed to protect his precious daughter from the wave of dangerous enemies heading her way. Silence. Uncle stares at him with a deadpan look, realizing his brother's parental anxiety is reaching theatrical levels today. Dad just turns his back, feeling totally deflated, while Uncle awkwardly clears his throat after realizing he accidentally made the mood 10 times more depressing. Sigh. Uncle rubs his forehead in total defeat, man. Trying to comfort an overprotective martial arts dad is basically an impossible side quest. Turning toward the cave doors, Uncle hilariously starts yelling at the rocks, begging Seolhwa to come out before he counts to 10, and promising to forgive her for that whole poison tea incident. He barely gets through counting 1, 2, 3, 4, when flash! A sudden surge of bright energy bursts from the entrance. Rumble. With a heavy, grinding crunch of ancient mechanism, the colossal stone doors of the secret training cavern slowly split open. Creak! Out steps little Seolhwa, peeking through the massive doors with wide, curious eyes like she just woke up from a casual afternoon nap. Swoosh! Dad doesn't even hesitate. He dashes forward like an absolute speed demon, shouting her name in total relief. Squish! In full overprotective mode, Dad grabs her face and squishes her cheeks, frantically asking if she's hurt or if something went wrong inside. Man, look at her squished face. It's pure comedy gold. Wiping her dusty little hands with a cloth, Dad keeps rambling on, wondering why she came out covered in grime and where the heck the grandfather is. Selhwa calmly explains that grandfather burnt through massive reserves of internal energy to help her, so he needs to meditate inside for another 5 days to recover. Uncle's casual expression instantly freezes into complete disbelief as he looks down at the 13-year-old girl standing in front of him. Boom! A blinding golden aura erupts around Selhwa's frame as Uncle stammers out the impossible question, did this kid seriously just break through to the peak realm? Laugh! Dad busts out into triumphant laughter while Selhwa just gives a smug little, as you can see, nod. Talk about an absolute flex on every veteran cultivator in the province. Uncle shakes his head in utter awe, chuckling at what a terrifying prodigy she is. Her internal energy is now so clean and lofty, it puts full-grown grandmasters to shame. Squatting down to her eye level, Dad softly mentions that top-tier guests from the Mount Hua sect have arrived at the estate, specifically asking to meet her. Selhwa tilts her head thoughtfully as Dad reassures her that she can rest up first, promising he won't force her into any uncomfortable political meetings if she's tired. Freeze! With sharp, razor-focused eyes, Selhwa bluntly asks if Mount Hua came to demand the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill, instantly stunning both adults into silence. Dad nervously confirms her suspicion, realizing his daughter is playing 4D chess while everyone else is still playing checkers. Selhwa notes there are still 2 days left on Mount Hua's waiting timer. Turning to her family, Selhwa strictly instructs them to keep her exit from the training cave a complete secret for now. Flip! With supreme confidence, Selhwa ties her dark hair back into a battle-ready ponytail, casually dropping a massive bombshell. She already ate the Great Rejuvenation Pill, so now she needs to go find a replacement artifact in the next 2 days. Snap! She pulls the white cloth knot tight around her hair. The visual detail on this tie-up panel is honestly so clean and satisfying. Dad and Uncle completely lose their minds, waving their hands in total panic as they realize this 13-year-old menace is planning to sneak out right this second. Both adults start lecturing her at once, insisting that nobody sneaks out solo right after undergoing a complete body transformation breakthrough. Uncle closes his eyes and rubs his chin, deep in thought as he calculates their best option to handle this runaway prodigy. Point. Uncle suddenly points an accusing finger straight at Selhwa's dad, telling the first young master that, since he's free anyway, he gets babysitting duty for this secret mission. Dad hesitates about leaving his post, but Uncle reminds him that protecting his insanely talented daughter is literally his most important duty as a father. Swoosh! Before Dad can even argue, Uncle bids them good luck, and in a red flash of motion, Selhwa and her father blast off into the distance. Zip! Check out this high-speed traversal shot. Selhwa and her dad are literally gliding through the sunlit forest canopy like spectral martial arts gods. With the wind whipping through her hair, Selhwa zeroes in on her target with total focus, ready to hunt down a legendary treasure in record time. Meanwhile, dark rumors are quietly spreading across the martial world regarding a young lord from the Firebird Tower who allegedly stole Shaolin's sacred pill and fled straight to the Namgang clan. Inside a luxurious private pavilion, 2 high-ranking figures sit across a grand banquet table, quietly discussing the explosive scandal over tea. On one side sits a stern, bearded veteran in tan robes, while across from him sits a handsome, long-haired strategist in rich emerald green. The table is stacked with an absolute feast, but neither of these masterminds is paying attention to the food. The tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a blade. Sip, taking a slow drink from his cup, the older master remarks how bizarre it is that an unorthodox dark sect somehow ended up possessing Shaolin's ultimate holy elixir in Shaanxi. Crackle! A sinister aura swirls around the green-robed noble as he grins, revealing that this exact rumor is the secret trap bringing the Plum Blossom Divine Sword right into the Namgang clan's backyard. Inside a dimly lit private banquet room, the second young master of the Namgang clan takes a slow sip of tea, smirking inwardly as he feels the terrifying murderous pressure radiating from the seasoned warrior sitting across from him. Glancing at the lavish feast untouched between them, the second young master realizes that if Mount Hua walks out now without the Great Rejuvenation Pill, any potential alliance will crumble instantly, a golden opportunity he simply cannot afford to lose. Setting down his teacup, the elder grandmaster clears his throat with a stern expression, offering a quick apology for his blunt attitude before cutting straight to the chase. Leaning forward with sharp, demanding eyes, the Mount Hua elder bluntly asks the million-dollar question. Does the Namgang clan actually know where the real great rejuvenation pill is hidden? Sigh. Smirking with polished political charm, the second young master admits he has no clue about the pill's current location, but smoothly pivots the conversation by asking if another equivalent artifact would satisfy their demands instead. The room falls dead silent as the suggestion hangs in the air, leaving both masterminds locked in an intense psychological staring contest over the banquet table. Grin? Flashing a sly, confident smile, the second young master proposes that if the Namgang clan can deliver a legendary treasure equal in power to the divine elixir, Mount Hua still stands to gain everything without losing a single thing. Turning away thoughtfully, the veteran elder mutters that he's never heard of the Namgang clan holding such a treasure, though the second young master quickly reassures him that their clan's vast intelligence network can scour the entire Anhui region to find it. Clasping his hands with a charming nod, the second young master playfully asks if Mount Hua will accept this deal. Honestly, look at this guy's dramatic hand pose. He's acting like a smooth-talking used car salesman selling ancient martial artifacts. Staring down at his tea in deep calculation, the elder weighs the massive political clout his clan would secure if they become the very first major faction to establish a direct exchange with Mount Hua. Realizing the potential payoff is way too big to pass up, the elder turns back to the young strategist and demands to know what the second young master wants in return for this grand favor. Squeeze. Beneath the table, the second young master tightly grips his own hands, hiding his intense excitement as his master plan to steal the family throne falls perfectly into place. Meanwhile, deep inside a lush, sunlit mountain forest, breeze rustles through the leaves as Sowa's dad frantically asks her where on earth she plans to find an elixir that can rival the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill in just 2 days. Swoosh! Sprinting at top speed through the canopy, Sowa casually asks her father if he's ever heard of the legendary treasure known as the Heavenly Bow Turtlehead. Gliding alongside her with total grace, her dad confirms he knows the legend, pointing out that it was a priceless treasure hidden away by the infamous great far-roaming thief back in the day. Tap! Gently touching a tree trunk as they land, her dad points out that the whole story was eventually exposed as a fake rumor meant to stir up human greed and send foolish cultivators on a wild goose chase. Flutter! Standing high on a mossy branch with her battle ponytail blowing in the wind, Seohua firmly denies the skepticism, assuring her dad that the treasure is 100% real and hidden right in this exact region. Looking out over the forest, Seohwa reflects on her past life memories, remembering that a brilliant cultivator actually solved the thief's ancient riddle and claimed the cave's hidden fortune years later. She glides down toward the trunk, remarking how petty humans often spread rumors that a treasure's fake just because they couldn't find it themselves. Talk about a classic case of sour grapes. Gleam. Sunlight sparkles through her dark hair as Seohwa realizes the Heavenly Bow Turtlehead was only labeled a myth because greedy martial artists hid the truth to keep others from searching for it. Landing beside her father in a quiet clearing, Seohwa confidently announces that by deciphering the original clues, she has tracked the treasure's location directly to this mountain. Panorama! High above the dense forest canopy, a towering ancient rock formation shoots up into the sky, the famous Turtle's Head Rock, where any ordinary treasure hunter would naturally start digging. Dash! Vaulting off the dirt path, Seohwa's dad asks what the heavenly bow part of the riddle means, admitting he's equally curious about how it connects to a giant pile of rocks. Stopping in her tracks, Seohwa explains that while bow of the heavens typically refers to a rainbow, historical records show that rainbows almost never form around Turtlehead Rock. Crunch! Striding deeper into the shadowed thicket, Seohwa reveals that they are standing in a place known locally by a sinister alternative name, the Blood Bow. Freeze! Her eyes widen as she notices a creepy crimson mist settling over the woods, realizing that the red bridge locals frequently report seeing here isn't a rainbow at all. Slash! Out of nowhere, a blinding cyan arc of sword energy splits the darkness, drenching the leaves in fresh monster blood before her father can even shout a warning. Thud! A hideous severed beast head tumbles across the dirt floor, revealing the terrifying mutated monsters lurking within these shadowed woods. Swing! Drawing her sleek steel blade with fluid precision, Seohwa stands back-to-back with her father as low growls begin echoing from every single direction. Sweat drips down her dad's cheek as he finally remembers the dark folklore surrounding this cursed valley. It's not just a mountain landmark, it's the notorious breeding ground of demonic ape monsters. Warning! The atmosphere plunges into sub-zero horror as text confirms they've stepped straight into a swarm of murderous, bloodthirsty demonic apes. Glow! Dozens of evil, glowing red eyes light up the dark canopy like a nightmare display. Seriously, if you ever see this many red dots in a dark forest, it's time to turn back and call it a day. Staring up at the rustling branches, Selwa asks if fighting through an entire horde of demonic beasts is really worth getting the treasure, but her dad grimly reassures her that the two of them can easily clean house. Swoosh! Ignoring his own safety, her dad leaps straight into the shadows with his sword drawn, begging his precious daughter not to get a single scratch on herself during the fight. Flash! Not about to sit back and play the damsel in distress, Seolwa propels herself forward like a lightning bolt, her eyes locked on the targets above. Boom! With insane speed, she kicks off the terrain, leaving a trail of shimmering blue chi in her wake as the battle erupts into high gear. Whirlwind! Spin slashing through midair, Selwa unleashed a massive 360-degree storm of sword light, dicing through multiple attacking apes before they can even reach her. Roar! A massive ape monster with razor-sharp fangs and glowing red eyes lunges down from a high branch, snapping its jaws in pure feral fury. Slice! With icy calm, Seolhwa cleanly sidesteps the pounce and delivers a fatal diagonal slash, painting the background in a gorgeous fountain of blood. Rumble! More beastly shapes rain down from above as internal text notes that while wishes create sacred beasts, raw malice and grudges spawn demonic monstrosities like these. Zip! Weaving through the falling horde with unbelievable agility, Selwood dodges razor-sharp claws by mere millimeters, looking like an absolute action movie protagonist. Claw! Swarming the trees, the apes screech in rage, fueled by centuries of pure hatred and resentment toward all human invaders. Glancing over her shoulder, Seolwa watches another beast spring toward her neck, her expression remaining totally unbothered despite the chaos unfolding around her. Zoom in! Up close, the monster's blood-red eyes reflect an endless abyss of grudge and malice against the world man. The artist went all out on the monster details here. Raising her sword directly over her head in a formal stance, Selhwa softly whispers an apology to the creatures before unleashing her true power. Shadow. Her lower face dips into shadow as her breathing slows, channeling her newly purified peak realm internal energy straight into her blade. Ignite! Blazing crimson flames erupt around her sword like a roaring inferno as Seolwa vows to push past this obstacle no matter what stands in her way. Strike! Executing a flawless overhead strike, she brings the blazing sword crashing down with the weight of a falling meteor. Explosion! A colossal column of fiery red sword chi blasts across the forest, vaporizing the entire ape horde in a single jaw-dropping ultimate move. Crack! The sheer impact of her strike literally splits the massive mountain trees and solid ground in half, proving that this 13-year-old prodigy is an absolute force of nature. Boom! Talk about an entry! With a single overhead strike, Selhwa unleashes a colossal column of fiery sword chi that literally splits a massive mountain tree straight down the middle. Glow. As the smoke clears, internal text reveals Seolhwa's unshakable resolve. She vows that no matter how much resentment or raw malice these demonic beasts hold, her own determination will always reign supreme. Swing! Gently sliding her blade back into its sheath, Selhwa casually remarks that these ape monsters are way more persistent than she expected. Her dad nods beside her, sighing that it sure would have been convenient if the beasts had just surrendered instead of fighting to the death. Turning around with those sharp, observant eyes, Seolwa points out that even if these creatures have some intelligence, surrendering was never an option for them, because deep down, they know exactly how cruel human beings can be. Commentary: honestly, she's only 13 years old and already dropping deep, dark philosophical life lessons mid-combat. Talk about main character energy. Tap, tap. As the two start strolling down the quiet, shadowed forest path, Dad gets curious and asks where on earth she picked up such a grim story. Selhwa doesn't even skip a beat, casually bringing up the famous, extremely stomach-turning delicacy known as monkey brain cuisine. Crunch! Stepping past the fresh beast corpses littering the trail, her dad breaks down the dark folklore behind it, recalling how hunters would tie tiny bells to the monkey's wrists and ankles just to check if the animals were still alive while people ate. Selhua cringes in disgust, wondering why humans would ever eat an animal's brain when the world is already filled with so much normal, delicious food. Commentary? Yeah, I'm 100 on Selhua's side here. Whoever thought up that menu item in ancient times definitely lost their mind. Stip! Her boots crunch against something solid hidden under the overgrown leaves, revealing a pile of long-abandoned animal bones and a shattered rib cage. Rustle! Dad suddenly stops in his tracks and extends a protective hand in front of Selwa, noticing something hidden right behind the dense wall of green ivy. Reaching forward, Dad pulls back the hanging foliage to uncover a shadowed cave entrance hiding an eerie, bleached skull resting beside a rib cage. Point! Gently tugging her dad's sleeve, Selwa points across the clearing toward another secluded, vine-draped opening built right into the rock wall. Commentary. Notice how the artist uses these cold, eerie blue light filters here? It totally ramps up the unearthly cave investigation vibe. Extending her finger, she directs her dad's attention straight into the dim, mossy cavern waiting just ahead. Gasp! Stepping inside the shadowed cave, the dim ambient light reveals dozens of tiny animal skeletons and miniature skulls piled together across the damp stone floor. Dad crouches down on one knee to inspect the remains, realizing with a heavy sigh that this isn't a buried treasure hoard at all. It's a hidden graveyard filled entirely with the bones of baby monkeys. Selwa asks why the beast would gather them here, and her dad explains the heartbreaking truth. The adult monkeys hid their dead offspring in this secret cavern so greedy human hunters wouldn't strip their fur and bones to sell at the market. Commentary, man, this story went from high-octane monster slasher to an absolute emotional tragedy real fast. My heart can't handle this tone shift. Looking up thoughtfully, Selwa suddenly gets a flash of realization, remembering how hunters always complained that monkey hunting was nearly impossible during the freezing winter months because the beasts hid high in the trees or deep inside caves. Thud. Slumping down against the cave wall, Selwa takes a deep breath and admits out loud that her entire treasure deduction was completely dead wrong from the start. Hugging her knees, she explains that monkey brain cuisine was actually a seasonal summer dish, which means hunters swarmed these woods back then for game, not to chase some mythical treasure thief. Flash, a glowing red text bubble hovers over a misty backdrop as the grim reality settles in. The legendary blood bow riddle was never referring to a colorful rainbow around the mountain. Shiver. The terrifying truth is revealed. That famous red mist reported by locals was actually evaporated blood gushing from thousands of slaughtered monkeys rising into the humid summer air under the scorching sun. Commentary. Bro, that is ridiculously dark for a martial arts story. I am literally never looking at a red sunrise the same way ever again. Sitting on the cold stone across from her, Dad mutters how utterly horrific that history is, while Selhua slumps down in defeat, complaining that they hiked all the way out into this cursed valley for absolutely nothing. Resting her chin on her knees, she admits she has zero backup locations left to search for a treasure that could match the great rejuvenation pill. Sweat. Dad breaks into a super nervous, sweaty smile, awkwardly trying to lighten the heavy mood by asking if talking about the monkeys is making her feel down. Staring out toward the entrance, Siolwa softly remarks that after seeing how desperately those beasts tried to protect the bodies of their children, even monsters deserve a little pity. Sigh. Dad's expression turns deeply solemn as he gazes into the dark, muttering that every single parent in the world understands the unbearable agony of hearing their child cry out in fear. Commentary? Check out that dramatic, shadowy lighting on Dad's face. You just know a tragic backstory flashback is about to hit us like a runaway train. Flashback. We cut back years into the past to an incredibly cute panel of baby Seolhwa sleeping soundly wrapped in a soft yellow blanket, complete with a tiny flower accessory pinned in her dark hair. Pat, pat, her loving mother gently cradles the precious infant against her chest, softly humming a quiet lullaby to keep her cozy and safe. Inside a luxurious traveling carriage, Dad sits across from them in pristine white robes, turning his head toward the door as loud, chaotic shouts echo outside from a sudden bandit ambush on a passing merchant group. Turning toward her husband, Mom gives him a calm, understanding look and encourages him to step outside and help the struggling merchant guards. Smile! Holding sleeping baby Seolwa tightly, Mom playfully reassures him not to worry about them, boasting that they'll be completely safe since the leader of the elite Golden Dragon squad is standing guard right outside. Swoon! Dad leans over and leaves a sweet, tender kiss on his wife's cheek, framed by glowing cherry blossom petals and warm golden sunlight. Seriously, this family was so ridiculously wholesome. Commentary. Pro tip for Webtoon fans: whenever a happy family moment gets this sparkling and beautiful, brace yourselves because heartbreak is guaranteed in 3, 2, 1. Crackle. The idyllic memory suddenly shatters into a blood-red nightmare of roaring flames, with chilling dark text revealing that he was only stepped away for a single split second. Pitter-patter. Boots sprint furiously across blood-stained ground as Dad races back toward the carriage site in pure, unadulterated panic. Gasp! His eyes widen in sheer horror, his throat tightening as he catches sight of the devastation waiting for him. Crash! Flames consume the shattered carriage wreckage, with Dad screaming out in complete despair for his wife and baby Seolhwa. Cough. A heavily wounded guard lies collapsed on the dirt, coughing up fresh blood as he weakly calls out to his young master. Dash! Dad drops down beside the dying Golden Dragon squad leader, clutching him frantically while begging to know what happened to his family. Point, raising a trembling, blood-soaked hand with his absolute last breath, the squad leader weakly points off into the dark, shadowed forest, pleading with his master to hurry before his eyes go lifeless. Commentary? The pacing in this sequence is unreal. The artist is pulling out all the stops to make us feel every bit of Dad's agonizing panic. Whoosh! Sprinting at breakneck speed through the pitch-black woods, Dad internally prays with every fiber of his soul, screaming at himself not to be too late. Leaves and branches whip past his terrified face as he pushes his internal key to the absolute limit, sweat and tears streaming down his cheeks. Zoom. With wide, frantic eyes, a single desperate thought repeats over and over in his mind. Please let my little girl still be alive. Freeze! Bursting into a dark clearing, Dad spots a squad of stealthy masked assassins clad in black robes, with one of them clutching baby Seolhwa in his arms. Slash. Exploding with murderous rage, Dad unleashes a blinding arc of cyan sword energy, cleanly decapitating the first assassin on sight. Swing! Spinning through midair like a lethal storm of sword light, he slices through another masked rogue before the man can even raise his blade. Clang! He clashes swords with another attacker, but his heart drops into his stomach as he notices the main assassin holding baby Seolhwa sprinting straight toward a massive cliff edge. Commentary. Man, these black-robed assassins are utterly heartless. Who kidnaps a tiny baby and runs straight toward a precipice? Tears. Up close, tiny baby Seolhwa looks up with big, tear-filled eyes, whimpering for her dad as she gets dragged away into the night. Shock. Dad's face contorts in pure nightmare-fuel horror as he locks eyes with the assassin, realizing the killer has zero intention of negotiating. Leap! Without a single second of hesitation, the masked assassin dives backward off the towering cliff edge, straight into the pitch-black abyss below, tightly clutching baby Seolhwa to his chest. Zoom! Dad hurls his body toward the edge of the precipice, desperately extending his arm into thin air in a frantic attempt to catch them before they fall. Panorama. In a chilling final shot, the assassin plunges into the dark, misty canyon with baby Seolhwa in his grip, leaving Dad standing helplessly atop the massive cliff in total, soul-crushing agony. Scream! A blood-curdling echo shatters the silence as Dad's desperate voice screams out into the pitch-black void, setting off a chilling sequence of events. Splash! Cut back to that horrific flashback where Dad unleashes a roaring, glowing blue arc of sword energy in pure, unadulterated fury. Swoosh! Spinning through midair, he slices down with lethal precision, blood splattering across the dark backdrop as he fights like a man possessed. Thud. Collapsing to his knees right at the edge of the towering cliff, Dad stares into the abyss in total soul-destroying agony. Commentary. Man, this artist really knows how to deliver emotional damage. Seeing a top-tier martial artist completely broken on his knees hit way too hard. Standing completely frozen atop the precipice as cold, eerie mist rolls over the edge, Dad looks like a hollow shell of his former self. Crack! A high-pitched ringing noise echoes through his mind as the panel literally shatters like glass, framing his lone, devastated silhouette. Zoom! Close up on his face, visible through the cracking shards of reality, his eyes completely dead, lost in an endless sea of grief. Flash! An ominous dark screen hovers with crimson text. That fateful day, he heard the sound of his entire world crumbling into dust. Commentary: okay, dramatic text overlay, on point. The atmosphere in this scene is genuinely sub-zero chill level. Transitioning back to the present day inside the dim cavern, Dad slumps against the rough stone wall, bitterly confessing that his own arrogance made him lower his guard against a cruel world. Sitting across from him in the mossy cave, Seohwa quietly listens, gently noting that if she hadn't made it back, he probably would have gone completely mad with sorrow. Wide shot of the shadowed cavern as Dad looks up, soft-eyed and admitting that finding his daughter alive gave him a second chance at life. Seohwa warns that next time luck might not be on her side, but Dad immediately cuts her off, pleading with her not to speak about such dark scenarios. Commentary: classic parent move right there. Dad's practically plugging his ears going, la la la, I can't hear you, because he's terrified of losing her again. Step. Seohwa slowly stands up in the dim cave light, telling her dad point blank that he still doesn't get the harsh reality of their world. Dad squints in confusion as Seohwa poses a heavy question. What if she were placed under some kind of mind control or a suggestion spell? Swing! Without a second thought, Seohwa unsheaths her blade and levels it straight at her dad's chest, asking what he'd do if she tried to kill him. Before he can even process her words, Seohwa lunges forward, swinging a blazing arc of blue sword light right at his head. Commentary: whoa, hold up. Talk about dynamic family therapy. Going from heartwarming flashbacks straight to lethal sword sparring is crazy. Oof, heavy sound effects hit the panel as Dad instinctually reacts to avoid the incoming strike. Dad's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he feels the sharp wind of her blade. She didn't pull her punch at all. Sliding across the cavern floor in a quick retreat, Dad stares at her in shock, completely stunned by her sudden deadly assault. Whoosh! Seohwa lunges right back into his space with another violent slash, shouting at him to consider what happens if enemies kidnap her again. Commentary: look at that fluid motion blur. The choreography in this cavern fight is super clean. She presses her attack relentlessly, firing off a flurry of sword aura while asking what happens if she gets stripped of her clan title or never returns. Boom! Seohwa's blade slams into the stone ground, pulverizing nearby animal bones into flying debris. Panic. Dad yells her name out loud, terrified that she's pushing her internal chi too far or losing control. Dad leaps backward in a blur, dodging another deadly wave of sword aura cutting through the dirt floor. Tap! His boots touch down as he frantically tries to create distance without drawing his own weapon to fight back. Flip! Dad executes an insanely smooth midair backflip, narrowly escaping another sweeping strike from his daughter. Commentary: honestly, Dad's dodge mechanics are maxed out. Man is playing Dark Souls on no-hit mode right now. Seohwa pushes forward like an unstoppable hurricane, refusing to grant him even a single second to catch his breath. Spinning upside down right above his head, in midair, Seohwa contorts her body with unbelievable agility. Looking down at him from above, Seohwa cold-heartedly tells him that he still has no idea how unforgiving the world truly is. Close-up of Dad softly contradicting her as his suppressed internal energy explodes outward, shattering the cave walls around him. Crash! The entrance of the cavern blows apart, bringing both of them bursting out into the brilliant sunlit open air. Facing her amidst the flying dust, Dad shouts back, asking if she thinks he's making all these sacrifices just because he's clueless. Commentary: switching from the gloomy blue cave lighting to bright golden sunlight right as the emotional climax hits. Masterclass visual storytelling. Standing encircled by swirling white wind, Dad opens up, admitting he surrendered all his ambition and noble standing just to keep them away from disaster. Seohwa turns her gaze toward him through the mist, demanding to know what it is he thinks she's missing. Shadow! Her dark hair falls over her eyes as Seohwa drops the ultimate truth bomb, asking when on earth he plans to actually draw his sword and fight. Standing firm in the misty field, Seohwa openly asks if retreating from every conflict is what he honestly calls making an effort. She stares into his soul, challenging his belief that doing nothing will ever keep them safe from real monsters. Commentary: ouch! Seohwa just completely dismantled his entire pacifist philosophy with 2 sentences. Reality check delivered. Shock. Extreme close-up on Dad's eye as her piercing words hit him like a physical blow, sending shockwaves through his heart. Profile shot of Dad standing completely stunned in the sunlight, realizing his protective bubble was actually an illusion all along.
Dash! Seolhwa charges in for one last absolute all-out strike, channeling every bit of her determination into this final attack. Clash! Tears glisten in Seolhwa's eyes as her sword slams directly into Dad's weapon with a deafening burst of light. Boom! A massive shockwave of wind and dust billows outward across the grassy clearing from their final impact. Close-up of Dad's hand tightly gripping his ornate sword scabbard, finally holding his ground with unwavering strength. Block! Dad firmly stops her full-force strike using his sheathed blade, standing as an unyielding wall before her. Seolhwa pants heavily against his block, while Dad looks down at her with an incredibly soft, deeply understanding expression. Commentary: that look on Dad's face says it all. He finally gets what his daughter has been trying to tell him this whole time. Clatter, letting her sword slip from her trembling grip, Seolhwa drops her weapon as Dad steps forward and wraps his arms tightly around her. Pulling her close into a protective hug, Dad cradles her against his chest, letting all the built-up tension wash away in the warm breeze. Hugging him back tightly, Seolhwa softly asks if she really matters to him, and Dad instantly reassures her that she means the entire world to him. Resting her head on his shoulder, Seolhwa firmly vows that she refuses to stay weak and hide away from danger ever again. Sparkle! Looking up at him with big, resolute eyes framed by floating purple blossoms, Seolhwa tells him he has to step up and follow her lead, and Dad's sharp, determined look proves he's finally ready to take on the world together. Kneeling down in the quiet cavern, Dad looks his daughter in the eye and apologizes with everything he's got for being such a weak parent, while both of their blades rest silently on the cold stone ground. Reaching out a tender hand, he finally accepts that running away from destiny won't change anything, realizing that whatever fate has in store will inevitably find them. Surrounded by floating purple blossoms, he makes a solemn vow to rediscover his lost courage and officially step up as the true leader of the family. Locking eyes with Seolhwa, he swears to dive straight into the chaos and fight by her side no matter how dangerous things get, leaving her completely speechlessly touched. Commentary? Honestly, seeing Dad finally drop the coward act and unlock his main character energy gives me chills. Talk about top-tier character development. As the clouds clear to reveal a vibrant blue sky, both of them align their path forward, united as an unstoppable father-daughter duo. Back on the rocky cavern floor, a soft, ethereal glow suddenly begins to pulse beneath their crossed swords, taking both of them completely by surprise. Ancient mystical characters embedded deep within the stone floor start to crackle with energy through the swirling mist. Woong! A blinding circular magic formation ignites right under their feet, radiating with electric blue light as mysterious glyphs spin into life. Commentary: wait, check out that glowing blue spell circle art. It literally looks like an ancient sci-fi portal opening up right in the middle of a martial arts comic. Bright arcs of energy trace across the cavern floor, intertwining into a complex, ancient array that spans the entire ground. Dad and Seolhwa look down in awe as the intense light beams upward, illuminating the dark shadows around them. Leaping to her feet, Seolhwa instantly recognizes the magical resonance, realizing they've stumbled onto an ancient, hidden formation. Dad's jaw practically hits the floor as he gazes around at the sudden transformation of their surroundings, completely speechless. Commentary: classic dad face right there, man. Was just having a deep emotional talk and suddenly the floor turned into a rave party. Tap. Crossing over the threshold, they step onto a glowing blue path of light that bridges across the subterranean stone. Down close, light pulses softly beneath their boots as each step triggers shimmering ripples of energy. Whoosh! A glowing magical ribbon arcs gracefully through the air, leading them toward a secret chamber hidden deep within the cavern. Looking down at the hidden compartment, Seolhwa realizes the secret clue wasn't pointing underneath the rainbow at all, but far beyond it. Commentary: gotta give props to the ancient martial arts masters. Their puzzle design and secret floor compartments put modern bank vaults to absolute shame. Clack! Dad reaches down into the secret stone compartment and lifts up an exquisite green jade tassel, along with a decorated treasure box. Seolhwa leans over his shoulder with wide, curious eyes as he pulls out the long-lost artifact from its resting place. Resting in his palm is the 1,000th fragment of the heavens, a stunning fan-shaped green jade plaque glittering with golden light. Examining the container, Seolhwa marvels at their luck. They actually found the legendary golden dragon jade blood treasure completely intact. Commentary: imagine casually stumbling onto a once-in-a-century godly treasure while trying to resolve family drama in a random cave. Walking along a lush, sunny mountain trail, Dad explains that this miraculous elixir is so rare, it only appears once every 100 years and can even help one master poison-warding astral energy. Dad sighs with a playful grin, mentioning it's a real shame they have to hand over such a supreme treasure to the Mount Hua sect just to keep the peace. Seolhwa abruptly freezes in her tracks, whipping her head around in utter confusion to ask why on earth they'd ever give away something so valuable. Turning into a hilariously clueless chibi version of himself, Dad blinks in confusion, asking if she wasn't planning on handing it over instead of the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Commentary: look at Dad's clueless expression here. He really thought his genius daughter was just out here giving away legendary loot like party favors. A close-up shot showcases the beautifully wrapped green and gold box holding the priceless elixir, gleaming like the ultimate prize. Transitioning to the Grand Hall, the Namgung clan elders sit formally across a low tea table from a delegation of visiting Mount Hua representatives. Selwa gracefully sips her tea while the Mount Hua elder chuckles warmly, praising her impressive maturity while Dad proudly laughs along. Settling down her teacup, Seolhwa keeps a cool, unreadable expression as the elder rambles on about how deep family ties can never be easily broken. Commentary: Seolhwa's poker face is maxed out right now. She knows these old guys didn't travel all this way just to drink tea and exchange polite pleasantries. Across the table, the young Mount Hua disciple Yu Kang sits up straight, his heart beating fast as he desperately wishes for her to remember him. Sparkle! Yu Kang turns into an overly dramatic anime chibi with giant sparkly eyes, silently screaming for her to recognize him from their previous encounter. With a cold, unbothered glance, Seolhwa casually dismisses him, stating she remembers their meeting as a completely unremarkable brief walk in the park, instantly shattering his pride. Yu Kang slumps over in total emotional defeat, while the Mount Hua elder breaks into a nervous sweat, trying to ignore the awkward atmosphere. Ouch. Seolhwa just hit him with the ultimate, I don't even know who you are damage. Emotional damage at its finest. Clearing his throat, the old elder tries to recover his composure and shift the mood back to serious business. Cutting straight through the pleasantries, Seolhwa boldly notes that visitors coming to offer genuine congratulations don't usually show up empty-handed. Slam! The hot-headed Mount Hua disciple sitting nearby snaps, angrily demanding to know if she's daring to insult the honorable Mount Hua sect. Unfazed, Seolhwa calmly rests her hand on her chin, pointing out that their sweet words don't match their actions and demanding they reveal their true motives. Commentary: Seolhwa sitting there calmly sipping tea while calling out a whole top-tier sect is peak savage behavior. Stop. The old elder quickly holds up a firm hand, signaling his hot-headed disciple to back down before things escalate. Putting on a fake smile, the elder sheepishly apologizes, claiming they came in such a rush that they simply didn't have time to prepare a gift. Leaning forward with a sly grin, the old man drops his polite mask and gets straight to the point. He admits he heard rumors that they obtained the Great Rejuvenation Pill after snatching it from the notorious Black Cloud Gang in Shaanxi. Commentary: look at how fast these sect elders turn into vultures the second a rare cultivation pill is mentioned. While the old man assumes she'll try to deny it, Seolhwa bluntly cuts him off and confirms that it's completely true. Gasp! The elder's jaw drops into a high-pitched comedic shock effect, completely floored by how casually she admitted it. As Seolhwa takes another leisurely sip of tea, the elder and his disciple choke on their own breath, stunned that she isn't even trying to play hide-and-seek. Sweating profusely, the elder stammers out that the pill originally belonged to Mount Hua, demanding she return it to its rightful owners immediately. Commentary: the shamelessness of this old guy claiming finders keepers on a pill he lost to bandits is honestly hilarious. Seolhwa smiles over her tea, firing back that if they're using original owner logic, wouldn't the pill actually belong to Shaolin? The room goes dead silent as Seolhwa looks him dead in the eye, challenging him to prove that Mount Hua ever actually paid for it. The elder sits frozen in utter silence, completely backed into a corner with no valid comeback left. A flashback visual reveals the secretive, shady deal between Mount Hua and Shaolin, deal conducted in total secrecy that Mount Hua can never openly confess to. Commentary: Selwa's big-brain past life memories coming in clutch again. She knows all their dirty, dirty secrets before they even open their mouths. Selhua recalls how in her previous life, Mount Hua cowardly gave up searching for the pill the second it fell into the hands of unorthodox villain gangs. Staring down the hypocritical elders, Selhua sees right through their scheme, knowing they only showed up now because they mistakenly thought the Namgung clan was an easy target to bully. Ever wonder what happens when a smug sect elder tries to bully a reincarnated martial arts prodigy? Well, Selhua casually sips her tea and points out that as a respected Mount Hua elder, he ought to know just how deadly it'd be if the Great Rejuvenation Pill ended up in evil hands. With total ice in her veins, she looks him right in the eye and asks if he shouldn't actually be thanking her for covering up Mount Hua's embarrassing blunder, which instantly sends the old man's blood pressure through the roof as he screams at her for bringing up their disgrace. Barely keeping his composure, the elder leans in with a narrow glare, demanding to know if she ever actually planned on returning that godly pill to Shaolin, or if she's just keeping it for herself. Slam! Selhua drops an absolute bombshell by calmly declaring she doesn't even have the Great Rejuvenation Pill, causing the hot-headed disciple across from her to smash his fist onto the table in pure rage. Commentary: man, these hot-tempered side characters have zero chill, one minor inconvenience, and the furniture takes the full force of their emotional damage. Tack! Unbothered by the dramatic temper tantrum, Selhua's delicate hand reaches down and sits a gorgeous, ornate green jade box right in the center of the wooden table. The second that green container hits the wood, both the elder and his disciple freeze mid-breath, their jaws practically hitting the floor as they realize they're looking at the legendary golden dragon jade blood treasure. Stroking his long beard with greedy eyes, the elder tries to play it cool, muttering under his breath about how she was secretly flexing such a priceless artifact all along. Knowing Shaolin never actually paid for it, and that Selhua isn't about to hand over top-tier loot for free, the old man cuts to the chase and demands to know what her price is. Commentary: look at how fast his dignified Secmaster persona evaporated the moment real treasure entered the chat. Pure hypocrisy. Selhua slowly tilts her head, her calm gaze cutting right through his greed as she reminds him of a fundamental rule among warriors. She leans back with a subtle smirk and declares that since they're both martial artists, any disputes over ultimate treasure ought to be settled the old-fashioned way, through raw combat. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs over the grand hall as both factions stare each other down across the low tea table, setting up an absolute high-stakes showdown. Tick! A massive vein pops on the elder's forehead as he grimaces in utter disbelief, asking if this tiny girl is seriously challenging a legendary sectmaster to a duel right here, right now? Commentary: old man looks like he's about to hyperventilate. He was ready to bully a kid, not get called out for a 1v1 behind the local Denny's. Selhua instantly switches to full sass mode, waving her hand casually while pointing out that a grand elder fighting a young girl would be completely shameless and unfair. Totally falling for her bait, the elder waves his arms in a chaotic panic, frantically yelling that he's not an idiot and would never actually duel a kid, claiming he only said that because he was completely flabbergasted. Internally, the old hypocrite's brain is running at 100 miles an hour. He knows that even if he won, beating a young girl would ruin Mount Hua's reputation forever, making a victory completely useless. Selhua suddenly shifts her brilliant blue eyes toward the quiet, unsuspecting young disciple sitting next to him, locking him directly in her crosshairs. Commentary: that awkward moment when you're just trying to background NPC your way through a political meeting and the main character picks you as the sacrificial lamb. The entire room goes dead quiet as an imaginary spotlight hits the poor guy, who points at himself in absolute, horrified disbelief. Boom! The elder throws his arms out and officially nominates Yukong as Mount Hua's representative for the duel, sending the poor kid into an instant internal panic attack. Dripping with nervous sweat, Yukong frantically stammers to his master, asking why on earth they aren't sending his senior brother Yupo instead. As Yukong waves his hands in full-blown denial, the elder smoothly hypes him up, declaring that if Yupo is the elite, then Yukong is the bright future of Mount Hua. Commentary: talk about getting gaslit by your own master. The elder's out here throwing his disciple into the meat grinder with a fake pep talk. With a straight face, the old man insists that against the young lady of the Namgung clan, Yukong is the absolute ideal rival to represent their honor. Glow, Selhua flashes a dazzling, radiant smile backed by golden dragon energy, happily agreeing to the match because, as she puts it, she's the future of the Namgung clan too.
Zap! Invisible sparks explode between Seolhwa and the Mount Hua delegation as their gazes clash in midair, while poor Chibi Yukang melts into a puddle of dread in the background. Grabbing his throat in sheer agony, Yukang clutches his chest as his entire life flashes before his eyes, knowing he's heading straight into a trap. In his mind, a giant dark cloud of embarrassment looms over him as he remembers the painful truth. He already lost to this terrifying girl once before. Commentary: Bro is suffering from full PTSD before the fight even starts. You almost gotta feel bad for the guy. Thud, transitioning out to the massive stone courtyard, the atmosphere transforms instantly as both young fighters take their places on the open arena floor, gripping wooden training swords. Scratch? Yukang awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, letting out a heavy, defeated sigh before they even cross blades. Twirling her wooden blade with flawless precision, Seolhwa teases him, asking what happened to his big dream of clashing against the famous Sword of Azure Heaven. Yukang slumps his shoulders and groans that back then it felt like an equal fight, demanding to know what kind of monster training she's been doing behind closed doors. Smirk, trying to regain an ounce of his dignity, Yukang puffs out his chest with a cheeky grin, boasting that at least she's got good eyes for recognizing his talent. Closing his eyes for a brief moment of quiet resolve, Yukang glares toward his master on the balcony, accepting that with his sex reputation on the line, he's got to go all out no matter what happens. Chuck! Adopting a crisp martial arts stance, Yukang brings his sword to his chest and formally introduces himself as the first-generation disciple of Mount Ha, officially requesting the duel. Commentary: Okay, give respect where it's due. The kid might be terrified, but when it's time to lock in, his form looks super clean. Swoosh! Seolhwa smoothly extends her wooden sword toward him, her face cold and focused as she officially accepts the challenge under the Namgang name. A sharp autumn breeze sweeps across the courtyard, carrying intense battle aura as both prodigies freeze in place, waiting for the first person to break the silence. Clang! Breaking the silence like a bolt of lightning, Yukang leaps forward and brings his wooden blade down in a heavy strike, but Seolhwa effortlessly catches the blow on her sword. With effortless grace, Seolhwa redirects his momentum and glides backward through the dust, her long dark hair dancing in the slipstream. Shing! Yukang sweeps low with a blinding horizontal slash, but Seolhwa launches herself high into the air, dodging the arc by mere inches. Whoosh! The second Seolhwa touches down behind him, Yukang spins on a dime and lunges midair, a shimmering trail of pink plum blossom petals exploding around his blade. Crash! Pink blossom energy collides violently against Seolhwa's surging blue dragon aura, creating a blinding shockwave that rattles the stone pavement beneath them. Woong! Spiraling blue dragon energy swirls around Seolhwa's body as she twirls her wooden sword, effortlessly repelling every strike thrown her way. Commentary: Check out the visual contrast between the pink petals and blue dragon aura. The webtoon artist really cooked with these particle effects. Kang! Overlooking the battle from the balcony steps, Seolhwa's dad and the Mount Hua elder observe the rapid-fire exchange with sharp, analyzing eyes. Stroking his chin in genuine admiration, Dad nods along as the elder praises Yukang's technique, noting that the Mount Hua sword style is famous for being as seamless as it is flashy. Flashback-style aura wraps around Yukang as he pours his breath control into his blade, demonstrating mastery over complex sword forms far beyond his years. From the sidelines, the senior clan leaders watch intently, fully aware that this high-level duel is showcasing the next generation's elite powerhouses. Yeah, Yukang launches himself high overhead, descending like a hawk with a strike meant to symbolize the rugged, treacherous peaks of Mount Hua itself. Crackle! Red lightning energy surges down his arm into the wooden hilt as he executes the signature technique, carving a massive, jagged slash across the air. Narrowing his eyes with razor-sharp focus, Yukang unleashes an endlessly changing barrage of lightning-fast thrusts, aiming to overwhelm her defense completely. Spark! Wooden swords collide head-on in a brilliant flash of light, sending sharp shockwaves ringing across the entire training courtyard. Locking eyes at point-blank range, Yukang stares down at her with every ounce of power he's got, while Seolhwa looks up calmly, realizing he's using the exact same aggressive tempo from their past life. Flutter! Pink plum blossom petals burst into full bloom around Yukang's glowing wooden hilt as he prepares to unleash the absolute climax of Mount Hua's ultimate sword technique. Imagine challenging a legendary martial arts sect, only for them to talk big about your clan's dying legacy.
Facing down her opponent, Seolhwa boldly mocks Mount High's fading glory, declaring that their iconic plum blossoms withered away long ago and their old tree is barely clinging to life. Blood dripping from her lip, Seolhwa doesn't even flinch at the disrespect, scoffing that she hears that same empty trash talk all the time. Swoosh! With a sudden burst of energy, she leaps forward and slashes upwards, sending a brilliant arc slicing through the night air. Whoosh! Yukong channels every ounce of his inner strength, surrounding himself in a raging storm of pink plum blossom petals. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he vows that as long as he's breathing, Mount Hwa's honor will never fall. Crash! The atmosphere explodes into a dazzling display of pink and purple aura slashes as both young prodigies clash with absolute ferocity. Commentary. Bro turned a simple wooden sword spar into a full-blown budget Dragon Ball Z battle. The visual effects team was clearly paid by the particle. Shing! A blinding pink sword ray grazes right past Seolhwa's cheek, but her razor-sharp blue eyes remain completely calm as she tracks her opponent's every movement in slow motion. Swoosh! Dropping into a razor-thin low stance, Seolhwa glides across the courtyard tiles like water, effortlessly dodging Yukong's aggressive follow-up strike before launching her own blue energy surge. Chuck! Yukong twists his body mid-air to carve out a massive horizontal pink slash, trying desperately to keep the pressure on and catch her off balance. Thud! But Seolhwa's overwhelming momentum pushes him back, forcing Yukong to slide across the stone floor in a cloud of dust, while Seolhwa casually stands her ground, barely even winded. Commentary? Look at the posture difference here. Yukong is fighting for his life, while Seolhwa looks like she's just enjoying a light afternoon stroll. Gasping for air, Yukong admits internally that maybe one day he'll finally beat her, praying he gets stronger, while Seolhwa calmly lowers her wooden sword onto the pavement. Glow! Deep within Seolhwa, an intense, ominous red aura begins to ripple along her skin and neck as she decides to stop playing around and show him real martial arts mastery. Boom! Executing the legendary Great Derivation Heavenly Net technique, Seolhwa releases a terrifying web of crimson sword beams that instantly tear through the entire arena. Woong! Yukong panics and tries to summon his sex ultimate technique, the Pure Sword, surrounding himself in glowing pink energy to survive the incoming onslaught. Commentary? Man realized real quick that his master threw him to the wolves. He's pulling out every secret technique just to stay alive. Clang! The crimson net and pink blossom energy collide in midair with a deafening burst of light, shattering the silence of the grand courtyard. Psh! Massive shockwaves echo across the stone tiles as both opposing sword energies shred through the air in a violent contest of pure willpower. Flash! A blinding starburst of light erupts at the epicenter of the strike, blinding everyone watching from the balconies as the energy reaches its boiling point. Slice! Sharp residual slashes streak through the air, carving deep gashes into the surrounding environment as the dust finally begins to settle. Tap! Soft footsteps land lightly back on the solid ground, signaling the definitive end of the intense exchange. Ha! Ha! Yukong drops to his knees, sweat pouring down his forehead and gasping frantically for oxygen as his body completely gives out from exhaustion. Clack! Seolhwa gently rests the tip of her wooden training sword on the stone tile right in front of his face, ending the duel and decisive victory. Standing tall and unbothered, Seolhwa holds her sword pointed at the defeated disciple, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt who the true prodigy is. Commentary? Talk about an absolute reality check. Bro thought he was the main character until Seolhwa put him in his place with a piece of wood. Looking up in utter disbelief, Yukong stares at her with wide eyes, completely overwhelmed by the absurd gap in their skill levels. Flush! Instead of throwing a bitter tantrum, Yukong breaks into a warm, genuine smile, admitting out loud that she is seriously unbelievably strong. Seolhwa blinks in surprise, caught off guard by his wholesome sportsmanship. Instantly flipping back into her smug personality, Chibi Seolhwa boasts that of course she's strong, but gives him a tiny compliment saying he wasn't too bad either, which immediately offends his ego as he yells that he's the top disciple in his generation. Yukong stares at his wooden sword in confusion as Seolhwa casually turns around and begins walking away from the fighting ring. Swish! Passing right by his shoulder, Seolhwa drops a cold, hard truth bomb, telling him that his arrogant mindset is the exact reason he'll never reach the peak of martial arts. With a sly, knowing smirk, Seolhwa glances sideways, completely satisfied with how smoothly she handled the battle. blush. Yukang clutches his chest in deep embarrassment, realizing how badly he got schooled. While up on the balcony, Mount Hua's senior brother and elder look down with absolute fury in their eyes. Commentary. Look at senior brother's face in the back. His veins are about to pop because his junior just got hit with a verbal and physical combo move. Slam! Outraged by the humiliating defeat, Mount Hua's senior brother Yupio storms forward, screaming at top volume that Seohwa acted like an absolute coward, prompting her father to quickly pull her behind his back. Pointing an accusing finger, Yupio yells at the top of his lungs, claiming that hiding her true high-level skills during a friendly duel was a malicious act of deception. Step. Seohwa's father steps forward like an absolute boss, extending his arm to shut him down while sternly warning the Mount Hua disciple to mind his mouth, asserting that the battle was completely fair. Anger. Yupio completely loses his cool, flailing his arms in a dramatic temper tantrum while shouting how anyone could possibly call that a children's fight, while poor sweat-drenched Yukang desperately tries to hold his crazy senior brother back. Commentary. Senior brother is out here throwing a whole toddler rage fit because the sec lost a fair match. The salt levels are off the charts. Smirking back, Seohwa's father scoffs that concealing one's true power is a fundamental martial strategy, asking if Mount Hua has lost all basic etiquette and dignity. Thud! Heavy, authoritative footsteps ring out across the stone balcony as someone powerful decides to interject. Tack! The Grand Elder of Mount Hua steps down the stairs with a stern glare, commanding Yupio to shut his mouth and step back immediately. Walking towards Seohwa with narrow eyes, the elder remarks that Mount Hua's loss is undeniable, but asks where on earth a young girl learned such top-tier sword forms. Seohwa calmly replies that her grandfather taught her just a few days ago. Proud, resting her hand on her hip, Seohwa flexes with supreme confidence, reminding everyone that she is, after all, the granddaughter of the legendary Sword Emperor. Cutting straight to the point, Seohwa declares that since Mount Hua lost, she won't hand over the Golden Dragon Jade Blood Herb for free, but out of generosity, she's willing to offer 2 alternative proposals. The elder's jaw tightens in surprise. Seohwa lays out her first condition: produce concrete proof of the trade agreement between Mount Hua and Shaolin for the Great Rejuvenation Pill, though she secretly knows that's impossible for them to provide anyway. Fixing her gaze directly on the elder, Seohwa drops her real demand, boldly requesting an immediate face-to-face meeting with Mount Hua's supreme sect leader. Gulp! The elder's mouth tightens into a hard line as a dark, dangerous shadow falls over his face at her audacity. Boom! Losing his composure completely, the elder erupts with a terrifying crimson aura, his eyes burning with rage as he roars, demanding to know what secret information she actually possesses. Crash! The crushing aura pressure blast sweeps across the entire courtyard. Disciples cover their eyes in terror, while the Namgung guards instantly draw their steel, shouting for the Plum Blossom Divine Sword to stand down. Commentary? Old man completely threw away his dignity, getting so triggered by a kid's question that he unleashed a room-clearing ultimate move. Swoosh! Reacting instantly, Seohwa's father swoops down and places himself between his daughter and the storm, using his body as a shield against the elder's murderous intent. Rip! The sheer intensity of the elder's aura is so sharp that it literally slices through Seohwa's father's heavy fabric sleeve in midair. Pressure. The narrator notes that this is the legendary realm where momentum itself becomes a deadly blade, a stage of mastery where a master can cut down an opponent through sheer presence alone. Touch. Unfazed by the terrifying atmospheric pressure, Seohwa gently reaches out and touches her father's back, softly reassuring him that everything is okay and he can step back. Step. Walking right past her father's protective stance, Seohwa steps directly into the eye of the swirling aura storm without a single hint of fear. Glare. With her dark hair blowing wildly in the crimson wind, Seohwa locks her cold, brilliant blue eyes straight onto the enraged elder, standing her ground completely. Frish! Pink and red energy waves blast around her small frame, but Seohwa doesn't even flinch, proving her mental fortitude is built like a brick wall. Zap! The scene cuts to an epic split-screen showdown between Seohwa's glowing blue glare and the elder's blood-red eyes, as the elder curses her shameless, fearless arrogance, while Seohwa calls out his complete lack of honor. Commentary: what an absolute cliffhanger ending. The sheer aura clash between these two is unreal. Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for the next episode.
What happens when an arrogant elder tries to flex his aura on a little girl only to realize she's about to play him like a fiddle? Standing her ground, Seola calls out the old man's ridiculous double standards, asking why a grown martial arts master is throwing a temper tantrum over a kid just wanting a meeting with the sect leader. Surrounded by a terrifying pressure of swirling magenta energy, Seoha doesn't even sweat. The elder snarls that she must be hiding some dark secret, insisting that no sane kid would demand a private audience with Mount Hua's big boss without an ulterior motive. Instead of flinching, Seohua hits him with the ultimate counter-question, asking if he really intends to hurt an innocent child in broad daylight just because she knows something he doesn't. Whoosh! She points out the obvious elephant in the room. They're literally standing in the middle of the Namgung family courtyard, surrounded by dozens of armed guards. Commentary? Honestly, calling out an elder's bluff right in front of a live audience? That's peak main character behavior right there. Trying to save face, the elder strokes his beard and waxes poetic, claiming that true strength is like a rising flood. You can't blame the water for destroying everything in its path when it overflows. Seohwa just looks at him like he's stupid, coldly replying that compared to a real tidal wave, his little river flood is nothing more than a puddle. Snap! You can practically hear the old man's blood pressure spiking. Swoosh! Before the elder can even process her words, his overwhelming aura completely evaporates into thin air, leaving him standing there in total disbelief. The massive crimson domain shatters into nothingness. The elder stares at his own hands in absolute shock as the crushing pressure vanishes without leaving a single scratch on the pavement. Commentary: Bro thought he was cooking up an ultimate attack, but Seohwa basically hit him with the mute button. Gasping for air, the elder's mind reels as he realizes his high-tier aura wasn't just blocked, it was completely neutralized by an overwhelming force from above. Boom! Heavy pressure descends from the sky like an avalanche, casting a brilliant blue glow over the entire courtyard. The elder trembles in fear, muttering in panic because the monster he dreaded wasn't supposed to arrive for another 5 days. Roar! Emerging from the shadows, the Grand Sword Emperor himself appears, wrapped in a divine blue dragon aura that radiates raw, terrifying dominance. With eyes burning like cold steel, the Grand Patriarch roars with thunderous fury, demanding to know what kind of poisonous pest dared to crawl into his front yard to threaten his family. Commentary? Talk about terrible timing. Man picked the absolute worst day to bully a kid in her own backyard. Thud! Standing tall with his hands behind his back, the Sword Emperor casts a massive, intimidating shadow right over the trembling elder. Stepping forward to protect Seolha, the Patriarch asks coldly if Mount Hua is officially declaring war on the Namgung clan right here and now? Zap! The air grows so thick with murderous intent you could cut it with a knife as the Sword Emperor glares down at him, asking if he's actually prepared to pay the deadly price for laying a hand on his precious granddaughter. Sweat! Instant attitude adjustment. The elder immediately bows his head and starts sweating bullets, desperately trying to backpedal before he gets vaporized. Squeaking out excuses, the elder stammers that it was all just a friendly test to evaluate the young lady's impressive martial talents. Commentary: Look at him bowing and scraping. Bro went from ultimate final boss to humble customer service representative in 2 seconds flat. Crunch! Inside the Grand Council chamber, a fist trembles with intense frustration as the elders digest the humiliated retreat. Slam! An enraged Namgung official slams his desk, roaring that allowing those Mount Hua hypocrites to walk away after disrespecting them like that was an absolute disgrace. The other elders chime in, arguing that letting Mount Hua get away with such arrogant behavior is a massive stain on the Namgung clan's honorable reputation. Noise! The hall erupts into chaotic shouting as everyone demands to send an aggressive letter demanding a formal apology. Commentary: Classic elder behavior. All they know how to do is yell in committee meetings while the kids do all the heavy lifting. Silence! The clan master raises his hand with a heavy sigh, revealing that it was actually Seohwa herself who asked them not to turn this into a major political crisis. Rubbing his temples in exhaustion, the clan master reminds his loud officials to think 2 steps ahead about what would happen if they publicly tried to humiliate Mount Hua. He calmly explains that even though Mount Hua acted like rude bullies, they were still technically guests, and sending them home empty-handed already settled the score evenly. Turning toward his dark-haired son, the clan master calls out Chong Hae to hear his perspective on the matter. He asks Chong-hae directly about his original plans to establish a commercial and martial trade agreement with Mount Hua. Chong-hae lowers his gaze, admitting with a heavy heart that his judgment was flawed and he failed to see the bigger picture. Reflecting on the situation, Chong realizes that while a partnership would have brought economic gains, no one could have predicted Mount Hua's swordmaster acting like an unhinged brute. The clan master sits quietly on his high chair, listening intently as the younger generation steps up to speak real truth. Shifting his attention across the room, the patriarch calls upon young Chong to share his thoughts on the clan's future direction. Chong looks up, taking a deep breath as the entire room falls dead silent, waiting for his answer. Commentary: the art detail on Chong's outfit here is insane. The artist really cooked with those emerald jewels and silk embroidery. The senior elders glance back and forth, curious to see what this ambitious young warrior has to say about their current dilemma. Thud! Chong bows deeply before the assembly, boldly declaring that he never understood why a prestigious family like Namgung needed to ride on Mount Hua's coattails in the first place. Shocked whispers echo through the room as the elders react to his blunt, unfiltered call-out. Standing tall, Chung explains that during his 8 long years of traveling the martial world, he saw firsthand the sheer terror and respect the Namgung name commands across the continent. Glow, a legendary divine dragon emblem, erupts in cyan light behind him as Chong reminds everyone that bandits drop their weapons and evil sects scatter at the mere mention of Namgung. He warns the council that if they play second fiddle to Mount Hua, Namgung will forever be dragged around by another faction's selfish whims and desires. Hearing his passionate speech, the older elders begin nodding in agreement as his words hit them right in their pride. Commentary: finally someone said it. Relying on rival sects for clout is a guaranteed way to become a side character in your own story. Chong crosses his arms, declaring that the Namgung clan should never lower its head or take humiliation from anyone, no matter how powerful. One of the senior advisors strokes his white mustache, agreeing wholeheartedly with Chong's fierce stance. Atmospheric shadows drape over the traditional hall as the elders realize that relying on outside alliances is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Chong-hae listens attentively as Chong asks the council if they truly want to elevate the family's standing or if they're just letting angry blood cloud their judgment. His words ring clear across the silent hallway. If you're angry about being weak, the only real solution is to go out there and get stronger. Sitting high on his throne, the clan master looks down with approval, agreeing that today's humiliation isn't Mount Hua's fault at all. He firmly states that it's their own failure for not possessing absolute, unquestionable strength that deters enemies from ever trying them in the first place. Chong-hae gazes forward as his father delivers the ultimate mandate: build a domain so powerful that the entire martial world naturally looks up to it in awe. With eyes burning with vision, the clan master commands everyone in the room to turn Namgung into an untouchable superpower that bows to no one. Inspired by the inspiring speech, young Chong grips his hands tightly, his bright blue eyes fixed on a grand future for his clan. Creak! Outside the compound, as night falls over the bustling city streets illuminated by glowing lanterns, a sliding wooden door softly shuts, marking the beginning of a bold new chapter for the Namgung clan. Commentary? What an absolute masterclass in political maneuvering and hype building. Drop a like and subscribe so you don't miss the next epic breakdown. Ever wonder what happens when a secret plot threatens to destroy an entire martial arts sect from the inside? Inside a quiet room, an elder sips his tea, scoffing at rumors that the Namgung clan patriarch has somehow chilled out with age. Shaking his head in mild annoyance, he remains convinced that the old patriarch hasn't changed one single bit and is still as hot-headed as ever. A dark memory flashes across his mind, recalling the intense, unspoken grudges that have quietly brewed between these rival powerhouses over the years. Sighing softly, the elder grudgingly admits to himself that maybe, just maybe, the patriarch is slightly more refined now than he used to be back in the day. Commentary: gotta love how these martial arts elders spend half their lives holding petty grudges from 30 years ago like it's fresh drama. Knock, knock. Just as he murmurs about how tough it must be for Namgung, a quiet knock at the door announces the arrival of his top disciple, Yu Kang. Creak! The wooden sliding door glides open, and young Yu Kang steps into the softly lit room with a cautious expression. Yu Kang bows respectfully to greet his master, while the elder barely glances up, asking what could possibly bring his pupil here at such a late hour. Taking a deep breath, Yu Kang steps closer, confessing that there's a burning question keeping him up at night that he desperately needs answered. Commentary: coming into your master's room past midnight to ask dangerous questions is definitely a high-risk move in any manhwa. Getting straight to the point, Yu Kang asks if their trip to the Namgung clan was secretly meant to retrieve the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill. The elder doesn't deny it, prompting Yu Kang to ask why Mount Hua is so obsessed with getting their hands on a prized treasure that actually belongs to Shaolin. With an icy gaze, the elder shuts him down instantly, stating that classified information like that is far beyond a disciple's need to know. Clenching his fists, Yu Kang swallows his pride and pivots, asking if he can throw out one more crucial question instead. Commentary: the master's classic "that's none of your business" line is basically code for "I'm hiding something super shady." Lowering his head, Yu Kang boldly demands to know why his master sent him into a duel with the Namgun young lady in the first place. A cold sweat drop runs down his face as Yu Kang admits the bitter truth: he was completely outclassed and stood zero chance against her skill. He stares at the floor with trembling eyes, asking if his master knew all along that he was being sent in as total cannon fodder. Heavy shadows fall over the elder's face as he glares down at his student with an unreadable, stern glare. Commentary: the dramatic lighting in this panel really emphasizes the emotional gap between master and disciple. Top-notch art right here. Yu Kang repeats his question with a heavy heart, demanding to know why his own master deliberately set him up to taste humiliating defeat. Turning around with a calm smile, the elder lightly dismisses his worries, telling him that winning or losing isn't everything in the grand scheme of life. He explains that the duel was meant to open his eyes to the vast world outside and broaden his narrow perspective while he's still young. Yu Kang gazes back silently, processing his master's idealistic speech with a quiet nod of apparent realization. Commentary: yes, the old "I let you get beaten up so you could learn a life lesson" defense, a classic mentor cop-out. Bowing deeply, Yu Kang admits that the defeat humbled him and made him realize just how far he still has to go in his martial journey. Flash! Bright, cheerful rays burst behind Yu Kang as he smiles brightly, thanking his master for giving him such a valuable learning experience. Click! The door shuts behind him, cutting off the warm atmosphere in an instant. Step, step. As soon as Yu Kang walks out into the dimly lit hallway, his cheerful expression completely vanishes into thin air. Commentary: wow, talk about an instant character switch. Bro dropped the fake cheerful act faster than light. His eyes narrow into a sharp, icy glare, proving that he didn't buy his master's sweet explanation for a single second. A quick flashback hits his mind, remembering Seolwa's secret message telling him to meet her under the pine tree at the Western Training Grounds at midnight. Moving silently like a phantom, Yu Kang glides through the dark wooden corridors of the compound under the pale moonlight. Swoosh! He picks up the pace, rushing past the open courtyards as the midnight hour approaches fast. Commentary: the night lighting in these panels creates such an awesome stealth atmosphere, you can practically hear the ambient crickets. Hap! With an effortless leap, Yu Kang vaults over the roof tiles, disappearing into the cool night breeze toward the rendezvous point. Standing quietly under the rustling leaves of a massive pine tree, Seolwa waits patiently, her arms crossed as blue light bathes the courtyard. Hearing footsteps softly approach, Seolwa turns her gaze, completely unfazed by the darkness surrounding her. "Hey there!" Yu Kang waves casually with a bright grin, chuckling that she actually managed to find the secret spot without getting lost. Commentary: bro is trying so hard to play it cool after literally sneaking out like a ninja 2 seconds ago. Seolwa remarks she left early knowing he'd probably get lost, while Yu Kang cheerfully asks what urgent matter made her call him out in secret. Shine! Without wasting time on small talk, Seolwa thrusts a tightly folded letter into his hands, taking him completely by surprise. She instructs him to deliver the secret message directly to Mount Hua's sect leader, leaving Yu Kang totally bewildered. Scratching his head nervously, Yu Kang admits that's basically impossible because their sect leader has been in isolated closed-door cultivation for 2 full years. Commentary: notice how every time a main leader goes into closed-door cultivation in a martial arts story, it's 100% a cover-up for something tragic. Seolwa's mind races as she realizes that's the convenient cover story the higher-ups fed to all the gullible young disciples. She narrows her eyes, understanding why Yu Kang seemed so clueless earlier. He's been kept totally in the dark by his own sect elders. Leaning in close, Seolwa drops a massive bombshell, bluntly revealing that his sect leader isn't in secluded cultivation at all. Yukong stammers in disbelief, asking how she could know that. Sohwa sighs, revealing there's a hidden spot visited only by the elders where the leader is actually locked away. Commentary. Sohwa's detective skills are carrying this entire plot right now, honestly. Yukong scratches his chin, trying to figure out which quiet, off-limits spot the elders visit regularly on Mount Hua grounds. Realization hits him like a truck as he remembers the secluded outhouse behind the trees where he always sneaks off to slack off during practice. Bam! Yu Kang gasps in complete shock when Sohwa confirms that's the exact location. There? He yells in total disbelief. Freak out over, Sohwa steps right into his personal space, grabbing his attention as she reveals the dark reality. His sect leader is gravely ill and dying. Commentary? Finding out the Grand Master is held captive near the Slacker outhouse is both hilarious and terrifying. Huh? Yukong's eyes widen in sheer horror as Sohwa warns him that if the leader isn't cured immediately, his life will end very soon. Boom! Dark red aura pulses across the panel as Sohwa reveals an even deadlier truth. Someone inside Mount Hua is deliberately trying to murder the sect leader. Holding the paper tightly against his chest, Sohwa explains that while she doesn't know the traitor's identity, the secret note contains the exact method to save the leader's life. Looking straight into his eyes with dead seriousness, she warns him that this secret is all she knows, and the rest is entirely up to him. Commentary: the dramatic close-up and tension between them here is unmatched. Talk about high stakes. Yu Kang hesitates, asking why she's entrusting something so life or death to a low-tier disciple like him instead of just telling his master. Sohwa points a sharp finger, dropping the final piece of the puzzle. Why would Mount Hua lose the Shaolin pill unless somebody on the inside intentionally handed it over to enemies? Dropping a huge truth bomb, Sohwa looks Yu Kang dead in the eye and admits that out of the entire Mount Hua sect, there are only 2 people she actually trusts, and the first one is his dying sect leader. Pointing a sharp finger right at him, she delivers the dramatic hook. The second person she trusts is none other than Yu Kang himself, putting the entire fate of Mount Hua squarely on his shoulders. Gulping down his anxiety, Yukong clutches the secret letter tight against his chest, swearing he won't let it fall into anyone else's hands until he reads it himself to judge its truth. Sohwa casually tells him to do whatever he wants before shooing him off, warning that if her strict dad catches her sneaking around at midnight, he's going to completely blow a fuse. Commentary: honestly, dealing with overprotective martial arts dads is harder than surviving an assassination plot. As Yukong turns around with the most goofy, silly expression on his face, Sohwa stops in her tracks and blinks, utterly confused about what he's doing. Dropping his silly demeanor, Yukong turns back under the moonlight with a surprisingly genuine look, softly admitting that today's duel was actually pretty fun. He scratches his head and wonders if he could have ever been her true rival had he actually trained instead of slacking off, only for Sohwa to crush his dreams with a blunt, instant no. Defeated instantly, Yu Kang sits in a moody corner surrounded by dark clouds of depression, whimpering over why she had to break his heart so brutally. Commentary? Bro asked for honesty and got hit with a verbal nuclear strike. You gotta feel bad for the guy. Standing tall under the glowing night sky, Sohwa coolly explains that her talent completely transcends terms like genius or monster, telling him he'd literally have to die and be reborn to match her. Yukong pops up in a dramatic huff, angrily arguing what would happen if he somehow beats her without dying first, practically begging for a wager. With a mischievous spark, Sohwa offers to grant him any single wish he wants if he somehow accomplishes the impossible, instantly turning Yukong's eyes into sparking stars. Reinvigorated by the prize, Yukong aggressively points his finger, screaming that he's going to beat her no matter what it takes, leaving Sohwa instantly regretting her life choices. Commentary: the artist's comedic timing here is top-notch. Seeing Sohwa instantly regret making a bet with a shonen protagonist is gold. Striking a dramatic pose, Yu Kang raises his hand toward the sky, proudly shouting his full title as a first-gen disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He dramatizes the moment even further, screaming at the glowing full moon to stand witness to his grand oath of vengeance and rivalry. Swirling with sparkly main character energy, Yukong strikes a superhero landing pose under the night sky, vowing to the heavens that he will definitely conquer Namgung Sola one day. Sohwa just stares at his cringy anime outburst with a completely deadpan expression, telling him to just hurry up and get lost already. Commentary. Every main character needs a hype moment, but doing it in front of the person you lost to is crazy embarrassing. Rushing through the midnight courtyards, bewildered clan guards run around in confusion, convinced that Yukong's loud, dramatic screaming was actually the roar of a wild beast. As the sun begins to rise, warm morning light filters through the paper sliding doors, marking the arrival of a peaceful new day as Seolhwa opens up her room. Looking out at the quiet dawn, Seolhwa takes a deep breath, relieved that now that the Mount Hua delegation has finally left, she can finally focus on her own clan's business. Vibrant sunlight washes over the grand, pristine courtyards of the Namgung clan compound as early morning training gets underway. Commentary. The lighting shift from cool midnight blue to warm golden dawn really sells the transition between secret stealth plot and daily grind. Heading over to the training hall with high expectations, Seolhwa slides open the heavy wooden doors to check if her squad members have been keeping up with their practice. Inside, a dedicated warrior is pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink, trembling in a pool of his own sweat as he powers through push-ups. Boom! The entire hall is packed with intense action as squad members lift massive stone boulders, leap through the air, and swing heavy wooden logs with terrifying intensity. Suddenly, the chaotic sounds of intense training come to a screeching halt as the squad notices a shadow standing at the doorway, dropping their heavy equipment in total shock. Commentary. When the boss walks into the room unannounced and catches everyone actually grinding, the sheer panic in their eyes is hilarious. Stepping inside with a gentle, encouraging smile, Seolhwa casually greets her squad, asking if everyone has been keeping up with their physical training. An awkward, dead silence fills the large hall as the warriors stand frozen, completely speechless in her presence. Seolhwa blinks in confusion, wondering why the mood suddenly turned so heavy and tense all of a sudden. Sweating nervously, one of the rugged squad members timidly steps forward, clearing his throat to ask a super awkward question. Commentary. Imagine training under someone for weeks without even knowing their real identity. Talk about the ultimate undercover boss scenario. He sheepishly asks for her honorable name, leaving Seolhwa totally dumbfounded that they still hadn't figured out who she actually was after all this time. She plainly introduces herself as Namgung Seolhwa, causing the squad leader's jaw to drop so hard it practically hits the stone floor. Chaos erupts as the team members start yelling at each other in disbelief, with the squad leader dropping to his knees with a loud thud for raising his voice in front of the clan's young lady. Slapping his forehead against the floor, squad leader Namgung Jipyong formally bellows a booming greeting to young lady Seolhwa. Commentary. The dramatic shift from casual training buddy to ultimate high-ranking nobility respect is always peak comedy in manhwas. The rest of the squad members watch in absolute awe as their fearless squad leader bows down in complete submission. Following his lead one by one, the Red Dragon 11th squad members jump up and scream their names at the top of their lungs to introduce themselves. "Greetings, young lady Seolhwa!" They all shout in synchronized unity, bowing down flat on the stone ground. Seolhwa stands there looking utterly defeated by their dramatic overreaction, her eyes turning into empty white circles of deadpan exasperation. Commentary. Her expression right here is so relatable on so many levels. She just wanted a normal conversation. Sweat dropping heavily, Seolhwa awkwardly waves her hands, pleading with the entire squad to please stand up and stop overreacting. Trying to smooth things over, she praises their incredible stamina and energy after training, while the disciple proudly beams that it's all thanks to her top-tier guidance. Observing them with a sharp, analytical gaze, Seolhwa realizes that their growth rate is actually far exceeding her initial expectations. She notes to herself that while they might not have insane monster-level talent like Yu Kang, doubling their physical capacity in such a short time proves they have serious potential. Commentary. Seolhwa analyzing her squad stats like an RPG player is why she's such a great leader. Jupyeong brings up the upcoming promotion exam happening in just 7 days, and Seolhwa asks who will be evaluating their first round of testing. He explains that the Outer Hall unit leaders handle the initial trials, selecting 10 elite warriors per squad to compete in front of the entire clan during the Heavenly Martial Festival, making the disciples shudder in fear. Jipyeong proudly adds that everyone is so motivated they even showed up 30 minutes early today, filled with excitement for the upcoming test. With a warm and sincere expression, Seolhwa softly reveals that her long-held dream has always been to elevate every single one of them into Inner Hall warriors.
Commentary: a leader who genuinely cares about raising up her team instead of stepping on them is top-tier character writing.
She reminds Jipyoung of his past comment about how raw skill isn't everything in the complex politics of the Namgung clan, causing him to immediately bow his head in apology. Gliding past him, Seowa gently reassures him that she's not scolding him at all, but rather agreeing with his realistic point of view. Click! With a crisp, decisive sound, Seohwa firmly grips the hilt of her wooden training sword, preparing to make a massive statement. Radiating pure aura, with a magnificent golden dragon glowing behind her, Seohwa forcefully declares that from this day forward, she will personally act as their untouchable backer. Commentary: that panel with the golden dragon overlay goes unfathomably hard. Pure goosebumps moment. Shockwaves reverberate through the training room as the entire squad stands frozen in sheer awe of her overwhelming authority and backing. Swoosh! Slicing through the air with a powerful arc of purple energy, Seohwa vows that if any political games or unfair barriers stand in their way, she will personally slice right through them. Imagine walking into a room full of doubting warriors and completely shifting the energy with a single speech, because that is exactly what Seohwa is doing right now. She steps up to her squad and tells them straight up that while people might doubt someone who just returned to the family, they can bet everything on her if they just match her trust. Look at the squad leader's face right here. He is absolutely mesmerized. You can literally see the spark of realization hitting the crew as they realize their new boss isn't just royalty. She's got that undeniable leader aura. Clenching his fist like he's about to fight the entire world, the squad leader feels that raw grit surging through his veins. There's nothing quite like an inspirational speech from an overpowered MC to make grown men ready to run through a brick wall. Framed by gorgeous glowing lotus flowers, Seohwa looks like a divine goddess laying down the ultimate challenge, telling her team that for the next 7 days, their only job is to level up as much as humanly possible. Jipyoung stands there completely awestruck, looking up like he just witnessed a miracle descended from the heavens. Commentary: the art team really pulled out all the stops for these dramatic lighting effects. It's given pure main character enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, Jipyoung locks eyes with her, his jaw set in pure determination as he prepares to dedicate his entire soul to this training. "I, Namgung Jipyoung, will do my absolute best in training," he roars out, slamming his hands together in a crisp martial salute that echoes across the entire hall. That spark immediately catches fire with the rest of the squad as the disciples throw their fists into the air, screaming that they're going to push themselves past their limits even if it kills them. Instantly switching from majestic leader to deadpan comedy, Seohwa's face flattens into an empty white circle as she sweat drops, awkwardly begging them to please not actually die on her watch. Commentary: her face here is top-tier comedic gold, going from mythical god to disappointed babysitter in 2 seconds flat. Smirking with a playful glint in her eye, Seohwa twirls her wooden training sword like a pro, asking if anyone is brave enough to take her on in a duel right now to put that fresh resolve to the test. The moment she offers a duel, the entire squad instantly scrambles backward in total unison, leaving their poor squad leader standing at the front line all by himself. Veins popping on his forehead, Jipyoung glances back at his betrayal-happy teammates with pure annoyance while they hypocritically cheer him on to take the hit first. Commentary: gotta love how fast anime sidekicks sacrifice their leader the second a scary boss offers a fight. With a dramatic swoosh of his wooden blade, Jipyoung reluctantly accepts his fate and steps into a clean martial stance, ready to face the young lady head-on. Gripping his wooden sword tight, Jipyoung flashes a confident smirk, warning her that the 11th squad isn't the same wee crew she met before. They've actually leveled up. Dropping down into a razor-sharp sword stance, Seohwa softly murmurs, "Perfect," ready to show them what real elite technique actually looks like. She glances back with a mischievous wink and a subtle grin, hinting that if they think they've grown, she's been hiding some terrifying growth of her own. Rushing air and swirling clouds frame the grand training compound from high above as an explosive aura bursts out, promising an epic beatdown behind those wooden doors. Talk about high-tension timing. Just as the duo readies their blades for impact, the scene shifts, leaving the outcome of their intense sparring session to our imaginations. Crackling tension shifts over to the central estate grounds, where complex clan politics are brewing behind closed doors on this bright afternoon. Sitting quietly near the window with a warm cup of tea, an elderly master listens intently to the loud, chaotic battle cries reverberating from the distant outer training fields. Nodding in approval, the old elder remarks how good it is to hear the martial units grinding so hard, agreeing that real success requires shedding buckets of sweat. Stepping into the elegant room dressed in stunning, high-class noble robes, Selhwa catches the elder off guard as she turns around to greet him. Elder Council Head Namgung Pungak cuts straight through the small talk, calling her out on the intense, sharp gaze she displayed yesterday, the exact same fiery look she had 8 years ago before everything went down. Sitting across the wooden table with absolute dignity, Seolwa drops all pretense and speaks with total honesty, asking the Elder Council Head to officially lend her his powerful political backing. Commentary: watching Seolwa navigate high-stakes clan politics is just as thrilling as her sword duels. She's playing 4D chess out here. A dramatic close-up highlights the weathered, sharp features of Elder Namgung Pungak as he carefully weighs the heavy implications of her request. Taking a slow sip from his cup, Pungak realistically breaks down the political reality. Most of the council elders are already leaning toward supporting her rival, Chung Hae, and even he can't force them to change their minds overnight. With a subtle freeze frame on his hand resting by the teacup, the atmosphere in the study drops to a tense, expectant hush. Leaning forward with an authoritative gesture, Pungak points right at her, declaring that if she wants those stubborn old elders on her side, she has to prove her ultimate worth at the upcoming Heavenly Martial Festival. Without flinching for even a second, Seolhwa sets down her cup and coolly negotiates a specific deal, 30%. Pungak chuckles and agrees that if she can turn the minds of just 30% of the elders with her performance, he will personally step in and handle the rest of the political faction. Commentary: a leader who knows how to make calculated bets is peak MC material. 30% sounds easy until you remember how ancient clan elders operate. Clinking their teacups together in a formal pact, Seolwa vows to keep his conditions in mind, securing a vital line of support for her grand strategy. Later that afternoon, Seolwa gently dabs sweat off her face with a soft cloth after finishing another brutal round of training. A cheery handmaiden approaches her with a bright smile, asking if the young lady isn't completely exhausted after putting in so much physical work today. Seolhwa casually replies, "No, not really," while behind her on the floor, the entire squad of muscle-bound warriors lies unconscious in a hilarious heap of smoking defeat. Commentary: the comedic contrast between her fresh look and the body pile behind her is absolutely peak fiction. Sparkles practically shoot out of the handmaiden's eyes as she gushes about how honored she is to serve such an incredible master, leaving Seolhwa totally bewildered since she never personally assigned her. The maid swoons and introduces herself as Yeol, happily explaining how she jumped at the chance to apply the moment an opening was announced because she missed Seolhwa so much. Glancing over her shoulder, Seolhwa senses another strong presence approaching her courtyard with firm, measured steps. Standing tall with a sharp, disciplined stance, a fierce female warrior clad in official guard uniform approaches them under the warm sunlight. With a crisp click of her boots, the warrior steps forward and immediately drops into an impeccable formal salute. "Black Dragon 1st Unit Namgung Ryong, I greet young lady Seolhwa," she declares with absolute military precision. As Ryong explains that she was officially ordered to serve as her personal bodyguard starting today, Seolhwa nods to herself, realizing her wise grandfather must have personally arranged this top-tier security. Looking at her new team with a gentle smile, Seolhwa warmly welcomes both the bubbly maid and the stoic guard, looking forward to working alongside them both. Commentary: building up a loyal inner circle is a classic progression trope done right. Every great MC needs a solid hype squad. Walking down the hallway toward the training grounds, Yeol chatters excitedly about Seolhwa joining official swordsmanship practice, while Seolhwa admits she was getting bored training alone anyway. Yeol strikes a tiny pose, cheering enthusiastically that her young lady's presence is definitely going to motivate and inspire everyone else on the training field. Realizing the time, Seolhwa picks up her pace, rushing ahead so she isn't late on her very first day of group practice. Left behind in the hallway, guard Namgung Ryong narrows her eyes into a razor-sharp, intense gaze as she watches Seolhwa hurry away. Commentary: ominous glare alert. Is Ryong just super intense about her job, or is there a secret motive brewing here? Stepping onto the bustling main training arena, Seolhwa looks out over the crowd and murmurs, "Well, look who it is." Her eyes lock onto a specific group gathering near the center of the dusty field, where a familiar aristocratic figure is holding court. Disciples flock around a snobbish-looking young man, whispering among themselves that he is none other than the eldest son of Namgung Chunghae, her main political rival. Suddenly, a cute little boy breaks away from the group and happily runs towards Seolhwa shouting "sister," only for the arrogant eldest brother to roughly grab his collar and yell at him to never acknowledge her existence. Imagine stepping onto the training field ready to show off your elite skills, only to be surrounded by a bunch of pompous snobs who think they own the place. Seolhwa looks around the arena, completely done with these clowns before practice even officially starts. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo across the wooden courtyard as an obnoxious voice sneers from behind, demanding to know why she's got the nerve to eye his personal training area. Towering right over her, Soryang, the arrogant eldest son of her main political rival, tries to pull a massive power move, attempting to intimidate her with pure height and an angry scowl. Instead of trembling in fear, Seolhwa just stares back with total deadpan energy, scoffing internally at how hilariously childish these branch family's spoiled brats really are. Commentary. Honestly, this guy's entire personality is built on pure insecurity. You can tell he practices his mean guy glare in the mirror every morning. In the background, a mob of mindless brown-nosers giggles like high school bullies, caring way more about sucking up to Soryang than actually improving their swordsmanship. Classic. With a gentle tap on her shoulder, Seolhwa dismisses their entire existence in her head, instantly calculating that their overall skill levels are complete garbage anyway. Veins bulging on his forehead, Soryang grabs her by the collar, furious that she's treating him like invisible background noise. Suddenly, Soryang's adorable younger brother rushes in, trying to pull him back, screaming at him to remember their father's strict warning to treat Seolhwa with respect. Commentary? Shout out to the little bro for being the only person in this family with an actual working brain cell. Shoving his little brother aside, Soryang's face twists with toxic rage as he barks out that he would never lower himself to get along with someone he considers total trash. He spits out hateful venom, ranting that just because the clan patriarch cleansed her body, she shouldn't go around thinking she's suddenly hot stuff. Puffing out his chest, Soryang boldly proclaims that he is the true future heir of the entire clan, while Seolhwa just gives him a flat, unimpressed aha. Looking him dead in the eye with zero fear, she calmly asks if he's really that insecure about his own standing before dropping a subtle bomb on his fragile ego. Commentary: the art direction here is absolute perfection. Her completely unbothered expression makes his exploding rage 10 times funnier. With a subtle smirk, Seolhwa leans in and whispers that he literally has the traitorous face of someone born to betray the family. Crack. Soryang's blood pressure instantly hits the ceiling as his sanity shatters into pieces. The entire peanut gallery erupts in chaos as Soryang gnashes his teeth, screaming like a lunatic, asking if she's actively courting death by insulting him. Utterly losing his cool, Soryang draws his blade with a sharp swing, bellowing that he's going to wipe her out, while Seolhwa instantly drops into a lethal low stance, ready to break his ankles. Just as their wooden blades are about to collide, a thunderous roar shakes the entire courtyard, screaming at them to halt. Boom! A crushing wave of martial aura slams down onto the arena, instantly forcing the noisy disciples onto their knees as the air turns suffocatingly heavy. Standing in the entrance with an imposing posture, the Red Dragon squad leader glares into the courtyard like a stern principal entering a chaotic classroom. Veins popping on his forehead, the squad leader roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why the disciples are acting like wild animals. Stumping right into the center of the crowd, he scolds them harshly, pointing out how embarrassing it is for high-ranking heirs to draw swords on each other in public. Commentary: you know you messed up when the instructor walks in using his full dad voice. Everyone instantly lost all their tough guy confidence. Marching with heavy steps, he halts right in front of Seolhwa, staring down at her with a heavy, judgmental gaze. Narrowing his eyes, he scowls down at her, making it crystal clear that starting a brawl on her very first day of group training isn't making a great impression. The atmosphere turns icy dark as Seolhwa realizes the uncomfortable political truth. Even this squad leader is firmly aligned with her rival, the second young master. Standing tall, the squad leader reiterates his disappointment, clearly trying to paint Seolhwa as a troublemaker in front of the entire class. Trisking under his breath, he sternly tells her to watch her behavior in the future, while Seolhwa turns her head away with a petty little "Mph." Turning his raids toward the gawking disciples, he shouts at them to quit staring and immediately get back to their positions, causing everyone to scramble like ants. But just as Seolhwa turns to walk over to the main sword line, the squad leader reaches out his hand with a sharp "halt!" With a firm gesture, he points far off toward the dusty corner of the training grounds, instructing her to go train somewhere else. Commentary: classic petty power move. Isolating the main character to try and ruin her morale is page 1 in the villain handbook. Swoosh! The wind blows lonely dust motes across a secluded area equipped with basic wooden training posts, completely separate from the rest of the class. Walking over, the instructor smoothly excuses his bias, claiming that since it's her first day, she isn't allowed to jump straight into advanced clan sword techniques yet. Seolhwa dryly points out that she's already a trained martial artist, but he smugly crosses his arms, insisting that Namgang techniques are unique and she must start over from step 1. When Seolhwa asks what basics he's talking about, he strokes his chin and patronizingly suggests starting with the elementary 3-power sword technique, making her eyebrow twitch in disbelief. A visual diagram pops up showing the grand technique, literally just a basic horizontal slash, a vertical slash, and a straight thrust. Surrounded by a dark aura of pure disbelief, Seolhwa screams internally, recognizing that these 3 moves are literally the universal basics every toddler learns when they pick up a stick. Commentary: this is like going to a masterclass in culinary arts and the head chef tells you to practice boiling water. The disrespect is off the charts. Seeing her unimpressed face, the instructor smoothly tries to lecture her, claiming that even the clan's legendary Great Flame sword technique is fundamentally built upon these basic movements. Dropping philosophical wisdom, he asks if someone who looks down on fundamental basics even truly deserves to wield a sword at all. Puffing out her cheeks in full chibi mode, Seolhwa begrudgingly admits he makes a valid point, though she still views him as a total smooth-talking corporate politician. Pointing her back toward the wooden dummy, he dismisses her to go practice, and Seolhwa gives a resigned, monotone agreement. As Seolhwa trudges toward her dummy while disciples giggle nearby, guard Namgung Rang stands hidden in the shadows, watching the entire interaction with sharp, analytical eyes. Leaning back against the wall, Ryung lets out a long, heavy breath, clearly exasperated by the petty clan politics playing out before her. Later that evening, all that annoying drama melts away as Seolhwa stuffed her cheeks with delicious food, surrounded by literal sparkles of culinary bliss. Commentary: nothing cures the headache of dealing with arrogant bullies like a table full of free, top-tier gourmet food. Her face here is pure serotonin. Sitting across from a handsome green-robed young master, Seolhwa happily confirms that her meal was absolutely fantastic. Pausing mid-bite, he looks up with deep concern when she casually mentions the other disciples were annoyed, immediately asking if anyone dared to bully her. Munching away without a care in the world, Seolhwa shrugs it off as a mild, entertaining distraction, adding that the squad leader turned out to be quite an interesting character. As they look over the lavish feast, the young master explains that the Red Dragon squad leader is actually famous for nurturing junior talent, having previously taught kids at the academy. He reveals that Chung Hai personally recruited him after seeing his talent, sharing how the squad leader clawed his way up from an outer hall warrior to the inner hall during the Heavenly Martial Festival. Mid-story, he suddenly reaches across the table and gently touches her cheek, causing Seolhwa to pause with a surprised little sound. Tenderly wiping a stray crumb off her face, he gazes at her with immense affection, asking once more if she's truly feeling okay. Commentary: the art team really gave this guy the ultimate wholesome big brother energy. The soft lighting in this scene is absolutely stunning. Looking up into his gentle eyes, Seolhwa feels the genuine warmth and care radiating from him in this cold, competitive clan environment. Reassuring him with a quiet smile, she promises that she's totally fine, letting him let out a relieved sigh as their peaceful dinner continues. Ever wonder what happens when a legendary martial artist reincarnates and gets told to practice toddler-level sword drills? Well, grab your popcorn because Seolhwa is about to give her arrogant instructors the reality check of a lifetime. Sitting down across from her loving father, the atmosphere in the room is cozy and peaceful as he reminds her that the Grand Heavenly Martial Festival is only 8 days away, an event the entire clan prepares for with absolute seriousness. Seolhwa gives a calm nod, fully aware that this festival is the ultimate arena where every single warrior's skill and standing within the Namgung clan gets evaluated.
Leaning in close, her father gently reveals his plans to enter the cave of heavenly enlightenment, intending to seclude himself and dedicate every remaining second to intense training before the big day. Looking at her with soft, relieved eyes, he admits that seeing her so bright and full of energy made all his nagging paternal worries completely melt away. Commentary: honestly, this dad is way too wholesome for a high-stakes martial arts family. Give this man a Best Dad award already. Selwa offers a sweet, affectionate smile, teasingly telling him that he worries way too much and encouraging him to go focus on his own breakthrough without lingering doubts. Surrounded by a gentle floral background, Selwa looks up with absolute confidence, assuring him that he won't just reach the peak level, he's someone capable of surpassing it entirely. Her dad instantly turns into a blushing, flustered mess, waving his hands in cute embarrassment while trying to act like her high praise isn't completely boosting his ego. Unable to hold back his affection, he opens his arms and pulls Selwa into a warm, tight bear hug, wrapping her in pure fatherly warmth. Taken off guard by that sudden embrace, Selwa blinks her wide blue eyes in momentary surprise before softening up. Snuggling into his chest, she lets herself enjoy this rare, peaceful moment of genuine family love before the upcoming storm of clan politics hits. Fast forward to the next morning, and Selwa is standing tall right outside the massive wooden doors of the main training grounds, wooden practice sword strapped firmly to her waist. Commentary: look at that heroic silhouette. You just know someone's ego is about to get pulverized in there. Her loyal guard steps up from behind, questioning if she's really ready to step inside and face the hostile branch disciples, to which Selwa gives a crisp, unwavering confirmation. With a firm tap, her shoe steps onto the polished wooden floor of the courtyard, radiating absolute readiness. Inside, the Red Dragon squad leader is busy overseeing the other disciples, handing out weapons and directing group drills with a strict, imposing presence. Hearing footsteps approach, the squad leader turns his head around, surprised to see the young lady walking right back into the main arena so soon. Halting right in front of him, Selwa stands with perfect posture, ready to address her smug instructor. Looking down at her with a skeptical scowl, the squad leader asks what she could possibly want when she was supposed to be in the corner practicing basic sword swings. With a completely straight face, Selwa drops a massive truth bomb. She announces that she has already completely mastered the Three Powers sword technique. The squad leader lets out a heavy sigh, face-palming in utter exasperation as he lectures her that real martial arts mastery cannot simply be achieved overnight. Walking past her, he patronizingly reminds her that even the simplest moves hold profound cosmic principles, asking if she seriously expects him to believe she unlocked all that in a single evening. Looking him straight in the eyes with zero hesitation, Selwa simply replies with a flat, unwavering yes. Commentary: the sheer audacity in her voice here is absolute gold. She didn't even pause to make it sound believable. In the background, the peanut gallery of brown-nosed disciples instantly bursts into snickers, whispering to each other about how deluded the new girl must be. The squad leader covers his face with his hand, visibly shaking as he tries his absolute hardest not to burst out laughing right in front of her. Cracking up behind his palm, he mockingly apologizes, stating he's just terribly eager to witness what kind of dazzling growth she could have possibly made in 24 hours. He literally has tears of laughter in his eyes, finding her supreme confidence to be the funniest joke he's heard all week. Selwa just glares back with the most unimpressed, deadpan expression imaginable, letting him enjoy his little laugh while it lasts. Commentary: talk about calm before the storm. Her expression says, "Keep laughing, old man. Your funeral is in 5 seconds." Leaning in slightly with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, Selwa casually asks if he'd like a live demonstration right here, right now. With a fluid motion, she draws her wooden training blade, lowering her stance as the squad leader smugly gestures for her to go ahead and try her best. The surrounding disciples giggle like schoolyard bullies, eagerly waiting for Selwa to embarrass herself in front of the entire squad. Sliding her foot forward, Selwa internally sighs that showing off her true skill to these clowns feels like a massive waste of effort. But since they asked so nicely, she might as well entertain them. Clench. Her fingers tighten around the hilt of the wooden sword as her entire posture shifts into a terrifyingly perfect low stance. Swoosh! She executes the first form of basic horizontal slash, but the sheer velocity creates a visible blade of compressed air that slices clean across the arena floor.
The squad leader's smug smile instantly vanishes as the lethal wind pressure grazes right past his cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Without breaking momentum, Seowa flows effortlessly into the second stance, pulling her wooden sword overhead with fluid grace. Boom! She brings the blade down in a brutal vertical slash, unleashing a towering wave of icy blue aura that splits the atmosphere. The sheer force of the strike creates a shockwave that rattles the surrounding wooden pillars, blinding the courtyard in a brilliant flash of blue light. Sweat pouring down his face, the squad leader feels his heart hammering against his ribs, frantically wondering how a shabby wooden stick is exerting the pressure of a grandmaster's blade. Commentary. The paneling dynamic here is top tier. You can literally feel his soul leaving his body as that aura washes over him. As Seowa turns her icy, lethal gaze directly onto him, the instructor's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror as he realizes he's in serious danger. Shing, shing, shing! She initiates the third form, the straight thrust, manifesting multiple overlapping phantom blades made of raw, concentrated martial intent. A terrifying shadow looms over the squad leader's face as his instincts scream at maximum volume. If that wooden tip touches him, he is legitimately going to die. Crackle. The thrust launches forward with explosive power, driving straight toward his heart like a runaway freight train. Completely losing his composure, the squad leader screams, "Stop!" at the absolute top of his lungs, his face contorting in sheer desperation. Burst! Driven by pure survival instinct, he erupts his own full-body, high-tier martial aura just to shield himself from a little girl's wooden sword. Whew! Whew! Dust settles across the floor as the squad leader gasps violently for breath, drenched in cold sweat and trembling from head to toe. Right in front of his chest, Seowa holds her wooden sword perfectly still, stopping the tip a millimeter away from his uniform without a single hair out of place. Out in the crowd, the clueless disciples laugh mindlessly, blissfully unaware of what just happened, and foolishly assuming she stopped simply because the instructor asked her to. Commentary. These background extras are blind, deaf, and stupid. Their teacher almost met God and they think it was a light warm-up. Close up on the squad leader's hand, clenched so hard his knuckles are turning white as the adrenaline crash leaves his entire arm shaking violently. Trying desperately to save face, the instructor erupts in a panicked rant, screaming that he never taught such a ridiculously overpowered style and accusing her of completely violating Namgung fundamentals. Veins popping on his forehead, he hysterically declares that he will never teach her official clan techniques, while Seowa just stares at him like he's the biggest, most pathetic sore loser in the entire continent. You know you're in for a wild ride when the main villainess starts casually trimming flower stems with giant bronze shears, asking if her target took the bait without throwing a fit. Her sneaky little informant bows down low, reporting that young Seolha didn't raise a single red flag. She just quietly whacked training dummies all day and went home without uttering a peep. Stepping back into the shadows, the snitch adds that Seolwa's dad just locked himself in the Cave of Enlightenment, meaning no one came to her rescue, prompting the lady to snicker about her opponent's foolish pride. Smirking with those cold purple eyes, she casually mutters that stubborn, proud little girls are always the easiest targets to manipulate into an early grave. Commentary? Yikes. The pure snake energy radiating off this lady is off the charts. If looks could kill, the main character would be dead twice already. Shifting her attention to the nervous squad leader kneeling on the carpet, she asks if he has any clue why he was summoned to her private quarters. Sitting back at her desk with the sweet flower bouquet in hand, she reveals that while investigating how Seolhwa stole the Great Rejuvenation Pill, she stumbled upon some juicy dirt. The squad leader listens intently as she drops a massive bombshell, revealing that before Seowa ever set foot in the Namgung clan, she was raised at the infamous Hoiru Tavern. His jaw practically hits the floor as he gasps out whether that means the young lady was raised as a common tavern worker, though the lady just shrugs it off with a sly smirk. Commentary. Wow, leave it to clan politics to turn a simple childhood background into a full-blown scandal. These nobles really have way too much free time. Snip! The metallic crunch of scissors echoes through the silent room as she explains that once rumors get out, people will automatically invent the dirtiest stories possible. She places the freshly cut stems into a vase, coldly declaring that a pristine Orthodox faction like the Namgung clan will never tolerate such a filthy stain on their reputation. Eager to kiss up to his master, the squad leader immediately offers to spread the nasty rumors himself, but she smoothly frames it as merely informing the public of the facts. Side-eyeing him with a sinister grin, she notes that the truth was bound to come out sooner or later, so why not speed up the process? Commentary. Honestly, this woman is a masterclass in passive-aggressive villainy. She doesn't even break a sweat while ruining someone's entire life. Gulping down his anxiety, the squad leader trembles under her intense gaze as she reminds him to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming promotion exam. Glow, shadows wrap around her face as her eyes shine with a terrifying crimson glint, commanding him to ruthlessly prune away every single useless branch in the clan. Step, step, step. Fast forward to the next morning, and Selwa is happily skipping down the stone stairs, humming a sweet tune as she wonders what kind of training routine she should dish out today. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she ponders that while direct dueling is awesome for building experience, there's gotta be a way to maximize their growth even faster. Commentary, look at her acting so innocent when she was literally terrifying grown men with a wooden stick 5 minutes ago. Tap. Heavy footsteps suddenly stop right behind her as a stern, deep voice interrupts her thoughts, asking how on earth she managed to execute yesterday's move. Turning around, Selhwa finds herself looking up at Namgung Ryung, her tall, gloomy bodyguard from the elite Black Dragon unit, staring back with a dead serious expression. Tilting her head in complete confusion, Seowa asks what he's talking about, so Ryong directly brings up the 3-power sword technique she pulled off yesterday. Sweat dripping down his cheek, Ryong stammers as Selhwa cheekily teases him, asking why he suddenly cares so much when he previously acted like he held a total grudge against her. Commentary? The banter between these two is fantastic. Ryong is trying so hard to keep his cool, but Selhwa just sees right through his tsundere facade. Scratch. An awkward silence settles between them as Seohwa scratches her head, playfully telling the big guy to at least try talking back instead of freezing up like a statue. Clenching his fist tightly, Ryung stares her down with burning determination, declaring that he's going to show her exactly what he's made of. Framed by bright golden blossoms, Selwa's eyes sparkle with excitement as she casually tells him she'll show him how it's really done. Rumble. A few moments later, Selhwa stands before a group of young branch disciples on the training grounds, loudly announcing that today's menu features a special training session. Commentary, the art team putting bright floral backdrops behind her right before she unleashes total chaos is top-tier comedic timing. Gesturing behind her with complete confidence, she introduces warrior Namgung Ryung from the elite Black Dragon unit as her personal bodyguard. Dramatic camera pan. Seohwa and Ryung stand side by side in high-contrast profile shots as she sets up the ultimate matchup. With a dramatic point of her wooden blade, Selwa drops a massive shocker onto the unsuspecting disciples, declaring that she and Ryung are about to duel right in front of them. ... Ryung's brain completely short-circuits as he stands behind her in utter silence, trying to process the madness that just left her mouth. Commentary, Ryung's face right here is priceless. You can literally hear the Windows Error reboot sound playing inside his head. Sweat pouring down his face, Ryung lets out a squeaky, "Pardon?" as giant question marks float all around his bewildered expression. Looking like he just got handed a death sentence, Ryung internally screams in desperation, wondering how his high-ranking warrior life devolved into babysitting duty. Flashback time. We see Ryung standing in the commander's office, bitterly complaining that he has a mountain of high-level missions waiting, so why is he stuck with this assignment? Looking up from their stroll with a super calm demeanor, the unit commander coolly reminds him that the family lord cherishes his daughter above all else. Ryung clutches his chest in frustration, whining that he joined the Black Dragon unit to fight grand battles in the martial world, not to get trapped in the estate guarding a 13-year-old brat. Commentary, poor guy thought he was signing up for anime protagonist missions, but ended up as a glorified daycare worker. Whoosh! The atmosphere in the office turns heavy as the commander's face drops into darkness, warning Ryung in a chilling voice that this is a direct order from the clan leader himself. Leaning forward with intense eyes, the commander sternly tells him there is a secret reason he was chosen, making it clear this bodyguard mission is anything but simple. Swirl! Feeling the immense weight of those words, Ryung forced himself to swallow his complaints and accept the mission, trying his absolute best to stay calm. Poof. Fast forward to yesterday's training session, Ryung covers his mouth in background embarrassment, trying not to snicker as Seohwa claimed she mastered the basic sword forms overnight. Commentary. Man, Ryung's inner monologue roasting her in these panels makes his upcoming reality check all that much sweeter. Watching the arrogant squad leader mock her, Ryung silently crossed his arms in the background, thinking the entire spectacle was utterly ridiculous. As Selwa walked toward the courtyard, Ryung secretly criticized her for wasting her days beating up wooden dummies out of sheer stubbornness. Leaning against the wooden pillar, Ryung shook his head in pity, assuming Selwa was too naive to notice everyone laughing behind her back. Shadow wrapping around his eyes, Ryung grumbled to himself, questioning if the girl was stupid or just completely devoid of direct-line family pride. When the squad leader mockingly invited Selwa to demonstrate her skill, Ryung let out a heavy sigh, bracing himself for the disaster. Step! Fearing she'd make a complete fool of herself, Ryung actually took a step forward, wondering if he should jump in and stop the humiliating beatdown before it started. Flash! But before he could even move an inch, Seolha moved at hypersonic speed, leaving a brilliant trail of blue aura that nearly blew Ryung's hair back. Swoosh! Ryung's jaw dropped to the floor as Selhua flowed through the sword forms with fluid, terrifying perfection that defied all logic. Commentary. The animation frames here are insane. You can feel the sheer kinetic shockwave radiating from that wooden sword. Clash! Driving her wooden blade forward in a flawless thrust, Seolhua unleashed a level of martial intent that completely eclipsed seasoned veterans. Sparkle! Ryung stood completely paralyzed in awe, bathed in glowing blue particles, as he realized he was looking at an absolute martial prodigy. Snap back to reality, Ryung watches Seolhwa in the present day, nervously thinking that even if she's a prodigy, there's no way she can actually handle an elite warrior like him in a real spar. Addressing the starry-eyed disciples, Seolhwa instructs them to watch every single movement closely, assuring them this top-tier duel will become the ultimate foundation for their growth. Turning around with a charming, fearless grin, Seolhwa points her wooden sword at Ryung and asks if he's ready, setting the stage for an explosive clash of blades. Picture this, you're just trying to enjoy a quiet morning walk, and suddenly you're thrown into a high-stakes duel against an elite warrior. Seolhwa and her gloomy bodyguard Ryung square off on the stone training grounds, wooden swords drawn and tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Seolhwa flashes a confident little grin and tells Ryung he's going to regret doubting her. But Ryung just chuckles back, convinced there's zero chance a 13-year-old girl can push him around. Without even flinching, Seolhwa just nods calmly like she's ordering lunch, completely unbothered by his cocky attitude. Commentary. Honestly, that terrifying level of chill before a fight is classic main character behavior. Ryung has no idea what he just walked into. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Seolhwa kicks off the ground with terrifying speed, surging forward like a blue thunderbolt as she warns him she's coming in hot. Clash! Wooden swords collide with a violent burst of shockwaves as Seolhwa unleashes a horizontal strike right into Ryung's guard. Ryung's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as the sheer force of her hit rattles his arms. He can barely hold his ground as he inwardly gasps at how heavy her blade feels. Whirl! Realizing he completely underestimated her raw strength, Ryung stumbles back while Seolhwa smoothly spins her wooden sword into a deadly follow-up posture. Commentary. Man, watching a smug veteran warrior get his reality checked in under 5 seconds is ridiculously satisfying. Whoosh! Seolhwa executes the 3-power sword technique's second form, bringing down a blinding vertical slash that slices through the air like a streak of blue lightning. Boom! The ground underneath them practically vibrates as her downward blow forces Ryung to dodge backward at full tilt just to keep his head attached. Seolhwa slides across the stone tiles with effortless grace, instantly turning her momentum around while Ryung barely regains his stance. Zip! Before Ryung can even draw a full breath, Seolhwa teleports into his personal space, making him gasp out in shock as her shadow towers over him. Commentary. The art direction in these motion blur panels is absurdly slick. You can literally feel the wind pressure coming off the screen. Leap! Swova vaults high into the sky, backlit by the radiant morning sun like a legendary martial deity descending from the heavens. Eyes locked onto her target with absolute focus, Seolhwa grips her hilt with both hands and prepares to drop the third form of the 3-power sword technique right onto Ryung's head. Crash! A massive shockwave of blue aura detonates in midair as Seolhwa dives down, driving her wooden sword straight toward Ryung's defensive guard. Sweat. Shadows fall across Ryong's face as his instincts scream in red alert. He instantly realizes this kid isn't just playing around. This strike is straight up lethal. Commentary? Imagine being an elite bodyguard and almost getting obliterated by a kid with a wooden stick on your first week of work. Bang! Blue energy particles explode like fireworks as Seolhwa's downward strike smashes against Ryong's blade, shaking the entire courtyard. Ryong duck rolls backward out of the danger zone, panting as dust and debris kick up all around the landing impact point. Seolhwa touches down in a flawless low stance, hair whipping in the wind as she casually resets her posture without missing a single beat. Ryong stares back in sheer disbelief, internally cursing his luck as he tries to process how a young girl is holding her own against a top-tier martial artist. Commentary. His inner monologue spiraling into complete panic is top-tier comedy. Give this poor man a raise already. Gripping his hilt until his knuckles turn white, Ryong notices something even more terrifying. Even after he coated his own weapon in inner sword chi, Seolhwa took the collision completely unfazed. Perfect! Breaking the serious dramatic tension, Seolhwa deflates into an adorable chibi pose, pouting as she asks why he broke his promise to let her have 3 free moves, leaving Ryong sheepishly apologizing like a scolded puppy. Brushing it off with a cheerful laugh, Seolhwa adjusts her stance and asks if they can finally start fighting for real now. Flame! Suddenly, the wooden sword in Seolhwa's hand erupts into a fiery crimson glow, crackling with intense heat-radiating energy. Commentary? Wait a minute, is that actual fire energy on a wooden stick? The visual contrast between her cute face and that demonic blade is peak manhwa energy. Ryong's jaw drops as he stammers in utter shock, unable to believe what his own eyes are seeing. Rumble. The atmosphere around Seolhwa completely morphs as blazing red sword aura engulfs her entire body, a legendary feat that only transcendent martial masters should be capable of hiding. Standing against a pitch-black backdrop of pure disbelief, Ryong internally screams, questioning how on earth a 13-year-old girl could possibly reach such an ungodly realm of martial power. Seolhwa points her flaming sword straight at him, radiant red aura pulsing around her, as Ryong realizes the only way to test if this is real is to throw away his pride and go all out. Commentary. The villainous aura radiating off our protagonist right now is insane. She looks more like the final boss than the bodyguard does. Whew! Ryong exhales a heavy breath, channeling dense blue sword energy along his blade, carefully balancing his energy so he doesn't accidentally vaporize his own wooden weapon. Thud! Dust erupts from the stone floor as both fighters launch off the ground at light speed simultaneously. Boom! Blue ice-like energy collides directly with Seolhwa's blazing red sword aura, unleashing an explosive shockwave right above the training field. Close up on Ryong's fierce, razor-sharp gaze as he pours every ounce of his technique into the clash, taking the fight 100% seriously. Commentary, look at Ryong's eyes. He completely forgot he was supposed to be daycare duty and went full anime protagonist mode. Clash, clash, clash. Blinding arcs of blue and red light slice across the sky as the two exchange dozens of high-speed blows in a fraction of a second. Multiple shockwaves ripple through the air as Seolhwa and Ryong weave around each other's attacks with terrifying precision. Kaboom! A massive explosion of dual-colored energy erupts in the center of the yard, blasting wind and dust toward the stunned audience. Sweat dripping down his face, one of the watching branch disciples stammers in complete shock, questioning if this chaotic war zone is actually supposed to be just a simple training spar. Commentary? The spectators are literally all of us watching this fight right now, just completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale. The young disciple struggles just to track their lightning-fast footwork, internally recalling the legendary reputation of the Black Dragon Squad and its top 3 swordsmen. Roar! A dragon-like phantom of blue energy swirls around Ryong as he moves, leaving the spectating disciple awestruck that he's seeing the famous Black Dragon swordsmanship in real life. Swipe! Right in front of the watching crowd, Seolhwa seamlessly deflects Ryong's dragon-infused strikes with her burning wooden blade, executing flawless parries. Gulping down his fear, the young spectator can only watch with wide, trembling eyes as the duel reaches a fever pitch. Commentary. You gotta love how the artist uses background spectators to hype up the power levels. It really sells how insane Seolhwa's growth actually is. Seolhwa glides across the courtyard with ghost-like silence, her keen eyes predicting Ryong's every angle before he even swings. Shadow. Moving like a phantom in the dark, Seolhwa slides underneath his guard, her lethal precision making her look more like a master assassin than a noble lady. Nearby, the squad leader nods in quiet reverence alongside another disciple, admitting that witnessing two high-level grandmasters duel at this level is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Clench, the disciple tightly balling his fist, realizing that watching every single micro-movement in this match could grant him a breakthrough into a higher martial realm. Commentary: the classic spectator gets a power-up just by watching the MC fight trope never gets old. Flash, bright, blinding light covers the entire training grounds as Seolhwa and Ryong clash once more, the spectator swearing to burn every detail into his memory. Spark! Sparks fly everywhere as their wooden blades lock up close, red flames and blue energy grinding violently against one another. Straining against the physical pressure in the weapon lock, Ryong grins awkwardly and comments that this duel will serve as excellent teaching material for the young disciples. Seolhwa looks right back at him with a mischievous, smirking glare, teasingly telling him he must have a lot of free time if he's worrying about the audience mid-fight. Swoosh! Ryong breaks the lock with a powerful horizontal slash, sending a wide arc of blue sword light sweeping across the stone floor. Commentary: the banter between these two mid-fight is top-tier gold. She's literally roasting him while casually blocking high-tier ultimate moves. Ryong narrows his eyes, wondering if he should push his output even further, before realizing with a chill that he actually stopped holding back a long time ago. Rumble, stomping his foot down to anchor his stance, Ryong unleash a tidal wave of blue ki across the courtyard ground, going all out as the legendary duel reaches its ultimate climax. Boom! The sky explodes with shockwaves as Seolhwa and Ryong collide in midair, wrapping the entire courtyard in a massive vortex of swirling blue and red chi. In a fraction of a second, Ryong dives down like a meteor, channeling every ounce of his power into a devastating downward strike. Clash! Seolhwa's flaming red blade locks against Ryong's ice blue sword, sending blinding sparks scattering across the training grounds. Up close, Seolhwa's eyes shine with terrifying composure, her cute face contrasting violently with the lethal heat pulsing off her wooden weapon. Commentary? Honestly, that cold-blooded killer gaze on a 13-year-old girl is peak manhwa perfection. Swoosh! The raw air pressure alone drives the watching disciples back as Seolhwa smoothly deflects Ryong's strike with effortless precision. Ryong spins through the air, trying to re-angle his sword technique, but Seolhwa's already tracking his movement before he even completes the turn. Ducking low to the ground, Seolhwa anchors her stance and charges up her wooden sword with an intense crimson glow. Zip! Bursting upward like a lethal phantom, Seolhwa declares she's ending this fight right now. Commentary: rip Ryong's ego. He really thought he was the main character until 5 seconds ago. Ryong swings down with all his strength, but a subtle, knowing smirk plays across Seolhwa's lips as their weapons meet once again. Crack! Right at the point of impact, spiderweb fracture suddenly ripples straight through Ryong's wooden sword. Staring at his crumbling weapon, Ryong gasps out in complete shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Flash! A single blinding beam of energy cuts through the air as the clash reaches its sudden, definitive climax. Commentary: the sound design and kinetic lines in this panel are ridiculously clean. You can feel the blade breaking through the screen. Splinters of wood rain down onto the stone tiles as Seolhwa glides past him, landing softly without a single scratch on her clothes. The shattered remains of Ryong's wooden sword clatter onto the floor with a hollow thud, bringing the intense spar to an abrupt halt. Holding nothing but a broken handle, sweat pours down Ryong's trembling face as he stares at his palms in utter horror. Lowering his head in total surrender, Ryong mutters that he lost, while Seolhwa casually stands nearby resetting her breath. Commentary: a top-tier bodyguard getting humbled by a kid with a stick? Yeah, somebody get this man a cold drink. Desperate for answers, Ryong stammers out to ask how she managed to shatter his weapon, to which Seolhwa casually replies, that it was nothing special. She calmly explains that during their rapid trades, she systematically injected minute amounts of chi directly into the microscopic cracks on his blade until the wood couldn't hold the pressure anymore. Ryong winces in sheer disbelief, calling her method completely absurd, while Seolhwa just tilts her head like it was as easy as breathing. Struggling to digest her insane level of mastery, Ryong speaks up again and asks why someone as talented as her puts up with all the mistreatment. Commentary, Ryong asking the real questions here. Why hide god-tier power when you could just flex on everyone? He points out that her martial arts skills far exceed even the Red Dragon squad leaders, asking why on earth she keeps holding back. Looking at her small back, Ryong presses further, asking if she really has no intention of standing up to him and taking what's hers? Silhora pauses silently, letting the breeze rustle her dark hair as the heavy question hangs in the morning air. Turning her head back with a cold, disinterested expression, Selwa bluntly tells him that doing all that is just plain boring. Commentary, the ultimate flex. Calling high-stakes clan politics boring is peak protagonist energy. Walking away with effortless swagger, she adds that he wouldn't even understand her reasons even if she took the time to explain them. But just before stepping out of the courtyard, Sailhawk glances over her shoulder with a subtle, radiant expression. Framed by a soft bloom of white flowers, she softly reveals with a warm smile that this low-key life is simply her own unique way of fighting back. With polite grace, Sailhwa bows her head slightly, offering a respectful martial salute to her sparring opponent. Ryong stands frozen in place, utterly captivated by the profound resolve hidden behind her gentle gesture. In his eyes, her graceful posture shines against a backdrop of lotus blossoms, radiating an unshakable inner strength. Commentary, look at that panel composition. The artist went all out to make this moment feel completely majestic. Flashing back to her earlier form, Selwa drops into a low, lethal stance as a heavy blue aura ignites around her body. Gripping her wooden hilt with both hands, glowing white energy surges along her forearms like an overflowing river. Swoosh! Sailwa slides forward with silent, ghost-like footwork, completely bypassing Ryong's field of vision. Channeling the ancient principles of heaven and earth, she prepares a swing capable of severing anything under the sun. Flash! Large calligraphic characters mark the activation of the Great Expansion Sword Art's second form. Commentary? Anytime vertical calligraphy shows up on screen, you already know someone's health bar is about to vanish. Slash! A massive cross-shaped beam of blue sword chi blasts across the training ground with explosive velocity. Moving like a force of nature, Sailwa's blade cuts through space itself, leaving trails of starlight in her wake. Without missing a single beat, her eyes flash with intense focus as she seamlessly transitions directly into the third form. Whoosh! The sheer gale force generated by her swing blows the spectating branch disciples completely off their feet, making them scream out in terror. Disciples clutch their headbands in panic as hurricane-level winds whip through the courtyard, threatening to tear down the surrounding fences. Commentary. Imagine just coming out to watch a chill spar and almost getting blown into the next continent. Selwa touches down in a perfect low crouch, her hair whipping violently as the shockwave slowly dissipates around her. Close up on Ryong's sweating face as he breaks out into a cold panic, internally screaming in utter disbelief of what he's witnessing. Ryong swallows hard, realizing that what Selwa demonstrated wasn't just a simple sword technique. It was pure, unfiltered martial enlightenment. A phantom visual of a fiery golden sword appears in his mind, symbolizing the true essence of swordsmanship, stripped of all flashy nonsense. Staring at her in profound awe, Ryong's entire worldview as a veteran swordsman undergoes a massive, life-changing shift. Bathed in brilliant morning sunlight, Selwa stands calm and unbothered, looking like a legendary martial deity back from the heavens. Commentary, the lighting in this scene is absolute art. She looks so serene after destroying the entire yard. Smiling gently under the bright sky, her simple words echo once more, proving that true power doesn't need to shout to be heard. Close up on Rong's chest as his heart pounds heavily against his ribs, overwhelmed by deep respect and absolute humility. Thud, dropping down without a second thought, Ryong falls onto one knee right in front of the 13-year-old girl. Lowering his head all the way to the stone floor in a formal disciple's bow, Namgang Ryong apologizes for his past rudeness and begs for her punishment, completely pledging his loyalty to her. Commentary, and just like that, the arrogant elite bodyguard becomes her #1 loyal follower. Talk about a top-tier character arc. Imagine humbling a top-tier elite bodyguard so badly in a sword duel that he drops straight to his knees and begs to become your lifelong follower. Ryong lowers his head all the way to the stone floor with complete sincerity, loudly swearing to serve 13-year-old Selwa as his true lord. Selhwa stands frozen under falling flower petals as wind whips through her ponytail, her jaw practically hitting the floor from the sheer absurdity of it all. Sweating awkwardly, she can barely process how a routine sparring match turned into a full-blown Lord initiation right before her eyes. The spectating branch disciples completely lose their minds, cheering with starstruck eyes as they yelled that they've never seen such legendary swordsmanship in their entire lives. They bow toward her in absolute reverence, shouting that it's the ultimate honor just to witness her blade. With total cartoonish enthusiasm, two disciples step forward with sparkling eyes, screaming that she was hands down the absolute best. Honestly, these background disciples are representing all of us in the chat right now, giving her a full 5-star review after watching one quick demo. Awkward silence. Seohwa enters full chibi mode, frantically waving her hands in flustered panic because getting worshipped like a divine deity was not part of her chill, low-key lifestyle plan. Behind her, the non-stop praise just keeps piling on higher and higher. Sweating buckets, she glances sideways at the trainees who are all grinning like proud puppies while giving her enthusiastic double thumbs up. You've gotta love how she tried to give them a quick motivational sword lesson and accidentally turned them into fanboys for life. Swoosh! The scene shifts back to regular training with the branch disciples diligently practicing their wooden sword forms under the bright courtyard sun, trying their best to copy her flawless technique. Selhwa stands in the shade, resting her chin in her hand, thoughtfully watching the trainees while Ryong stands nearby with a soft, proud smile. Ryong looks like a proud big brother here, which is pretty hilarious considering he got completely clobbered by a kid 2 minutes ago. The mood takes a sharp turn into dark intrigue as nasty whispers begin floating around the estate grounds. People start digging up her past, gossiping that before returning to the clan, she spent her childhood working at a shady tavern. Whisper, whisper, shadows creep across the night as two servants huddle near the stone wall, maliciously speculating that young girls in taverns are raised for far darker things or brought up as performers. The toxic rumors get uglier by the second as the gossipers claim that even if she was just an entertainer, it brings massive shame onto the proud Namgun name. Classic martial arts Tran tropes. The moment someone shows god-tier talent, the jealous background characters immediately drop fake rumors to tear them down. Passing by the courtyard wall, one of the loyal branch disciples overhears every single vile word, his knuckles turning white as hurt and anger twist across his face. Chirp, chirp. Fast forward 2 days later under a bright, deceptive sky that hides the heavy storm brewing inside the estate walls. Inside the main hall, a suffocating silence hangs over the room as the branch disciples stand with bowed heads, covered in fresh cuts and nasty bruises. One of them clenches his jaw so tight, his bloody lips tremble from pure frustration. With his head hanging low in deep shame, the bruised disciple stammers out that every single one of them has officially been disqualified from the upcoming promotion exam. Man, seeing these guys beaten up after working so hard is a total gut punch. The villains in this clan really don't play fair. Selwa's eyes widen in shock as the disciples bowed deeply before her and Ryong, desperately apologizing for letting her down after all the personal training she gave them. The disciple explains through gritted teeth that the 14th Squad Warriors cornered them, throwing vicious insults and saying they'd rot at the bottom level forever. He admits they're used to getting trash-talked on a daily basis. Crash! Flashback to a violent brawl. A fist shatters someone's guard as the disciple reveals that they lost their tempers and threw hands because those arrogant jerks dared to slander Seohwa's name. Standing in a line with bruised faces and torn clothes, the disciples hang their heads in silence, admitting that they have zero excuses for getting baited into a fight. You can't even be mad at them for fighting back. Protecting your master's honor is literally rule number 1 in any good Murem story. They explain that the Red Dragon Squad leader stepped in and revoked their exam eligibility as punishment, effectively flushing all of Seohwa's hard work straight down the drain. An icy atmosphere settles over the room as Seohwa gazes down at them in quiet silence before suddenly asking if they're really planning on giving up right here. The disciple gasps in total disbelief, completely caught off guard. Shiver! The entire group flinches and snaps straight up, feeling a subtle, dangerous pressure radiating off Seohwa's small frame. When they nervously stutter that their official status has already been stripped, Selwa cuts them off cleanly, stating that a promise is a promise. Look at that unshakable confidence. She's literally a walking cheat code and she knows it.
Tap, taking a firm step forward onto the stone floor, Seolhwa tells them to stop stressing over clan politics and just focus on their daily martial arts practice. Bathed in a sharp beam of sunlight cutting through the hall, Seolhwa turns around with lethal determination in her eyes, coldly declaring that she will handle every single thing from here on out. Swoosh! Walking down the grand corridor with Ryong at her back, a dark aura swirls through the shadows as jealous onlookers glare and murmur behind her back. Ryong steps closer with an angry scowl, warning her that more and more big-mouth fools are spreading toxic lies, urging her to report it to the clan master immediately to have the rumor mongers dragged in. Ryong insists someone is deliberately orchestrating the smear campaign, but Seolhwa casually cuts him off, telling him to hold his horses and do absolutely nothing. Ryong wants to start a full-blown bloodbath right now, while Seolhwa is playing 4D chess. The contrast between these two is hilarious. Whoosh! Stepping into the shadowy courtyard, Seolhwa points out that forcefully gagging people won't erase rumors that have already taken root. It'll only make them look like guilty villains covering up a secret. Glancing back over her shoulder, Seolhwa casually drops the bomb that it's partially true she worked at a tavern anyway, leaving Ryong utterly speechless in shock, as she adds that fighting back right now is a total waste of time. They round the corner into the inner pavilion walkway, expecting a quiet afternoon. Scream! A deafening, blood-curdling shriek suddenly rips through the quiet air. Seolhwa and Ryong instantly freeze in their tracks, their eyes wide with confusion. Crash! It's a full-blown chaotic catfight. A female servant is pinned to the floor by another maid who is violently yanking her clothes and throwing punches like a seasoned street brawler. The loyal maid pulls the girl's long black hair so hard it looks like her scalp is going to rip off, screaming in absolute fury while the victim shrieks for her life. Forget high-tier sword arts for a second. This maid is demonstrating top-tier street wrestling skills. The artist definitely had way too much fun trying this chaos. Scratched up, clothes torn, and eyes burning with unhinged rage, the loyal maid roars out, "How dare anyone bring those filthy, slanderous rumors straight to the young lady's doorstep?" Scratch! She digs her nails right into the girl's face, vowing to make her pay with her life. Meanwhile, Seolhwa and Ryong stand in the background, completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the scene. Boom! A dark, terrifying shadow sweeps across Seolhwa's face as her eyes ignite with an icy, demonic purple glow. Seeing her own loyal maid getting bloody over her honor completely snaps something deep inside her. Slash! Under the pale moonlight, Seolhwa glides through the night courtyard like a phantom, slicing thick straw dummies into bits while analyzing the situation. Thud! As the severed straw falls to the floor, she reflects on the nasty psychological games being played behind the scenes, knowing this isn't just random gossip. When a low-key protagonist stops holding back and starts investigating, you already know the villain's days are officially numbered. Zip! Multiple straw targets get shredded simultaneously in a single invisible flash, proving that someone with massive political authority inside the clan orchestrated this targeted hit job. Leaping gracefully into the air, Seolhwa's blade cuts through the dark mist as she zeroes in on the top brass of the estate. Swoosh! Flowing through her elegant sword routines amidst floating flower petals, she notes that the timing of these rumors right before the Heavenly Martial Festival is way too suspicious to be a coincidence. Rumble! Landing heavily on the courtyard floor, Seolhwa channels immense blue ki into her ornate steel blade, shattering the stone tiles beneath her feet. She realizes this entire smear campaign is a desperate ploy to hijack the young lord candidate selection. Flashback memories flash past her mind, the scheming stepmother, the bruised trainees, and her battered loyal maid, fueling her cold, relentless rage. The art direction here connecting all the victims to Seolhwa's glowing blade is absolute cinema. Flash! Dark, sinister smoke billows in her mind as she identifies the mastermind behind the curtains. It has to be that manipulative woman. Close up on Seolhwa's deadly blue eye, buzzing with raw, lethal killing intent as sword energy hums along the steel edge. She ominously whispers that if they keep pushing their luck, they're gonna pay with their lives. Clang! Suddenly, out of nowhere in the pitch-black night, a dark shadow flashes forward and heavy metal locks against her blade with explosive force. Gasping violently, sweat pours down Seolhwa's face as she breaks under sudden, intense physical exhaustion. God, falling to one knee while clutching her chest in unbearable agony, Seolhwa uses her sword to brace herself, while a mysterious figure in dark robes stands over her, commenting on the dangerous mess she's making.
Panting heavily with wide, shocked eyes, Seol-ho looks up as the newcomer mockingly scolds her, telling her that no matter how much she loves the sword, pushing herself to the point of forgetting to breathe is complete madness. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Just when she was ready to go full revenge mode, her body gives out and a mysterious master drops out of nowhere. Next episode is going to be absolute fire. Imagine pushing yourself to the absolute brink of exhaustion during late-night training, only for a mysterious uncle figure with a leaf in his mouth to drop out of nowhere and casually ask why you're so mad. Talk about the worst time to interrupt someone's villain origin story arc. Seol-ho completely freezes in her tracks, blinking in total disbelief as she tries to process who just sneaked up on her while she was in full dark and brooding mode. Looking up at the tall warrior, Seol-ho straight up asks if she really looks that pissed off, and he doesn't hold back at all, confirming that, yeah, she looks like she's about to bite someone's head off. Honestly, the dry humor between these two is pure gold. As Seol-ho stands there pouting silently, the guy just sighs behind her, realizing that getting a straight answer out of this stubborn kid is going to be a full-time job. Scratch. Aggravated by her total lack of emotion, he rubs his head in frustration, admitting he completely forgot our mini MC is practically as dense as a boulder when it comes to social cues. Smirking slightly, he decides to pivot his strategy, giving her a sharp look and rephrasing his question so she can actually grasp what he's asking. Stepping into the dimly lit courtyard where shattered tiles litter the floor, he drops the playful act and asks her straight up what in the world is troubling her mind so deeply. His eyes narrow in serious contemplation as he leans in, hinting that he already has a pretty good idea of what's bothering her. Glimmer, surrounded by glowing floral aura graphics because manhwa artists love adding dramatic shoujo filters to emotional moments, he softly asks if there's anything he can do to help. The visual contrast here between rugged warrior and sparkly background is hilariously extra. They stand face to face under the cool blue moonlight, the heavy silence hanging between them like a drawn bowstring. Seol-ho just stares back in dazed silence, her mind racing as she realizes that the high-ranking clan officers are already fully aware of what's going down behind the scenes. Scratching his head, the man admits he's already heard all about the nasty rumors circulating the estate, laughingly asking why else he'd be scaling security walls in the middle of the night if not to check on her. He starts scolding her for staying quiet instead of reporting the smear campaign right away, calling her a total handful, while Seol-ho's cute little chibi face just pops up asking what the big deal is. Man, her unbothered reaction is peak main character behavior. Seol-ho casually shrugs it off, saying it's really not that serious, which immediately sends the poor guy into a mini panic attack as he yells back about what could possibly be a bigger deal than character assassination. Sweat drop! Counting on her fingers with a completely blank expression, Seol-ho deadpans that actual assassination attempts, arson in her bedroom, or poison in her dinner would be real problems. Okay, her threat scaling is absolutely wild, but given her traumatic past, you really can't blame her. Gasp! Shocked by her terrifyingly nonchalant list of life threats, the warrior flails his hands in pure panic before Seol-ho politely tells him to just chill out and bear with it for a bit. Restingly, chin in hand, with a calculating gaze, she reasons that even if her political enemies are getting reckless, they wouldn't dare push the rumors far enough to reach the top authorities just yet. Vain pop! She calmly asks him to keep these vicious rumors hidden from her grandfather until she finishes making her preparations, leaving the poor guy literally shaking with rage over her absurd demands. Holding his forehead in exhaustion, he firmly reminds her that his loyalty lies directly with the clan lord, not her. And no matter how wild he gets, deceiving the boss is way over the line. Transitioning into a cute chibi cutaway panel, Seol-ho hits her sweetest puppy dog eyes to beg just this once, making the old warrior groan over how ridiculously stubborn she is. Look at the artist using chibi style here to break up the dark political mood. It works every single time. Squeezing his eyes shut, he visibly wrestles with his conscience, fighting the internal battle between strict military duty and his soft spot for the talented kid. Giving in completely, he promises that while he won't lie to the clan lord, he'll do his best to persuade him to go easy, reminding her that her grandfather dotes on her more than anyone else in the world. Hearing that instantly puts a bright smile on Seol-ho's face. Gulp! But his tone quickly turns stern as he warns her that he can't stall forever, ordering her to report directly to the Grand Hall with a full explanation the moment her secret plan is ready. Point! Whipping his hand out with explosive energy, he aggressively points right at her nose, shouting at her to stop wearing herself out and tormenting her own body during night practice. Talk about aggressive, wholesome parenting. Lowering his arm, his eyes lock onto the sleek sheath resting at her hip, zeroing in on the weapons technique she was just executing. Click! Nodding towards her blade, he commands her to swing it one more time right in front of him so he can analyze her form. Swoosh! Seowha instantly draws her steel, unleashing a blinding crescent arc of blue ki that slices through the night air with lethal perfection. Flap! Her long ponytail whips through the air as she holds her follow-through stance, her glowing blade humming with raw, compressed sword energy. Watching her finish the form, the veteran warrior casually asks if the sword feels way lighter now, leaving Seowha standing there in a daze as she realizes her physical fatigue magically disappeared. Crossing his arms like a true martial arts guru, he explains that pouring raw emotion into your sword technique can boost its power like crazy, acting almost like an amp for your strikes. Thud! But his expression darkens as he warns her that letting emotions take the wheel will ultimately devour her mind and destroy her internal organs from the inside out. Rumble! The panel shifts into terrifying dark crimson visuals, showing chaotic red shadows swirling around as he passionately lectures that unbridled anger dulls your tactical judgment and slowly eats away your soul. The red and blue color contrast in these panels is honestly insane visual storytelling. Confused chibi? Question marks float around Seowha's head as she tries to wrap her brain around the philosophical lecture, while the warrior inwardly sighs, realizing she's way too emotionally clueless to grasp complex mental balance yet. Pat, pat, reaching out with a warm smile, he tenderly pats her head, lamenting that if she weren't born as a core bloodline member of the Namgung clan, he would have snatched her up as his personal disciple in a heartbeat. Looking up with sharp, clever eyes, Seowha counters by asking if being a Namgung descendant means she's strictly forbidden from learning other arts, declaring it'd be an absolute honor to master his legendary Heavenly Wind Thunder Sword. Hearing her say that makes his face twist into the most hilarious, overly proud grin ever. Grab! Before he can even finish gloating, Seowha suddenly lunges forward and clamps her small hand firmly onto his wrist like an iron vice. Staring straight into his soul with a deadly serious expression, she locks eyes with him and flatly states that she isn't flattery baiting him at all. She means every single word. At first, he chuckles happily, brushing it off as a cute joke, until the weight of her words hits him like a freight train and his jaw completely drops. Huh? He stammers out in utter shock, looking down at this tiny prodigy in complete disbelief as the reality of her request sinks in. Sweating profusely, he desperately explains that wanting to learn an outside martial art is basically committing political suicide. It means completely surrendering her rights as the clan's official successor. Seriously, this girl drops life-altering decisions as if she's ordering lunch. He lays it all out on the line, warning her that giving up the succession means losing all access to the clan's high-tier secret manuals, asking if she's really ready to abandon everything just to become his student. Seowha immediately shoots back that she has zero intention of abandoning her family's sword, prompting the warrior to argue back that no matter how gifted a genius is, nobody can walk two paths at once. But Seowha coldly replies that she isn't walking two paths at all. Bow! Dropping down onto the stone floor in a formal disciple salute under a stunning floral canopy backdrop, she looks up with unshakable resolve. Holding her sheathed sword upright like a sacred monument, her eyes shine with absolute clarity as she speaks her core philosophy. Flash! A brilliant shaft of heavenly light cuts through the darkness, illuminating her face as she boldly vows to carve out her own unique path rather than following a road built by others, begging him to teach her the ultimate sword. The veteran warrior stands frozen under the night sky, letting out a heavy, conflicted breath before looking down and saying he's deeply sorry. Sweat dripping down his cheek, he explains that as the pillar of the clan's future, teaching her, an outsider, an art that could trigger massive political chaos, and he can't do a thing without the clan lord's explicit seal of approval. Seowha doesn't miss a single beat. Her eyes immediately light up as she asks if that means he'll officially train her the exact moment she gets her grandfather's permission. Derp face, his soul literally leaves his body as he stares at her in squiggly-line silence, realizing he just walked headfirst right into a genius kid's verbal trap. Run! Sprinting away into the night sky, he screams back in a funny chibi meltdown that if she tries to force or pester her grandfather, the deal is instantly canceled, while Seowha happily shouts back her confirmation. What an insane setup for the next arc. She's about to rewrite the entire Muram rulebook. Watching her elder leap off into the starry night sky, Selwa stands alone in the quiet courtyard, shaking her head as she mutters about how he's somehow way more of a nagging parrot than her actual dad. Her playful mood quickly fades as her eyes narrow with sharp determination, knowing she has to reach the clan lord's main hall before time runs out and her enemies pull off their next move. Cut to the next morning where the bright sun washes over the tiled roofs and distant mountain peaks of the estate, setting the stage for a whole new level of chaotic corporate espionage. Inside the bustling local market, a random guy in a blue robe pauses mid-step, turning around in utter confusion as if he just heard the weirdest rumor of his life. Rattle! Outside a popular local eatery, two heavy-set martial artists yank on the wooden front doors, totally bewildered because it's broad daylight. The place smells like fresh, piping hot dumplings, yet the front gate is completely locked shut. Clank! Pushing against the frame, they realize someone intentionally barricaded the doors from the inside with a thick wooden beam. Okay, who blocks off a restaurant during peak lunch hours? That's an actual crime against food. Creak! The wooden barricade groans under the strain as the hungry warriors start muscling their way through, determined to get their hands on those legendary dumplings no matter what. Crash! With a violent kick, the bearded leader shatters the wooden latch and bursts through the doorway, screaming at the top of his lungs about how the shopkeeper has zero right to starve his most loyal paying customers. Stomp, stomp! Marching into the dining room like he owns the joint, he aggressively vents about how he's finally living an honest, hard-working life, only to get denied his daily meal. He stops dead in his tracks, staring at the floorboards as he tries to process the bizarrely tense aura heavy in the air. Sitting quietly at a corner table under a massive bamboo straw hat is a tiny figure, calmly enjoying a massive feast of steamed dumplings and hot noodles without paying the intruding thugs a single grain of attention. A sinister little smirk creeps onto Selwa's face underneath her giant hat. Honestly, pulling off a shadowy anime villain entrance while casually eating lunch is top-tier main character disrespect. The three big muscle-brained guys loom over her small table, looking down at this random kid who hijacked the entire restaurant just to have a private mukbang. Tap? The bearded boss gruffly asks if she's seen the shopkeeper, but his subordinate nervously taps his shoulder, sensing that something is terribly wrong with this whole setup. Sweat drop. The henchman's face turns completely pale as cold sweat drips down his cheek, realizing the horrifying energy radiating off this kid feels way too dangerous for a normal restaurant goer. Under the shadow of her straw hat, Swelwa's lips curve into a calm smile, mocking them for taking so long to notice the fatal trap they just walked into. Steam, opening another steaming basket of freshly cooked dumplings, she casually tells them to grab a seat before the food gets cold, acting like a gracious host in a room she completely commandeered. Gulp! The middle henchman starts panicking internally, recognizing that terrifyingly calm voice from a previous brutal encounter and realizing he needs to retreat immediately. Freeze! Before he can even take a step back, Seoha casually reveals that she already struck all their crucial pressure points the second they step through the door, leaving them completely paralyzed where they stand. Her eyes flash with a lethal cold glare under her hat brim as she softly asks if they really think she wouldn't hesitate to strike their fatal death points next. Talk about 0 to 100 real quick. The guy's eyes stretch wide in pure horror as memory flashes back, his brain finally piecing together exactly who this little monster really is. Boom! Poison arts? The terrifying realization slams into his head like a ton of bricks. She's the lethal prodigy who can end their lives with a single flick of her wrist. Steam, cut to all three tough guys sitting meekly in a row at the table, sweating buckets as they slurpily force down hot noodles while Seowa casually asks if they belong to the Red Dragon unit. Stuttering uncontrollably, the bearded boss squeaks out that they belong to the 16th squad, trying his absolute hardest not to trigger the tiny assassin sitting across from him. Deadpan. Selhwa doesn't even look up from her food before flatly calling him a total liar. You gotta love how she shuts down their pathetic cover story without even missing a single bite. Nom nom. With her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little chipmunk, Seowa happily munches on her noodles, looking like the sweetest kid in the world despite holding 3 grown men hostage. The artistic contrast between her cute chibi eating face and her deadly reputation is top-tier comedy. Flail! The sidekick loses his absolute mind, leaping up and screaming in disbelief over how she saw right through their cover story, while the boss frantically waves his arms to shut him up. Vein pop. The sidekick internally screams at his idiot boss to read the room, realizing that shouting at a master poisoner is basically a speed run to an early grave. Glare. Selwa continues slurping her noodles in total silence while the guy's life flashes before his eyes, remembering how she previously promised to spare them only because they were Namgung members. He knows the second he admits they lied about their affiliation, they're dead meat. Slurp. Sweat pouring down his face, the guy desperately starts blabbering that they totally quit being dirty mountain bandits ages ago and now live exclusively to serve the great Namgung clan. He aggressively nudges his boss to back him up, and the poor bearded guy nervously nods along, leading to a hilarious chibi cutaway panel of all three of them sweating bullets under Swalwa's silent judgment. Clack! Seowa slams her wooden chopsticks down onto the table, the sharp crack instantly silencing the entire room and sending a shiver down their spines. Leaning forward under her straw hat, she coldly tells them that if they truly live for the clan, they should be more than willing to help her slice out the rotten corruption festering inside it. The boss meekly points to himself, asking if they're the rotten parts. Okay, at least he has self-awareness. Point! Wagging her chopsticks at them like an intimidating schoolteacher, Seohwa demands to know how lower-tier scumbags like them managed to get officially appointed as elite clan warriors in the first place. Gulp. Shadows drape over the trio as Seohwa leans in close, stating she's extremely curious about all the illegal dirty work the upper squad leaders are pulling behind closed doors outside the clan walls. Clenching his fists in terror, the boss whimpers that even if they know stuff, snitching on high-ranking squad leaders is an instant death sentence if they ever get caught. Shine? Selwa casually smirks and hits them with the ultimate motivator. I'll pay you. Suddenly, a heavy rain of sparkling gold coins cascades down, instantly curing their moral dilemma. Money really talks loudest in the Murim world. Sparkle! Instantly converting into enthusiastic informant fanboys, the three guys slam their hands on the table, eagerly shouting that true experts like them can spot high-level corruption from a mile away. Leaning in with an overly proud grin, the bearded boss spills all the tea, boasting that whatever petty scams they pulled on local merchants was absolute child's play compared to the high-level crime syndicate the squad leaders are running. He lays out the whole corrupt system, explaining how squad leaders routinely sell official warrior promotions for fat bribes, recruit literal mobsters from the Black Cloud Syndicate, and leak classified clan intelligence for cash. He adds that the leaders even host lavish drinking banquets with enemy syndicate bosses, meaning there's a mountain of undeniable evidence just waiting to be uncovered. Hearing this, Seowa casually reaches into her robes for more bribery funds. Thud! She tosses a massive, bulging velvet sack of solid gold coins onto the table, sending the greedy boss into absolute ecstasy as his eyes turn into literal gold symbols. Clutching the heavy bag of loot to his chest, the boss licks his lips and greedily hints that if she wants them to pull off an actual covert investigation on the top brass, it's gonna take a little extra effort. Glow! Holding up two fingers with an ominous, glowing purple aura radiating behind her eyes, Seowa drops a cold ultimatum. I'll pay double. Man, she's running this investigation with unlimited budget energy. The boss rubs his hands together with a devious, greedy smirk, telling her to just say the word and they'll drag out every single dirty secret those high-ranking officers are hiding. Cut to a hilarious chibi intro card announcing the official start of Seowa's special re-education consultation session with the clan's most problematic division leaders. Look at her tiny chibi fist pump. She's so ready to wreck their whole operation. Scream! Outside a private holding room, a patrolling guard stops in his tracks as blood-curdling shrieks echo through the paper sliding doors, leaving him completely horrified by whatever nightmare is happening inside. Thump! Crash! Muffled sounds of brutal beatings and furniture shattering slam against the wooden walls, proving that Seowa's consultation is about one talking and 99% violent martial arts therapy. Creak! The heavy sliding doors slowly glide open, revealing a dark pair of boots stepping cleanly out of the interrogation chamber. Dust off. Dusting off her sleeves without a single wrinkle on her clothes, Seohwa casually announces that the session is officially over while her loyal follower bows deeply behind her. Talk about absolute boss energy. She just dismantled a corrupt division before afternoon tea. Ever wonder what a corporate audit looks like in a martial arts fantasy world? Well, it usually starts with leaving corrupt officials knocked cold on the floor. As Selhua steps over an unconscious thug, her loyal follower glances back nervously, wondering if leaving bodies lying around like trash is really the smartest tactical move. Tap tap, with the quiet click of her boots echoing down the wooden hallway, Selwa doesn't even blink. She casually explains that shady scumbags are experts at self-preservation. Give them 10 minutes, and they'll pull a cover story out of thin air just to avoid another beatdown. Her follower freezes mid-stride, staring at her in stunned silence. Seolwa stops, slowly turning her head with an unbothered glance that basically asks, "Got a problem with my methods?" Sweat pouring down his face, he awkwardly stammers that she seems way too comfortable using ruthless underworld interrogation tactics for a high society clan lady. Man, if your bodyguard is getting nervous about your methods, you know your villain arc is going strong. Gasp! Switching into a hilarious chibi mode, Seolwa instantly calls him out, asking if he's low-key accusing her of acting like a street boss from the Black Cloud Syndicate. Look at him flinch. The guy's life flashed before his eyes right there. Dropping the chibi comedy, Seolwa's expression softens into a cool, contemplative calm. Underneath that cute exterior lies someone who's seen the dark underbelly of the martial world up close and personal. Swish! Walking along the high wooden balcony, Seolhwa casually drops a massive backstory bomb. She reveals that before stepping foot into the prestigious Namgung clan, she actually ran a front tavern belonging to the Black Cloud Syndicate. Thud! Her boots come to a sudden halt as she casually drops the real kicker. She wasn't just a low-level tavern worker, she was the actual young master running the entire underworld group. Talk about a plot twist that changes everything. Gulp! Her follower's jaw practically drops as Seolwa breaks down how deep the corruption runs. Fake promotion exams, extortion, bribery, and secret underworld deals. These corrupt clan leaders aren't just misbehaving, they're running a whole criminal empire inside the clan. Continuing down the sunlit corridor, she cold-bloodedly points out that if you leave weed-like corruption unchecked, it eventually strangles the entire tree. Honestly, her practical wisdom hits harder than most grandmasters in this genre. The golden sunlight washes over Selhwa's long, dark hair as she pauses, giving her follower room to process the heavy reality of her mobster past. Feeling a sudden wave of self-doubt, her follower looks down with an anxious glance, admitting he wouldn't blame her if she was disappointed in his own sketchy background. The camera zooms in tight on his sharp, intense green eyes, and you can feel the sheer sincerity radiating through the screen. Man, the artist went all out with the dramatic lighting on this face cutaway. Without a single second of hesitation, he looks Seolhwa in the eye and swears his total unyielding loyalty, declaring that the moment he witnessed her legendary sword skill, his allegiance was locked in for life. Sparkle! Surrounded by a beautiful glowing backdrop of golden light, he softly adds that her past doesn't mean a single thing to him. Gotta love when a loyal subordinate gets his cinematic hero moment. It's pure emotional gold. Seolhwa's eyes widen with a soft, genuine touch of surprise before her usual calm smile returns. Looking out across the estate's tiled roofs, she quietly gives the order to head back, their bond now stronger than ever. Swoosh! The scene shifts dramatically as howling mountain winds sweep across jagged cliff faces shrouded in heavy gray mist, signaling a big shift in the action. Thud! A pair of dark boots slam onto the edge of a massive stone wall overlooking a deep valley. Whoever this stealth operative is, they definitely didn't take the stairs. Swish! Peering over the towering wall with cold sweat dripping down his cheek, the scout catches his breath in total disbelief. Seriously, climbing a vertical mountain wall just to deliver a reconnaissance report is maximum ninja energy. Rumble? Staring down at the massive hidden compound tucked deep within the misty gorge, the spy quietly mutters in shock that Seolhwa's predictions were spot on all along.